something that actually represents all the claims, not just one claim, all the globe claims. See, this is a representation of the world we live in. See, this is how water works. And on my model needs to be the same representation as the reality.
Wow.
This is how gas is kept without any container required whatsoever. I mean, a
I did tell
representation
you,
of it,
George.
you know?
If you don't frame these as flat Earth questions and you just wanted to know how stuff works, you can Google all of that. I told you this right at the beginning. The model's online. You just Google it.
I mean, if it's a scientific model, then we need to experiment with it. We need to be.
Yeah,
Well,
the thing
you
is
can
with
if
the
you
model,
want.
though,
You can if you
like,
want, but you haven't yet for some reason, right?
we all know they don't have like a full working model on one website. Or you can get little bits and pieces from everywhere. It's all very sparse, spread out, and fragmented. There's no actual like one place you can get the whole model. And Google Earth doesn't even have a topographical view.
Dawn's point is.
Well, hold on. You don't
want.
want.
I was in the middle, bro.
No, you
Seriously.
weren't actually. I did start, but you go, Branch. I did
Fucking hell.
start, but
That
go.
wasn't 5 minutes, Branch.
5 minutes is done.
Go, Branch. Okay, seems you're not going to go. So you don't actually want a model, George. You actually want to see an experiment of all these individual claims. Because to me, my neighbour across the road, or the old neighbour across the road, used to have a model that used to represent Victoria of the railway system, right? And he used to have all these model trains that used to choo all the way around Victoria. It was actually quite impressive. Now that was to me that was a model of Victoria and the railways system, right? But it didn't in any way, shape or form show how those trains were constructed or the railway lines were put down, the surveying techniques, how the trees got there, how people got there, any of these sorts of things. So you don't actually just want to see a model. Here is Earth, here is the moon, here is Sun, Venus, blah, 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 these sorts of things. You actually want to see individual experiments of all the claims. Yeah. That's what I get. That's what I get from what you say, George, when you dismiss what answer Dawn gave. That is not good enough.
Yeah, but at least something, you know, rather than just a cartoon.
A lot of their claims rely on scale. A lot of their claims rely on scale on such a degree that you could never, you know, do a little representation of it on, you know, on a smaller scale. So, you know, you can never demonstrate planetary gravitational, you know, fucking fields and shit because, you know, you can't get out there and actually work and measure on those scales, on that scale of reality.
I don't disagree with that at all, Rams, right? But it is, you need to ask for these things, you know, just to say, I want to see a model. Like a model of what? Like it's so ambiguous, the question to start off with.
Can I add to what you're saying, George?
Exactly the point. Exactly. Cartoon, show a cartoon, whatever model you have, because you say my model.
Can I explain something to you? What? It's not all the claims we have. Yeah, that's you're talking about all the claims you don't agree or believe in because you don't.
Yeah, but
believe
you should have something.
Hang on, I'm nearly done. You're talking about from your point of view the stuff you don't believe in. That doesn't mean they're all the claims of the globe model. That's been established science for hundreds of years. Yeah, you can't say suddenly you've got a list and you need to see all the claims demonstrated. That's your own problem. You have to look up individually what you don't trust and research it. You can't just demand someone else to give you every experiment that you want straight away.
I didn't ask for one model. I didn't ask for one model with all of these claims in it. Yeah.
you what you
You
meant by
you
model. You said
you should
something
be. You
that
said
demonstrates and
Alright, let him-
experiments on
let
everything.
him-
you said you have a model. You said you have a model. Yeah, whatever model you have that you subscribe to, could you share it with us? That was what I asked mainly from you.
Yes, I said yes, but you don't
But then
agree
you
on what
didn't say
model
model.
means.
You
do you?
said a representation of.
I said explanation or understanding of
So not a representation
an
then.
idea.
So not so it cannot be a model then.
Part of the
If it's
explanation
an
and
idea,
hang on, dude. Part of the understanding can be a representation, but it's not all in one
but
thing.
you don't have
It's not all
that.
in one picture, one video. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'd say it's just something useful, but like you said, a representation that is useful and or makes testable predictions.
Yeah, show us that. Whatever you have. You say you have a model.
Which bit do you want to see? And I'll
Sure.
get it for you.
Yeah, which bit do you want to see there? You can model any part of it, like a globe.
Whatever the one that you are claiming.
No, we're claiming.
You say that you
indefinite
have
globe.
one. Wait,
We're claiming
you say you
indefinite
have
globe
one.
is not real. Which bit do you want to see?
Whatever you have.
Big Bang.
You say you have a model
Mars,
singular.
ISS,
Can you show us, please?
real rockets. Which bit do you want to see?
I don't know. It's not my model.
You don't
It's
know.
yours.
That's your problem then. You're not sure if what you want to see. Why are you
It's
asking
your
to see stuff?
model. Listen, how you want me to know your model? Show me the model so
want
I
you
can
to
know your model.
I want you to
Which
know,
model?
as an honest man,
Right,
what you
Am
what
I
you're
missing something
interested in,
here?
what you want to see.
Just
Your
say which
model.
model
The
is.
one that you say you have.
This is going round and round in circles,
Right, there's
guys.
one in the chat. I'm going to go
Am
with
I
the one
missing
in the
something
chat.
here?
George, look in the chat.
what?
Earth is Life posted it. This is the model. Because you're not describing what you want to see, this is our
Well,
first
you
model.
say you
that
have
we're
a
showing.
model.
7 years, Bendy.
Uh-huh.
So
I know,
that is your model.
I know why. I know.
So that is your model there.
Yeah, that's it. What do you think?
Well, if that is your model, yeah, well, bravo. Well
Any
done, man.
questions?
Very good, man.
Any questions about it?
Well, I'm speechless, man. If that is your model, if you believe that you
Okay.
live in that, if you believe that you believe in that, good for you, man.
We don't live in that. That's a representation of where we live.
Yeah, like George, when you ask for a model, specifically what
I don't think.
what
Well,
part of the
What
world
do you
do
mean
you want
specific?
them to model for you?
No, no. I didn't ask him to
There's a
model
lot of
anything for
models
me.
for a lot of different
I
parts.
didn't ask him to model anything for me. He said he had a model, singular, and I asked him for the model, whatever model it is that he has to show.
George, why do you think, George, your model is better than Ben's model?
I don't have a model.
That answers that.
I'm speechless, George. You don't even have a model.
No, I don't have a model. Why would I have a model? Model
So
of what?
You live in nothing then.
What do you mean live in nothing? I don't
No
need to model
model,
where the place
no
that I live
life,
in.
right?
I have
Because
maps for that. It's been modeled
you
already,
told me
man.
I live in my model, and then you
Yeah.
told me you don't have one. So
Listen.
where do you live?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little disingenuous.
I have
for
maps.
flat
We
earthers
have
to say they
maps.
don't have a model.
Yeah, we have maps, not models. We have maps.
Why do you want a model of our reality if you haven't even got one yourself?
No, we have maps, not models, man.
I would agree
A map-
percent.
A map is a representation of the ground, isn't it?
Okay, George, do you have
Or
an
the
idea
topography of the land.
George, do you have an idea where you live and a model of that in your head of where you live?
Yes, by looking at the map, it will give me pretty much a perspective of my surroundings, you know?
So you just live in your immediate surroundings in your head, right? Your imagination of where you live goes no further than your immediate radius around you of what you can see at any one particular time.
Well, it doesn't work quite like that, does it?
Exactly. No,
It doesn't work quite like that.
So,
Yeah, if I want to go somewhere, I go to my model, yeah, I grab my map and I'll see, okay, I want to go there. What do I have to do? There you go.
What is your greater idea of where all this land is, George?
He just says
Where is the land?
Where is it? Like, because you obviously live
The
where
land,
you are.
the land is
I
where
live,
the land is
I live
land is
I live
terra
where
firma,
I
no?
am. Yeah, don't just let me
Yeah.
finish. I'll finish my statement and then I'll give you a go, right? So you live where you are, George. I live where I am. Bassett lives where he does, and Dawn lives where he does. We're all separated by land and by sea, right? Now that has to be right on something, in something, floating in something, whatever you want, right? But of course, you've got to have some sort of idea of what that may be. Now, just because you give an idea doesn't mean you have to be committed to that, right? But everyone has some sort of idea of where they may be in the greater scheme of things. I think everyone has that idea.
Is it a flat Earth, George, with a mystery around the edge and the sky quite close?
Quite simple, man. It's a big pond. Simple as that.
Pond with little islands in it. Yeah, flat Earth.
Yeah, big
So
pond.
that's
Yeah.
your model. There's your model. Now you don't have to say you don't have one. You can explain to someone, I live in a big
It's
pond on
been
an
mapped
island.
out, man. It's been mapped out.
Yeah, so it's a model. That's called a model, yeah? That's your understanding and your
Okay,
explanation of where
and
you
I'm
live.
telling you, if I want to go somewhere, yeah, I refer to my model, which is the maps.
Well,
Whatever area I want to go.
we use
And
maps
once
too.
I
We use maps too.
reach whatever area I want to go, then I can use a local map to be more detailed about the topography or what I want to go.
And is your pond contained, George?
All the ponds are contained.
In what?
The Earth.
And what else? So just the Earth and nothing else. So it's just the Earth.
The Earth, the terra firma, yeah, the solid that we stand on, it's what contains the waters within.
Okay. And what stops all the air that we breathe just floating away into nothing?
What do you mean into nothing? It's not flowing away, is it? It's here.
Into nothing. Okay.
It seems
Why,
like
why would we assume is well, I mean, you're scaring me now, man. You're telling me that the air that we are breathing is going away? You kidding
these are
me?
the
Well,
same
I don't know.
questions.
You're
I don't
scaring me
know.
now, man.
The claim is, George, right, that you can't have gas pressure without a container, or you can't
Yeah,
have a
yeah.
Oh
gas
yeah, that's for sure.
gradient
Yeah,
without
yeah,
a container. So my question
that's
still
correct.
remains, which you knew exactly what it was, like where, right, like what's containing all this gas from just floating away into nothing.
Yeah, but
What do you mean
Bansor,
into nothing? What do you mean into
back in
nothing?
the
Wait a
day,
second.
back in the day, they have a premise, right? They start from the beginning, which is they all agree that it's a ball, right? And then they go from there and they go, what if, and they can just, you can just imagine anything you want and then make it fit, and
I'm
that's
not talking.
exactly what they did.
Well, one, I'm not talking about the ball. Now I'm talking about the idea that George has in his mind of where he lives.
Well, I'm just
Right?
saying how they got their model. Their
Yeah,
sparse,
good man.
fragmented model is just like they came to the consensus that it's a ball and they went with it. And then they made everything fit to that.
Well, I'm trying not to talk about the ball at all. I'm not interested in talking about the ball, really, at all. Right? I've got a good understanding of that. Now I'm trying to get an understanding of
Yeah,
George's
go ahead, man. Yeah,
um,
go ahead.
is all.
Model. I don't have a model.
because
I have maps.
because talking about a model that none of us agree with is going where. I'd much rather talk about maybe something that we all agree on, right, and exploring those ideas be far more productive in my idea. Right, and putting our heads together and trying to nut that together.
Well, in my
So
opinion, all the information about what this terra firma is sitting on, like you'd have to have it floating in space, or you'd have to have some foundation. Like all that information
Really?
and that
Floating in
knowledge is
space.
lost. It's all lost. All the information's lost, right? Back in time, back with the pyramids or before the pyramids. So there's a working model now that seems to work, but you could reverse engineer that back to how it actually is in reality. No one's done it because it's only 2022. You need
It's been
another
done.
100
Come
years.
on. It's been done. Even the so-called globe model was driven from a flat Earth elevation angles, from Polaris going outwards. and not only from Polaris, from the Southern Cross as well. So they beg the question. They assume there is two poles with two celestial bodies above, and elevation angles from these two points meeting at one point that we call the equator line, the zero line. This is generally achieved with flat Earth elevation angles, but they convert it into a globe, obviously.
So George, in your your idea, right? Where I contain now, is that containment some sort of dome arrangement, whether that's glass or crystal or whatever the case may be? Is that what
Container
you
from what?
see? Sorry.
Container from what?
Well, just that, like.
No, I think when you mean container, you mean a barrier between a place and another place.
Okay, a barrier. Okay, so we are within barrier walls. Okay.
So a barrier
Brick wall,
between which places?
we've got 4 brick walls and a roof on top. So we've got our foundation, our walls all the way around us, and then a roof on top, and that is what is containing the system that we live within. I'm just trying to get an idea of what you think that containment is. I don't know why you're being so obtuse about my questions.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking for clarity because you are assuming that there is something beyond the roof.
I haven't assumed anything. I'm asking what you think.
You asked for a container. The roof would be the container, wouldn't it? The roof and the walls and the ground would be the container. You are assuming there's something beyond the roof and beyond the wall.
George, just follow the bouncing ball. All right,
it's containing what? I mean, container is a boundary between two things. I mean, what do you mean?
Okay, he's asking you, what do you think is the boundary between that keeps the gases here in our world?
The gases in, the water's in, the earth in. What is this containment that you may have an idea of?
Yeah, and you don't have to have an answer, obviously, but...
Hey, I'm not asking for evidence or anything like this. I'm just exploring your idea, spitballing, just having a chat around a campfire is all.
Just tell them it's density, man.
When you look up in the sky, yeah, you're looking at the answer to your question. You're looking at the container.
No, but the question is, what do you think?
Come on, George, get a marshmallow,
What do I think? I mean, there is no barrier. Obviously, we look up. There is no barrier. Obviously, it's all one realm. There is no barrier. There is no other place to go. It's all the same.
So
it's all the same realm.
Escaping.
What do you think the
then.
sun is, George?
Hold on, George. So
Gas is escaping into what? Again, you are assuming an area, a vacuum of space or something, or nothing, whatever you want to assume as being a separate area. Yeah, but you're not saying it.
So you're saying it's not a separate area? It's just there's no barrier? Yeah.
Do you see a barrier? I don't see any barrier. I see all one realm. There is no vacuum of space. You cannot go to those distances. It doesn't exist such a thing. It gives you an illusion.
Mention a vacuum of space, not once.
Yes, but so why would you need a container?
You are getting model conflicted here. You're trying to.
Why would you need a container otherwise?
Into the conversation. Sorry, why would you need a container? Why?
If there is no vacuum of space, if there is no vacuum of space, if there is no other realm, why would you need a container?
I'll tell you why, George. I've got my dining room table here. I'm going to go over to the sink and I'm going to fill up a bucket with water. All right. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to slightly, there's some indentations because I've got one of these tables that's all banged up and all that sort of stuff. And I'm going to pour this bucket of water right on there, right? And at first there'll be lots of little puddles all over that water, all over everywhere, all right? But eventually, if I pour enough water on there, it's going to spill over the edges, isn't it? Something has to contain that water so that there at least can be one big puddle in the middle of it.
That doesn't contain the gas, though, does it?
No, it's
If there are
containing
inches to hold the
everything,
water.
right? I was talking about the containment of
Yeah, but
of everything, right? Everyone has an idea of where they live, right? Now, why people are actually scared to talk about it and go, look, this is my idea where I
not at
think
all.
about why.
I'm not scared to talk about this.
Okay then. All right then. All right. So
All I can picture is the ball.
What's pretty
this
cool, like I was driving into a new subdivision today, and I could actually feel it. I actually knew that I was going below sea level, and I could actually feel I was definitely below sea level. I didn't know for sure, but I could feel it. And then I took a look online, and sure enough, it was like 50 meters below sea level. And that was my intuition, and that there's such a slight difference between 50 meters below sea level, and it was recognizable. You know, some things in this realm are just intuition.
Yeah, but we assume that the realm there is a vast area above our heads.
Well,
We
above our
assume that.
heads or all around us, basically.
Do you think this realm was created?
Well, above our heads.
Do you think this realm
Was
was
that sorry?
created?
Yeah,
Do you think
but
it
for
was
some
created?
people, that means in
If
all
I
directions.
think, well, it's obvious, isn't it? It's not
Do you
about
think it was
opinion.
created? Do you think it was created
Yeah,
by a creator?
it's not about opinion. It's obvious, isn't it?
Okay then. So this creator, what is this creator inside this realm or outside this realm?
If you create something, doesn't mean that you need to be in it.
Yeah, but the creator that you think about, is he inside the realm or outside this realm that we are in?
I don't think he's in it. Doesn't mean that this is the only thing he created.
Okay then. All right then. So if this ain't the only thing that he created, right? What is the containment between this thing and maybe perhaps other things that he created?
Well, you should ask this question to the creator himself.
Okay.
Haven't you done that yet,
Anyways.
Bandy?
Yeah.
You know, you can have the spiritual world. There is many ways, man. If you believe it or not, is a different question.
To be fair, Bansor, that is a really difficult question to answer.
Which question?
No, it's just
which one's that?
Listen. The
the whole one
container
about
for
what the universe
container,
is.
Oh, the universe one.
container
Like the whole lot. Yeah, I get that one.
for gas pressure. You must have container, and if you have a vacuum next to the pressurized gas, the container, the barrier is required.
Okay.
Now, I don't see any container. I just see a sky. Obviously, it cannot be the vacuum that they told us because we still have air here. We're still breathing it.
Okay, we're not
So there
talking
you go.
about
That's based on a device.
There you
right.
go.
Yeah. We're not talking about a vacuum. Why do you keep on bringing vacuum up?
Unfortunately, they say gravity
Because you
is
brought
the
in, you
container.
brought
Why
in
are you
a
bringing up
boundary.
gravity and why are you bringing up vacuum, guys? Like, why are you bringing up all these globe concepts? I haven't mentioned the globe
Container.
once. Not once.
I
You
think
guys
they're in
keep.
battle mode.
Yeah, well, it kind of seems that way, Jerry, doesn't it,
Battle
mate?
mode, and speaking of memes, it's like just be personal, George. Just be you.
That's all I'm trying to do, Jerry.
Can't think anymore because he wants Earth not to be a globe, so he
I'm
can't
being
think
me,
anymore.
man.
Actually, I want to ask Bansor, what do you think the model?
Oh, you're roboting,
Like,
Carlos. What do I
I
think?
want to ask you. I want to ask you, what do you think the model looks like if it's flat?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Carlos. I am glad you asked, right? Well, I think there is ground zero. Right, this is the basement. Well, actually, we're not actually on the basement because we're a little bit above the basement, right? But there is a ground zero, and that ground zero to me is pretty much horizontal, and then everything else is built up upon that.
What's underneath ground zero?
I'm glad you asked. Right, but I'll get to that. But I do think it is contained. Now that containment, I have flip flopped a little bit of what that may be, whether that is a solid object or some sort of permeable kind of flexing type of arrangement, kind of like a lung that is able to contract and expand slightly, just depending on how much air pressure and atmospheric pressure and all these sorts of things are in the atmosphere at any one particular time, because we always seem to have a consistent kind of air pressure here at ground level, but with the way things are going, with what is produced and whatnot, everything is kind of going into the atmosphere. So this containment needs to be able to flex slightly and contract slightly to keep everything in equilibrium. Now, like I said, I don't know what that containment is, what it's made of, but I do think there is definitely a barrier of some sort, and that whole containment, this little house that we live in, right? Now that house could be on a shelf in a warehouse in the creator's warehouse next to all the other little things that he's created, and every now and again he goes and pulls it off the shelf, right, puts it under his microscope, and that's probably how we experience earthquakes and whatnot, because he's got shaky hands and whatnot, and he has a bit of a look at us. But I don't think it is actually floating in nothing to me, because that doesn't make sense. But I do think this is ground zero.
The shaky
in
hands
the
thing.
creator's warehouse. Sorry, percent.
The shaky hands thing does make sense.
No, that's cool.
Shaky
I like
hands
that. I like the
earthquakes,
shaky
yeah.
hands.
Do you think he's
What's the
maybe he's an
warehouse
alcoholic?
for?
He's an alcoholic with shaky hands. Yeah.
Look,
Come
he
on,
could be
guys.
he could be any number of things. That is not my.
So on the shelf, Bandy,
Yeah, mate.
between these little snow domes, if you will,
Yep.
what is there? What medium is there? Because he's
Well, it's
walking around. Is he breathing air, or is he in a vacuum, or what's the deal?
Oh no, it's his warehouse. He's got like a big Bunnings warehouse, right?
Yeah, but is he
So
breathing air?
he's in his own realm, right? He's in his own infinite realm, right? That's where the word infinite applies, in his realm, because
I love
our
it.
realm is finite, but his realm is infinite and doesn't need
That little
any
symbol
containment.
fixes everything. That
Yeah.
little squiggle, yeah, it just fixes everything, doesn't it?
That's
Boom.
it.
Okay, model man. So I don't mind it. At least you can explain your model.
Well,
So that's great.
that's
But I'd like
that's
to say
my
kill
kind of-
story, bro, at the end.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know it's equally as cool as the story about the lights in the sky, sort of stuff. I'd have to agree.
Yeah, black holes and shit.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't, like George,
73 million years ago.
I don't expect you to demonstrate every single claim that's involved either.
That's good because you guys can't.
Well, I wouldn't expect you to do it all. If there was one I was interested in, I might ask, but
Okay,
you'll
cool.
be
So
happy that there's none that I'm interested in.
cool. So you don't want
No.
me to demonstrate the big Bunnings warehouse. Whew, that's lucky for me.
Is the roof curved in this Bunnings or is it flat?
No, it's definitely curved.
Nice.
Definitely curved. Well, it is the strongest structure that we do know of, a dome, by far. That makes logical sense. But I'm open to change these thoughts and these notions that I have. See, the whole idea of the superfluid actually, which has been spoken a little bit about. See, now this could be the expandable lung membrane, which is what I think it possibly could be.
We're just a bacterial colony inside of the creator's lungs. That's all we are.
Okay, yep,
Yeah,
I can see that. I can see that.
probably a bit of just strep. Just a bunch of strep.
If that is the case, it's not the actual creator. It's not God. It would be an intermediary creator. Because the actual creator isn't physical.
What do you mean?
Wow, wow, that's a mighty wild claim here, Percent.
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
Okay, he's not.
Because
Okay,
physical
and
things,
buckle up.
yeah, something that's physical, it's of matter or it came from matter, right? But God created matter. He existed before matter, so he's not physical.
What?
Wow.
But I'm God and I'm
Yeah,
physical.
the creator's creator.
So you think this God creator can't break all known laws of physics and chemistry and biology and matter and all this sort
It's
of
an intellectual
stuff?
impossibility, because he created, this area, the volume. He created matter. He created directions, places. So he can't.
He was actually a
in them,
tranny.
Contained. Those all existed. He existed before all of those were created. So he can't be in a specific direction or take up a specific volume or what have you.
She just identified as a man.
He created those things for us to live within.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay then. So what he or she or it lives within, or on, or within, right? That's for him to kind of know, and we cannot put the same logic to that as what we put to here.
But I'm saying, like, by our logic, by understanding of physicality.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
God,
that's what I'm saying.
God is not
like our
physical
logic.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When we're applying our logic to God, we can do that, to maybe get an understanding of the creator, but it doesn't necessarily apply because it is our logic, which is flawed.
I say it doesn't apply. Like, it literally doesn't apply. He might have a different, like, if you want to have a different God definition of physicality, sure, in a manner that befits him, but our knowledge of physicality does not apply to God because it is contingent on God existing, and God existed before it, so God doesn't need it or like live in it or any of that.
Hang on. So are you suggesting God doesn't have hands?
Not in the manner that we know.
How can he love us if he's not physical like us? It's just a wispy, etheric thing.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about it. It could be a number
What's
of
your
things.
answer?
Like,
How does he
people
do
say
stuff? How does he
you
interact with the world?
manifest your reality with, like, consciousness and stuff like that. None of that is physical, right? So
I mean,
who
my
knows?
answer would be he's partly physical. He runs through us. That's how he can manipulate the physical.
Who says he manipulates anything?
Me.
We don't physically love all the people that we love in our lives.
Hang on.
Yeah, like,
how
what's the
do we not
physicality of
physically love
intention?
them?
I don't mean
Even
you have
shag.
to touch them to
Yeah,
love
don't
them.
shag everyone.
I mean, if you don't have an actual heart or any type of substance, how can you have a consciousness or a love or?
But I mean, you're saying that God doesn't have substance. What do you mean?
Well, I
like,
think percentage. I think
Not
Muslims
physical
hint that he
substance.
has no substance. Yeah.
This is going to descend really quick,
like,
guys.
of matter, of course.
the caveat is that you're talking about a physical form or substance, and the truth about that is that he can take on any form that he wants, anytime he wants.
Well, that's not what percentage is saying.
I disagree with that.
He's beyond
Rams.
form completely.
I don't think God takes on different forms and changes and stuff like that. He's eternal. He's, inexorable. He's
Yeah,
not gonna be
I agree.
changing and-
I don't think he does do that, but I just said that he could. But I guess that, I mean, he could do anything, like literally anything. So
I guess percentage. What all I'd ask is, how would you verify something that has no form ever?
The verification, the proof is in the pudding. The fact that creation exists necessitates a creator. So we insult him by trying to apply our human intellect to his being.
Yeah, I think maybe you're doing that when you say he's above form. You're insulting him by trying
at
to
all.
say he's
I agree,
different
I
to this
agree.
concept that I know about.
He
I
created all that
completely agree
exists,
with
so
Sam.
that means he had to create before that which exists, this matter, this form. He had to exist.
How do you know he
No,
created
could start
everything that
with it.
exists, and he just
he
isn't
could exist
everything
as he
that
creates.
exists?
I gotta say something based on what percent just said, right?
Come on.
I think our human minds are possible comprehend how powerful a God being type of person would be that does oversee everything throughout time, not only in this universe, but every plausible universe. I mean, that enormous amount of, if you want, being is just not comprehensible to us.
I just comprehended it just then. Boom. Done. Thanks.
no,
Easily done.
people spend their whole lives working on trying to comprehend it in monasteries around the world, and monks and Indians in monasteries in mountains meditating away for hours on end. They're all trying to experience that, to have a little piece of that.
Rams, the reason I disagree is a lot of these people, when they do meditate and stuff, they're not really looking to fulfill a question about the creator. A lot of the times they're taking journey inwards to
to try and experience the creator.
trying to experience pure peace. That's what they're trying to experience. A lot of these people
exactly.
in India, they're not trying to really understand who God is. They're trying to actually understand who they are.
And explore and understand their oneness with the creator, because that's where the bliss comes from.
All right, let's get back to something more tangible that we can actually come to some conclusion on, perhaps. This is one of those discussions that just ends up, I don't know, going nowhere.
I like it. We've all got so many ideas about it. It's less debate. It's more just, I think God is this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only mentioned it because, like, as explaining his thing, it kind of just irked me, rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. But if it was an intermediary step to the creator,
what I said
it's perfectly. I can.
Fair enough. No, what I said, the whole lung thing. Remember, we're just a bacterial colony in the lung.
Yeah, and the shaking hands causing and all that jazz.
Well, you know, I was being very facetious when I said the shaking hand earthquake thing.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Lung, and my point is perfectly plausible if it's an intermediary, but I don't think it would be the creator, like the source.
Yeah. So what do you see the creator mainly as energy? Want of a better word, like an energy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? You know
that's
what
how
I'm
I kind of envision it.
Yeah,
that's how I kind of envision it. But I try to even like not think about it for fear of, in a way, you know.
Yep.
So like I know that I don't have like the totality of it. So I just know that it's not something tangible that exists in a place or direction over that he created. So just, you know.
Yeah.
The like limits I set for it.
I think somewhat your thoughts and ideas of what God is or a creator somewhat get polluted by the the pictures and ideas that you are exposed to throughout your life, kind of. What you got something more tangible? Do you, White?
What, in terms of this God debate? God, no. No. I know sound and frequency at their fucking core of everything. I know that. What produces that? Fucking who knows?
Sound and frequency. Sound is at the heart of everything.
Well, you know what I mean. Vibrational frequency,
Yeah,
whatever you want to call it. It can produce audible sounds, but other than that, it makes everything materialize.
Everything vibrates. This is one of the principles I live by.
Yeah, I think the creation is the cause of that. Whatever causes that vibration is creation. That's where the information is, or the code, or whatever.
So
let's talk about what the smallest things in the world are, like, you know, particles and atoms, and I mean,
we can't.
What's the deal with all that? Like,
you can't.
How much do we really know?
I believe it goes all the way down, smaller and smaller and smaller. The bigger tool we make, the better lenses and magnifying tools we make, and the more people believe that we're actually looking inside things, it will just go on forever.
Fractal style. I sort of believe that myself.
Little bits and
but I
bobs
also
inside
believe
bits and
that
bobs.
these tools will quantify things, like you're suggesting, you know, smaller and smaller. But just because we can quantify things doesn't mean that's their nature. That's just the sort of outcome of the tools that we can design.
I think I believe in that as well. When it goes quantum, definitely.
So, well, how?
Well, I don't think quantum's a thing. Yeah, that's just
well, there's got to be a finite level, doesn't there? You can't keep on dividing something.
Well, no, I'm saying it's forever, man. So that's what I believe. Forever, man.
But they talk about those levels where it gets to where, like, regular physics and stuff is, and like spatial reality and stuff are just not a thing anymore, you know, where you can have superposition and all these crazy ideas. And I don't know. That's one of the claims.
Superposition's bullshit.
Yeah.
Totally is.
But definitely, like, with the double slit and stuff like that, they've done it with things that aren't, you know, with like molecules and stuff that are bigger. So
it definitely brings up interesting questions.
Yeah,
nobody really has any answers to them. People have guesses and theories, but
I was going to say, it shows, like, if you have enough of these particles, they do behave in a way like they are tangible, and, you know, it's just a matter of our technology and our tools that we're able to discern it with. You know, if we had more precise tools, we could probably envision smaller particles behaving as tangible matter in the same method.
Yep.
Superposition is just rubbish. Something can't be in more than one place at any one. And all the superposition.
I don't know if it's rubbish.
Apparently, they've done experiments where they've actually demonstrated it.
No, a superposition, what it is just something to be in multiple states at the same time. So the theory of something that can be in multiple states at the same time until it is measured. So that point of measurement, when they actually measure it,
it's in one place.
It's in one place, right, where you have identified it. So to think that it can be in more than that one place.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there's one particular experiment somebody's done where they actually have shown an item, a speck of something, I can't remember what it was, that was literally in two different places at the same time, two different physical locations.
Hang on.
But it was literally the same thing.
Bullshit.
Let me clarify.
I'm sorry.
Bandy said two different states.
I don't know that you know enough about it to explain it.
Yeah, but is it multiple states or multiple places? Because Bandy said states.
Multiple places.
Actual states.
No, he said one
multiple
actual
places.
speck in multiple places. One physical speck in multiple places.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he said. That Bandy mentioned about space.
In a documentary called What the Bleep.
I said to be in multiple states at the same time until it is
As in
measured.
frozen and liquid,
So
gaseous and liquid, or
No.
so,
Can I give
once
you an example?
you can, Gummy, you can. I'll just finish
Yeah.
my sentence and then you can jump in, buddy. So once it is been measured, it has been identified to be in one state, not in multiple states. That's what I said.
explain the
Anyway,
state. Position
I
or
will.
state? Because state
I
means like
can in my
phase or whatever.
Gummy will.
Guys,
Gummy will. Jump
Okay.
in, Gummy.
Right.
Yeah,
one thing.
so
Real quick. Just one thing, and
Go ahead.
so I was going to say that whenever people give positions, these type of particles, it's never done in a direct. This is where the particle is. It's always done as a percentage of probability. So, anytime you talk about positions for particles of that size, it's always presented as we think it could be at this percentage of the time, but we're not sure.
Yeah, until it's
Yeah.
measured, branch, and once it's
Yeah,
been
so-
measured, it's then identified. Jumping, Gummy. Sorry.
yeah, so this experiment will show you why we know that it's not just some sort of, oh, we don't know, but it is in one in one position. It actually has to be some sort of superposition. So this experiment can be done with different things, but one of the simplest ways to do it is using electrons. Now, electrons, they have a spin. The spin is a fundamental property of matter. And the spin of matter will depend, or the spin of the electron will affect how it is affected by a magnetic field or an electromagnetic field. So what you do is you send an electron through a little magnetic field, and essentially what this magnetic field will do is it's essentially like a spin measurement. So if the spin is up, the electron will be deviated upwards. If the spin is down, it will be deviated downwards. So just think of it as it's detecting whether the spin is up or down.
Yep.
So, and this up and down direction is purely in the direction that we're measuring the direction of the magnetic field. If we were to switch or turn this in any way, the up and down direction would change. So that proves, or that shows the first thing, is that there is no in between. It's not like, oh, it's going either a little bit up or a little bit down or a lot down or any of that. It is either fully up or fully down. There's no in betweens. So that shows that at the moment of measurement, it has a specific value out of the two, either up or down. There are no in between values. But then what we do is we pass it through another one. And then
Another one.
So another one, and this one you turn 90 degrees. So you can think of it as left to right, but it is still up and down, just in another direction. And now you would think that, you turn it 45 degrees, so it's tilted slightly. If you can visualize it, slightly up.
Yep.
Sure.
Now you would expect, so let's say that the input to this is the up ones. Now you would expect that the up ones, well, they must be like, we already measure them to be up. And so they should align with the top left more. Like the bottom left, or bottom right, like why would they align with that? They're already measured to be top. But then we measure it and we see that, it's still 50-50 once again. And we can keep doing this in any orientation. And we see that, even though we measured it and we could even do the same up-down measurement in the exact same direction as the first one, and it still won't be up necessarily. It can be down this time. So even though we measured it to be up to begin with, we passed it through multiple ones and it's down now, and then it'll 50% chance that it's up the next time. Like
That should
there
have been
doesn't seem to
expected,
be.
though.
Yeah, you
You
change.
sound surprised that was what they found.
You change the influence on it, on what it was supposed to do. So of course it was going to change its orientation. Why would you expect it to be in the same orientation when you have tried to change its orientation?
Well, so what I'm saying is, if you measure it at first to be an up spin, that doesn't mean that the next time you're measuring it, it's going to be an upspin. It might all of a sudden be a downspin.
No, of course not. Mm-hmm.
It sounds
Yep.
to me everybody.
What made it an upspin at the first one?
It me like everybody understands spins now. Is the benefit conversation.
No, I mean, what makes you think an electron has any distinct spin to it? Like what you're saying is suggestive that when it first showed that it spun in the upward direction, that it must have had the upward spin on it. Whereas I'm just curious as to why you think that it already had a spin on it and it went up, and it wasn't just a random, oh, which way am I going to go when I hit this obstacle?
Yeah. What did the electron look like before you put it in this magnetic field?
What do you mean? How did it look like before?
Well, you said you put this electron in this magnetic field to spin it this way and spin it that way, right? And it orientates itself up and down. But before you put it in the field, right? What did it look like before you put it in this field? It's up and down orientation. Like, was it just completely, totally random? Like what White said? Like, was it all over the place? And then you put it in this magnetic field to give it some sort of direction, some sort of orientation, and it's aligned itself the spin up and down. So what was the alignment looking like prior to that?
Prior, we have no information before we do the measurements. The measurements are to figure out what
what's the assumption.
The assumption.
What's the assumption that they do?
Because you said at the beginning, Gummy, that all of these particles have spin. Like spin is a property of all of them.
Exactly.
Where's your evidence for that?
You have to be able to analyze them before you put them in this field
to
see that it's.
When you send these electrons through this magnetic field, some of them are diverted up and some are diverted down. So there must be some
50-50.
property.
That sounds like chance to me. Flipping a coin, send it through this way, that way.
But they're identical. So what would make one go up and one go down? Are you saying that?
We don't know. What are they assumed to be doing?
God is sitting there flipping coins for.
No, not at all. You've created an apparatus, and you're shooting something with an apparatus through something else. Like God's got nothing to do with that, nor does the Creator, right? So whatever you're seeing, you're going to then try and interpret as something. But we're just trying to establish what it is that you think these particles are doing before they hit this particular magnetic field. Is it assumed that they have an either up or down, per se, rotation already in them as they're heading towards the field, or not?
But this is what the experiment shows, is that they don't have a spin before. Because if they did have a spin before, well then you send it through, it has spin up, then you would expect it to always be spin up from now on, and yet all of it's still 50-50.
Why are you assuming the spin would be the same for all of them?
Yeah. Why can't I flip?
What do you mean the spin would be the same for all of them?
Well, you're saying if it has spin before and you send it through a machine, it's always going to be up. But maybe these,
so I'm saying,
because of electromagnetism or what have you, they're reacting to each other. They're attracting or repelling each other, or they're somehow being affected by the Earth's magnetism, and they're balancing out. And some of them are spinning in one way, and some of them are spinning in another way, or maybe they're not spinning at all. And as you put them through a thing, that's what spins it. Who knows?
But the problem isn't, okay, so even if we say that the magnetic field is what makes it spin, what we observe is that some go up, some go down. Now we name the ones that go up spin up. And so we sent in these original ones through the first one, and then we've got the measurement of spin up. So these were deflected upwards in the first ones. Now you take only the up ones, so you discard the down ones. You take only the up ones, and you imagine doing this this experiment again, they've already been measured to be up. So if they had this property, you would
No.
expect them to be
No, they
up again.
haven't. They've been measured to go up because of the device.
They've been made to go.
No, but no. That's not an expectation
What-
that I would have.
What
Not at
made
all.
them go up? You seem to imply that the magnetic thing has some probability to it somehow. There's no how reality works, really.
No, let's just say it's a 50-50, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
What I asked at the start is what is the assumption from your side? What are the particles assumed to be doing before they hit the magnetic field? Is it assumed that they're either rotating up or down, or is it assumed that they're not rotating?
There's
What's the hypothesis?
There's no assumption being made.
What's the hypothesis?
We're measuring.
For this experiment, what's the hypothesis?
We're measuring whether they go up or down.
And what's the hypothesis?
Gummy bear. Are you talking about within a electron's orbital? Let's say if it's in an s orbital, it can only have one direction, right? If it's in a p orbital, it can be up, down, or neither, right?
If he's trying to describe the superposition demonstration or whatever, then I mean that's really complicated shit, man. It's not that simple.
The reason I asked that, are you talking about a free
Oh, you
electron?
can't see it, so yeah.
Free electrons, basically, an electron has to be in an orbital to have a spin.
No.
A free electron doesn't have a spin.
No.
In an orbital.
Yo, Branch, your mic's a little muffled.
It is a little bit muffled, but no, that's not true. The spin is a property of the particle itself. A free electron has the property of spin, just like something like a proton has the property of spin. All particles have properties of spin.
Is it the right-hand rule?
No.
Left-hand rule? Which is it? Which way do they spin inherently? No.
They don't spin in a specific direction inherently. This is where this experiment.
Spin?
You keep asking completely different questions. Can we stick to one? Do you want to know what spin is? Do you want to know what causes it?
What causes it will dictate what direction it spins in.
Okay.
Yeah, like what's interesting about these particles either spinning up or down when they hit this field in this experiment, and then you collect all the ones that go up, for instance, and then do they just always go up? Those ones, or
no,
that
50-50 every time.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes it a superposition, is that it doesn't have anything to do, like when you measure the first one to go up, to have spin up, they don't stay spin up. Every single time you essentially try and measure their spin, you get a percentage chance of them being up or down.
So it sounds like just flipping coins. It sounds like it's just a flipping coin experiment. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's more than that. But
yeah, the thing is, it's not just a flipping coin because it has an actual interaction with the real world. If it's spin up, it will be affected by the magnetic field differently than if it's spin down. With a flipping coin, it's more like you flip.
What determines whether it will spin up or down when it hits the field?
It appears to be probability.
The coin.
That's a fancy way of saying we don't know.
Yes. That's where, for example, the many worlds interpretation comes in. We've got like pilot or not pilot. Doesn't really talk about this.
I'm sorry.
Oh, of course.
This is not on the thought to be interesting as fuck.
Well, but the thing is, you can say that it's dumb or whatever, but these are real experiments that are being
not that
done.
It's dumb.
Okay.
It's the assumption that there must have been an assumption. There's a hypothesis somewhere that these things have an inherent spin, and that if you could decide to spin, i.e. with the first little thing that it goes through, oh, look, that spin's going up, then it's an upward spinning thing and it should always go up. That's very flawed thinking. Like, that's extremely flawed. And the fact that it
So-
turns out to be, oh, look, it's random every time. It sounds like you guys are super surprised and have called it something weird like special position or super positioning,
Yeah.
which is
Because
fucking weird.
Which
Because
basically means
before-
probability,
more
equal
to it than
probability
that,
to be
man.
either
That's
thing.
what I'm trying to
but
get
both
at.
can be in one.
because the thing is, it's not as simple as it just being probabilistic. It's clearly that, first of all, the direction you measure in, the result will be either of those two directions. There's no in betweens. There's no sideways.
Yep.
When you measure in the up down direction, for example, it
With
is
that
either
apparatus, yep.
with any apparatus, with any experiment today, it is either fully up or fully down.
Yeah,
There
we
is
get
no
it.
in between. That's the thing is not as simple as just, oh, it's random. When you take the measurement, it appears to be 50-50 whether it is
Yeah, it's
fully
binary.
up or fully down. There's no in betweens. And then when you measure it again, even though it was fully up the first time, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be
Explain
fully up or
or fully down.
It just means it's binary.
Like-
It can only be one of two options, all or none.
So okay,
that's fine. But he said
well,
not
so-
a little
so
bit.
think of
What
it-
does he mean
think-
by a little bit?
think of it
Like it
this
can't
way.
be 50. It's either 0 or 100. It can't be 50 or 75.
Like it can't split
or
in two.
34. It's not random. It's
No,
like
let me
one or the
explain. So think of it this way. Think of this magnet is like an upward standing thing. So think of it standing vertically, but in the middle there's a gap. So you send the thing through that gap. Now when it's standing vertically, now up is straight up and down is straight down. It will either be deflected a specific amount down or a specific amount up. There are no in betweens. There are no like lesser bent paths. There are no more bent paths. It is either exactly one path down or exactly one path up. Now, if you were to instead twist this device so it's standing horizontally, and now let's say we twisted it to the left. So now the up is to the left and the down is to the right. Now when we do that, even though we send the identical kind of electrons through it, now it will either be fully deflected left or fully deflected right. There are no in-betweens.
Okay, so
Right,
I guess
excellent. Yeah.
I was going in with it with like a different, I guess maybe even multiple kind of ideas of what superpositioning is. So one of them is what you're talking about, like having the probability of taking either route and then it being measured at like one specific area. But then another one was that the energy actually takes both routes, like is in both places at the same time, and then it registers finally in one area. Is that just not a thing? Like with, because I remember with like the delayed choice quantum eraser and stuff like that,
so
they had
so with the
saying
delayed
super-
choice, with the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, it appears as if the result you're measuring after the first entangled pair has been captured actually affects what you got the first time. So in a weird sense, it does appear like it's the information's traveling back in time.
But is it taking both routes? Like the same information is in both areas, and then finally the photon or whatever will just register in one of them.
So this has to do with kind of the interpretation I'm talking about. Like the many worlds interpretation says that it only does take the one, but we're in the universe where it does take that one, and there's an equally probable universe where it took the other one. But then the Copenhagen interpretation, which is the more popular one, you would say that the probability wave function has the probability wave function has traveled both paths. The energy didn't travel both paths because the energy only it exists or is only measurable at the point it hits, at the point it's registered.
Mm-hmm.
But it does
in
appear
order to
like
probability wave function traveled both paths, you would have to quantify that at some point, right?
Yeah, and the way you can do this is using like photon splitters, and essentially you set them up in a way. I can't be able to go into the experiment right now, but they can be set up in a way where if they took one path, you would get a simple result, and if they took both paths simultaneously, the two paths could essentially cancel out, and you get a special result. And what we notice when we do that is we're getting this special result that kind of works exactly as if it's taking both paths, and then the both paths cancel out somehow.
Yeah.
That's why it's
So
not
both
a simple.
paths cancel out, and then there's just no light.
And no, it's more like one. So to be more specific, one path. If they take one direction, you would expect a 50-50. It would either arrive in one or the other. But because it takes both paths, somehow it constructively and destructively interferes, so it only arrives in one and not the other.
Yeah, to me, it just makes more sense that it took one path, and that's why.
I know it makes more sense. That's why this is a whole like problem. This is why it's so. That's why people say quantum mechanics is confusing. Like I would still say I don't have a full like good grasp of it. But I know
what's the
that there are some
superposition thing in terms of the thing that can be in two places at the same time, but is the same actual thing.
Yeah, so it's not so a superposition can be of any kind of states. So it doesn't have to be like a position. Like for example, the spin up and down, it's a superposition because it from the experiment we can tell that it isn't up or down to begin with. It's as soon as you measure it, it chooses one. And the same thing could be
two or more possibilities is basically a superposition.
Yeah.
You could say like
essentially,
a stem cell.
yeah. And
a stem
another
cell
one,
superpositioning because it could become any other type of cell.
Yeah, and another just is simple one is, for example, one second, Dama, just another simple one. I'll say in a second. Just another simple one that usually they talk about is knowing the position of a particle. Is you don't know the exact position of it, you only know a probability of where it is, and you could say that that's a superposition of its position. Because you don't know exactly where it is, but it's right as you measure it, you'll find it at a specific point.
Well, what's the phenomenon or experiment that I've heard about where it's described that they've captured literally a substance or something that was literally demonstrated to be in two different places at the same time? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea of such a thing.
Okay.
The only thing that comes close to that are entangled particles, where the information of one says stuff about the other one, and then you can separate them, and they still appear to, or they essentially still appear to communicate in some sense.
No, I think he's
referring
to one is reflected by the other one, even if they're far and far away.
Yeah, so they're not the exact same particle in two position or in two places, but they're kind of related.
No, yeah, okay, I get it. Yep.
Go ahead, Demo.
I gotta ask you a question about the Earth, right? When you guys see the spin,
Yo, you sound like a transformer right now. Your audio's messed. That's better.
You know, they say you're spinning and going in a circle, but you don't know it because it's a smooth, even spin. Now, he just said the superposition of a spin is going to do some crazy stuff when, in actuality, the superposition of a spin is like nothing, really. It's like you're not doing anything, right?
I've got to say, Demok, it sounds like you're superpositioning right at the moment.
I mean, he's making more sense today than ever.
Oh, Gummy, don't.
Nah, I had to.
Well, Gummy's a robot, so of course he'd understand it better.
You want to repeat that, Democ, if you can? Or is
He
it on?
disconnected just now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's
I
all
do.
right. You'll
I kind of
come
did
back.
get what he was. Oh, he's back. Let's see if
You'll
he's
come back.
it's
You're back,
if it's
Democ?
better.
Repeat
Yeah.
that, buddy. Repeat that, mate.
Okay, now when they say we're on a globe and we're on the globe and we go around the tangential speed, the velocity, and everything, and they say we can't, we don't know it. It's like we're just sitting still. So now, how is superpositioning and spinning with this any different than sitting still on a globe that's superpositioning?
So the spin of a particle, even though it has the word spin, it isn't something that's moving in a circle.
Oh, so it's odd, like a vibration?
No.
So no spin, no vibrate. What the hell is it doing?
So this comes down to the whole thing of why, like, it was called spin because that's what they thought it was doing, but then it was shown it isn't actually physically spinning.
Oh
But
my
it
God.
has properties. It has properties of of spinning.
Oh my God.
Exactly. You can.
Now, Gummy, you just said that these electrons were passed through this magnetic field, right, and that they're spinning, and now they have an orientation of up and down. So they're
No. So
spinning.
okay. So their spin. So the way you would think about their spin, as a layman, is that it acts as if it's spinning, but it's not actually spinning. It just appears to be an attribute it has. And so if you had a charge that was spinning in a specific direction, then it would act as if spin, let's say if it's spinning like clockwise, then it's spin up. If it's spinning counterclockwise, that's spin down. And so these particles have that type of attribute of how that would interact with things. Like that's what would determine whether it goes up or down in the magnetic field, and yet it isn't physically spinning. But that's why it's called spin, is because originally they thought they were, because they have attributes as if they were, and that's why it's still called spin. But it's more of an intrinsic attribute of them rather than them actually spinning.
So which thing moves like them mechanically? Which thing can you describe them moving like in reality?
This electron,
mechanically.
This electron that you say isn't spinning, right? Now it's just orientated up or down. So,
well, he should be able to, Bansal, he should be able to tell, like demonstrate, like with an object, how it's actually mechanically moving, because it can't like move without moving, right? So how is it spinning without spinning, or vibrating without vibrating? What is it doing? What mechanically? How can you explain that?
Yeah.
That's why mechanically we don't describe it how it's moving, because it's a quantum thing. You're trying to say that we should describe how a quantum thing is moving by a thing you can hold in your hands, a non-quantum thing. Like this isn't a question that you really can answer like that.
Hold on, so you don't know how it's moving at all? Okay.
Well, we do know that it moves like a probability wave.
No, you don't. You can't describe
Yes,
how
we
it
do.
moves. No, you don't. You just said you don't know how it moves.
So we can describe the probability of it arriving in any specific position.
You mean action or reaction? Well, that's reality. Okay.
Yeah. So we can describe the probability of it arriving at a specific position, but there's no way of describing what path it will necessarily take as it's traveling.
That's the most
I superposition with my nephew when I'm.
That's what quantum mechanics is all about, Denmark. That's why it's not for you.
No, not for me. It doesn't make sense for you.
I
didn't practice
how
it.
you understand, right? Look,
this
particles, they're kind of fucking dizzy, right? And that's their spin. So some of these particles, when they hit some shit, like, even though they're not actually spinning, act like they're kind of dizzy and shit. They don't always like bounce off in straight lines. Some of them bounce off a little bit this way, some of them bounce off a little bit that way. Internally, they act like they're fucking dizzy and shit, even though they're not actually spinning.
So when I play rock paper scissors, Like, I don't think ahead. I'm gonna do rock, then paper, then scissors, then paper, then rock. You know, I just like whatever, kind of on a whim, right at that time. I'll just choose one. You know, right when I'm putting it down. So
Well,
basically, I'm
if
super positioning every single time. I'm super positioning because it could be one of 3 options, and it could be any one of them, and equal probability, and I
Normally
just
go
choose
with
one.
rock, right? You normally go with rock.
No,
Yeah.
it's 33%. You know, repeating.
Yeah.
yeah,
Superposition.
yeah, it's like being, drunk. Like you feel like you're spinning, but you're really not. You're just sitting there.
No, it's like being home, but you're at work. I feel like I'm home, but I think I'm at work. What? Hold on a minute. Okay.
This quantum mechanics shit, the more that you understand it, the more like
Confusing.
wild and crazy
Yeah.
you realize it is. Like
Less to understand.
Honestly, it is, and I'm not using this as an insult right now because I know it usually is, but it kind of demonstrates Dunning-Kruger like really heavily, because you often at the start think you understand it quite well, and then when you start looking into it more, you understand that no, you don't understand it well. There's so much that we don't quite understand.
Do you know why that is? Because you're standing on the broke ankles of little midgets, and everything they said was wrong. So how are you ever going to get anything right from that point? And why can't you guys understand this? What's wrong with this situation?
Well,
you're just demonstrating
including
how you don't understand it, Dimok.
Yeah, but
I'm
no one,
demonstrating how I
including
have never
you,
seen
can
it.
seem to explain this.
Well, to ask.
Well, hold on, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear what he just said there. What did he say?
I said no one, including you, including any other, like if you want to talk about Tesla or whoever else you look up to, are able to explain why we're getting these results.
Sounds like you're explaining a lot of stuff that you don't know what you're talking about, because you just explained it. Then you said nobody could explain it, which you just did. Now you're telling us stuff that you said you could explain that you have no idea what anything's doing, because it can superposition from grandma's house to in front of you, and you wouldn't know from fucking
So
Sunday.
you're
So what
conflating the parts that we do know with the parts we don't know. Yeah, you're conflating the parts we do know with the parts we don't know. Something like why does particles have spin is we don't know. It appears to be intrinsic to particles. We don't know the reason.
Yo, I'm in a
But
superposition
They
state.
don't have any spin at all. You said they thought they had spin. See, that's the problem. You guys
No, I
keep thinking
explained very
stuff,
clearly
right?
to you.
And hold on. Well, then once you guys think stuff spins, or it acts like it spins, but it's not, or it acts like it's at your house, but it's really not, right? Where do we go from there? Well, you thought it was at your house, but it's not. What do you do now?
So the way the path that this electron takes, right? I think you said Gummy travels in a wave motion. Yes, am I correct there?
A probability, yeah.
A probability. So it's in this wave path. So it goes up and down this curve path. So from that to get from point A to point B in this wave path, right? This motion that the particle has, or the electron has, as it's moving from point A to point B, is it not spinning at all, or is it actually spinning through the space? Now, it may bounce off another electron and then go in the completely anti-clockwise, or this orientation or that orientation during its journey, right? But do these things have some sort of mechanical motion that can be observed before it's put through these magnetic fields to determine?
Pretty sure the answer to that is that they don't know, Bansaw.
Well, so the thing is, any kind of the only way of observing these things is to absorb them, to interact with them. And as soon as you observe them, well, then now you've already influenced the experiment.
Okay, then. So now, in this experiment where you have influenced their orientation, their spin, whatever we want to call it, and we have pinpointed that moment in time, that now we can measure what it is actually doing, what this spin is doing, rotation, whatever word that you want to put to it, right? So prior to that, prior to we've had any influence on it whatsoever, we've got no idea what it is actually doing. We've only got an idea at that actual moment
Yeah,
when we have interacted
the
with it.
only information we have beforehand is what we call superposition. We know that there's a probability it's one or the other, but we don't know which one it is or how it's currently acting. We only know in the moment of measurement which one it now is.
Well,
it's not one of those things that you can actually film the particle all the way through the process and see what it's doing throughout the process. You only know what it's doing at the point of measurements, or
yeah,
you know.
And as soon as you measure, you're influencing it. That's the whole thing with the double slit thing.
How are you measuring?
Is that that's the whole thing with the double slit thing. So if you set up if you shoot the, say, electrons one at a time through this double slit, you do get this interference pattern as if it's traveling as waves. But if you put a little magnetic sensor in both slits so that you measure the electron's charge as it's moving past you, because you know charge creates moving charge creates magnetic fields. So you create little sensors that sense which one it's going through. And as soon as you do that and you measure the magnetic field, now it's no longer traveling as a wave. Now you're getting just two lines of hitting it. So when you did measure it,
you're describing a BB shotgun shell, a shotgun shell full of little pellets, and you shoot it, and then they spread out. What do you? I mean, is that what you're describing here, basically?
not quite. What I'm saying is, if you measure which hole,
shooting it. Hold on. You said you measure it by shooting it, and then what else?
Yeah, so you shoot it through these double slits. You shoot it at these double slits. Now, if you do measure which slit it's going through, they only hit in the two lines right behind the slits, as if they're just going straight through, like a bullet or a BB gun or whatever you want to call it.
How do you know what they're doing?
But you detect them as they hit the wall at the end, after they've gone through. But if you... Yeah, but that's what Demog, you're not listening. I'm saying if you measure which hole it's going through, as in you have a magnetic sensor on the slits and you measure which one it went through, now the result on the wall is just two lines, as if it's BB guns being shot at it. But if you don't measure the slits, which slit is going through, you simply just send it through the slits that are equivalent. You're just not measuring the magnetic field therein. Now all of a sudden they appear as an interference pattern, like the way you see with light, where it's more intense in the middle, and then you got a zone of destructive, and then one of constructive, and then destructive, constructive, and you get this interference pattern. And so somehow it acts like a wave when you're not measuring it, but when you start measuring it, it acts like this BB gun that you're just shooting at the wall. That's why it's confusing.
Would a correct definition for superposition be the position of a particle that we have absolutely no idea what the position is? Would that be like a correct definition of superposition?
It wouldn't.
We have no idea what the position is. Would that be a correct definition?
Not quite. I would state it more.
Really?
I would say it's not quite. I wouldn't say it's incorrect, but I would say it's not fully correct.
So you
is
do
the
have
horizon
an
in a superposition?
Yeah. So can I give you?
Yeah, you go.
Yeah.
Tell me.
So I would define it more that a superposition is the ability for like a quantum object to have multiple states at once until it is measured.
Well, that's pretty much what the definition says, but it doesn't have multiple states. It just has. It's basically we have no idea what that state is. So it doesn't have the ability to have multiple states. It's all it is we have no idea what that state is. That would be a more correct definition.
It's like rolling a dice a million times. You never know which number it's going to come up on each time.
Oh, it's actually more like me saying, it's like me saying, I can predict that Bansor is in his house 40% of the time, at all times.
No, because the thing is, it's more like if you look through Bansor's window, he will either be there or not be there. But until you actually look through his window, he isn't anywhere.
There's a probability of where it could be, and
yeah, but there's a difference. There's a difference between
he is there, he isn't there.
Yeah, there's a difference between a probability of where he could be, because we know a human will always be somewhere.
We're discussing what a superposition is. What I'm saying is it's a description of probability of where something can be.
But that's what I'm saying is it's not quite correct.
I get what you're saying too about it can only be in one place. That's not even what you're saying. All right,
Well, it's like if you're standing on a basketball court and someone behind you is bouncing a basketball, then to you, the ball could be in, well, a number of different positions, but it is in one particular position, but you don't know exactly until you actually turn and look.
Gummy's going on this point of like it exists as a wave until you collapse a wave function, and only until you collapse a wave function can you actually have a position.
No, so what I'm saying, so I've already said that there are multiple interpretations of this. So in the many worlds interpretation, yes, it does have a specific position, but the probability comes from what is the probability that we're in the reality where it goes up, or the probability we're in the reality it goes down. But that's not the mainstream theory. The mainstream way of thinking about it is called the Copenhagen interpretation.
What's causing the wave function collapse?
I don't know.
The fact they interfered with it, with the fucking thing that's supposed to look at it.
I mean, they say it's an experiment, don't they? Don't they say this is an experiment?
Doesn't the quantum eraser experiment answer that? In that the answer to that is the knowledge of the which path?
No, so the problem with
that's the
so what
where do we observe? Where do we?
So what the quantum eraser
Observe this in
experiment
nature.
that appears to show is that there isn't some sort of local variable within the particle that's like a pre-deciding decision. It appears to be fully random.
Where's the particle at when you get who's got the particle to like see how random it is and stuff? Where's this at?
You only know where the particle is once you measure it, once you capture it.
And how do you measure?
Yeah, I understand that. Where do you see in nature?
The independent variable was the knowledge of the which path?
There's way too many people talking at the same time.
Well, I was just saying that didn't they find out that the independent variable, the thing that caused the wave collapse, was knowledge of the which path?
Absolutely.
That was the interpretation.
In a sense, yeah.
No, that wasn't an interpretation.
Either.
It wasn't, because what they did.
Where do we observe that in nature?
Oh my god! What they did with the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment was remove the photoelectric detectors from the equation, because people thought it can either be the interference caused by these detectors, or the knowledge, like you said, Rams, the knowledge of which path light has traveled through.
It's not either. There's no way thinking about light is going to make it move another way.
So it's not an experiment then. We observe the phenomena within the apparatus.
It's not anything.
No, but they haven't removed everything.
Well, we're talking about it, so if you don't like it, then just shut up.
Well, it's a light religion is what it really is, because they don't know what anything's doing and they can't see anything at the beginning and they can't see anything at
Well,
the end.
for those of us that have a little bit of an understanding about what's going on in it, it's fucking interesting.
So what's going on? How are they?
Yeah, I'm not saying otherwise. It's just not an experiment.
Weird shit, man. That's really difficult to explain.
So it's phenomena, but you got it calculated and you know what's going
The
on now.
problem for you is that you don't understand what the phenomena is.
What a phenomena, I don't think you understand what a phenomena is by the simple word of phenomena.
Demok, the thing that's unquestionable is the result of the experiment. Know what the result? Can you let me finish? We know what the result of the experiment is, as in what we detect at the end. That is undisputable. The question is why we're getting that result.
What's the
and that
hypothesis?
has to do
What's the hypothesis?
that currently. You gotta let me finish speaking, Demok. And that currently is just interpretation. So yes, that part is not known.
And it's openly debated all over the world. In universities everywhere, they're all debating it and trying to come up with different ideas and explanations and ways to try and, prove it or work it out.
Some idiot's problem? What would you guys fix an idiot's problem for that makes it up? Why would you do that? No, the guy.
So it's not an idiot's.
Hold on a second. I think you guys are missing the point here because this experiment.
You're missing my point. Is what's going down. You don't even know what you're talking about. They didn't know if it was this. They didn't know if it was a detector. They don't know if it's you. They don't know if it's them farting. They don't know if it's the Earth supposedly spinning today closer to the sun. They don't know if it's a solar wave coming in from where they don't know. What, you didn't manipulate anything. You can't. What are you talking about? You're just saying weird shit about a phenomena, and you're telling me I don't know anything. It's a phenomena. So if I go do a phenomena in my backyard, are you going to know all the stuff about that too? All of a sudden? I don't think so. It's called a phenomena, meaning you don't know. So stop acting like you know everything about something you just told me you don't know anything about. Quit double speaking.
So once again, you are conflating the parts we do know with the parts we don't know. We don't know the exact reason why it's happening, but we do know that it is happening, measurably so.
Isn't that the same story for gravity and everything else you guys make an excuse for? You don't know why, but you know how? Isn't that called action and hold on a second. Isn't that called action and reaction in reality? In reality, you see something happen. When it happens, you're like, damn, that happened. But it still doesn't give you any information. All you're doing is making everything up and saying sand just fucking fell. And you make up all the story about it.
So Rams, what's your idea
Can
of
I-
light? What light is, Rams? What's your idea of light?
Can I just say something before we deviate from it?
Well,
Isn't this experiment, the quantum realism experiment or the double slit, whatever name you want to call it, isn't it fire and forget? Yes, it is. So
what do you mean by that?
You run the test and you need to be away. You cannot know the results. You'll find the results after the test is done. So you only observe the phenomena within the apparatus. You don't observe this phenomena in nature. So you're not studying what's the cause of this effect that I'm observing in nature. No. You are studying a cause of an effect that you observed after the fact.
So a lab is supernatural
the way
now?
function,
Good job, George.
the way function collapsing, you only observe within the apparatus. You don't observe that anywhere else. So it's not an experiment. You needed to have the hypothesis formulated before even do the test.
And that
You don't even think it's a phenomenon, George? The wave function collapse? Don't you think wave function collapse, although it's within this instrument, like a computer's an instrument, just because it's on a modern technology, don't you see that there's still a phenomenon there, and that is the wave function collapse?
No, you're shooting a flashlight at a cardboard. We're not doing any experiments here. This isn't anything but people making stuff up when they look at the flashlight.
Yeah, but sometimes the flashlight, when you shoot it through the double slits, it comes out on the other side as just two lines of light at the back wall, and then other times it looks like a interference pattern where there's a whole bunch of light all across the back wall. Well, what's the difference?
I haven't seen you do it.
The difference is the knower.
I don't think you understand what the phenomenon is.
The difference is the knower. If you know which path it went, it will behave differently. Yeah. So
that's what I understand.
The question you asked before about doing something else somewhere else, it's exactly this that we are talking about. Is the light going through different paths, different distances, and behaving differently depending on the behavior of one. The other one will replicate the same behavior, even though it reached the destination at a different time. So the behavior of one depends on the behavior of the other one. But this is only observed within the apparatus after
but
the fact.
you're also conflating two different things again here. There's the difference between a normal, like a normal quantum eraser, and the difference between a delayed choice quantum eraser, and then the difference between just doing it with a double slit experiment and with a double slit with detectors on it. Like, all of these show different things that all come together.
Knowledge of the fucking past.
Shouldn't
Sorry.
we know what light is before?
Well, we do know what it is.
Okay, what is light? What is light?
Well, this is part of the research into what it is to a degree.
Well, I don't know. Gummy just made a claim there that we do know what light is. So what is light?
It's a packet of energy within the electromagnetic spectrum.
Aren't photons demonstrated? I mean, isn't that pretty?
No, they're not.
Pretty much, right?
They are.
Like,
they
no,
are.
Not pretty much anything. No, not at all. Zero.
They are.
Are you suggesting photons are light?
I was going to ask, what is the electromagnetism on my candle?
that's what I would guess. Yeah, I mean, I would go with that concept. I mean, I don't know. I know there are others with the ether one as well, but it just seems to work better. It just seems to make sense to me. But I mean, I don't know for sure. Obviously, it's just, if I was to put a bet down today, then that's what I'd bet. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know that my cigarette lighter is magnetic as well.
Of course it is.
I bet the guy who started the experiment, it made a lot of sense to him too when he got paid. If it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make science. I mean.
Yeah, and you've got to remember, it goes back to what I said earlier with regards to, just because you've got an apparatus that measures something down to a certain quanta, doesn't mean that's what the thing is. That's just what you've broken it down to. And a photon's an example of that.
Then explain the photoelectric effect.
Or Compton scatterings and all.
You guys, it's a made-up phenomena. You guys can make up all kind of phenomena like gravity and everything. I mean, just keep naming them. Everything you guys say in science have such phenomena.
Demok, again, you're conflating the explanation of why with the observed phenomena. There are things that are undisputable that are observed, but then the interpretation of why it happens, now that might be disputed. But it is undisputable that we observe the phenomena. We measure the phenomena to happen.
Bullshit, I dispute it right now.
Not to measure time dilation, no?
Well, I'm pretty sure the light pattern was observed naturally, wasn't it? With sunlight through a pinhole somewhere. Wasn't that a natural phenomenon?
Yeah. The observed phenomena that they say is light diffracts. Yes, it does diffract. We can observe this phenomena when, for example, you have light rays coming through the tile roofs or a hole on a barn or something like that, where you can see light diffracting, expanding. You know,
so it is
rather
a
than
natural
have
phenomenon.
rather than just have a tiny dot, it expands. Yeah.
So
that's the phenomena that we observe.
Cigarette in his mouth,
yeah.
like.
So George, do you think then light travels in rays? Like it's just like a little bullet shooting out from its source in trillions and quadrillions worth of little photons. So it's traveling in all these. Like
oceans of them, oceans and oceans of them. Yeah.
Oceans and oceans.
I don't know if the word travel is the right word. You know, because this is where we get stuck.
Emanate. Well, ever since
correct.
light on the bulb,
correct. Light illuminates; it doesn't travel. Yeah.
It goes from the bulb outward in every direction. I never seen a line on a bulb. Can you show me that? A line of light?
Yeah.
It seems to propagate in its medium.
Yeah.
So you're reading the medium then, right? The reaction of the medium.
Exactly.
Okay. So if I went in the room and smoked a cigarette and
Well,
moved the smoke in
that's
there,
one
came back.
element of
Hold
it, but
on,
that's
man.
not the
Hold
whole
on, man.
thing.
Hold on, hello. So if I was in the room smoking a cigarette or I farted, would that change the outcome of the phenomenon?
Yeah.
Huh. Or if I was insane or drunk that day, maybe, would that change your outcome?
Yeah.
Huh. So you guys stand on the broke ankles of midgets that might be psychotic people that you don't even know what they're talking about, but you're just holding on to it and like, let's make excuses for him. Come on, this guy's utterly retarded, but we're gonna make excuses for him. That's how science works. It seems like.
No.
No, that's
You
wrong.
understand
No
how
one in my
sound works
field
because
knows. I mean, uses the so-called
you speak
scientific
and it goes
method.
in all
Weigh
directions.
the particle compared to a
Guesswork.
non-particle.
When,
Weigh
when,
a particle compared to what
when
goes
you
through the
fart,
slit.
when you fart, it happens one location, and that sound will emanate in all
Superpositioning.
directions, like a sphere, in all directions. Same amount of power, almost equally in all directions, right?
So your fart is
And this
superposition.
happens in the field. This happens in the field, which has a medium in this case.
What about
fart has the
what about silent farts?
Huh?
So if you look away, is your fart going to change in the medium, or is it going to do the same thing?
No, yeah. It doesn't matter where you look.
So why does it matter where you look for a particle?
It doesn't matter. I don't understand what you mean.
Yeah, noticing or not noticing. Now it doesn't matter if you look. That's cool. Phenomena.
Oh, you're talking about the wave function collapsing?
Yeah, I'm talking about whether you looked or didn't look. Supposedly there's a differential
Right.
there. How
So
can
this is
there
what
be
I'm
a
saying.
differential when you either look? Because all you're
Right.
like, I don't get this. So you look and you see it, or you don't. How do you know if you're not? How? The only thing you can tell me is what happens when you are. So how are you ever getting something when you're not?
Well, that's something a little bit different, but what's happening in that case is it's propagating the field, which is different than the medium. It's propagating the field as a wave, and when it's propagating, when we say it's propagating the field, we're talking about its position in that case, because it's once you witness a photon or whatever it is that you're observing, and you're actually observing it, it's not going to have a probability of positions that it's going to be in. It's going to be in a single position.
So are you
Have a
guys
single
actually
path.
observing excited gas in the fucking room? Is that what you're really observing? The gas that flows through the light? What the hell? The air, you're flowing the medium.
Well, I would ask a different
the
question.
air has to flow, right? The medium in the room. And like when you put one of those ion things, they show you on if you put colored smoke in the room, you can see that it rotates, it moves, right? That's what you guys are testing.
Yeah, well, that's what
Well,
I'm
I
saying.
would ask,
Mark,
can you
you're
shoot
sort
one
of asking
photon
about
at a
something
time?
different now. So that's why
Based on
we weren't talking about wave function collapse a minute ago.
Kosho, though, based on what Gummy was saying, the actual wave function would both collapse and not collapse, on which model you're following, right? So in the many worlds model, it definitely will collapse and not collapse. And you know, some other people then come out with fucking the whole consciousness shit about it, which is, you know, taking away from the many worlds theory, saying that, you know, the only definition of what actually happened to that wave function is based on whether or not there's a consciousness observing it. Does that get a little bit too weird?
Hello, can you hear me?
What's up, Gummy?
Yeah, you're good.
It doesn't. It's not a consciousness experiencing it. It's when it's interacting with something. So, like when you measure, for example, with the double slit experiment, when you measure it, you measure the electron's magnetic field. It's not that you look at it. It like when it comes to looking at things, the way you look at things is through photons. So, in order for you to look at something, a photon has to first hit that thing, and that's interaction.
But I think
That's an assumption.
the point is that the apparatus which actually measured it was then eventually consciously looked at.
But that's irrelevant to this.
I don't know, dude. There's a whole consciousness about it. I don't really know too much about it. You're probably right.
Well, you're trying to say that we're not thinking too much. We're thinking too much into it, but no, you're saying something can react by you noticing it or not. So that
No,
means
that is not
that
what I'm
means
saying.
light. No, that is what you're saying. Particle or slit, wave duality. So what you're saying is, if we go home and turn on the light, if we look at it, it's going to react different if we look away.
It's not what I'm
What you guys
saying.
are
You
saying. No, what else could
misunderstand
you
me.
be saying? Then what am I not understanding about either looking at it or not, or being in one position or not by noticing?
So it's not looking at it or not, it's whether it's being interacted with or not. And that
Noticing.
includes...
Yes, that word noticing, I said yes.
No.
Yes,
Well,
but
I think the
noticing is
conclusion.
just
I
one
think the
aspect of
conclusion. I
interacting with
think the
something.
conclusion of both experiments is that light is neither a wave or a particle.
Yes,
I think that's what we can conclude out of it. Everything else is just a speculation.
So that's a speculation too. It's not a wave or a particle. So pack up. We shouldn't even.
So we don't know what it is then. That's the point.
Right.
That's the point. We still don't know what it is. But
Yeah,
we
but
know
no,
it's neither of
that's a
those
false
things.
dichotomy. If it's not a wave or a particle, it doesn't mean it's nothing. We don't know what it is. When we say it has properties, it has properties.
It needs to be something. Is there, isn't it?
Yes,
It's
and,
there. It
and
needs to be
we're not saying that it's not something we don't understand.
Now, we've been offered the dichotomy, either a particle or a wave.
No,
yeah,
it's not
and
either of those.
it's been shown that it's not either of those.
Yeah. Well, no one's saying that it's not. It's something that we just don't understand.
What is it?
It has properties that behave like waves behave.
Yeah,
It
no,
has
and you guys are
properties.
reading it. How do you read it? I and a T on the chalkboard. How do you guys do that? How do you guys get all these it readings in science? Everything you do is an it reading for it. And I never get the answer of what it is. You guys never tell me. It causes gravity. What is it? It does this. What is it? It is light. What is it? Tell us.
Science says.
Because, so what is it? So the word it is all your science, right?
Well, in this case, we're talking about the energy.
Yeah, that was their science.
We're talking
That was
about the
their
energy
science.
that
Because if it's not this, it must be that. It must be the counterpart. Yeah, but that's why the dichotomy. The null is not formulated properly.
If there's no device to measure
the null
it
wasn't
doesn't
formulated
exist.
properly. Yeah.
There is devices to measure it. It does exist. Its measurement is actually.
But if there is no device,
its measurement is actually very, very precise.
I got a device that demeasures them, that says we can't measure them. So what's your device?
Yeah, but measurement is not science, man. That's the thing. I wanted to say before. Gummy was saying we measure this, we measure that. It's not an experiment then.
Yeah,
it's a measurement attempt.
The measurement of a photon is not the question though.
So the cause of the action.
You're talking about several things at the same time, which makes it difficult to talk about.
An attempt.
No, wave functions collapsing and what a photon is. What a photon is isn't a question. Like the amount of energy that's given off the material, the amount of energy it can receive. Like this is established.
No, it's not established. Quit saying that. You guys don't even know what you're talking
This is
about.
established.
It is established.
Yeah, we all know.
You can't say that word in science.
This is what it actually is established.
Well,
no.
This is what Planck's
It's coming out tomorrow with a new discovery, and you know that.
The Nobel Prize, because there's a direct relationship between the energy, the amount of energy that materials can give off, and it's a direct constant proportion to the radius of the electron.
Oh my God, Kosho!
Would that be energy that we can measure?
Hold on a minute. I'll give him a Kosho. I'll give him a Nobel Prize if he can tell us the energy and the wave function duality of the imaginary friend in my closet.
Okay.
Wait, what was the question, Demo?
The wave function duality of the particle or the wave of my imaginary friend in my closet, whether I'm looking or not, or whether we have this little particle accelerator exciter that we can put in here, like how, you know what I mean? I got an imaginary
yeah. So I'm pretty sure you're schizophrenic whether I'm looking at you or not.
Oh, So your scientists aren't schizophrenic, but I am. That's your guys.
But you're talking about an imaginary friend in your closet.
I know. That's what you guys do. Imaginary science with schizophrenic scientists. Thank you for pointing that out, Gummy Bear. We can all go home.
So,
Nice.
so we have a device that can detect it. So what is it that we are detecting? What is the it? Like it has all the it has all these properties of this, and it has properties of that, and it has properties of another thing. Okay, so it's got all these different properties. Yes, but what is it exactly?
Well, in one hold on. In one scenario, you might detect it as momentum. So, that acts like a particle. In another scenario, you might absorb it as electromagnetic radiation. That's a wave. If it's doing different things in different scenarios, in one scenario it acts like a particle, in another it acts like a wave. What is it?
You
I
don't know
wonder
what
if you
you're
could be
talking
misinterpreting
about.
one of
Your
them.
imaginary friend. Your imaginary friend in your closet. That's what it is.
So if we're talking about light, right? That's what we were talking about. So what is the it of it? Not the wave, not this, not that, not the other thing. What is the it? It doesn't matter what state you're viewing it in. You only view light in a state as light.
Well, let's say that it's a wave, right?
As illumination.
Let's say it's a wave.
Yep.
Wave of what?
Exactly. What's
Well,
the it?
I would say that,
of the
yeah, I would say you already said what the it is. It's light.
Oh. So light is a wave. So
what we do
waves
is
are light.
we break it down to the smallest pieces we can think about for the purposes of studying it. And for that, in that context, the smallest piece or quanta of light is a photon.
When have you done that? Let's see how you did that.
Well, light manifests different ways, isn't it?
That's the convention that we've set up in society with regards to light and the study of it.
Yeah, let's see who did study in light. Let's see where they studied light. Where's the videos at? You guys got
light cannot be one single
Oh,
thing. That's the problem. We are trying to pinpoint light as being one single thing. Meanwhile, we observe different types of light produced by different things, behaving differently.
And they can't show you
So
anything.
light cannot be just one thing. Light is light.
Not one video. All the
Light
science,
is a
they can't put one
spectrum.
video of
It's
somebody
part
having light.
of a spectrum.
Show us your guys working with this phenomena of light. We're your great light wizards of the globe in the
Come
lab
on,
doing physics
boys
of
and
light.
girls.
Light physics wizards is what we need to see. You know, like Mr. Wizard with gases and all this other stuff, and they show you little tricks as a kid with the electricity and the static and the magnetism. We need the Mr. Wizard of light.
Your microphone's broken.
Yeah,
Demo.
a spectrum.
What about
a spectrum
the
of what?
dude?
A
What about
spectrum
the
of
dude?
what?
What about the dude in
Or frequency. So we've got a whole frequency going on, and light just happens to be a spectrum of that. Whatever creates it, who knows?
So all light is just frequency propagating through the
Yeah, through it.
Well, what it is, we truly don't know, but that's the convention that we've set up for talking about it and discussing it and studying it. Is this idea of little photons and
that's what's been challenged, obviously, Rams. The convention of what is accepted, right, and what it is thought to be. Right, that is what has been challenged.
Well, I haven't heard any challenges. I mean, what's the alternative?
What are we challenging? You haven't got anything yet. That's the alternative. You don't have anything.
We have the guy in the closet. We have the guy in the closet. For some reason, everybody's overlooked. Maybe
they
the
gotta
guy
die on the cross is the problem. Once they put the cross in the ground, they gotta die on it for their science, and it doesn't work for them.
Yeah. What's the alternative, Rams? I don't know. Is the answer? That's the alternative. I don't know.
Yeah, well, neither do I. And I mean, don't get me wrong. This is not something I, will die on the hill for or anything. I mean, that's that's just my current theory. My idea would be that sounds right, you know, and I haven't heard anything that's better than that, but I'd love to hear one if anyone has any, you know, really great, better, ideas that still fit with everything else we know. You know, the photoelectric effect is a big problem for ether people, you know, for the ether idea.
Why do you think?
Why is that?
Yeah, why? Why is it a problem?
Well, because it doesn't
What's
it
the ether?
basically rule
Let's
out
start with that.
anything?
Demonstrated ether yet? What are we talking about, man?
Yeah,
If you
correct.
haven't
What's
demonstrated
the
ether, how do you
ether?
know ether's a problem? How come I can't even get 3 seconds
Hello,
out?
quantum
Yeah.
foam. Hello,
Let-
electromagnetic
hold on.
background. Hello,
Let
there's other names for it.
Demo finish his sentence.
Oh, there's other names. Okay.
Hold on, George. Let Democ was saying something and he got chopped off.
It's okay. I got to rethink of it now. Go ahead, guys.
All right.
It's like when they claim that, you know, this whole knowledge of the which of what path or fucking whatever it is they say. It's like if there was nothing else in the room, then they could say that the only influence might have been the knowledge of the path. But when there's other stuff that's literally in the path of the things that you're trying to observe or trying to measure that can interact that you don't know about, that you haven't removed, how do you know what's going on? Yeah, but a vacuum just takes away air.
That's why it's called fire and forget. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Prepare
agree.
your apparatus. Yeah, prepare everything.
Well,
Yeah. And you need to leave the room. You need to leave the room. Yeah. Lock the door and make sure no one comes into the room. Yeah. And you leave the experiment starts, and only after the test finishes that you'll come in and you go and check the results. And you'll have different results if you put these what they call the observer in it.
Big spoon.
The observer will dictate which path it's going to go. So
the observer is an actual
all of
electrical
this,
frequency you're at.
yeah, if all of this is true, yeah, I'm not questioning if it's true or not. My question is, where do we observe this in order to have the experiment? You know,
exactly the first guy who
this wasn't the ultimate goal. You know, no one observed this phenomenon and said, "Oh, I wonder what is causing that. Let's do an experiment." No. They were trying to achieve something, and they found a phenomena. They found a result different from hundreds of other results because they were always observing the same thing. It's going like this. The result is always the same. But after they got fed up and said, "Look, let's do once again." And I'm going to leave this. I'm going to go on holiday. And when he came back, he said, "Hold on a second, something changed."
Yeah,
So we observed the phenomena there. Yeah. So this is when the phenomena was observed for the first time. So that's what I'm saying. The phenomena that we are calling phenomena is within the apparatus.
Exactly. The thing man adds every time like a container.
Yep.
Exactly.
Correct.
They add containment and they say, "Oh, this reading we got." Well, you fucking contained it. You're getting an electrical reading. Why wouldn't you? Oh, you uncontained it? Oh, now you're getting a different reading? Well, why wouldn't you? Don't be stupid.
Well, at the best, that's engineering, not science.
No understanding whatsoever
of
it.
Phenomena that you don't know what it is, that you can't tell us what it is. We don't have the understanding. Apparently, it's you that don't have the understanding, and we're pointing that out. So don't try to backtrack this on us. When you brought the particle, you're the specialist, but you don't know anything about something you're the specialist on. What a conundrum. What an idiocracy.
Who said I'm a specialist?
You did by talking about it, by putting yourself in this conversation and claiming
You're a fucking idiot.
waves, dualities, and the phenomena and the conundrum that happens when you look or not look or observe or don't observe. You claimed all this shit the whole time we were talking. Don't lie.
You're like a 12-year-old
so
boy.
What's your claim? Do you claim you believe it or you don't? Do you believe your religious light or not?
So now you don't believe in your religious particle packet. Okay. Talk. It's just a belief you got. I'm trying to point it out, buddy. We're all trying to help you guys get off
It's
the midget.
it's lightism. Nothing but lightism.
Yeah, they pray to light, they pray to gravity, they pray to all kinds of weird stuff. All this phenomena. It doesn't exist.
So
They don't know what it is.
discussing light and discussing light is religious now. Like I'm just thought we were just having a light discussion here. Like, why are you making everything so fucking hectic?
I'm only
Oh, I got
contesting
it. I
because
got it.
there's a claim that's about knowledge.
That was a
If
pun.
you know what the light's doing, it's going to change. Like that's my only contention.
Let's say.
Yeah,
Let's say
I don't know.
Let's,
I don't know
let's
anything about light.
Let's say the light is doing both things, right? It's doing both things. It's very possible for it to be doing both things. Because we consciously observe it to be doing one of the other of those two things, our conscious observation now makes that reality. It sounds fucking probably super weird to a lot of people, but it's that conscious recognition of the fact that made that our reality, even though it could have done something differently in a different reality.
How light is light? You see, we are using the same word for the two different things. Light is not being heavy, and light is being, you know, what we're talking about, the visible light.
Hey, Banzal, didn't you suggest one time you shine a laser at a scale and see if it registers anything?
Pretty much. Or get
Um,
a bucket, get a bucket, tip it upside down,
or add voltage.
Put it
Did
in
that
a
get
dark
anywhere?
room. No, no.
What about
Nice.
voltage or tension on the spring, Vansall? Without actually pushing it down, just like put something on the spring, like you're saying, like gonna shoot a laser or something. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No, didn't get anywhere. Didn't gain any traction because they say, you know, these particles have mass and all that sort of stuff. Or they've got mass.
That's
You think you'd be able
that's
to
Well, I don't
detect.
even know what mass is and density for volume because if you slap the water, you can displace so much water. If you blow on the water, you can displace so much water. You put you in the water, you're buoyant. Plus, you can displace the water. So, are you dense, buoyant? I mean, what's going on here, man?
You know, they can show
well, the
these
Globers,
things. They
the
can
Globers,
measure.
what the Globers say is pretty much, you know, if you have a flashlight, if it's on, it weighs differently than if it's off. You know, that's what they're saying. Pretty much, if you read between the lines, that's pretty much what they're saying. With a photon, you know, once it emits a photon, it's just going to be heavier, no?
Your reading comprehension is a bit flawed, if that's what you think.
You guys talking all over it.
Apparently, a Tesla is like 40 grams or 400 grams or something heavier when it's fully charged.
Show us one.
Well, I just heard that was actually in the Tesla like manual for the car. It says that.
I know it's pretty weird, right? So our kids can't learn any of this stuff because no one can see it and nobody can ever do anything with it. Like all the way down the line, you name it, in all of science and all your physics for a globe idea mentality, the kids can't do any science with it. Isn't that weird? You got to be a billionaire to do some science. So it's weird to me.
I'll need to weigh a battery fully charged and then empty.
Or you can make a power drill on wheels and then the whole world thinks you had something crazy. Oh man, this has been here since the 1700s. Look what I got. Oh, I made an electric car. I'm cool. It's a power
I think
drill.
it's going to have the same problem that I had with my computer. I mean, my laptop. I have it for the last 4 years. I mean, the memory is almost full. Lots of, you know, videos and stuff, lots of research. But believe it or not, it still weighs the same as 4 years ago.
Exactly.
And they have all of this extra information in it.
And that idea came about, Jerry. I don't know if you're seeing the experiment. There's an
Energy
experiment.
equaling mass, bandsaw. Energy equaling mass, and it doesn't. Not like that.
But there's an experiment where they've got something that I know is in some sort of vacuum, and they point light towards it. I was having this conversation with Nate, right? That the light has mass and it's able to actually move things. Right? The mass of the light is actually able to move things itself.
The energy does, bandsaw.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah,
So,
first light moves
so the
things.
energy, exactly. Well, that's what I put it down.
The reaction and action.
That's what I put it down to, Demok. Right. That was
Yeah,
my first
Einstein's
initial
wrong.
response.
It's not energy.
Right?
Time. Yeah.
Hold on a
But
second.
hold on
Hold on
there,
a second.
bandsaw.
Doesn't light remove the dark?
No. Who said that?
That's what I
No,
thought.
it's
That's what I
not.
thought.
It's
The
just the
light
lack of
does.
light.
Once if you have light, you don't have dark. So light removes the dark. The dark is always present.
No, dark is nothing. Dark is nothing. It's the lack of light.
Dark is nothing. No, cannot be nothing.
He's talking about
Dark is
remove.
dark.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. So if I shine a light, like remove, like put it in the bucket and take it away. What do you mean remove? Like
you can't create
Scoop it
dark.
up.
You can't create dark.
Yeah,
No,
darkness is the absence of any light.
No, that's not true.
how do you
That's
know
not
darkness
light.
isn't the creator of all light? What are you talking about?
It's the absence of light.
So hold on a second. So if you have light in the room, do you still have dark in the room?
No, hold on. If you don't have any black background, you don't have any light. So darkness is the key. Go ahead, I'm done.
Yeah. Go, Rakia. You guys cut off Rakia.
Darkness is the absence of light that we can decipher. There's different spectrums. So there's certain animals that can see better in the dark because they can let in the light that's available. We can't. We can't let in as much light. We let in some.
Yeah, I think that saying is for humans.
They can charge up like a glow in the dark ball that you hold next to the light, take in the other room and it charges for a while. I'd say those animals have like a little bit of that in their eye, and it lasts longer too, and they can work off moonlight. Go ahead.
Their eyes,
You're right.
eyes are different. Like fish that live deep into the sea, they have bigger eyes. We call them big eyes because they need to let in that energy more, light or whatever you want. I think energy is light. Light is energy, but they're letting in more of that energy so they can decipher, they can see better, they can see different light at different depths.
Right, just like a bat puts off the sonar, it's the same effect. It's the same effect going in, coming out. You know what I mean? For the reading, yeah, the surface area and the reading and stuff.
But it's all based on electrical, right? Like our whole body.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was trying to tell them. The eyesight has a little bit to do with that sonar too.
Yeah. Pulses.
Yeah,
you know,
because the sound is real loud. It messes with your sight when you're driving.
there you go. So the flow of energy through your eyeball, your brain can decipher those pulses, that current, that interference, that whatever it may be. And some of it gets blocked out, so it can't decipher it. Some of it we don't get that information, that energy. So our brain doesn't have anything to decipher. So that's obstruction.
Yeah, like fog, like if there's fog or smoke in the air, then you can't detect what's on the other side because it's blocked by your receptors are blocked in a way, right? So like same way if you take drugs on the inside of your brain, it'll block those receptors like fog, and then you can't, you know what I mean, you can't think clear. It's all the same type of shit, yeah.
You're foggy. Yeah, right. Blurry. You have to be careful with the words they use. I mean, they all have meaning, but it all goes back to electricity in my book.
Yep, and I think the eyes go out and come in. I think they do the same thing like sonar, like and everything else. Like when they say a signal's going out and bouncing and coming back, it kind of does that in a way because like something is coming in while you are emitting something. So it kind of works that way. It doesn't kind of and not, but it just kind of works that way. See, their science stuff can do this stuff, but not do this stuff, which to me, I don't even know how that could be entered in science. If something's doing it, it's doing it. You label that. You don't say it's doing this, but not doing that. Here's what you would say. You would say, this isn't a vacuum, but you're going to get the reaction of a vacuum. But this is not a vacuum, I repeat. But you're going to get the reaction. And what this reaction is a high to a low, hot to cold, positive to negative process. And when we talk about shadows, like I said, if I shine a big light at you, that light can make two shadows. It can make one shadow. It just depends on how you put yourself in front of it and like how it shines around you, the intensity of that light to be able to outshine itself. It outshines its own source. That's all it's doing. So once one part of it hits you, the other part goes around you and goes all the way around you. And widens in that angle like a triangle, like a pyramid. It hits the wall behind you. So the source that's brighter is hitting the source that's being blocked. It's its own source being blocked by itself.
I turned on my sonar yesterday. Now I'm not in the water, but not until I introduced energy into that sonar did it start reading, doing what it's doing, sending out the energy, the pulse, right? And it read, even though I'm on dry dock, it read the ground, the more dense layer. Now it's filled with fluid, but that fluid is to only keep it cool because I'm introducing a large amount of energy into that unit.
You created a differential.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and Einstein was wrong. Wrong.
Again.
Pattern clerk. So Globus, what is it about the photoelectric effect that makes you think that light's a particle or photons are physical or whatever? If that's what you think, mate.
I think that was for one of you guys.
Oh, well, if
Yeah,
light is a particle, I would love to build a house out of it.
I mean, who was that question for? Was it specifically or?
No, they've
Well,
already,
Globus posted something in the chat suggesting to check out the photoelectric effect and some other effect and to see what our conclusions
they've
were.
already built
And I was
houses
just
out of light.
asking him what
They've
his
already built houses out of light. They call them lighthouses.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Energy doesn't equal mass, right? Because we just said your laptop didn't gain any weight because it got hot as fuck, did it? What energy
But that's
can
losing
do?
energy because it got hot.
What energy
The fact
can
that you
do?
can feel that it's hot, it's losing energy.
Yeah, but when you first bought it from the store, it still weighs the same. It wasn't hot when you bought it from the store. It didn't have any energy in it. So,
Yeah, but it would have lost weight. That was my point. My bad.
Yeah, sorry.
Mate,
I'm sorry. Yeah, so energy equaling mass is the thing. Apparently it doesn't.
No. God, no.
So why? So how'd Einstein get to put that on the blackboard? Ever?
Because he's a patent clerk.
Right. So like what? I mean, like, how come we would point this out, but no one else? How come they hold us under scrutiny? Like, hey, you guys, we want to see your model. And I swear to you, if you see their model of how like a little dude is sitting there with a cardboard box and he's got a little light bulb or a flashlight in his hand, and the globe is way bigger than the sun source, everything's close as hell. None of that even I mean, what are they showing? What's that supposed to match about a globe? That doesn't even make any sense. They have all this claim about a model, but their model is a little kid holding a flashlight or a light bulb next to a globe that's bigger than the light source, next to a moon that's not even as big as the light source, or the person will be the Earth. I'm the Earth. This is the moon in my hand. That's the sun. The light bulb. None of that. Not one. I mean, because a trillion negative. None of that makes any sense for a globe. None of it. But when they ask us for a model, if we just said, "Hey, little kid, go shine a flashlight on a map," that wouldn't work for them all of a sudden. Now there'd be a problem or excuses. That's my problem with Glovers. They don't want to hold the same scrutiny to their own dog shit that they want to do to everybody else. Because if I come up with something tomorrow, they'll be like, "Oh, Democ's dumb. What's the calibration? What's the ratio? What's the height? What's the velocity? What's the speed? How did you determine this? How do you know this? How do you know that?" But they didn't ask that to that little kid in the classroom with the fucking flashlight or the light bulb, or the old lady, did they? Did they surround her table and ask her what she's doing with that light 2 inches away from the source, and the light's smaller than the Earth? Did they ask her about all her problems? No, they just said, "Oh, that's good. That's cool. We can do that." So all you guys got to do to prove your model is take a flashlight and shine it around something. And that's good enough for the Globers. It's good enough for me. We'll just use their own stuff. Whatever scientific experiment you see in the Globe Lab, use that for your flat Earth. You're good to go. And you ain't got to do nothing. Get paid. Because that's proof. That's evidence. That's calculation.
That's it.
Fucking stupid.
No, Jeremy. It's ball of logic. Don't question it.
Yeah, I'm doing exactly what they do. I'm saying, this is what you guys want for light. That's all you need. Show a light bulb on the edge of a 10-inch globe. Good. So we need a 10-inch flat square, and then show a light bulb on it. That's all we need. We're good to go. What else we got? We'll do we'll match them physic for physic. I ain't fucking stupid. I'm smart. Wicked smart.
The example of the lighthouse was brought up, and this is what I came with. Imagine a lighthouse, but this lighthouse is way, way, way up in the sky. Let's say 3,000
like
miles.
A star.
Yeah, let's say 3,000 miles. Yeah, let's say that it's actually we actually have this physical thing. Yeah, and on the top of it, there's this light. Yeah, a big light. Now this light, like a lighthouse would project. This light projected out. Like almost like a Batman signal, if you know what I mean. Yeah, a projected light. Instead of focusing just in one point and spinning around, no, it's actually stationary, and in every single vector there is one of those lights projecting light out. There is no blanks.
Like the sun, a still sun.
There you go. Now imagine how much area would you cover with visible light. And we're talking about an artificial light, a man-made light. Yeah. If the lighthouse on its own at night, yeah, even though it's spinning, that's why you can see the radius of that spin, how far it can go, because it's just aiming out at the horizon, regardless how far it is anyway. So going that far with a limited height that whatever lighthouse would have, they're not all at the same height, some are higher than others. But how imagine you have a constant light all around, and it's not at that height. It's way up in the sky, like 3,000 miles or so. You would have a sun exactly as pretty much as we observe it today. Obviously, it's way more powerful. But do you know what I mean? The radius of the light illumination would be ginormous. Now imagine that the lighthouse is moving.
Imagine that the medium that the lighthouse, the stationary lighthouse is in, is moving instead of it itself.
Yeah, like the air.
Not the molecules of air per se, no, but the medium with which it's in, the medium with which that light propagates, which you and I both know is not air.
It's not there, the medium where light propagates. What do you mean?
Well, the medium with which light propagates, like everything else in nature, requires a medium to propagate. some reason you guys seem to think light can do it without a medium, which is just crazy.
Yeah, the vacuum and nothing.
Yeah, that's
I
just
don't,
ludicrous.
I don't think
So
they
yeah,
say
there's a
that.
medium. Oh.
Yeah, it
They
must
don't
have a
say that?
medium. Yeah, even on their claim, on the globe claim, the vacuum is the medium. It's just the
Yeah, but what
anti-flat
is the
earthers that
vacuum?
they deny. Is a medium. On their paradigm, is a medium.
Yeah, I agree,
A
but what do
medium
you
that they
think that
can
medium
travel through.
is?
It's a
If they can
trampoline
travel
in their
through
model.
it, you
It's a
cannot
trampoline
travel
in
on
their
nothing. They cannot travel on nothing. They need to have the medium for them to travel through, which they call a vacuum.
We
It's
know.
the anti-flat earthers. They're not spewing the Bowler version either, because maybe they don't know that much. You
They
cannot
aren't
travel.
saying that a medium
You
is
cannot
nothing.
travel on nothing. You cannot
They
travel on
don't say
nothing.
they don't say that there is a medium of nothing that stuff travels in. All a vacuum is, George, is just a lack of gas pressure. That's all it is. That's all they mean
I
by a vacuum.
understand that. Yeah,
Okay,
but
then.
it's
Well,
still a
that's
medium, though.
yeah, but it's not a medium. It's not a medium of nothing, though, George.
Right. It's like a trampoline is how
Yeah,
they describe their gravity
you've
well.
created the medium without air. Yeah, you've created the medium without air, but it's still a medium, though. If you can travel inside of it, it's still a medium.
Well, of course, we know this. I mean,
Yeah, but what do you think it is?
Cold, inert, all inert gas, all inert cold shit.
What we're going to do is to change the name, because they already have a name for it. It's vacuum of space.
Well, don't worry about
No,
what they call it.
Ether believers, they will say it's ether because it's the medium for light to go through. I mean, the medium is required,
Their space
Right,
is a
right.
trampoline, right? So all you have to do when they say, "What's your model? What's your flat Earth model for gravity?" All you got to do is get a blanket and sit it on the ground and be like, "There." That's how flat Earth
Fucking
does
hell.
it. Because all is a trampoline, right? So I'm gonna match them physics for physics, guys. We got this model shit down, baby. We're doing it.
They just changed the word ether to light, is all they did. It's the electromagnetism field of light is their medium. But
Wasn't it quantum foam?
that was called ether back in the day, and it's still called ether by some today. It's the same exact thing.
It's got
I thought ether was quantum foam.
All
Correct me if
depends
I'm
who
wrong.
you ask. All depends who you ask and which day of the week.
Everybody has
Okay,
their
fair
idea
enough.
of what ether is. Same with these scientists. That's why it's our problem. When you got 10 guys in a room who are the peer review, not the world all of a sudden, not any kid that could go do science and disprove them. Now you got to write a dissertation paper and go meet Bob, pay these millions of dollars and do this. Hold on a minute. If I just disproved you and I'm 10 years old, why do I need to do anything special? Why don't you do that for me, big guy? Why don't you just prove yourself for me and come down and say, "Hey, I know this little kid disproved me. Why don't I set him on a pedestal?" Where'd this happen at?
That process is just more control. That's all that is. They see it as a way that science regulates itself. No, it's a way that science keeps other people out from getting their thoughts and processes in.
Everyone is the peer in a peer review forever till the end of time. Every person that is born is another person that can debunk your garbage if it's garbage, and they should be welcome to do so. You should not combat them with swords and guns, and then with all this goofy stuff. And whenever they like someone like me is trying to explain something, you get pedantic people, right?
That's what I was saying to you yesterday, Demo. Like we get caught up in arguing their world about them instead of just talking about what we think and exploring what we think. You know what I'm saying? Remember that yesterday?
100,000,000%.
Yeah. You know, we
That's
should be
what I'm doing
exploring.
right now.
Yeah, exploring our own ideas and whatnot, and seeing where that leads us in our thought process, and bouncing these off each other instead of just referring back to. And there's no problem in using known physics. Exactly right. But let's build
physics.
Build on what we know.
So what is left in the vacuum then? When we take all the air out?
Exactly.
That would be really nice to know. And apparently after I hit someone up on the baller side, there are physics departments still looking into
You
that
get
like
now. Hold
it's
on,
an
hold
unknown
on.
thing.
I'll tell you. You created another gas. See, any man that has a container and he pulls something out, he's never pulling everything out. There is no absolute zero. All you did was created another differential of another gas. There's
It
a
doesn't
gas.
get dark either. It
There's
doesn't
something in
even
there.
get stays light.
Yeah, the idea of
Energy.
compressing something is what that does, and you're compressing something as much as you think you can, the inside of the container, and it's a reaction. Something is coming
The
and going.
vacuum pump was never going to pull light out, though. I mean, that's silly. They put a vacuum pump on it to pull the air out. It was never going to pull the light out. That's funny.
It's never going to pull the electromagnetism out, is what you're saying, right? Or energy, or reaction, or action.
Well,
But
the other fella just said it doesn't get dark either, and I just thought that's pretty funny because
No, I was
they
just
wouldn't have
making a
even
statement. I
thought.
wasn't saying that a vacuum
Yeah.
should pull out the light. I'm saying they say the vacuum of space is dark. It can't propagate light. So where did that
Right.
medium go?
Right. There's something there, definitely. It's a reaction and an action. When they start a pool, they're just creating a differential. They're starting that straw like a ground. Now their pool, now their vacuum connector is ground. That's all they're doing. They're flipping ground. That's it. So now what's in this container? Who the fuck knows? Probably another source of helium, a badass source, or some other inert shit like Rodon or Regolon or some shit you want to name. Who knows? They're probably just creating a new differential in the container. There's something in there. I'm guaranteeing you that.
The vacuum of space is dark because there's nothing for the light to like shine on. It's empty, so it appears to be dark. No?
Well, how much depth can it have?
Well, I mean, in their model, it's infinite. So theoretically, if there was nothing for light to bounce off, it'd look pretty fucking dark, even though it's full of light. Yeah.
Right.
Well, they're telling you they've taken all the gas particles of diluted into space. Like there's just so little gas particles. There's nothing for the light to reflect off of or whatever. Well, what do you think you're doing in a vacuum?
Creating a conductor. It's a superconductor.
Yeah, but the containers are so small, even the biggest one they've got, that there's still things for light to bounce off and scatter around for us to see.
The
Like that's
container, the smaller the container, the more the conduction for the material. Does that make sense? The smaller the container, the more the conduction.
When you pull a vacuum, does the temperature drop dramatically inside?
the transfer of heat does, definitely.
Yeah,
You're
because
taking energy out by taking
becoming
molecules of
ground.
gas out. So if
Yeah,
you could
you're
measure it,
becoming
I suppose it would, yeah.
It should pull ground. Should pull ground out towards that source. You're creating electrical current. Compression is a differential. So if you're in a medium, you put a container there, you put a vacuum on it, you create a differential. That's power.
Well, if the temperature does drop dramatically, if you pull a vacuum, like what you were saying yesterday, Demok, like what is space, and you were indicating yesterday, like it's super duper cold, like the coldest part of cold type of thing. So that's
Right, but you know what happens in super cold? You can get the action or reaction of super hot. And that's why it's a superconductor. And so when you go to Antarctica or somewhere, or you have another material in there that gets superconducted or super frozen or superheated, that's when you're manipulating it. So yeah, it'll turn to energy. So like once potential is compressed, it becomes energy or electricity. So once you compress water potential, it becomes electricity. Once you compress the potential of air or whatever you call any gas, you get energy.
No.
Sound.
You can have potential energy. Potential.
Yeah, potential's everything. Everything has potential. A rock has potential. You have potential. Potential simply means the ability to be anything.
You can take the charge, you can dissipate the charge. So you always
Mama always told me I had potential.
neutral. Yes, everything is it. It's it. Potential. Because you have the potential to hit ground or rise, depending on the charge, depending on the medium, you know, depending on the surface
Oh,
area.
hell, you got potential to go through the ground if the ground and get out of the way.
It's all about the resistor or acceptor, right?
I want to go back to the vacuum
All
not being
about
able
the
to pull out
pressure.
light.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Vacuum.
Because
You
the
can't.
vacuum
You
is
can't
pulling
pull out
out.
the light.
Okay, I understand that you can't, but the theory is that the vacuum is pulling out the particles, right? Light
Yep.
is a particle, but yet
No, it's a
you're not.
wave.
Okay, but there's some say that light is a particle. I agree. I may agree with you, but if they say light is a particle and a vacuum is pulling out all the particles, then it would pull out the light. You agree?
It would pull out the
Well,
initial
it's a
temperature or
vacuum.
voltage.
It pulls out air molecules. I don't know if it pulls out necessarily particle photons. Yeah, I couldn't answer that. Sorry.
It's pulling out everything, the voltage. It's pulling out the electrical continuity, the current. You understand? It's pulling out
No,
the
the
current.
static stays there.
I didn't say static. I said it's pulling out the currency
Okay.
and the voltage.
Well, the voltage potential is the static.
Yeah, well, the voltage increases once you eliminate everything and create a straw. Now your ground is your vacuum, and you created a straw, and that's all the potential you created. Yeah, more energy. Exactly. It flips. It always flips.
Hey, that's just given me a good idea.
That's
What
all
if you got a vacuum tube with a ground and then like another terminal, so that when you pull the vacuum inside the vacuum tube, all the energy goes in and tries to ground through the bottom, and you can tap into that. Does that work?
Exactly.
Has anyone done that?
Everything you do is a straw, bro. I told you this. A straw.
Maybe that's what Tesla did.
Yes, a fucking straw. If you control the straw, free energy forever for anyone who knows how to use the straw. Ground.
Maybe pulling the vacuum in the tube is what allows the ground to continually flow.
Again, there you go. The word space
You're breaking up, champ.
comes from Einstein, as far as I know. The word space comes from Einstein, as far as I know. The bending of the space time.
Okay.
So before that, it wasn't called space, was it? It was called ether. Yeah.
No.
So
no, space has always been the distance between things. Ether represents
I'm talking
the field
about.
with which
I'm talking about what we call today the outer space. Because at the time of Einstein, as I understand back then, was either the ether is moving or the earth is moving.
Right.
Those were the two. Yeah. Those were the propositions on the table. So no one ever proposed up until later on being a vacuum of space. Or being space
That's
bending.
got nothing to do with the ether moving or us moving. I don't know. Separate, isn't it?
But
that's his point.
That's what
you can't move around in a vacuum and swim around.
We are using languages or the same words for different. But we are talking about different things. When you talk about the vacuum of space, you're talking more about Einsteinian vision of what space is. And when you talk about ether, you're talking about other things. You go more, dielectric or whatever. It's different dimensions. But we are using the same words to describe different things.
Well, hang on. You're using outer space to describe one thing, and then ether to describe another, and then you said you're using different words or the same words to describe different things.
Yeah, it was. It was the other way around.
I don't know why. You seem to be like gatekeeping a lot.
No, but
Me?
it was the other. It was the other way around. Like he meant we use different words for the same phenomena. Or no, sorry, not the same phenomena. What we
Yeah, but
see
I
visually and
didn't get that's what he
conceptualize.
was saying.
Okay, well, I mean, I did, and that's not to say
Yeah,
you
see,
would
I
have
never
to,
understood. I never
but
understood that outer space was the ether. Yeah.
no, it's not. No, that's beside his point. That's the whole point. Like, the what we conceptualized as the sky was always something. When Einstein came along, it turned into, well, there would literally be nothing for there to be a frictionless environment for all of this stuff to happen.
Yes.
I would
The medium.
No,
It
but
was the
no, but their
medium.
nothing was just air. Was airless. See, that's where you're going wrong. His version of nothing was simply no air. He didn't
Okay,
propose
fine.
that there was nothing else. Air gives friction, right?
Fine.
lack of
No air.
particles.
Yeah, that can cause friction.
Currency.
Well, yeah, right. No air, no dust, no dirt, no gas, no nothing. Well,
Yeah, he never said there wasn't a
same thing.
medium.
Electrical
That's
difference causes the air. It is what air is. It's
I'd like to back up.
flow.
I'd like to back up
Well,
for a
if
second.
it's devoid of matter, it's definitely nothing. That's what a materialist is. Like that's his options. Nothing or something. Or stuff in nothing. That's a materialist option.
Nothing.
Because of their because of their approach to how they think. They
I'd
have
like
no
to
Was that
back
choice.
up.
based on detectable things?
You've just dropped a site there. Would you find Rakia?
Well, I'd like to back up for a second on Einstein, if you would. I'll challenge you. This is my conspiracy side, and then we can move on with the topic. I'm kind of backing up on
No
Einstein,
worries.
but if you look at all the patsies that have been created in the past, I think most people could relate to, the JFK thing. That patsy that was created, Einstein was very, very similar. A simpleton man that couldn't pass a physics exam, seemed to be good in physics and math, but couldn't pass an entry level exam to get into uni. Then changed which country he denounced his citizenship, and then announced his citizenship to other countries. Then changed that. He seemed to be controlled, is what I'm saying. Was given a simpleton job at a patent clerk office, was taken out of that and put into a professorship when he couldn't even pass a simple physics entry exam, and then made this outstanding character that thought of general relativity and all these great things. I mean, the patsy in him seems to follow in line with what they've done with all the other patsies in history. Very strange man. On top of that, with his marriages and things like that. Like, definitely has a history, but the patsy part is interesting to me. It's very similar to all the other patsies that have been created in the past.
Who
So
was his mom and dad?
he was from Germany, is what they say. I don't know,
Right.
but there's the relationship again.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to know what, even when you're reading history about a character, what's misinformation and disinformation and what's true or not. I mean, but it does seem strange that these parallels seem to come about when they create a patsy like that.
Well, look how hard it is for anybody to use a vacuum chamber for science. How come there's not millions of little kids standing outside that vacuum chamber, controlling variables from the outside with little controls and laughing and giggling? Like, if we pay for all of it, why is Brian Cox the only one that can walk up there and put feathers in there for $1 million and that's it, no one else? Kind of odd to me. This seems weird to me. Science,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have to have these thick walls so particles can't get through, but 80 miles up, we get into a gradient that the pressure difference is just from 14.7 to 1, let's say. I mean, that things just don't add up when you start talking about vacuums like that.
Well, we're forgetting about the fabric of space-time. I mean, without the fabric, you couldn't demonstrate the space-time bending anyway. So you need to have the medium, I mean the fabric, in order to represent.
Be able to bend it. Yeah, I agree with that. They don't seem to give us the fabric too much. But also with the vacuum, they say it doesn't suck. The hell it don't. The pressure differences is what creates that movement, that current of air or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, it's like voltage without currency in a way, right? Well, no, it's currency from the.
Well, no, it's current. It's moving.
Yeah,
you're sucking. That's what a vacuum does.
That's
When you
exactly
turn that
right.
motor on your household vacuum, it's creating a pressure difference.
Yeah, when you got water.
That's correct. It's the suction.
Just look at the energy as water. So if you have water in a thing and you suck it all out, that's exactly what the fucking vacuum does. It's gonna.
And you got movement. You got energy.
That's right.
Those particles moving by that tube that you're, whatever you want to call it, it turns it into energy.
You're trying to compress the fucking container itself too.
I think the biggest con is time dilation. Like, for fuck's sake.
Oh yeah.
It's a concept, and they think they can dilate it.
Well, they have to have it in their model. That's why they made it up. It has to happen.
Yeah, but
yeah. See, this is why science don't change. Physics don't change, but they're going to tell you science can always change. That's their problem. Science can't never change. If you got 5 steps that you follow for science, that science doesn't change. Only the guy sitting there making up all the stuff. That's it. If the guy didn't sit there and make up all the shit and he followed the steps, we wouldn't be where we're at right now. We wouldn't be on a globe.
Exactly.
I guarantee
That's
you
what
that.
Tesla said.
So
even if Tesla's a patsy, he said that.
All the dudes that are supposed to be following fucking real science don't know what science is, and they want to claim it and point the finger to us when they're not in a lab ever. And when they do go to a lab or a classroom, it's nothing like what they say. It's like a piece of this or a piece of that, or this might work like this way for this. But then when you look at what they're showing you, and then you look at the readings and the equation and the distances and the calculations, it doesn't match at all. Just like their model, when you go in a classroom, it doesn't match a little kid standing 2 inches from each little ball. They're supposed to be 65 miles apart, man. Get real. Forget, no way.
I'll give you an example. You get the syringe, for example, yeah? Get the syringe and make sure that it's completely empty. And then obviously no needles is required for this, yeah? You just need to put your finger on the spot on the front of the syringe, yeah? And keep it pressed, and then pull the vacuum on the syringe, yeah?
Pull the energy.
Now, now that little pull or that little vacuum that you've created there, because you're blocking the air from going in, you're creating a vacuum there. That little effect, what it causes to your finger, I mean, the suction of your skin will leave a mark.
Just trying to suck your blood, your skin through that little hole. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Now imagine.
No, it's not sucking. It's not sucking. The 14 psi is trying to push its way in, guys. Remember that.
Yeah. Imagine.
Well, we call that
suction. Imagine a suction of 10 to the minus 17 toll. Yeah. And Don Petit says if we have a leak, we have a leak, or we can just put the finger and block the leak. I mean, it's ridiculous.
A vacuum is just a pump motor with an opening of itself.
Yeah, but all it does is create a slight negative pressure.
Exactly.
It's pressure. It's not sucking. Yeah, that's right. And then the higher pressure pushes in. Yeah, just like a weather system.
Yep. Just like it. That's how everything works. That's where it'll fill and everything.
Yeah.
That's why the water flows and moves and oscillates when there's bigger amounts with salt. the wind
And
also.
they call it current. Just so happens. Amazing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, all that salt that's smashed in the ocean has an effect, an action, and a reaction. Those salt is called crystals. What happens with crystals when you excite them, shake them, vibrate them, compress them, just like granite or other materials? They put off energy.
How is salt produced? Anyone know?
Salt's
How
produced
is salt produced?
coral, dead animals. There's a material called
Sodium, that's a
We
metal.
produce it.
Sodium
We
chloride.
produce it.
Sodium's a metal.
well, there's
We
a material
produce it on what we call the salines, which are
that's
fields,
everybody has it.
fields.
Saline solution. I don't think there's any way possible it's coming from the rivers or from the coral. It has to be a chemical reaction with the with the gases that are being released and the thermal energy that's being inputted, because it's so much salt to make the ocean salty. There's no way it's being brought in by the rivers and all that, like how
What
the
is
stories
sand?
that we were told.
Is sand salt? Is it like partially salt? I mean,
I think that makes more sense. Like, if that's the first I've heard of it, but that would make more sense than, it's rubbing on all, the rivers are
sand.
carrying it off the rocks and corals are producing this and all. No way.
Right. You know that gypsum shit, right? That grows the crystals, right? The real big ones. That shit's salt too. Salt crystals. Maybe it grows.
Oh, there's different types of salts. Like if you're talking about sodium chloride specifically, like table salt or ocean salt, it's sodium chloride, which sodium is a metal.
There's
Okay.
crystals
Yeah.
that grow, right? Hold on. There's crystals that grow. Like if I can go to the store for 99 cents.
Of course. Yeah.
Hold on. And get these crystals that grow. He just asked where the salt came from. I'm trying to answer him. So, if crystals grow and salt are crystals, then the salt could possibly, in theory, grow.
Okay, that makes sense. But I think the current mainstream answer to where all the salt in the ocean comes from is different, right?
Yeah. It's a certain material with the letter C that everything breaks down to. A certain material, like even everything. Everything breaks down to. They can't break down anymore. I forget I don't know. I read about it a long time ago.
No. There's elements. There's all the basic elements. If that's
Yeah,
true, the periodic table.
No. Listen, there is a material. Look this up. I get what you're saying. I got it. Alchemy, cool. Philosophy with religion, I got you. So there's a material that we break down to that it doesn't break down anymore. Do you hear what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking
Are
about.
you talking about like a protot?
Whatever you want to call it, buddy.
Well, no, but what are you talking about? A cellular level or what? An elemental level? What are you referring to?
The smallest thing that you can break down to that can't be radiated no more, can't be hurt with this, can't be like kind of like an ash.
Okay. So, like, are you talking about what the worms would shit out of us? Because like the worms pretty much take us at the end, and then they shit stuff
the
out. Are you
worms
talking about
break
that
down
stuff?
to it too. Everything you know in existence breaks down to this ash when you burn it.
Like, you mean carbon?
Whatever you want to call it.
Well, is that what you mean? Like ash is made of
Final
carbon
stage, dude.
with some minerals in it.
Man, I'm not really sure.
Minerals from the periodic table.
Yeah, I don't really know. I didn't make the theory up. I'm just saying they say there is a material. It starts with a C, I think, that like exists
Carbon.
everywhere, and everything can break down to it.
Oh yeah, we're carbon based. So if that's what you're referring to, then yeah.
No, it's a weird word. It's a fucking like science, like it's celio something. It's a weird word, but either way, it could be carbon. It could be something else. I don't know. I'm just asking it. Has anyone else heard about it? It's a weird thing, and everything's supposed to break down to it. And if that's the case, that means that everything can be conformed to everything, depending on the action and reaction of like the mineral, material, or base that you want to say. You know what I mean? Because like solid, if you heat up a solid, it can become a gas. Then how do you get the gas back to the solid?
Anyone that doesn't believe in the energy in the atmosphere isn't in the electrical storm that I'm in right
No, there's definitely energy in the atmosphere.
I mean,
for
let's
sure.
talk about this, like the diamonds and stuff, like how diamonds are made. Like we know it's a material under earth, right? And it gets heated up and stuff, right? Because that amount of that material is there. So like if you're sitting on top of a big cake factory, just for example, and this material's over there, but not over here, what's made on that part of your little factory crushing, action reaction land, it's going to happen under that dirt. You're going to get a different thing over there than you get over here because you're on sand and they're on like black tar, dirt, dust, whatever. I don't know, different stuff. So you're going to get different things. I mean, and at the end result, if you take some of that, put it over there, take some of that, put it over here, mix the stuff, cook it. At the end of the day, what are you not going to get if you have enough of all these ingredients? Couldn't you get diamond, gold, silver, anything the earth can make out of heat and cooling?
No.
Like this material stuff, right? The dirt we live on, like when the ocean crashes, all that stuff, and it becomes the sand like Iraqi is talking about. And we have the salt, we have crystals that can grow under the right thing. So we have things that can grow, and they get broke down. They grow, broke down into sand. We heat that sand up and we get gold. If you heat it up right, you get glass, you can get plastic, you can get cement when you do it right. Just depending on what you mix it. I mean, so the sand.
Oh yeah, if you mix it, you're gonna get all sorts of shit.
Yeah,
that's chemistry.
You get gold. No. It's sand. It's heating up sand. Stop
You're not
complicating.
gonna heat up sand and get gold and cement. That doesn't happen. You gotta add shit.
I just said like a cake, dude. Once you have all the right ingredients of dirt, different types of dirt, right? Like a cake maker.
Chemicals.
Yellow cake.
Chemistry.
No. Stop complicating it.
No?
We want to talk to kids. We want to keep it simple. We don't want to add words that get you paid. Okay? We want to eliminate.
It's very
those.
specific though. Like
Yeah,
a recipe for a cake, I suppose.
Yeah, we want to. You
Yeah.
stop talking over me, please. Could you please do that? Stop.
Go for it.
So we want to tell the kids, right? True knowledge, and we don't want to complicate it for them. We don't want to say big dumb words that don't mean anything. Okay? Stop doing that. So what you tell the kids is everything breaks down to materials. And how you temper those materials, or which materials you put there, or what compression, heat, temperature, voltage that you add to those, you're going to get something out, right? You can either get gold, get diamonds, get coal, get carbon. Everything you're standing on, everything you living and breathe on, is right under your feet, buddy. Step on it, stomp on it. So when you tell the kids, oh, chemistry, oh, alchemy, oh, it's this, it's so complex, the material complexity of the particles and the elements you would never understand, seventh grader. That doesn't make
No, see, that's where you went wrong. You don't tell them they'll never understand. You explain it because you understand it, which helps them understand it. And then they can do things because you've been detailed and specific.
Can you keep it simple?
Okay.
Or you got to complicate it?
Well, if you understand it, you can break things down. If you're going to try and explain things to someone. If you don't understand it, you can't.
If you break it down to 500 complicated things instead of saying, hey, kid, everything under your feet, the dirt can make everything you see. Any mineral, any material, any stuff, any diamond, any gold, once you have the right amount of it. That's pretty simple, right?
To a certain extent. What happens if that kid tries to literally follow that and then it turns out there's not everything he needs under his feet to do that?
What if he finds out I was right? And what if you find out he was right? And he says, look at the gold I came back with. Look at the diamonds I just made out of peanut butter. Look at all this other stuff.
Yeah, oh, sure, I suppose. What if, yeah, I suppose, yeah. What if, I don't know what I would say if he comes to me with peanut butter, mate, I don't know.
I made my grandma's ashes into diamonds. Look at the alchemy in that. What was the great hard stuff to do?
Your mic's completely fucked, mate. It's crackling like crazy. I don't know if anyone else is hearing that.
You can turn your grandma's dust into diamonds, bro. Was that especially hard? Peanut butter can be turned into diamonds.
Fair enough.
So what are we talking about here? Really, alchemy, my ass.
I got no fucking idea, man.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
So let's start from ground zero, where we can go from a literal basis of real science now, and go in the lab and go get.
Is anyone else hearing his mic, or is it me? It sounds like you got a wire broken.
So we can go in a lab and we can get different types of dirt and different
Oh,
types
that's
of
better.
material. Yeah, we can go in a lab and we can say, hey, we got this amount of this material, this amount of this amount of this. These all came from the ground outside, kids. They're all dirt, right? So you mix this dirt with that dirt and this dirt with that dirt. You put it under this amount of compression. You heat it up for this long. Ding, you got gold. After you add a little acid, a little bit of this, you cool it. You just give them the process, the ingredients in the process, the same way they make gold in a gold mine, right? That's a gold cake factory. If they're gold cake makers, they just get the right dirt, the right ingredients. They know what they're looking for, and they make gold. It's not hard.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think that's how gold works.
Yeah, I don't think it's how gold works. I mean, there
In
are
fact,
acid
that's
leaching
fucking,
types
that's
of gold
fucking
mining,
dumb.
but that's.
Are you telling me they go down there and bring up rocks every time? They bring big
Yeah.
rocks of gold up every time. That's what you're
I'm
telling me.
telling
I'd
you're
love
fucking.
to see
I'm
that.
telling you, you're fucking stupid. Yeah.
I'd love to see your fucking big rocks of gold being brought up, Jeremy. You're the fucking stupid one, and you're a liar. And you're a liar without evidence. Where are the rocks being brought up
Rambling dumb
underground?
shit. You just
The
ramble
deep
dumb
mines of
shit all
gold that are
fucking
10
day,
years
dude.
old.
Obnoxious.
The 10-year-old gold mines, where are the big rocks they're bringing up? I'd love to see it. Story man. Globe story science isn't going to help you, Jeremy. I'm sorry, buddy. This is where you're
Bro,
fucked.
you just ramble dumb shit all fucking day, dude. It's
Yeah,
obnoxious.
I know. You just pray to Globe science books, don't you, all fucking day? Saying dumb shit that you read out of dumbass books, huh? Like you're fucking right or something. You ever been in a gold mine, motherfucker? While you're talking. Have you ever been in a gold mine? Jeremy.
I've
Sitting in your
panned for
fucking
gold.
room. Have you ever
Like,
been
I
in a
didn't have to
gold
make
mine?
it.
Jeremy. I'm asking Jeremy a question. Can he answer this? The smart motherfucker.
I've
No,
dug
you
it up
haven't.
out of the
So
ground.
don't fucking tell me what goes on in a gold mine. Shut the fuck up. Fucking idiot. Talking about somebody's dumb. You're the fucking dumb one with no knowledge of what you're talking about, but yet you want us to chime in. That's dumb. That's fucking insane. That sounds like globe mentality to me.
Unbelievable.
Hey, these Glober's book said this, Democ. Guess what? This Glober's book says you're wrong, Democ. Guess what, Democ? I
What do
can
you
see
think
on
a
Google
metal
you're wrong.
detector does?
Where the fuck do
Do
you
you think a
your
metal
Globe book came
detector
from? Where do you think your
performs
Globe book
alchemy
came from? Where
just
do you
under
think
the
your
ground
Globe
for you,
book
does it?
came from? Your Globe
I
book
can't
came from the
believe
Globe information you're reading
the
to
metal
me to
detectors
prove me. You're trying to
cut
prove
around
Globe
all the
information
elements
wrong
to mix
with
up
Globe
the
information.
shit required to
One at a
mine
time,
gold
please,
for you on
guys.
the
One
spot.
at a time. This is audio
Can I
chaos.
drown him out? I'll just drown him out for a while.
Well, you've been doing it for the last hour, so I don't see why you should stop now.
Well,
I mean,
Thank you.
even I don't know. I don't again, you know, I think DMAC is allowed to express his opinion. We don't have to
Of
agree,
course
but
he
we don't
is.
have to shut him down either. Well, he's
Who was
being
shutting him down?
drowned
We
out.
let him talk.
Can I drown him out like you've been doing? That's why I called you a gatekeeper a while ago. Even Jeremy tried to shut him down, even if he is spouting off dumb crap. I don't agree with a lot of what he's saying, but I'm not going to shut him down. Fair enough?
So what? He could go on for hours and we just listen while he monologues just random stuff, or is there a point
Yeah,
where we?
yeah, yeah. That I mean, you know, I guess
Yeah.
I think that's
No,
why
fair
the
enough.
server was created for conversation.
A,
As
he
long as
hasn't
he's
been
being
going on
civil.
for hours. Number one, he hasn't been
No,
going
no.
on
I just
for hours.
Yeah, it's
At
like
all.
20 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, as long as he's being civil, I mean, I agree with him being muted sometimes or me being muted or whatever. But as long as he's being civil, he can talk about pretty much whatever he wants. That's proven every day by all the other dumbass shit that's brought up, like rocks floating in space.
Yeah, or some sort of weird nihil, like they'll look at a heliocentric model and just pretend like nothing matters, like nihilism. At least DMOC's talking about something that he
That he,
knows.
that he's truly passionate about. I hear the passion in his voice. I appreciate that.
It's uplifting to hear someone really talk about their lived experience without shame. You know, instead of people always trying to hide behind like these layers of like facade that somehow they got some secret king knowledge
I'm
that they're
fucking
not going to tell you.
yeah. I must have been listening to a different conversation because I heard him talking about how gold mines don't dig up gold; they do something else. Now,
I
that to
don't
me,
think
that's
you
complete
were listening
rubbish.
at all.
Right.
I
Okay.
think you were talking through him almost the whole time, clipping him the whole time. And when he's talking about the mix, you know, the cake mix, the ingredients, the pressure, the energy, he's talking about all the elements are under your feet. They're processed. They're put through pressure and energy, outsource and insource, and they become things like a cake. That's what he's
Yeah,
talking
and I
about.
said
All the
chemistry. Yeah, I agreed,
yeah.
and then he said no, not like chemistry.
Well, he's not agreeing with
Remember
the
that bit?
alkaline. Yeah, I remember. I remember you cutting him
Okay.
off when he said it. Yeah, I remember it. Remember that bit? He
I don't
disagrees
remember
with
cutting him
you.
off. No.
Yeah,
No.
well, replay it, Einstein. I do.
Hey, there could be a delay, Cam.
Yeah, it could be. Could be a delay, huh?
Could
That could
be.
be a good excuse. But
Could
he doesn't agree with your so-called chemistry, the mainstream chemistry. He's coming up with his own thought process. So why should we
be.
shut
Okay, but
that down?
we dig gold up. Can we agree that we dig gold up?
No,
I mean,
you can.
I don't. I've never done it. I've seen it done on TV. They seem to go through a lot of dirt to
No
get a little bit
worries.
of
Yeah,
gold.
we're going to deny digging gold up. That's
I'm not
Go
denying
dig
anything.
some up.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Just go dig some up, man. Show us.
I said I've
Go
seen
8
it on
miles down and dig
TV.
some gold.
I haven't
I've
done
seen
that.
a lot of things on TV.
I have found a
Right.
nugget. I did find a nugget myself.
Have you,
Yes,
Banty?
I know there's
little.
nuggets of gold in rivers and
Nice.
shit like that. I get you. We find that because Earth does naturally make it. I don't disagree. But when man has a mine that's 10 years old and you got 1,000 guys in there all day, every day, and like piles of shit added and taken out, no, they're making it. They're refining it right there. Don't fucking tell me.
See, I disagree with that because of what I've been taught, but I don't know that's not true. I have no idea.
So you don't think, Demok, that the gold is produced naturally through pressure and temperature, and it's caught in veins of different layers of rocks and whatnot, and they dig down and follow these veins and mine it out? That's not
No,
what
I
they do.
think what they do is find out where the veins are, and once they take all the rock that actually existed in that vein and that's brought up, the actual rock, the solid rock, and that's gone, what they do then is they know where that vein exists. This is where fucking gold grew. This material right here where we're standing. If we do the same process to all this shit right here and keep digging and going down, we're gonna get an amount of gold every so much. Every so much, every so much, every so much. And then when they get done and they're down to a certain level and they've hollowed out the certain amount of shit, like you've reamed the whole bowl out of all the cake mix, now you're done with your gold you could create for that area. Now you go to a new mine. So yeah, there's veins and quartz and stuff like that. But once that vein's gone, now it's a process that they keep going down and just keep processing it until they don't have the right, no more of the ingredient.
And how do you know they do this? You ever been in a fucking gold mine?
Common sense, motherfucker. I use my
Been in
brain.
a
I don't
gold
read
mine.
listen. I don't read your book. You're the one that said you're the gold professor, not me. I'm just telling you what
Sitting
I
here
think.
telling us the recipe for gold. I'm not
you
telling
what I think. I'm telling you what I think, and if you don't like it, that's not my problem, stupid.
Well, I'll tell you, I think that's fucking stupid as
Well,
fuck.
that's your own opinion. That's called dumbass. So you got your opinion and I got mine. Does that make you right? Don't think so. That's my opinion.
That's where I agree with D-Mock. I mean, I don't see why he's not entitled to his opinion. You want to call him stupid? I know, but you're crossing the line, Jeremy. I think
he's fine to have his opinion. I'm fine to have my opinion on his opinion. That's fucking stupid.
Well, you're fucking stupid too.
Well,
then I'm fucking stupid. So there.
You
now
know,
we're both even.
You know, Jeremy, you fight against that all day. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to call names. You're not supposed to antagonize. That was my point.
Well, I'm
I
not
don't think
calling
he's
names.
right.
I'm
I'm
not
not going
calling
to call him
names.
stupid.
I didn't call it names. I said his opinion is fucking stupid.
Yeah, but Jeremy,
That thing he's saying is stupid. That's my opinion.
You agree that's antagonizing, though, right?
Well, you can call it what you want. He sit
so
here.
am
He
I
sits here.
allowed to?
So
He
Jeremy's
sits
got
here.
a
I'm
And,
calling it
double standards.
antagonizing.
Yep, that's
excuse
cool.
me.
Call
He
it what he
sits here and
wants. Whatever Jeremy wants. Mod Jeremy. God Jeremy. Okay. Yes, sir,
he
God.
sits here. He sits here and rambles dumb shit all day. Kills the conversation half the time. It's fucking stupid.
No, that's
Am
what you
I?
keep
Damn,
saying.
dude.
That's when we
Oh,
go back to your miscomprehension is not anyone else's. You speak for yourself, little guy. You're one person. So if 99 people understand the conversation and you don't, where does that leave you, Jeremy? Stop speaking for everybody, buddy. You're only you, buddy, little guy. Speak for you one time
Yeah,
for once and for in a lifetime, buddy. Speak for your fucking self once in your life, pal.
I'm only here a little bit, but I don't hear what you just said. You might hear more of it, but I'd like to be free to choose to decide whether DMOC is spouting nonsense or not be gatekept, especially
yeah,
by a
and it's
mod.
like
Sorry, Jeremy.
if you with you saying that to him, it's fine apparently. But if we say that your opinion on reference frame is idiotic, then you'll get angry.
You're free to have your opinion on my opinion. That's
And
fine.
you're allowed to.
So
You
I'm
can't
allowed
call
to
me.
say that your opinion on reference frame is idiotic?
Sure.
And that you're
As long
being
as you
Okay,
don't call
and
me an
yeah.
idiot. As long as you don't call me an idiot, fine.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying you're an idiot. I'm just saying that your opinion on it is idiotic. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Okay,
Great.
good. Yeah.
In the meantime, we'll just let Democ sit here and ramble fucking stupid shit and kill the chat every fucking day.
We'll kill free thought, and then Jeremy will pop in and say, "What the fuck? Penis is dick. Yeah, motherfucker. Jokes. That was funny. Yeah. Ha ha. Hey, what are
Oh
you
man.
talking about? What do you mean? What the fuck? What do you mean?
Uh,
What the fuck?" That's
Is
all
there
I've
any
heard from you in the last year. That's
any
it.
chance we can
I
move
wrote it
this on,
down.
guys?
Hold on. I
Any
wrote
chance?
down what Jeremy's phrases. You guys want to hear them?
Yeah.
They ain't nothing.
All right.
I
I'm
haven't
asking.
fucking
I'm
got
Hey,
asking you to
anything
move on,
don't
Jeremy's
stop
please.
not
Dimmer.
anything Jeremy's ever said.
Don't
Not
stop
once.
him. He's allowed to rant for as long as he
Just keep
wants. Let him
rambling.
go.
Keep rambling.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's
And
move
if
it on, guys.
Jeremy
This is
wants
not
to have a
productive.
debate with me about his dog shit opinion over my dog shit opinion and who can go in the lab and prove or demonstrate their dog shit idea that they want to pull out of a book from Google, or if you want to pull out some real shit that's real dirt and real material, we
Don't
can
dare cut
fucking
him
go
off
do
either.
it any day.
Okay. So let's move it on, please. I'm begging you guys. Extremely unproductive conversation.
I thought we were having a great conversation.
Yeah, about
I mean,
about the recipe for dirt, Rocky. Really?
Oh, this.
bro, that was
Recipe
one
for
thing.
gold.
Have you been? When did you get here, Jeremy? Because we've been talking
And
about a
then
lot of
dribble
things.
on about
And DMOC,
electricity and shit for an hour.
oh man, you're out of line in my
Morning,
book, man.
everyone.
You're way out
It
of line.
appears
Morning,
that the
Elijah. What's
grass
going on, buddy?
is it,
You let Kosho come here all day, every day, and spout his nonsense
the grass isn't
nonstop.
greener on
All
the
you
other
hear is
side,
Kosho's
Globus.
voice all day.
It happens at times.
All
Yeah.
day
Of
I
course it
hear
does. That's
Kosho's
what I
voice.
was saying.
And he's going to say about DMOC? You out of
Morning,
line,
Elijah.
Jeremy. I'm calling you out
Good
right
morning,
now.
y'all.
You're out of line.
That's great. That's your
Yeah,
opinion,
right.
Rocky.
That's my opinion. And I'll
Yeah,
voice
it's
it.
your opinion.
You're not dumb, Jeremy. You're just being dumb. Isn't that how you said I could do it? Kosho spouts his nonsense all day. He knows everything about every subject. And you don't say nothing to him.
I call Kosho out all the time.
You don't call him out about spouting off shit all day. You don't shut him down. You just question him. You're not questioning DMOC. You're calling him dumb. You're saying his ideas are dumb.
The
telling
difference
us
is
Rock,
DMOC will stick
Rock, yeah,
around.
he's
Kosho
telling
will
us
rage
gold.
quit.
He's telling us they have a recipe for gold. He told us the
Yeah.
other day that there's a 50-50 chance you win a 6-digit lottery because you either can win or can't win.
Yeah,
he just
okay,
rambles
people-
nonsense all fucking day, dude.
Yeah, a lot of people
if you
do
don't
it.
see it,
If you don't see that Kosho does the same thing, then it's on you. I see all of it. I see DMOC rambling. I just said I don't agree with him. But you allow Kosho to do it all day, every day.
Jeremy misspeaks for me all day too. Everything he said was just fucking off point. That's what he says to his own fucking brain and his own fucking head. Especially when 20 people are talking over me and he hears what he wants. Then he chimes in and listens for 2 hours and only says 3 seconds of the conversation. That's what we really need, Jeremy. Thanks, buddy. You helped a lot.
Why you
That-
think he's banned from every server?
Anyway,
Why you think
what
Nemoc's
you
banned
do
from every
is
fucking
lie
server out there?
and
You think
make
it's an
shit up.
accident, Rakia?
Because
Yeah, I
people
think all
call
you
him
guys
dumb
don't
and he
like the
gets
original
triggered and
cause.
he acts like this. You lit this fuse, not Demon. You lit it. It's a bomb ready to explode, and you know it. And you lit the fuse.
I
Why?
can't.
You
Why?
want him to
I'll
get
tell you
kicked from
why.
here too?
I'll tell you why. Because I can't stand the rambling of nonsensical dumb shit every fucking
Bullshit. You
day,
listen to
over and
Kosho every
over.
day. You're best friends with
Hey,
him.
nonstop.
Bullshit. You listen to
You're a
Kosho,
Glober,
eggshells.
Jeremy. Don't tell us that dog shit.
You
You're a
listen to
fucking
all of
Glober.
them.
That's all you do is listen to fucking nonsense. Get real, dude.
You listen to Kosho every day, dude, and you're going to tell me you can't do it? Your whole life
Kosho
is
doesn't kill
listening
the
to
chat.
bullshit from Kosho.
And Kosho doesn't kill the
Jim
chat.
Panda
Nemoc's
Bullshit.
goofy shit does kill
Don't
the
tell
chat.
us what you can't listen to, Jim Panda boy.
So we're not going to move on.
Fucking talk to us what you can listen
I
to.
strongly disagree. Strenuously, Your Honor. 100% disagree. A lot of people come in here and spout BS. Many days,
I
for
said
many
that
hours.
astronauts have a 50% chance because actors don't fucking die. So they're acting, they're liars. So of course they don't have no chance of fucking dying is the real truth. If you actually got into the conversation with me and found out what the fuck you were talking about before you rambled on about nothing. So yeah, that's not my odds. And you guys were talking about lottery tickets. I didn't say that shit. You guys brought lottery tickets.
Yeah, that's
up.
what I was fixing to ask. I didn't hear that either, D-Mock.
They're a bunch of
D-Mock,
fucking
did you say
idiots.
anything about a 6-digit lottery ticket you have 50-50 chance of winning?
No. I said that a real
Yeah, that's what I
astronaut
thought.
would have no chance of coming
Bullshit,
back.
man.
A real astronaut would cry and go to die. He would have zero chance of fucking coming back.
Tell us about your science tunnel bullshit. It's fucking dude. You're so.
Where no man has gone before, Jeremy. You've never been in my
Listen to him
science tunnel.
dribble, Rocky.
So
Have
that
fun with this
means-
fucking goofy fuck.
So that
All I know is I heard you, Jeremy, say that D-Mock said that he had a 50-50 chance of winning a 6-digit lottery ticket. I heard you say that last night. Now, is that true or not?
Not true at all.
Because that's not what I heard when I was here listening to D-Mock saying about the astronauts having a 50-50 chance of going up and landing on the moon or whatever. That's what the conversation I heard.
Yeah, you
I
know
only
why?
heard-
You know why, Rakia? Because you said you
Wow,
got a
well,
50-50 shot because you either can die or you can't. So essentially, if I buy a lotto ticket, I got a 50-50 shot of winning because I either can win or I can't.
Oh, it was your false
Behind that.
analogy. Wait
I
a minute,
think it was in
Jeremy.
context.
Yeah. No, that's your false analogy. That's
Right,
not him
exactly.
saying. That's not him saying that he. No, I don't think you could do that.
Rakia, did you
I'm
say
just
did you
saying.
say that D-Mock is like he's like a bomb ready to
So,
explode?
I don't know what you just said. I'm not saying anything
Yeah.
about D-Mock. I disagree with him on many things. Disagree on things he just said, but I'm not going to call him, like try and shut him down in that way.
The
So I
problem.
think you
The
said he's like a
problem.
bomb ready to explode, and somebody lit the fuse. Or
Yeah,
did
he
I
did.
mishear
I
that?
think it's just a bias. Maybe Jeremy doesn't like him, but I'm pointing it out. I mean, I'm being trying
Maybe
to be
that's
fair.
true. Maybe that's the reason why people don't want a bomb ready to explode on their server, and that's why they
I
ban
don't
him.
like him.
Maybe.
He makes us look bad. He kills the fucking conversation. All
Who's
right, I
us?
don't.
What?
Us,
But
the flat earthers, Rakia.
Screw
I know you don't
that.
think
Screw,
you're.
don't put me in
I know you
there.
don't think you're a flat earther, Rakia, but
D-Mock,
you guys think the
don't make me
exact
look
same
bad.
thing.
But
You make us
He
look
don't make
bad
me
whether
look
you
bad.
know it
I
or not.
promise.
here's what we can't afford, Jeremy. Here's what we can't afford, right? We can't afford to cause arguments to legitimize how we feel about previous behavior.
Especially as a mod.
And today, I mean, as the conversation plays out, it's like, okay, well, he didn't really say what we thought he said, and the gold thing he didn't say either. And it's like, well, that's the reason that you're calling him stupid and saying he's rambling, but you mischaracterize what went on entirely. That's kind of not
He
fair.
does this shit every day, Elijah. He does this shit every day. He says some goofy shit. He kept rambling the other day about it.
Yeah, I do it, right? What the fuck is it?
Rambling about it.
Yeah,
but
I know it. Yeah, I know it. You don't know what
You
it
mean
is.
you mean DMOC, right, Jeremy? You mean a person? Are you talking about a person here?
DMOC,
Yes,
yeah.
it is, man.
Ti aiuta a spurgare.
Per gli occhi, per la gola. Maybe
Ti
Jeremy
fa
wants me to be like a robot. Beep, 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 boop, boop, beep, beep.
well, I'll come back later when you guys are acting. I don't know, when there's something else going on.
I'm fine.
Or just
It's been a 3 or 4 day like attack on DMOC. I mean, I've never really got along with him, but I've seen the attack, and it's ridiculous. I think it's plumb ridiculous. Like I've never seen anything like it.
I can't believe they let him back in the fucking server.
Me either. With this bias
I
attitude.
can't believe you exist in here as a flat earther, you fucking lying glober. You Jim Panda little fucking sissy.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to put an end to this because it's just getting ridiculous, guys.
Yeah, DMOC, let's just move on, man. I respect you for your beliefs. That's it. But I hear the passion. I hear all these people just monotone all day long like they're robots. You come in here with passion and saying things. I mean, it's true science. Questioning things is science. If we want to go along with the mainstream, I mean, we were talking about how the salt gets in the ocean. We were talking about electrical fields. We were talking about how light is not in a vacuum. Those are not stupid things.
Well, let's hear the recipe for gold, Rakia.
Yeah, whatever recipe there is, God made it. I agree. The earth. What he's saying is that everything is under your feet that's needed to make gold. That's what I heard. Now, can man reproduce it? Maybe. I don't know that. That's what he's talking about. It should be able to be reproduced, right? If all the ingredients are under our feet, all we need is energy input, pressure, time, and all that. That's what I get out of it, Jeremy. And I want to hear it. That's why I come here. I don't come here to hear your bullshit or just to have you biased mod, bro. That ain't right, man. Promise you it ain't right. You're wrong.
About
so many people come here with just crazy claims. Y'all let a person tell you that meteors affect earthquakes for months.
We call them out every time, Rakia.
Yeah, but you let him go on for a month, show after show. I call people out too. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't, but question what he's saying. Don't call him stupid. Can you prove it's not being produced? They're not taking that rock somewhere and putting it in the lab, putting it under pressure and producing gold? I can't. I know I can't. Like I said, I've seen it on TV. I've gotten nuggets, seen people get nuggets out of the water out of a creek. But I don't know what he's saying isn't true. It seems far-fetched. But here again, every day we listen to far-fetched ideas like parallel light rays creating a small shadow on the earth, or gas giants floating in a vacuum orbiting around other rocks in a vacuum. We've heard that shit for 6 years. What's DMOC doing again? Different?
Let me diffuse.
He's rambling on day after day after day with just some of it's incoherent, just gibberish.
You mean like Kosho does?
At least Kosho's shit in their model, it makes sense. Demok just it's like he's making shit up out of nowhere.
I think
the recipe
actually
for
makes
gold.
more sense than I
model,
did.
For the recipe for gold, Rakia.
I heard what he said his recipe was gold was from. The elements in the earth under pressure and time. I heard it. Heat, transfer, pressure, and the ingredients that are under our feet. That is the ingredients for gold. That's what I got out of what DMOC said.
Yeah, I think Crit wants to say something.
Yeah, instead of stars, right? The globe people tell you that all the gold came from a star. But I want to diffuse the whole thing about DMOC makes people look, or flat earthers look dumb. Because they've already got, the globalists have a whole string of harmful stereotypes. Not just flat earthers. I mean, they go through everyone, the whole world. The globalists have somehow singled out, right wingers or they've tribalized
Christian.
everyone. Yeah, Christians, like everyone but themselves. Like I just got banned from a server yesterday.
I didn't even think DMOT was a flat earther. Actually, I didn't know. I don't even know if he's a flat earther or not. He talks about the electric universe a lot. I didn't know he was a flat earther.
On this server, they were talking about what flat earthers think. I said, hey, I'm a flat earther. I'll tell you what flat earthers think. I said, I'll frame it in this manner too. I don't believe in heliocentric models. Even more so when they're presented by faith-based institutions. Then they said NASA is not a faith-based institution. I said their motto is in God we trust. They came back and said, no, e pluribus unum. I said that was changed in 1956 by Eisenhower, who gave a speech on Flag Day that said from this day forward, we will recognize that our nation is under God. Moving, the whole speech about God, then country. And Eisenhower's the guy who also founded NASA, and his president was Nixon, the shot caller for the lunar mission. Then they said back and forth, we went back and forth a little bit about government. Then they got it wrong about Congress. He says Congress is the federal government. I said, you mean the legislative branch? And I linked them another source about the 3 branches of government. Finally, at the end of the day, they said, you know what? You're right, but I hate you anyway because you're a flat earther. Banned. See, they get pissed just at your existence. So give them something to really get mad about, because at least they'll start thinking about this stuff. Instead of just hand-waving gold comes from stars, DMOC gave them at least some alternate idea.
I don't think that's even what the idea currently.
Go ahead, Kosho. Tell us where all the salt comes from in the ocean. Do you know?
The salt?
All the salinity, saline solution that is in the ocean.
Through the rocks.
Through the rocks where?
What do you mean through the rocks where?
Does it come out of the rivers or does it come up from underneath the ocean floor? Where?
No, I heard it's just from like over time. It's not like a thing that's just happened or something like that. It happened from all the
Dude, there are trillions of tons of fresh water being dumped into the ocean. So that means to keep the saline solution up, you have to add salt continuously. Where is that salt coming from? Do you know?
Yeah, the fresh water that you say is being added is not really being added, right? It's coming from the water that was not fresh water before. Like it came from, like, if you think like glaciers or something like that. That was seawater that became glaciers. Now it's river water. So I don't think it has to come from somewhere. You don't have to actually keep adding salt. I think the salt came from like a long time ago. Like it's a very long process that created the salt water. I thought he was talking about gold. He's talking about salt.
You think Bev would let Democ ramble on in the server nonstop every day like he does?
I mean, to be honest, nobody lets anybody ramble on. They shouldn't, right?
What does Bev have to do with it?
I can't believe he called you that, bro.
That's what I always ask myself before I do something. I say, "What would Bev do?"
I know that has nothing. What does Bev have to do with it? Where does that come from?
But to be honest, Denmark was just filling up, empty air. I mean, it's not like, 2 people were talking and he just, butted in.
Why is Denmark in your background?
In a way, too, you got this idea. I mean, Denmark has a point there, because in a globalist space, his voice is banned and Jeremy's a mod.
What the frick is going on here? Can I have anyone answer my very question that I brought up a topic on?
Yeah, I don't know where salt comes from. I heard like a joke about like I think Bandit had said one time like whale farts or something, or whale cum, or
No, but my question was when the water is drawn up out of the oceans and brought up into the sky and in clouds and it rains and all that, is that fresh water at that point when it's brought out of the ocean? Because that would make sense.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you don't need to add a lot of salt when you're not.
Yeah, that's fresh water when it rains over the ocean.
No, I'm talking about when it comes out of the ocean. Is that fresh water?
Yeah, I think so, if I remember right.
The evaporated water, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Then you wouldn't have to add a bunch of salt if that water is just being cycled. So that rains and snow melt and all that comes back into the rivers and goes to the oceans and just recycles itself. Then you wouldn't need to add a bunch of salt. That's why I was saying maybe I didn't understand.
I think
But you're saying,
glaciation in rivers has been a longer version of that same process.
but the salt itself, you think comes from like the salt domes that are underneath the earth? The water washes through that and it's a cycle?
I think it's just weathered rock, and but there probably is some there's minerals that are added to the sea from rivers. I'm sure of it. I mean, that's how rivers when they form, they have to take up some of the earth with them. So
Yeah, that
sodium
makes sense.
chloride. There has to be the sodium metal involved at the original point. Has to be.
No, but I get that. But I was thinking that there's so much fresh water being
No, no,
dumped
sto
in there would
bene,
have to
no,
be
sto
salt.
benissimo.
I don't think that.
No,
Non so bene? Non so bene.
Yeah, he's been hot micing all day. He might not even know. Did someone send him a
What's his
message?
What's his name?
Yeah, I sent him a message.
What's his
I
name?
think it's LaPointe.
Oh, LaPointe. All right.
Hey, is this Plymouth? Are you new or have you been around or what?
That's white.
First
No, I'm
time I
completely
heard.
new.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Hey, Rakia, I had a question for you.
Go ahead.
Hey, would you expect like matter to be able to float in infinite space, like say like a rock planet like the Earth, and kind of just form into a sphere, just happily go lucky, and have like cause see if it's flat, we got the elevation is 7,000 feet, right? But in California,
You're either roboting or I am. Which
He's
is it?
roboting.
You are roboting flat, Daddy.
I think I got the gist of this. He's still roboting. Maybe I can start answering when you get back. You can't hear either, probably.
because I was going to finish about the California zero sea level, and where I'm at is 7,000 elevation. So if it's supposed to be flat in a sphere, how is there 7,000 miles elevation difference?
On a sphere, you mean?
Yeah, even on a sphere. Yeah.
I don't know. They do. They have explanations from the center of the earth and from mean sea level explaining that. I think it is kind of confusing. I don't see it that way. I see it as a baseline, as water is the baseline of everything as far as vertical change. So you have a mean sea level because you have tides and stuff, but they very carefully over years take many, many readings and come up with a mean sea level for that area, because those mean sea levels different also because of the salinity of the water and different factors. So they take the mean sea level for that area or for that, portion of the continent and measure vertical change off of that. That gives you your elevation. Now, why they argue elevation is from the center of the earth, I don't know.
All right. All right. With all that said, that's explaining like elevation and bullshit. But like my first question was, would you expect matter to float in infinite space
I
like
would.
the Earth?
I wouldn't. I mean, they say it's from a random act, and that gravity came later after mass was formed. Well, how was the mass formed and shaped into a sphere-shaped objects orbiting each other without gravity being this force in the first place, or bending the space-time in the first place? It doesn't add up to me. What does add up is that we do have certain things that can be replicated in labs, like the quantum locking and things like that, that require helium and pressure and low temperatures, which we seem to have. That magnetic attraction, using Kusha knows what I'm talking about, the conductor or superconductor or whatever, that also can be produced with what we know, right? Pressure, temperature, and like the certain elements that will produce these things. Oxygen is one of them. I think hydrogen might be another. But there's different superconductors that can use this magnetic field to put things in an orbit, if you want to call it that, or a path, and it would never waver from that. It would recycle every year, just like what we see if it's set on certain paths. That makes more sense to me. Can I explain it to the fullest or prove it 100%? No, but I mean, neither can, what I'm saying, that no one can. That's just a theory that I have that adds up to me. Doesn't make it a fact or truth.
Oh, you're a flat earther today, Flat Daddy? I was going to say that, yeah, in our model,
I am.
in our model,
Don't play like you don't know. Don't play dumb. Are you high right now or what? I heard you earlier.
yeah,
You sound like you're on crack.
in our model, the globe model, there's nothing. Orbits aren't described as floating objects, so the Earth wouldn't be floating in space or something like that.
Yeah, we all knew what he meant by floating, but I mean, it is strange.
And well, the question is only a question, or it's like a curious question if you think about it in the sense of floating. But if you think about it in the sense we think about it, in the movements are justified.
It's all bullshit.
You know, it's not bullshit. I may have found a way to make money real quickly, dude. I think I possibly made $20,000 in like half a day.
Awesome. Share and share alike, mate. Is this with the sold houses once people have gone bankrupt bullshit?
It's very similar to that, yes.
So when is the IRS coming to get you?
Well,
Just pay your taxes, mate.
They would have came after me a long time ago.
Yeah, they don't exist. I'm just kidding. Yeah, Kosha, if you can make 20,000 a half a day, you're my new best friend. I've always liked what you said, and forget all the bad things I've ever said about you.
See, I always knew that, dude. I always knew you're always fucking around. You're just messing around a little bit.
Especially if you can make 20,000 and a half a day. You're my new best friend. You like fishing?
I mean, I've never been good at it, but I've always wanted to be good at it.
We'll teach you. For 20,000 and a half a day, we'll get your own freaking tutor on how to fish.
What's up?
You'll bring
Yeah, there's money. There's money to
to
be made out there. The people are making money hands over fist, even in this, trying times or whatever. It's a little more difficult with getting things delivered and labor and all that. But people are making enormous amounts of money right now. I've personally had my best 3 years in a row. Like, weird. Not that I want all this to keep happening, but I don't know. Looking at a beautiful rainbow in the sky right now. Just drove through a huge electrical storm, like things we talk about every day. Life is good. And I can't believe I'm defending D-Mont every day, but it's gotten bad. Like, y'all want to kick him off, just kick him off, man.
I'm not joking around with Mark when I tell him that I gave him that's a praise I give him because he's one of the flat earthers that come up with unique arguments.
Yeah, if nothing else, they're interesting to listen to, more so than a lot of the other topics
Unique
here.
arguments. He's the one who comes up with horizontal buildings. Come on, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Haven't you seen some of the drawings that I've posted? They're utter ridiculousness.
But it's mostly total nonsense. Honestly, it's like he's got his own definition for everything.
Yeah, it's like some sideshow Bob. It's like, come on, man. He's
Honestly,
not trying to explain nothing. He's just trying to confuse people. Just the same way Ken Wheeler and his dice float. They say they
y'all are
just have word
gatekeeping
salad.
now. This was probably said about the great scientists that y'all now quote every day too, back in their time. And I'm not saying he's that. I'm just saying a piece of what he says.
I'm not like Huey. I don't
go
quote
ahead
Richard
and cut me
Feynman,
off, dude.
bro. Sorry.
No, I mean,
Mark
maybe
once
it's just
told
an
me.
impulse. I don't know.
Quote
But like I'm
Richard
saying,
Feynman?
let me finish real quick. Bits and pieces of it may hold some truth to you. I've agreed with some of the things he said and disagreed with a lot, but that doesn't mean that we can't take the good from the bad. Everybody has truth inside of them. But the shutting down and the gatekeep what he's trying to, his beliefs is not what, I don't think what the servers should be about, but that's not up to me.
It's not about that. Everyone's allowed to express their opinion and their it's fine.
Well, that's what I enjoyed all
he's
morning.
He's a bit of an antagonist, and a lot of the time when he enters the room or the conversation, he just derails it and just blabbers on about his own whatever nonsense is going on in his own head, and he's not coherent to what's being discussed. And
Are you talking about Xanac or DMOC?
DMOC.
Oh, okay,
Both.
not Xanac. I mean, because we allow Xanac to ramble on for hours and hours.
But at least Xanix's like on point with the topic at hand. DeMarc will come in and it's like he's having his own conversation. He'll say dumb shit like fish are copper and water's electricity and the fish, like they're conductive. That's why they can swim through the electric water. But we'll be talking about gravity or something. He just comes with this shit from nowhere.
Yeah, maybe a little disruptive or whatever, but a lot of people are. A lot of people overtalk. A lot of people are disruptive. A lot of people say nonsense. But this morning at 6 o'clock, when none of y'all were here, and DMOC and Mansaw and me and what's the other guy that was here? We're just having a polite conversation. It was cool as shit, man.
Yeah, it was awesome.
That was great without y'all.
Did he tell you how? Hey,
Was
Did he
Mansell
tell you
here or
how
was it the other
cows
guy?
are okay? You're gonna keep talking.
Why it was so
You
good?
can
Because
keep rambling.
it was so good because everyone just talked about the topic. It wasn't about people. As soon as someone made it about a person, Jeremy came in like a
Yeah,
wrecking
Jeremy
ball
did that. Yeah.
and just started talking about how dumb DMOC is. It set the room on fire instead of just like, hey, okay, well I disagree with that because I think that topic is dumb.
I believe I got called a gatekeeper before Jeremy came in here. I was just trying to understand the
We can
situation, and
criticize him all we want. It's just it is true though that I mean, even when he tried to debate McToon, it's like it's super cringy because all you have is McToon just laughing at him. But really, that's not a real debate. Like, I mean, my God, he's just being like an absolute maniac. He's just behaving like a maniacal monkey, like with zero control, just like Rams was
Wow.
saying.
Let it out,
Really?
brother.
Come
Talk
on.
talk about him a little more.
Maybe, maybe,
We had
maybe,
to clear it.
yeah, maybe it was perfectly controlled. Maybe it was perfectly controlled. Right?
Yeah,
How
exactly.
do you figure?
Because
And I
y'all
And what
think
if
figure
I
I'm a
act
lit.
like that to your
because
fucking to your
why?
wife,
I'll tell
dude?
you why. I'll tell you why,
And was
right?
telling her to
I'll
fuck
tell you
off,
why.
and you
If you
too.
let me,
Look,
What
he
if I
can't shut up.
acted that way to
if you
you?
let me
He
tell
can't
you,
shut
I'll
up.
tell
He
you.
can't.
Exactly. If you let me tell you, I'll tell you, right? Because Looney Tune is just a Looney Tune, right? And maybe he has no respect for him whatsoever. And he went in knowing exactly what he was doing. Now, how you portray that is for you. But he did what he did, right?
Yeah, that's like
Because
that.
go
That's
Rucky.
like me. That's like me acting like a rambling lunatic sometimes. I want to see how you react. I'm doing it on purpose. If you don't think I'm doing everything with purpose, then you're sorely mistaken on who I am and what I'm doing. My life is very purposefully, like mapped out. My every day has a purpose. My every second, I have a plan. I think that's part of successful people that I've modeled myself out of. Now, if screaming and acting a fool is part of that sometimes, especially here, yeah, it's fun to see people react.
Understanding the creator too. The creator has a plan and it puts you in the right positions at the right time to make the most effective change.
And if you actually listen to Demok and actually what he says and the simplicity of it all, it's quite brilliant and it is quite straightforward. But you just actually refuse to listen to what he's actually saying.
Yeah, biased. You're biased against him. Like I said, I don't particularly like him. We've had our run-ins, but what he says is pretty simple things I've never thought about. I love the straw idea.
Yeah,
the potato straw, that's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
You guys know he's here, right? And he's been here for the past 10 minutes while you've been talking about him.
Yeah,
of course. And
I'm talking good things about. I like what I'm glad he's
not
here.
everyone was talking good things about him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got thick skin.
And
if you said some of these people, if you reversed it, some of the claims back to the person,
6 kids,
they would melt down.
And I actually took Demok down to the room below yesterday and had a one-on-one with him and explained exactly what I thought about everything. Right? So it's nothing I dare not say to his face, even though he's not responding at the moment for whatever reason. He might be tied up or whatever. Or maybe he's just sitting back just chuckling at you guys. Who knows? But we may soon find
everybody dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe y'all start drawing lines
Like
on
I
his
said,
pictures.
what if I behaved this way with like somebody you held a high regard to, like your wife or your daughter, and told you to go fuck yourself every 5 seconds and just yelled at you with
that
zero
would be out of
restraint?
line.
How would you
Yeah,
feel?
that would be out of line. Yeah, for sure. And when DMOC does that, I'm sure he gets muted.
Then it's out of line. His behavior is out of line.
Dude, he didn't do that.
Yeah, he didn't say anything about.
We've been talking to him since 6 o'clock this morning. He didn't say anything like that.
No, I'm talking about when he debated McToon.
Who gives
and
a
was
shit
just.
about that?
Yeah, he gives a shit about.
What do you mean he gives a shit? That's a
Who-
display of his
Well, you know
behavior.
what?
Dude.
Well, I tell you what, McToon doesn't give a crap
No,
about any of the flat earthers, right? Doesn't at all, right? And you want to gobble over me, mate? That's fine. But the way he actually treated Brian when Brian went on there to do his celestial navigation and played Rubik's cubes and was pulling faces in the background and all that sort of stuff was totally disrespectful. So you want to put him up on this high sort of pedestal, right?
He's a YouTuber.
Exactly.
He's entertainment. That's what he's got you fooled thinking he's a scientist. He's a YouTuber looking for entertainment to get views, money. Hello, bro.
He calls flat earthers flurmen, which means vermin. And you expect that somehow this guy's going to be, have a conversation with him? He won't even recognize flat earthers are human.
Fuck it. I call ballers ballers. You can't take offense to that shit.
I say they're ballers because they talk about balls all the time. Balls, balls, balls. Balls are what balls do this, and balls take this takes shape in a ball, and ball this, and curvature this, and balls and circumference, and Jesus, man, let go of those balls.
Ballers. It's just an easy way to refer to them.
Yeah, it's not an insult.
That's more syllables.
Same as flirters. It's just an easy way to say flat earthers.
No,
is it not?
flurmen. He says he calls them flurmen. With
Flat
FL.
Earth men?
No, flat Earth vermin. He takes the V off vermin and replaces it with an FL. Flurmen.
Flurman.
Flat Earth vermin. He won't even recognize you're human. And somehow you think this is a guy who you're going to have a conversation with. I would say any conversation with him should be framed in that framework. Do you recognize humanity? What does humanity look like to you? His whole shtick is that flat earthers are de-evolving or have not fully evolved.
Then don't engage. No one should engage with him at all. Simple.
Yeah, and most people don't.
No? Okay, right.
Yeah, he's asked me to come debate. I'm like, what are you kidding me? What you're doing is not debating. You're degrading for entertainment purposes. I recognize that. Good for you, man. If you're able to make a living, just like Nathan or whoever, they're able to make a living providing entertainment on this topic. Good for them.
See, they don't want Flat Earth to go anywhere. His bread is buttered on Flat Earth. If Flat Earth suddenly just dissipated into the ether, he would be out of a job. He'd be on the unemployment line.
It was quite funny. I think 2 days ago he had a stream where whatever flat earther didn't show up for the actual stream itself. So we had an empty seat, and B-Ball was in all the chats begging for people to go in there and be his guest. It was funny.
B-Ball spending a lot of time on FE channels and chats.
I swear, man, these guys are all secret flat earthers.
Hey, Crypto.
How you doing, Bandy? You all right?
Yeah, good, mate. Good, buddy.
I'm currently on the prowl for my first mute. So if anyone wants,
yeah, welcome to the team, mate.
Did you say Ute? Is that what he said?
Mute.
It's going to be
mute.
I think,
okay. I thought he said
I
mute.
might make Rumpus my first victim, but I'm not sure. Only kidding. How's everything anyway? You right?
Yeah, good.
Great, mate. Great, mate.
Awesome.
All of you guys, you're all standing on the ankles of midgets. That's from DMARC, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
that is.
It's an awesome quote. I mean, let them go. You know, like the globalists are all about censorship and about limiting speak so only the globe can be talked about.
Yeah.
Open the floor. I mean, as long as it's not in violation of TOS.
That's what we should be doing, talking about our ideas and not worried about this mass attracts mass or bloody black holes or anything else like that. 'Cause it's...
You can't be very confident in your own way of seeing the world if you won't allow anyone else's way of seeing the world to be talked about like that. That says to me that you're very worried that your ideas are actually very bad.
That's a good point. Absolutely.
and are lacking in substance.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Exactly.
So what was the topic of conversation with D-Muck and Zanuck?
Oh, forget that. Let's do the photoelectric effect. Globus, how do we know we're not just exciting the electrons as opposed to bumping them out as per se? How do we know this?
Well, I think like I looked at this a long time ago, so my knowledge may be a little iffy on it. But I believe that I think, like I mentioned in the chat, I'm not sure if you saw it, that the experiment that Hertz did with the UV light, and the length of the spark was correlated to the UV light, something along those lines. You could see the sparks jump.
What was greater
Yeah.
in UV light?
Sorry?
Was it greater in UV light?
No. It was just showing that these electrons were not just being excited, but they were actually being ejected.
Are you thinking of the wrong
Ejected,
experiment?
or was there a...
Nope.
Are you thinking of the gold leaf experiment? When you said the UV light?
Was it the gold leaf experiment? It's
Yeah,
Hertz.
I think you're mixing that up, yeah.
No, Hertz was the Sorry?
No, you're right. You're right. The gap, the spark gap.
Yeah. And I think it was like I
But
said.
how do we know that wasn't just a build-up of the potential, and then in atmospherics the bridge was created, and then the excited electrons moved along? How do we know it was a jump as opposed to just the excitation through energy?
Well, what do you mean by atmospherics? So you're saying
Like
that
just like lightning, how it ionizes the air between, like it finds the path first and then does it. So it's actually just exciting the air. It's not a single electron jumping the gap. If you're with me.
Yeah, I get you. That's a great question.
So
how do I know?
It's
I don't
like
know.
Gumby said, like I put the microwave
Gumby?
thing. I said it's just like the microwave. If you don't, I'm not Gumby. Oops, my bad. If you put low watts and try and microwave a cup of water, he said, if you did it for a long enough time, you would eventually heat up the water. But if the losses from the water are greater than the energy you're putting in, you'll never heat that water up, right? So you said with the photoelectric effect, you can put maybe not you personally, but you can put 99% of the energy in, you don't get anything. But then you put 100% in, and out pops an electron. It might just be a similar case whereby putting 99% of the energy in isn't enough to actually excite what's equated to a volt, or whatever it is with an electron moving.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like I said, I did look into this a long time ago. I had concluded originally that it does sort of denote that a photon is a particle. But
And
I
it
mean,
physically bumps out an electron.
well, yeah,
That's what
because
you
it transfers the energy, and then that energy, it directly matches the energy of the ejected electron at a 1-to-1 ratio.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that's what your questions, they're good questions. It's not something I can answer because, like I said.
Yeah, but also your solution, the solution you said about the 99 wasn't enough, and there was enough. The problem is it's only ever 100. So in the example you gave, 101 or something else wouldn't do it. Only 100 would do it. So it's a unique amount of energy, or the frequency that will do it for certain materials.
Right, so it might be a resonant effect, whereby it happens to be that certain frequency to get things excited to then create the effect of a volt or whatever it is. As opposed to momentum from a photon, because that's essentially what's being stated here. The energized particle comes in and physically bumps out an electron.
Yeah, well, that's the understanding of the photoelectric effect. Absolutely.
Interesting.
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure that you didn't mix up the experiment, because there's another experiment with the gold leaves where I believe it's the ultraviolet light that discharges the energy. So those are two different things. Just want to make that clear.
I'm talking about the one with the brass plates. I'm not sure if they're gold leaves. Yeah.
That's where light hits and releases an electron. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's
there's
the one.
another one where they charge these two gold leaves in like it looks like a light bulb.
Yeah.
And then when they shine, I believe it's UV light, you see it discharges it. It's like really freaked out. But only that certain wavelength. All the other ones don't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a
So they're
harmonic.
Yeah, well, they weren't sure. Is it a wave? Is it a particle? You know, it's yeah.
It's a wave.
Yeah, because what Newton said it was a particle. He had his corpusculary theory of light, that light goes out as a particle, but it wasn't able to answer a lot of things. And then Thomas Young showed us that it's a wave, right? There's like this wave nature to light. And then Einstein and Hertz brought us back to particle. So,
Yeah, Einstein stole that idea from Hertz and won a Nobel Prize for it.
what if he stole the idea from Hertz?
Yeah, he
He
did.
didn't steal the
It's well
idea.
known.
No, Einstein created the theory. Hertz had the observation, but he wasn't able to explain it. He was just able to show that if you illuminate, for example, a metallic surface, the charged particles will absorb the energy from the light and release electrons. But he couldn't explain it in a framework, and then Einstein came up with the framework.
Look, Nate, why are you white knighting for Einstein? What's he
I'm
ever
not
done for
white
you?
knighting. I'm just saying
They
he
have
didn't
to.
steal
They
it.
can't. They have to.
That's all. I'm not white knighting. Fuck Einstein. But he didn't steal the idea.
We'd like to hear it.
So the photoelectric effect is more based around a specific frequency coming in and creating the effect, as opposed to just energy. Is that the premise?
Yeah.
Well, I was talking about the gold leaf separation.
It's the same thing.
Needs a certain I think it's UV light.
Mm-hmm.
Now the other one, the photoelectric effect, I'm not sure if it needs. I think that one needs a specific wavelength as well, but I'm not sure about that one.
It's the same thing, Essie. The photoelectric effect was also done with UV light.
So it also needs UV light as well, right? Okay.
You can do it with any sort of light, but they did it with UV light specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. So is it based on the energy going in or the wavelength to get the electron to
It's the
quote
same
unquote
thing.
pop
It's
out?
basically telling us that a photon's energy is determined by its frequency, and there's this inverse relationship between frequency and wavelength. High frequency, short wavelength. So that's all it was telling us at the end of the day.
Yeah,
That
but the power
light
behind
is
it,
light.
the energy
Light as
behind
one
that
phenomenon.
frequency is what I meant.
Yeah, so light is one phenomena acting on a spectrum. The difference along that spectrum is the frequency of the light being emitted. So, radio waves, which is a type of light, low frequency, very low energy as
Yeah, I'm talking
compared to
about the
radio.
energy behind the frequency, though, not the frequency, the energy behind it.
It's
Like
the same
2.4
thing.
gigahertz is 2.4 gigahertz, but you can have 2,000 watts or 10 watts. Well, how much energy was required for the photoelectric effect?
That's a good
For a
question.
gamma ray,
Or
you
was
would
it
just need to
just the
know.
frequency?
It's the same thing. Its energy is defined by its frequency, right? Like if you look at the equation, its energy is HF. So Planck constant.
Okay, so how do I
Um,
get 10 watts at 2.4 gigahertz and then 2,000 watts, like in a microwave? How do I change the power without changing the frequency? What's going on there?
well, I mean, a microwave has a specific type of frequency. If you change the
Yeah, no,
frequency, it
exactly.
wouldn't be microwave
2.4
then.
gigahertz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but he's right. You can have a radio station with a certain frequency and have like 50,000 watts or 20. I mean, I think he's right about that. You can change the power and keep the frequency.
Well, of course. Yeah.
Amplitude?
Yeah, but I mean, changing the. Are you guys saying that when you change the amplitude, you're changing the energy, but the frequency isn't changing?
Bro, a radio
No,
station.
I'm
right?
asking with the photoelectric effect specifically, was it the unique frequency of UV light that popped out the electron, or was it a certain amount of energy specifically? Because you can get the same energy from different frequencies if you put in different fucking amounts of energy.
It was a certain amount of energy, which is dictated by the frequency of the photon.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah, because
okay, I'm still
it
fucking
wasn't
confused.
working with I think it wasn't working. It didn't work with red light because of the low energy.
Yeah, low energy, low frequency. Yeah.
Yeah, low frequency, exactly.
So think about it. If light is massless, right? Which they say it is, how could something massless affect something, like cause discharge for one, and cause the photoelectric effect, cause a electron to release from the atom if it's massless? Ask yourself
Because
that.
okay, and electron isn't massless. Electrons do have mass, but when an electron absorbs a photon, it it becomes energized, right? And it's unstable,
So it is
and
amplitude.
it's unable to stay within its electron shell around the nucleus. You know, the bond holding the electron around the nucleus becomes unstable, and the electron can break free because it has all of this
No,
energy,
they're
and it
free the whole
can become a
time.
free electron. No, they're not.
No, they're
It is
not.
when it's when you shine the light on them that they get enough energy to become free, and then they
No,
release.
they're free moving within the lattice of the metal the whole time. They're not locked in. They're free
Yeah,
moving.
within the lattice.
Obviously,
Yeah.
if it was cold, like 0 degrees Kelvin, they'd be still and like quantum locked in. But the minute that piece of metal is above 0 degree Kelvin, they're moving freely.
Yeah, but they're not moving freely. The whole atom's moving, but that electron is not free of the opposite charge, of the positive charge from the nucleus that is attracting it.
But
So
if
once
you're
it has
suggesting
enough
it's stuck
energy,
to that one nucleus, it's not though. It might be isolated to a certain position, but it's not stuck in any
it's
way,
like a
shape, or
grid.
form to one.
There's two
It's like a
models.
grid.
There was the orbital model, right? The orbital model, and now they changed it into the cloud probability model. So those are
Yeah.
two different things now. But that's not the issue. The issue is not
Right.
whether the electron moves or not. It has to escape in order for this thing to happen. It has to leave the atom. It has to break valence with the nucleus.
Exactly. It has to break that covalent bond by getting energy from the light. It absorbs photons from the light, it becomes energized, and it's able to break free from that bond.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. So my contention was: is it absorbing photons or is it absorbing energy? Because I mean, you're equating photons to
Same
energy.
same thing. A photon is a quanta.
No. Yeah, okay, but I don't think it's the same thing because photon suggests mass and it's got like momentum and it's
No.
coming in and there's enough energy. No mass.
Photons are massless. Electrons have mass. Photons don't have mass.
This is the freaky part. So you're gonna check this out now, right? So as a whole, it has no mass. But when it loses an electron, the electron gains mass. Does that sound right?
No. A photon has no mass. Electrons have mass.
Right.
Yeah, but
Electrons
yeah,
have
but listen
mass.
to the
Photon has
statement.
no resting mass.
Yeah, but listen to the statement. An electron, right, inside of an atom of a photon has mass, is massless as a whole, right? But then when released, it gains mass. How does that happen?
So light will be. You have your atom. It has protons, neutrons,
Neutron,
and
proton,
they all
and
have
yeah,
mass.
and the
They all have
electron.
mass. Now your electrons will absorb photons, which are massless. A photon is just a quanta. It is a packet of energy, a wave packet. It's the smallest
Frequency.
amount
Yeah,
of
in quantum
a
physics, yeah,
frequency. Yeah, it's the smallest amount of energy within the electromagnetic spectrum. It's massless. It's energy. It gets absorbed by the electron, and this takes the electron to a higher energy state. As you said, SE,
Yeah.
it has a lot of energy now. It can break that bond. But the electron always has mass. Whether it's absorbed a photon or it's emitted a photon, it'll always have mass. It's the
But
photon
hold on a
Right.
itself.
So the
second now.
energy
That doesn't make
excites it.
sense, bro.
It vibrates
That
more,
doesn't make
bumps
sense.
into another electron, and you measure a volt. Is
Yeah,
that
but hold
correct?
on, bro. Listen to what he just said. He said an atom as a whole, which contains an electron, is massless. But the
I did
electron
not say
inside
that.
it
No.
has
He
mass.
said the photon is.
The
He said the
photon
photon
is
is.
massless. The photon.
Okay, what's a
Yeah.
photon? What's a
The
photon?
photon is a quanta. It is the smallest unit of energy within the electromagnetic spectrum. It's a frequency, a wave packet. It's just
A
energy.
wave
Just imagine a
pattern.
photon
Oh, packet. Why do you say
it's a wave
packet?
packet because it's a
Because
wave
that's the
packet.
Why do you
quantum
say?
definition.
That's what
Okay.
a quanta is.
So yeah.
So
Okay,
imagine
but that's not
Still doesn't make
necessarily
sense,
reality.
bro.
So it's a frequency. We know that. We know it's a
okay,
frequency,
we can call it a
definitely.
frequency.
What
Yeah.
has a frequency?
Well, it is a frequency, isn't it? Yeah.
But
We
it's
know
just
that
energy
property of different light.
at the end of the day. A photon is
Photon is like the amount of light that it,
But
or the frequency and or the amount of light that's released. It's like a slice of cake. They basically saw that, they were getting this in very specific, quantized packets or slices, if you will, of energy that were very regularly being released. And so
And does
that's
this
what
have
made them
does
talk
this
about
have
this
mass?
quanta,
Does
this
this have
tight
mass?
slice of
No, right?
energy that constantly and regularly released in these sorts of observations or
Yeah, we
whatever.
get that, Lemon. That's not what we're talking about. We're
back to
talking
the
about
amplitude.
not
Right.
even that.
The
No,
power.
I'm not talking about that. You guys are not listening. He said that in a photon, right?
Mm-hmm.
You stopped, or you through speaking? You just kind of stopped
I
at
think
the
that was his
photon.
point, man. It's very profound.
And a
Yeah, but
photon
the
is
profound point is he said that inside this atom, the electron is massless. But when
No, you
excited and
missed it.
released, it gains mass. How does that happen?
See that is didn't
the
say
photon ontologically is
don't think anyone
basically
said that.
light in frequency. It's not necessarily an electron. I don't think they talk about a release of an electron.
It's not an electron at all.
Are we
Yeah.
talking about what are we talking about? The photoelectric effect? I thought they were
Yes.
talking about light and
Yes.
frequency, not necessarily electrons.
Photons are
No,
photoelectric
we are
effect.
talking about the photoelectric effect that has the frequency coming into it from the energy source, the light, and that triggers the release of an electron from the brass plate or whatever it may be.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
the point being
indirectly.
is, it's UV light. Now, I've got a water filtration system, and it has a UV part component to it. Now, I could choose the wattage of that, right? So it's the same frequency, but it's got higher wattage. Now, depending on the wattage, is how thick the diameter of tube I could put around that light, and like in terms of depth of water that it would penetrate. So it's the same frequency, but it has more option for power. So that would obviously be the amplitude. Now back to the photoelectric effect. How much power was required at that frequency of UV to create an electron to move? That's the important part here.
I thought that
Is
they
it
talked
power
about the
based?
That's a
electron
fair
moving at an
question.
energy level.
So
Did
that's
they talk about it as a release of an electron or just an electron getting a bit more excited?
no, but
I
that's
think
that's
they
what,
talked
that's
more
what
about
I'm saying.
excited.
It's an after effect. The releasing is an effect of it getting excited.
Exactly, but was it excited from the frequency alone, or did it require a certain amplitude, like power?
No. The frequency
Really?
was what that was what was so profound about it. The frequency is what like so if you were a higher frequency or a lower frequency, it wouldn't electron wouldn't move.
No,
At
I'm
that
not
frequency.
talking about changing the frequency. Why does people keep saying this?
He's
Because
talking about the
UV,
power.
What
Come
am I?
on, guys.
I don't understand this. The
This is
amplitude of the
simple
wave,
question.
not the timing, not the frequency.
If you say you and we move on if nobody knows, but it's a legitimate question. How much power? If
no,
nobody
that's
knows,
what
nobody
I'm trying to
knows.
say to you, dude. The frequency, there's one frequency, and now you have that frequency. Now, if you use that frequency with more power, then yeah, you're going to release more electrons. But it has to be at that frequency.
Like a
Right, so
radio
how much
station,
was
bro.
it
Like a
for the
radio station.
photoelectric effect? Yeah,
You
exactly, a
tune
radio
in at
station. Yeah.
800 AM, right? That's your frequency, right? But there's
This
different
corresponds.
stations. One has 50,000, one has 20,000, one can reach farther than the other. What's so difficult to understand?
Yeah, if you add more energy in that frequency, you're going to release more electrons. That's just it'll
Okay.
correspond to it. At
So
that
back to the photoelectric effect. We just go back to the photoelectric effect. We understand that it was UV. Now, what was the power that went in to get the electron to
Not
be
the
excited enough?
frequency, the power is asking.
Yeah, I know.
Not
That's
the
what I'm saying.
frequency.
Now that you have that frequency, the power is gonna. It's isn't it due to the Planck's constant? The Planck's constant will give you the amount of energy it requires to make the electron go up a step or down to its ground state or whatever. But it's a very small amount, so it's not going to be any amount at that frequency is going to it's going to excite the electron.
Are you sure? Or you're just saying that, Moshe? It doesn't sound to me like you know. It's okay. Go show. It's okay to say I don't know. I'm not sure. It's
I
fine.
just told you the
I
answer.
can't find it.
I'm talking to somebody else. So
You guys-
I just told you the answer.
Microscopic. Hey, you guys are talking about microscopic things you can't see or verify, but why don't we talk about what we can actually live? If you close your eyes, like say you look at your cell phone, right? Can you? Am I coming through coherently?
No, you're
You're
roboting.
roboting.
You're roboting.
Robot? Alright, fuck. Never mind. How about now? Still roboting?
Nah, you're better.
roboting.
Are you in the States, bro?
You're fine. Okay, look. Okay, when you look at a cell phone, right? A bright cell phone, it leaves an imprint when you close your eyes. Now, if you kind of like think about what's happening to your eye at that point, it's similar to what happens to like a photograph. But yet, when we look at a photograph, it's just a one frame. But the way we have video is we have to mimic kind of what the eye does, and it needs to see multiple images per second to actually make a video in time, right? That's kind of what we're doing. Like everything's moving, but in order to process it, like have you guys ever seen a helicopter fly at the same refresh rate as your eye, and it seems like it's not moving? Well, that's just an optical effect. That's just how many times it's revolving compared to how many times your eye sees or yeah, sees things, which is hard to explain. I don't know how it actually happens, but that's how the brain processes it. I don't think it's something with the eye flickering, like, or capturing anything. I just think it's the way the brain processes. But like I said, back to how it like imprints in your eye. It's actually like I want to say somehow it's like a temporary tattoo on your eye, and that's just like the light, like the how would you say, like, because see, we can see color in different things, but the actual like imprint of the cell phone, that's there too. It's like the like background, if you will.
It's the shutter speed of your brain, but if you close it, kind of looks like space. But I do get what you're saying about the imprint. Your brain is kind of memorizing what you just saw, but
you think
your brain has a shutter speed. So if you take a video of a prop, roboted for me. If you take a video of a prop, it'll you can see the prop. Although in real life, in real time, you can't see the prop.
So you don't think it's an actual literal like imprint on your eye? You think it's some sort of just processing phenomena and not
That
literally
the residue. No, it's information residue, so to speak, like shutter speed or, you know, your brain is interpreting the information and it just leaves that imprint. If you get flashed or whatever.
I think it's actually physical. I think it's some sort of, because it's like a certain color, right? It's always that color, and then it fades in and out. I think it's an actual like layer. Like, okay, like if you know anything about coding, right? You got different layers, and like you know, the program is supposed to be read by, you know, in sequences, right? Different statements are supposed to be read, and like it'll carry out different functions from one order to the next. But I think this is what's happening. This is the same thing. It's just when you close your eyes, your brain stops processing and it stops at that level of code. But if you keep opening your eyes and looking, then it keeps processing more and more and more and more data to where you start noticing many other things. And then if you add in movement, then then your eye starts distinguishing between movement and still, or where you've been and where you're going. That type of thing. So that's what I think is going on. Is it's a code, and when you close your eyes, your brain like it has like just has like a stopping place. I don't know. That's what I think.
You know, it's also freaked out, this UV stuff that excites the electron. That's also what gives us a tan. And also, it could be found in, you know, when you do arc welding, you know, that arc of a welder, that's also UV spectrum, apparently.
Yeah, so Essie, the idea is that something like the sun, you would call it a black body because it emits light on all frequencies. The sun emits all types of light, visible light, infrared, ultraviolet, X-ray, gamma ray, radio waves, all types.
Well, it's almost, they call it an almost black body. But yeah, you're correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I think you can't look at a welder, right? Arc welding. The flash point is so great that it'll basically cause harm to your eyes. And they say the sun will do that also, but it's my belief that is if you gradually build up a resistance to that, I'm not saying you would ever be able to stare at a guy welding, but you would be able to stare at the sun because it's not as intense. The pulse rate isn't as intense, so far away or not as bright. But that flash point of an arc welder will instantly cause you to see, black and harm your eyes.
Yeah, and they constantly talk to it as waves. Whenever they talk about this stuff, it's all waves, waves. But then they tell us about particles.
Yeah, I don't see how it can be a particle, because if you're vacuuming out all the particles in a vacuum chamber, if light was particles, it would be vacuumed out.
Dude. Well, part of
It's
it
all
was
code. It's all what your brain is interpreting. Like, it'll keep interpreting as long as you let it. Like, if you look at the image, it's just saying, it's the same thing we do with computers. Like, we gotta write the code. It's just our brain is being able to decipher what shape something is, where it fits in our perspective frame, or our like you have backgrounds, right? Like in coding, you start with like background images, or like you start with background, right? And you give it, say, you have to write it, you have to detail it. Like, you give it a name, you give it, numbers, whatever. You give it a location as well. That's the same thing. That's what's happening with our brain. We're just mimicking nature. The way we did the computer is what's happening in our brain. That's all
the
it's doing.
electron
And when you close your eyes, your brain is just stopping whatever frame of reference it was in.
Well, the electron was already theorized to be this particle, from beforehand. So that we're just continuing down that track when they said, we shine light on something and all of a sudden we get some electricity. Therefore, they said, there had to be some sort of, particle wave-like nature to light for it to knock out this quote unquote electron. But I don't know if an electron is a particle per se.
No waves, there's no particles. It's just what your brain is seeing. And we're all collectively seeing the same thing, telling each other a little story.
Yeah, because
There's
part of
none
it is
that bullshit.
definitional. I mean, do we have a jar of electrons? No. We theorize that it's
Can have
particulate,
one.
because of, I guess, our dedication to atomism, thinking
But
that
you
the
can
world
have
is
a
just
jar
these particles.
you can have a jar of electrons, Lemon. That is
Yeah,
something you
so
can have.
without a jar of electrons, though, what I'm saying is, how can you be sure of its particulate nature? It would be highly theoretical. And if it's not particulate, then the photoelectric effect doesn't need to have a particle wave-like duality at all. It could still be wave-like or something else.
Hey, White, see you there, dude? Like, I'm not sure if he's there. I think I may have an answer for his question if I interpreted his question correctly about the amplitude.
Yeah, mate, go for it, please.
So essentially, the amplitude or the intensity of that light, it's only going to affect the amount of electrons released. It's not actually going to dictate whether or not an electron is released. What dictates that is, like we were saying before, is the frequency. So you have a threshold. What I think they call it a threshold frequency, whereby if it's below this certain frequency, then there will be no electrons ejected.
When you say threshold frequency, do you mean threshold amplitude?
No.
No.
Okay, so you said it didn't matter how much amplitude, that just meant more. So
It just-
how much was it to get one to come out?
How much frequency? Is that what you're talking about? The frequency?
No, the amplitude.
The amplitude is the intensity. So that's if I have this correct, I'm pretty sure that would dictate the amount of photons.
Yeah, okay. So the intensity, if they increase it, it just puts more electrons out, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So what was the minimum intensity to get one electron out?
Yeah, but the intensity is not a factor here.
Hang on. How can it not be a factor? So you start from zero, and the minute there's any frequency of that UV wavelength, one electron pops out, does it?
Well, it's like I said earlier, it's 1 to 1. So one photon, one electron.
Yeah, but how much intensity is in one photon? What's the intensity of one photon?
the intensity of one photon? We're just talking about one photon. I don't know how to describe that in intensity in terms.
Okay, so let's just say we've got 10 watts of intensity in this UV frequency range or frequency specific. How many packets are in that? How many photons are in like 10 watts? And can we divide it and
I
work out?
don't know the formula for that. Wouldn't have a clue.
Right, yeah, because can you see what I'm trying to say? Like there must be a minimum threshold of intensity with which it takes to get one electron out. And then anything above that, you just get more electrons, 2, 3, 4, even if it's 1-to-1, right? There must be a threshold for intensity.
Well, the way you're sounding like it, global, the way that you're making it sound like Globus is amplitude is how tall the wave is, going up, down, and up, and the frequency is how many waves you get per unit time. So it sounds like you say to get one electron at least released, you have to have a certain frequency or a certain number of waves per unit time first, and after that you can make the wave as high or whatever as you want, an amplitude as you want to get out more, I guess, electrons after that threshold of frequency has been reached first. Is that what you're saying? You got to reach a certain number of cycles per second of these waves first, and then you can
That's
increase
UV.
secondarily. Is that what you're saying?
That's the UV. Yes.
Well, yeah, there is a frequency threshold. So there's a limit that needs to be reached before any electrons are ejected.
Yeah, but that's UV. Like the frequency is the spectrum. So UV is the frequency. Let's just clear that up right now. UV is the frequency. Yes?
Yeah, visible light is from 400 nanometer frequency to about 700 nanometer frequency of visible light anyway.
No, but UV specifically, this was a specific frequency. So it's not a
That's
threshold. There's a
the
frequency it hits.
visible band.
Yeah,
I think the UV band is
it
toward
is a
400,
specific.
isn't it? 400, 500 toward the.
Doesn't really matter. You can Google it. It is we see in pixels, just like a computer, just like a camera. So you guys are talking about UV and electrons. It's all bullshit. It's all pixelated. It's a computer program. Your brain is a computer. Yes, it is.
You realize
That's
you're not
all
adding
that's
anything
happening right
you're not adding anything to this conversation, dude. All you're saying is
Well,
it's
Yeah,
all
I am,
bullshit.
dude.
That's all you're saying. That's really all you're saying.
Well, let's reason together. If we're talking about UV light, that's around what 500 nanometers. That's a pretty small wave for like one wave going up, down, up of light. That's like 500
All right,
nanos,
Clovis.
like a billionth. So that's like a
Yeah,
billionth
you
of a
can
meter.
Google that. You
500
can Google
billionths
that.
of a meter or
I mean,
something
it's
like
no
that.
problem.
Can you not hear people speaking, dude?
Hey, Globus, you said I'm talking nonsense. Show me an electron.
I didn't say you're talking nonsense. I'm saying you're not adding anything by calling everything that we're talking about bullshit.
Well,
Why
let's
are you
just
trying to
reason together.
explain like something that has nothing to do with light?
I mean, it has
You're
nothing to
trying
do
to
with light.
explain away particles and photons when I'm trying to explain to you something very elementary, but that, I don't know, maybe nobody really wants to think about. It's
Well, we're talking about
things.
the photoelectric effect, which is basically saying light hits something and electricity pops out. I guess at that point is, the electron being knocked out by physical light that's particulate, or is something else going on?
Okay, but don't we have to start with exactly what the brain is doing when the light is going into the eye? It all starts there.
If we're talking
Because
about
without
vision,
us,
yeah, but I think we're talking about whether the UV light hitting the object like a metal is causing a photoelectric effect with like a particulate electron, aka particulate
no,
photon
dude.
light.
Hey, I'm talking about something else here. I'm talking about if your eye don't see it and process it, it ain't there, dude.
Have you ever heard of
That's
the
what I'm talking
photoelectric effect that they use to say that light has a wave particle nature? Saying that light is like a club knocking out a physical electron or something like that, or a particulate electron at the very least, to say that it has its particle nature and also appears to, exist like a wave with waves and ripples and diffraction patterns and stuff like that.
There's also
No, I'm talking about things are in a specific location for a reason at the correct time for your eye to see it. And when your eye sees it, it processes light a certain way and it tells you where things are and what things are doing. That's it. Your brain is basically making everything come to life. It's a
Thank you.
stimulation, man.
Thank you. Yep. Lots of neurons firing away. Yep. That's exactly right.
Interesting.
So this UV frequency comes into this brass plate and it's going up and down, and that's the frequency. And it oscillates an electron to that frequency, raising its vibration to that frequency, which causes it to be excited. It bumps into one next to it, and that one next to it bumps into another one, and we can register this as a volt, right? So how much intensity was required in the amplitude of that frequency to stimulate the electron enough to bump into the one next to it? Because you can put that frequency in and get it to vibrate at that frequency, but not vibrate enough to hit the one next to it. That's where the intensity threshold should come in.
Yeah, but like I stated earlier, when they tried this with red light, no matter what intensity, amplitude, it's the same. No matter what intensity they used, no matter the amplitude, they still couldn't get any of the electrons to be ejected.
Red light is towards
Okay, well,
700 nanometers, so it looks like they needed to go with frequency more toward UV that's more like 500 nanometers to start to get the effect. Then, I guess, go with the amplitude from there?
Well, I was actually thinking that if red, no matter the intensity, wouldn't do it, I'm just wondering why there isn't clear definitions in the rhetoric there that it took this amount of intensity of UV to do it. Or it should be clearly written that it didn't matter what the intensity was, as long as it was UV, not red, but UV, it did do it.
UV is toward the 500 nanometer frequency. So I guess they'd say something like
it could be.
frequency appears to be what needs
Hey,
to
real
be in
quick,
place
you guys
first.
think? So you think this is all like waves, like different amplitudes, vibrating at certain speeds for our eye to see it? So like
Yeah.
green is like 2, all that add up to 9, right? So like 547.
None of it's for our eye to see. Our eye happens to
5,
interpret this stuff.
and then so you'd have the 3 primary colors, right? So are you guys saying it's waves? Because I'm telling you guys, when they update Kirchhoff's and Ohm's law, and they're like, well, we left out a few things with electricity and vision. Sorry, but there's a guy on your Discord server talking about this. Yeah, everything's pretty much a computer program, pixelated computer. I'm telling you guys, man, you guys are
Well, we're talking
looking
about,
in
I
the
guess,
wrong
red
area,
light for the 700 nanometer frequency. That's a bit of a, I guess you could say, longer wave than 500 nanometer frequency, bluish UV visible spectrum light.
Hey, you guys are trying to look through a black and white TV when literally it's all code, guys. Like literally, you guys know this. I know this. In a computer
Well,
code,
saying
you
it's
can look at.
code, I mean, if you could point to the code, I mean, I guess people are
It's
more
code,
comfortable
dude.
pointing to
Well,
frequency because, I don't know, I guess they get a certain color of light when they shake something back and forth at a certain frequency or something like that. I don't know. But
why
that's what
wouldn't
people
that
are
happen in
talking
a
about light
code?
as.
Why wouldn't a code be able to code that?
You need to
Anything
point
that
to the
can happen
code.
will happen.
It
I've
could be,
seen.
but you need to point
Okay,
to the
you do
code.
process the code.
I mean,
Without a
people,
brain, you can't process it.
yeah, as long as we can point to a code, then we have something to talk about. But otherwise, it's kind of in the realm of theory compared to like a frequency or something like
The
that.
code
Did I
is
tell
the
you?
frequencies.
I guess you weren't here when
Come
like
on.
you can see the background like when you close your eyes. You can see the code, dude. When you
I
stare at
can't
the
see
sun
numbers though.
and it leaves
You
an
can see the
imprint, that's
rainbow.
the code, dude.
I
Roy
think
G.
of
Biv, mate.
numbers when I think
Roy
of a
G.
code.
Biv.
I think we should maybe discuss what I said before. I think we've done this thing to death here. You guys want to address the massless aspect of this? How can
The photon?
a photon, right? How can something that is massless affect something, hit something, make it bounce, make it? How could that happen?
I think we would
Energy,
need to.
frequency, resonance.
I don't know.
I think we would need to define what mass is before we actually got into that
Yes,
conversation.
sir. Yes, sir. Good question.
Stuff that takes up space.
That would be wrong. In the definition, now I'm saying, right? I'm not saying you're wrong, Lemon.
I think mass has about 3 different definitions.
3 or 4, yeah, which renders
Yeah.
it completely
It does.
useless. Good point, Globus.
I think for the purposes of this discussion, though, it would be something that takes up space and or it takes energy to move or something like that.
So matter, let's call it matter for the can we call it matter for this conversation?
Well, I guess calling it matter is possible, but you don't really see any sort of substance like a lump of clay to scoop out some substance from with light anyway. Maybe.
God no.
Yeah, when you're talking about this topic, right, electrons and photons, when we're talking about visible light in the EM spectrum, basically what you're talking about is energy, which also needs a proper definition, because I don't think that most anybody in science has really even defined energy properly.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Energy gets into metaphysics.
Energy is
In general, it's
vibration
some
at the
sort
end
of
of the day.
transferable
Sorry.
stuff that allows a thing to move, change, or do something.
And even when we discuss energy, I know the gentleman just said energy is vibration, which is a pretty good idea or concept. But when you drill down on it, the further you get down, the more you realize there's nothing of mass or magnitude that's necessarily vibrating, or nothing that we can really put our finger on other than what we would consider or call an energy being present, something that we can meter, something that we can work with and understand how it interacts with the material world. But what nature it is, we're not really 100% sure of. And I feel like the definitions of electron and photon are just kind of, with the photon, a way to quantify the kind of like a unit to quantify the energy in some sort of either time scale or whatever, but they don't have any evidence for
current-
physicality of it. Same with an electron. I
Well,
like to think of an electron as the energy as it moves away from a specific state and terminating into another state, right?
Yeah,
So
from its excited state back to normal. That's what releases the energy, quote unquote, right?
yeah, and it's not like you had a sandcastle, and when you blasted it with air, you get little particles of sand that are flying off of it, and eventually you won't have any sandcastle left because you've all the particles of sand have now since blown away. But that's kind of how they try to describe electrons being
Do you think that
released
electrons
from
don't have
objects.
mass?
Yeah,
What's that?
that's right. I agree.
Are you saying that electrons are massless?
Yeah, it's very well known that electrons are massless.
How are electrons massless? Like, how is it very well known?
Well, do you have any evidence for it having some sort of mass? And then we go back to how would you define mass? And if we want to say it's,
I mean, explain to me how they are massless. Like, you can't answer my question with a question.
explain how they don't have mass. Well, if they don't have any mass or magnitude that can be measured, then they would be massless.
All right, but are you saying that the current accepted idea is that they are massless, or you think they're massless?
I
Does it
think the
change the
string
molecular
theory
weight?
does give or
The charge?
calculate a mass for the electron,
Yeah,
supposedly.
are you saying scientists and particle physicists say the electron is massless, or you yourself feel the electron is massless?
It's claimed it has no rest mass.
That's not true. Who claims
I
that?
thought that was the photon. I
Yeah,
think the
that's the
electron
photon.
has one supposedly or something like that, but
It
the
does. The
photon.
electron has mass. That's why it has a negative charge. Something can have a negative or positive charge if it's massless. That's why photons don't have charge. Light has no charge.
I
I thought
think
electrons
nothing is
were similar.
massless. I think this is a sham. I think in order for you to exist, you have to have mass. You have to
But
have
does light?
something there.
But Essie, light does. Would you say light has mass, Essie? Light itself.
If light, yeah, if light can do stuff, right? If light can move stuff, or it has to have some sort of mass, yeah. In my
It
head,
has energy. It has energy.
I thought electrons were considered nearly massless because they can't really measure it. They think they're getting a reading on the scales that they're using, so they say it has mass or rest mass or whatever, but they say it's nearly massless from what I know.
Oh, the
Well,
mass
we'll
of an
have to go to
electron
the
has been measured
Googles.
to an extremely high
I
precision.
didn't.
Electrons have mass. They're small compared to protons and neutrons, but they do have mass, and it's well measured.
Do they have a resting mass?
They
Right.
have a rest mass. They have a inertial mass. They have a relativistic mass. They have mass the way you and I have mass.
Yeah, but they're
What's the
saying they're
weight?
measuring, they're calling it mass, but they're not. I don't think they're 100% sure.
Maybe you're thinking
What's
of
the weight?
neutrinos. Neutrinos are like electrons, but because they move so fast, you know, it's a question whether or not they have mass. But mass has been detected within the.
So I looked it up, and it says it's 2,000 times smaller or less mass than a proton. Do we have any instrumentation that can even detect?
Calculated.
If
Yeah.
you're wanting to put
Yeah.
an electron on a scale, no, it doesn't really work that way.
Yeah, we the way you measure an electron's
I'm
mass
not talking about
is
putting
by
it on a
looking.
scale.
Yeah, but the way you would measure its mass is by looking at its charge to mass ratio. Because it has mass, you know it has a positive or negative charge, and we can detect and measure that charge, and that charge will tell us how much mass it has.
No, you're
No,
saying
that's an
because it has
assumption.
charge. Yeah, you're assuming because
Yeah.
it has charge, it has mass. You got it opposite. You haven't
We
measured the
should be
mass.
able to.
It goes hand in hand. If you have a positive
I
or negative
understand you're
charge,
saying that,
you
but
have
that's your
mass.
assumption. Yeah,
Well,
You should be
that's
able to do a molecular weight
you said
and
it
actually
backwards.
know whether we need to account for electrons or not.
It's calculated. I think it's calculated probably with
Yeah.
a little bit
No,
of
no,
theory.
it's a chemistry thing. It needs to be very precise for certain reactions. These molecular molar weights.
Exactly.
Very
Yeah.
precise.
It's a very
Let
So
me
it should
put
be
you guys a
calculated. So
question. Can
what's
you
the
move
weight of
something?
an electron?
Oh, sorry.
The mass of an electron, like in SI units, it's a
Well,
really
no, if you
small
were
number.
going, yeah, so
I
is
think
it
this was
accounted
to
for
the
in
post.
molecular, like molar weight when you're doing chemistry? Do they account for that, or is it so small they don't bother? Is it just the
No.
the
I mean,
nucleus?
they account for it. It's what 9 times 10 to the negative 31 or something. It's a very small number, but you need to know, the electron count in the orbital shell of an element to know the this element's ability to react and combine with other type of elements.
Yeah, that's different to its weight, though.
Okay, what are you asking exactly then?
Okay, so in these formulas, you just explained how you need to know the electron count, right? The outer valence, so how it's going to react. But
Yeah.
is the weight of the electrons, whether it's +2, +1, fucking minus, whatever, is it are these counted in the formula?
Do we take into consideration the weight of an electron in the formula of these other things? No, because all electrons have the same weight. There's no
If they're
two
massless,
electrons
how do
that
they have
weigh
weight?
different.
If they're massless, how do they
They
have
have
weight?
mass. Electrons have mass, Essie. don't confuse electrons and photons.
Okay, hold on
Photons
now.
don't
Hold
have
on. Are you saying an electron within the atom, which is massless, has mass?
an electron within an atom is not massless. They always have mass. No one ever says electrons are massless.
So
Electrons
I think we're
okay.
have
saying
mass.
photons didn't have
So we
mass,
have a
but
photon.
electrons do. Photons.
Yes. Photons don't have mass. Electrons have mass.
And do photons have an atom?
No,
Proton and a
A
neutron?
photon, no, a
A
photon
photon is
is
like
not
a
Just
part
type
of
of
energy. This is
cake.
the fantasy. This is where fantasy comes in. We're
A
supposed to
but
photon is
believe
listen,
in
like
a
a
Essie.
slice
packet
of
A
cake.
photon
It's
of
is a
just
energy,
it's
virtual
like a
right?
particle.
sugar packet.
A
It's
So we're
just
photon
an
is
supposed to
a
believe
arbitrary
in a
virtual
division of
packet.
quanta
frequency
of
Geez,
and
that we can never get the
energy.
freaking talk, man.
Sorry, go ahead, Essie.
So a
Go ahead.
photon is a packet of energy,
Yes.
Yes.
Massless.
a massless packet of energy. What a bunch of
Yes.
nonsense, man. What a bunch of
Not
nonsense.
real. It's like a millimeter. It's like a millimeter SE. It's just
It's
something that they've conjured up to break down the cycle of the frequency. It's not
You're
What do you
saying
mean?
that
there is no packet.
You guys agreed
You know
with
what
the
I mean?
idea of a photon. You guys were earlier saying that light is particles, and that's what a photon is. A
No,
I
particle of
wasn't
light.
saying that. I was
I never
saying
said
light is
light was
the
vibrational
particle.
frequency.
ridiculousness of the duality. That's what I was saying.
Okay. So, do you guys think light is a particle or a wave? You can take either side. There's no
I
wrong
have no
side.
clue
It's a
what light.
wave.
Unlike
It's a
you,
wave.
I have no
It's a
clue
wave
what light
to
is.
some.
That's not really a good question, right?
Yeah, I'll go
Because
with neither. Light is light.
Neither.
because
Light is light.
a wave is not a thing in and of itself, right? So you can't really necessarily ask if you think it is a wave, because
What do you mean?
that
A
would beg
wave
the
is the
question
It's
as to
energy.
what
Okay, it's
Exactly.
energy at a
is
certain
waving.
frequency, which through a medium creates a wave. Right? There you
Correct.
go.
But the same.
I'd probably go with it being a wave in an underlying medium of the ether. That's what I would tend to go with.
But they are different types of waves. Like sound waves are real things. To say a sound wave isn't real.
Yeah, but a sound wave. Hold up. Just
Water
a second.
wave.
Right. So water waves. In a sound wave, it's air that's waving. So the compressions and rarefactions within either water or air, those are waves, but it's medium specific, meaning you have to have some sort of medium that is compressing, right? Having compressions and rarefactions in order for the wave to exist, right? So if there was no air, would you hear sound?
No.
All right.
If I
so-
wasn't there to hear it, I wouldn't hear it. But the sound is still there.
I
But I mean,
understand.
it's
Not if
He
there's
didn't
no
say
air.
if you were there.
We're
That
talking
wasn't the
about if
question.
you
Nice
are
try.
there. Yeah,
He didn't
I
ask if you
answered.
were
I
there.
answered the question though. I just
Yeah, no,
added.
you avoided
No.
it. Yeah, no, you didn't.
All right. What was the
So my
question? What was
my
the question that I
my
didn't
point
answer?
being is that sound waves, there is a necessary component in order for you to have a sound wave. That would be air or gases, right? So
medium, yeah.
it needs a medium in order for the wave to present itself, because a wave is not a thing. A wave is what something does. So when we're speaking of light and we're trying to say that even the question itself on its face isn't necessarily a good question as to whether light is a particle or a wave, because if it was a wave, it would have to be waving within something. Something would have to be compressing and rarefacting in order to have a wave-like pattern.
Yeah, and that something is the electromagnetic field to which light propagates. That is the wave.
So
They are different types of waves. You get different types of waves and fields. You get the photon field, the electron field, and within these fields, energy transfers as a wave within these fields, as an excitation.
right,
It's the same
so
with sound. It's the same with water. I don't see what the issue is.
no, so that's fine. I don't mind that explanation. I would, if I was really concerned, I would ask you for a definition of a field. I would say that all the fields that you listed are the same thing, and I would call all of those fields that energy travels in, I would call that ether. People hate that term, don't want to talk about it, whatever, but you can't really get around the energetic field in which all of these energies travel.
All right, if you want to call it ether, it's fine. You know, if you want to say all of these different fields, they're all just one field called the ether, it's fine, bro. Like, you know, potato,
Yeah.
potato, like cool.
What
But
is
we
this?
agree that there is this medium that we call the field that permeates all of existence. It's underlined, it stays there. And when energy is transferred through this field, it's
Mhm.
transferred as a wave, which is an excitation, a ripple within
Yep.
the field.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
What is this conduit of ether?
What do you mean conduit of ether?
Well, something is traveling from point A to point B. Right? So it's
Well,
traveling along a conduit of something, right? So it's traveling in a medium of something, and that medium being ether.
mhm.
Okay. So whether it is, we'll just talk light for argument's sake. All right.
Yep.
So light is traveling in this conduit of ether.
Mhm.
Okay. So the question is like, what is it? Because I can get a laser, right, and turn it on, and it'll point from point A to point B and travel
Mhm.
through that conduit of ether. I can get that exact same laser, right, and go down to the beach or in a swimming pool, submerge it, turn it on, and it also travels from point A to point B. Now, it might travel at a different speed, right, but that conduit of ether with which this light is traveling in or on, what is it?
It's energy, right? And that's why I said previously there's no real good definition of energy, but I would call it the etheric energetic background that exists for everything to be able to manifest either physically in reality or even metaphysically. But we have shit. Sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I got a question for it.
So it's not necessarily traveling from point A to point B in a sense of like throwing a baseball from me to you. It's more a rate of induction through the energetic medium, right? So the waves, like a wave travels in the water, you would consider that a rate of induction, right? You're inducing the medium to be able to, you know, have these compressions and rarefactions which move throughout the medium and in a rate of induction, and that's what I would consider light doing through, for lack of a better term, the medium. I don't like to call it a medium, but whatever, of ether.
So I got a question for it. Is it measurable? Is there any properties of it? Can it be described other than saying it's ether? Like you're saying it's an energy, or I don't know exactly what you use the term, but energy is measured in watts or volts or whatever. So is there a unit that describes the ether?
I think they talk about some sort of resting resistance of free space.
That would be
77
ohms.
ohms of resistance of free
What is
space.
that unit? Because even free space has a unit by which it's measured. Even free space has a value for it. There's a constant at which free space is created or accelerates outwards. What is that value or constant for the ether?
The closest thing I think we'd get to this stuff is the 0 point energy, the energy of the vacuum that's always there, always in the background, and this persistent amount of energy and whatever that's, you know, can't ever be quite evacuated out of the vacuum. The 0 point energy, the Casimir effect, I guess those would be the closest things to this energy of free space.
But what would you measure that in?
If they're measuring it in ohms, I guess they're measuring it with a voltometer or something. I don't know. Or calculating it like they calculated the photon or whatever.
Tweakometer.
Can a massless particle have spin?
A massless particle? Yes, it can. A massless particle would be a boson, so it would have, I think, full integer spin. So 1 or -1 or 2.
That's what a photon is, they think it is. It's in the boson class.
It's a
So we have a
boson, yeah.
massive particle with spin that can affect stuff. And it's also a duality. It's also a particle and a wave. A bunch of freaking
It has
nonsense. They have no clue, bro. They have no clue.
We have no clue, but we can make use of photon. I mean, the thing is, we have to have some clue, or we wouldn't know how to do the things we do with it.
Well, let me
Yeah.
rephrase that. Yeah, they can work with it. They separated the wavelengths and they can use it for a variety of things, X-rays, UV lights, all that. Yeah, but we still don't know fundamentally what it is. We still don't know.
Yeah, but that's
No.
you don't have to know down to the very, very fundamental. I mean, that's actually what science and engineering. It's a very progressive thing. 50 years ago, we didn't have the type of, well, maybe 75 years ago, we didn't have lasers. Now we have lasers, X-rays. I mean, it's all progression. We understand something a little more. We make use of it a little more. That's exactly how science, progress, and engineering work.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
not against that. I'm not against that. Yeah, I'm with
Yeah,
you. But the fact is, we still don't know what light is. That's the fact
Yeah,
of the matter.
we don't.
Yeah.
Well, we may
Yeah.
not know, but the people who made our electrical grid, who are talking to themselves, being like, I'm going to create this based off of this principle, know enough at least to step out in the lab, declare a just so story about this or that, and say, I'm going to do this in the lab. Most of the time, if you talk to the people like Heaviside or, Tesla before they died, they'd probably talk about an ether, this sort of background that stores energy and that can be tapped into to give you some sort of an electrical grid. This stuff about an electron probably came later when they were dangling the hope of getting a Nobel Prize in front of them. But what they actually thought of in terms of was this ether, this flowing liquid-like substance to space.
Yeah, my only beef with this is the massless part. That's my beef. I don't believe that something that's massless can affect something else. Just thinking logically.
But you feel light affecting you every day, Essie. Like,
Right, and you
get
assume
hot
it's
when the sun
massless.
shines on you.
Right, and you assume it's massless, right?
But
Okay.
do you feel all right? So when the sun shines on you, right? Let's say there's clouds, you're not feeling the sun's light directly, and then the clouds move, and you start feeling the sun's light directly. Does it feel like there's a weight upon you? Like the air above you feels heavier all of a sudden? You don't feel that. So that
Correct.
tells you
But
that
you feel
light doesn't.
heat. You feel heat,
You
no?
feel heat, but mass should feel heavier, Essie.
Okay, let me give you an example where you'll understand. Have you heard of these solar wind sails that they come up with? Now, I'm not
Sails.
saying
Yes,
it's true or not,
yeah,
but
solar sails.
you heard of those?
Yeah, solar
So what
sails. Very
moves?
familiar
What
with
moves this craft if light is
light.
indeed massless?
The momentum from the light is able to make things move.
The momentum from something massless. You see how ridiculous this is getting to sound now? You see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not saying I have the
there's two ways
answers,
to
but
make it happen. Yeah. It's
if you
momentum,
think
and then another way, it's type of like an endothermic effect where the light creates like a differential in pressure in front and behind of this object. So it causes a buildup of pressure behind and a decrease of pressure in front, and this propels the object forward.
Yeah, I would
So
exactly.
say,
two ways
Yeah.
you can use light.
wouldn't that be
But
a good
light is
example as to if we wanted to label this medium an energetic medium? Wouldn't that just be a good example as to creating a energetic pressure differential within the ether?
That sounds plausible, but how can a massless thing do all that? That's my whole point.
Doesn't make sense to me unless you have something, what is it? I don't know, transmogrifying from the ether, going from formlessness into form and or causing induction, something
Well,
that was formless taking on form and then causing an effect or inducing an effect in something else. That's the only way I can see it.
Think about it in terms of like magnets. I like to think of magnets as creating like a disturbance within the field, creating its own field. What we call a magnetic field is a area of disturbance within the ether, at least in my opinion, right? So you've got this disturbance within the ether, and you can get action at a distance, right? With a magnetic field, I would say it's something very similar to that kind of concept if you're talking about these crafts that move with some sort of solar wind, which is probably nothing more than an energetic wind, and that those are just crude ways of trying to describe the phenomenon that's taking place probably.
Yeah, but with a magnet, we understand what's going on. Well, we sort of understand what's going on, and we know that there's a solid piece of metal, whatever you want to call it, that's causing this thing, right? So we do have like some sort of understanding.
Yeah, we have, you know, that solid piece before it's magnetized has none of these properties, right? And when you pass a large current through it, it basically aligns all of the, it basically makes coherent all of the charges within that material.
Yeah, it
Right?
aligns the whatever you want to call them. Yeah,
And it creates this vortexual flow of ether within it based on its molecular, not even molecular, but basically when you align it to be coherent, it
but it's
creates.
a solid piece of something doing something, right?
Correct. I mean, you need that solid material matter in order to be able to set up this alignment within, at least in my opinion, within the ether that creates this kind of vortexual flow.
Exactly, a mass causing something. Exactly my point. Yep.
But I think it's just kind of increasing, right? Like it's taking what's already there, and it's taking that energy and it's funneling it into kind of like a vortex, right? So it's funneling it in and spitting it out. It's creating, I don't know, kind of like in water, the way that you can use like impeller type technology, right? Where you're creating this void within the water that allows suction at one end and expulsion at the other. So you're creating the framework in which this flow of energy can increase, right? In a vortexual
Yeah, that
manner.
makes sense. Yeah. As opposed to a packet of energy on its own, like encapsulated, traveling on its own nowhere. That's ridiculous, right? The packet of energy thing, to me, anyway.
Well, I think they just call it a packet of energy because I think it's human nature for people to want to try to quantify everything, right? Like we want to wrap our brains around it and quantify it. So we're just taking like a unit of measure and we're calling it a thing, even though it's really just a unit of measure of the energy, at least in my opinion.
That's true, because that's how we engineer and understand stuff. If we don't know what it is, we don't know how to put it in practical use. We don't know how to design things around that object or theory or understanding. If we just don't know, we cannot make use of it.
Well, I think we can not necessarily know the exact nature of things in order to be able to work with them. And I think that is the problem, is most people don't want to admit like, hey, we don't know 100% how all of this energy, this energetic thing, these things around us, what they actually are. We can't put our finger on it. We can't really give a proper explanation of it, but we do know how to work with it. The problem is people's hubris in not allowing themselves to really fully always admit that we don't know the nature of it, even though we do know how to work with it.
That's exactly my point. Very
That
well
just kind
said,
of
brother. Yep.
that sounds like we're just guessing, and we're not. The thing is, we're not just making guesses. I mean, they're actually designing this stuff. They have a goal. They know how to reach that goal. Now, there's some trial and error a little bit. I mean, kind of got to make some computer modeling, and there are some, I guess, guesses or will this work better than that? But they have a goal and they're working toward it, and they kind of have a general idea of how to get there.
Right.
And the way you describe it, it's just we're guessing. We don't know.
No, that's not really what I'm saying. So let me put it in kind of an analogy that might work pretty well. So let's say a child is playing with water and they start to, figure out how to put water through a hose or, work with water in certain ways. Now, that child can work with water, can create things with water, can create waterfalls, can create higher pressure through a hose, even though he may not understand that water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen, right? So that's just kind of an example. You can work with it, you can use it, you can create things with it without necessarily knowing its fundamental nature. And I'm not trying to say that it's just willy-nilly guesswork. No, there's a lot of principles that we've understood around energy, but in order to work with those principles, you don't necessarily need to know the fundamental nature of that energy. And that's what I wish more people would just kind of admit, right? We're all kind of trying to flesh it out and figure it out, and nobody has a real good, proper explanation of it. Even though we do know how to work with it, it does seem to have certain parameters, certain things that are constant, certain natures to it, ways in which it moves and it interacts with certain things. But the fundamental essence of it, I don't think has been properly understood and may not be properly understood, at least in my opinion. That once we get down to these levels and when we start talking about base energies, right? Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It just transforms. We understand how that transformation, we can work with those transformations. But to me, these background energies or the background energy or whatever you want to call it, the ether, it starts to blur the line between the physical and the metaphysical, something to where we can't really continue to quantify it in a way that our human brain feels edified.
They work within boundaries that they know, right? And they push those boundaries, and those boundaries, how they get pushed. There's a lot of guesswork until something breaks or doesn't work, and then they go back to the start again, and they keep on pushing those boundaries and keep on pushing them until that boundary can't be pushed anymore.
So I didn't particularly like your example because in the sense that if a child is playing with water, he might do something with it, but it's not necessarily, it's not going to be, anything that he does is going to be more accidental than purposeful. He might figure out how to use water to destroy, a sandcastle, just make a big wave. But if he's trying to do something on purpose, then he has to understand, he doesn't need to know that it's hydrogen and oxygen, but he has to know fluid mechanics. He has to understand the equations that govern water and liquids for that matter. And he has to know how to engineer equipment that makes use of that understanding. He just can't just play with water and he's going to come up with, one of those water torches or whatever, the water cutters. He's not going to just randomly come up with that. To make one of those water cutters, he's going to have to actually understand the mechanics of how water works.
Yeah, and you can understand how the mechanics of water works, right, without necessarily knowing its molecular makeup. And you can get down to things like creating hydrogen and, electrolysis and all that stuff eventually. But I think you kind of really confirmed my point when you said, yeah, he can work with all of this stuff with water, but he doesn't necessarily need to know that it's hydrogen and oxygen. And that's kind of my point. Like, when it comes to these energies, we don't really know the essence of them, the makeup of them. I don't know if it's something that the human brain can even fully comprehend, at least in my opinion, the essence or the makeup of these energies. But we can work with them. We can understand, how they seem to how energy seems to interact with certain materials, how we can induce electrical currents from, passing a magnet through a copper coil, right? Like we can figure these things out, and a lot of it was trial and error from a lot of different people. And as you start to build the framework as to how energy moves, how we can how we can induce it, all that kind of stuff, doesn't necessarily mean that you get to the fundamental nature of what that energy is. And like I said before, I don't think it's something that we can necessarily quantify in a way that conventionally human beings quantify things.
We have been convinced that something massless can do something. This is where the problem lies. We've also been convinced that light is two things. It's a duality. It's both a particle and a wave.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And even one of those things isn't a thing.
Exactly, bro. Even one of those things is not a thing. So, yeah, back to the drawing board. Yes, we have some knowledge. We manipulate it. We know the spectrum. We know certain things, but when it comes down to it, we don't know what light is. And just going to have to accept that. We don't know what light is, period. Because something cannot be two things at once, as far as I know. Unless light is a very special thing that can do these things, that can exhibit properties of two things.
Yeah, I mean, I would be more satisfied if everybody just continued to call it energy, right? Like, we don't have a proper definition of that, and we don't really have the essence of what energy is, which is fine. But I think as long as we keep it within the realm of energy, and we try to not do what we're doing, which is trying to quantify it into some material mass or physicality, like, I'm fine with that. The problem is that current science or modern science always wants to draw it into some sort of quantification. And I don't think we can necessarily do that in terms of like physicality, mass, magnitude within material. Like, to me, that's kind of nonsense. But
I think it's the most mysterious thing we have, really.
yeah, I mean, when we try to quantify light into particles, I mean, you're basically saying that we have these shape-shifting, particles or whatever that shapeshift into many different things. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
it's against the laws of physics as we currently know it. This would be the only thing that is both massless and exhibits things that masses do. Like, in plain English, nothing cannot do something. That's it. Plain
right.
English, no fancy words. They're trying to tell us nothing can do something. I don't buy that.
Yeah, and actually, I don't know if I want to go here, but to me, something like the double slit experiment and this idea of quantum superimposition, and that the knower is the one that manifests everything into reality around them just by simply their consciousness being there. To me, their justification for this is kind of the wave particle duality, the knower is what collapses it into existence, yada yada yada. To me, this is a philosophical belief. It's more of a it has religious kind of connotations as to like you are the creator of everything around you. It kind of removes the entity that created the existence we have around us and put into place the laws and the codes and everything as to how we operate. And it starts putting that back onto the individual as being the one that is creating the world around them through their knowing or their conscious observation. And to me, that's a philosophical belief more so than a scientific discovery.
Yeah, very well said, because the implications are profound. In other words, if this is true, we have to believe that the mere visual or the mere knowledge of the witch path that they say change. That's pretty that's pretty spectacular for it to be true, right? Because then it would mean that things would change just by us knowing certain things. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, it goes into the metaphysical, especially where when you can create a wave function collapse with a needle and a laser beam, which I have done in my living room. I'll post a picture of it.
Yeah, it kind of places you as the creator of the reality around you.
Yeah, the changing, not necessarily not necessarily the creation of it, but the changing of it, like the manipulation of it.
Yep, I would agree. I think it's a philosophical stance, and one that I think can have consequences that maybe not everybody thinks about. Right? When you think that it's a possibility that we are living in a simulation, and you yourself, your consciousness is what's manifesting everything around you, and you can control it. It's all on you, right? This starts to kind of get into, even ideas of like moral relativism, things like that, where everything can be subjective, everything becomes subjective. There is no objective reality, there is no objective truth, everything becomes subjective. We're seeing a lot of this even bleeding into society these days. I mean, there's a lot of ramifications that can
Well
come
said, brother.
from
Yeah, leading away from a creator into this fantasy, anything goes kind of a thing. Yeah, I agree with you totally on that.
It's a do what thou wilt, right? Everything's subjective. We're in a simulation of which you are the creator of anything. You can manifest everything into existence as if you are a creator. It's a slippery slope, and it's philosophical or religious ideas wearing a white lab coat and goggles is basically what it is.
Yeah, really, it's instead of religion, right? They have this, in fact, because they feel that they have to have all the answers, right?
It's a
They'll
religion.
never say I don't know. They'll always bring it to this crazy mental area where they know everything. They have the answers for everything. And then when they don't have a solid answer, they'll say, well, it has dual properties. Of course, it's wave-like when we need it, and it's particle-like when we need it here. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yep. It's religion cloaked in some sort of, it's religion cloaked in science. It's pushing a worldview or a philosophical belief cloaked in science. And we've been trained to believe that anything that comes under the moniker of science has been fleshed out through the scientific method and it's truth, right? So it's a very cunning way to push your philosophical, religious belief system onto people, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, and we're not allowed to question it. Look, I created this wave function collapse with a $20 laser and a needle. Look at what I posted. 9 past the hour. And then they'll have you believe that you can go back in time and change something with a delayed quantum experiment. It's another bunch of nonsense. So the particle leaves as a particle, but if you detect it between the time it hit, like, then it goes back and changes into a wave, or goes through both slits. Like, come on, man. Seriously? Yeah, I got to see that with my own eyes. I call bull on that. And then we have quantum entanglement. Two particles start off together. They're split in two. One can go on the other side of the universe and one here, and one knows what the other one is doing. I mean, come on. Seriously? Try to sell this stuff to somebody else.
Yeah, I agree. It's honestly, the more you look into a lot of things and you equate them to like Kabbalah, you see that there's some very interesting things that we've been taught that may be more philosophical or religious than we're led to believe.
Like, we're supposed to believe that something could go back and change time, go back in time and change an event? Like, really? I don't buy that.
Yeah, me neither. I don't think that time travel is possible, to be honest with you.
I think it's what you said. All this stuff is designed to show their superior intellect, and they have all the answers. This is all designed to lead us away from a creator. Now, being a biblical creator, or the way I think of it as just some whatever it is, it doesn't matter. They're trying to lead us away from a creator. You know, we're insignificant. We don't matter. We're just a speck of dust in a huge universe. And they have all the answers. They want to be the Messiah. They want to be the gods. That's what I think.
Yeah, it's like they break you down that way, right? You're insignificant, nothing matters, just to build you back up with the other side of that, which is you are the consciousness that creates the world around you, right? So it's like,
yeah, brother, literally that with this quantum stuff. Literally that, yeah. They're telling you, you look at something, it does one thing. You don't look at it, it does something else. Like, they're literally making you, by your mere observation, being able to change reality. Now, that's some pretty advanced thinking there, if you ask me.
I mean, we do have the free will ability to change things within reality, right? Meaning through our actions, what we do in this world, yes. But I don't think we have this subconscious ability to some sort of manifesting things. I don't know. It's freaking weird. But yes, our actions within this world can change the world 100%. But that's through, first thought and then putting those thoughts into action, that you can change the world around you, right? Like, if I want to plant a seed in the ground, I can change the world around me in so much as helping to grow food for myself, right? But I can't
but
just...
You took an action. You actually took an action. You didn't just observe the seed and then look at the dirt and then it just planted itself, right?
Right.
You
I
have to
can't.
physically
I
grab
can't.
that seed and put it in the ground.
I can't just manifest food into existence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to tell us, that they can just manifest something or change the very basic principle of a particle into a wave, and vice versa, just by looking at it.
It's
Come on,
almost as
man.
if it's like a really old, if not the first deception, right? Ye shall be as gods.
Yeah, this quantum stuff, yeah, it's very questionable. Very, very questionable. And you see, we have to have enough, I don't want to say confidence, but like, we have to be able to subject, like myself, to ridicule. I'm sure a lot of people are saying, oh, this guy's stupid right now. What is he talking about? We have all this stuff figured out. And we have to have that ability to say, I don't care what they say, and to question these shadow giants. Like, I don't care. I'll take the heat on this. I don't care. Let me have it. But show me proof of this duality. Don't just give me stories, you know? Show me proof. You haven't any. You got nothing. I bet you if you bring the top leading scientist, the top guy in quantum physics, he won't have any answers. I guarantee you.
He will not have any answers that satisfy you. No, he won't.
Well, maybe they'll satisfy you, their stories, but yeah, they don't satisfy me. That is correct, sir.
I've got a wacky one coming from a food point of view, and that is like you get a proton and you get a protein, you get a neutron and you get a nutrient, as in nutrients. I wonder if there's any sort of correlation between those words.
Good point. Even the atom they got wrong, right? They thought it was a planetary arrangement with the proton and the neutron, the nucleus in the center, and the atom going around like a planet. They got that wrong. So now it's a probability cloud. In other words, the atom has a proton and neutron in the center, and there's a probability cloud. So the electron is somewhere in there, but they don't know exactly where. It could be anywhere. It's like a superposition kind of. Like, come on, man. Just admit you got it wrong, you know?
Yeah, as far as the proton neutron words, right? Like you were saying, protein or nutrient. I think it's just kind of the way that etymology works. Sometimes pro means like additive. Protons are positively charged. So, neutrons would be your neutral particles, right? And then electrons would be like
positively charged,
away, extracting. I don't know if there's necessarily a direct correlation between those terms, other than you're using the prefix to it.
Yeah, and in a food type of thing, you're saying that these things are living, and in the same way, you would be saying that these electrons and all those things could be a living thing or something, and it's just more a scientific term, but in fact, it's a living thing, just like a protein and a nutrient or a neutrino or a nutrient. I know it's two different things, but almost like saying that if everything's living, then that you're pretty much talking about the proteins and the nutrients of life, because they work they use thermodynamics to break down, with cooking and all that stuff there. So you can do all sorts of science just by simply cooking, in simple terms.
Yeah, I'd almost ask you for your definition of living when you're saying that these things are living.
Able to follow out a code. an instruction, that type of thing there. So in life and nature, things, DNA, whatever, they know what to do, when to do.
Well,
the code of
when certain things follow basic laws, right? Like hot to cold, high pressure to low pressure, things like that. That movement, I wouldn't call that the things doing that are necessarily living. They're just kind of following the laws of nature. I would say not consciously doing it, but it's just kind of a way that it is kind of thing. So the movement that we see from like high pressure to low pressure isn't because of some sort of living sentience. It's just the way that these materials or whatever are forced to move or forced to react based on the laws of nature.
chemicals, I guess, like the chemical nature of nature. Cool,
I mean,
man. No.
Do you think high pressure to low pressure is a chemical reaction?
It's a thermal reaction, and I wouldn't think my first guess, no.
Would you say when you boil it down, it's an energetic interaction?
Yes, energy is being transferred of a description, whether it be potential, kinetic, or all of the above.
All interactions are energetic in nature.
Because the only thing to exchange between molecules is energy. So
Exactly.
it's
So Extremis says you must feel good and comfortable that you have all the answers, and then you think I'm a nutcase, right? I'm glad that you're in such a secure place that you know everything, bro.
There's a lot of things I don't know, but I also know there's a lot of stuff you don't know.
Yeah, the thing with that is that I admit there's stuff I don't know. You, on the other hand, just believe the shadow giants and make fun of people like me that question it. It's all right, bro, but I'm used to it.
Sometimes you do say a lot of facepalm stuff, SE. And a lot of what you say is not even that you have no reason to believe it other than it just isn't possible, or it doesn't make any sense, so it can't be true.
Right, so you believe in a particle wave duality of something. You believe something could be two things, right?
It makes perfect sense to me. I see no reason to doubt it.
Exactly. So you believe that we're letting cats walk through a door without noticing, and they're cats when they reach the other end. But if you look at them, if you start checking them, they turn into dogs. That's perfectly fine with you, right? No problem there.
I see no problem with that.
Okay, good. That's the difference between me and you, right there.
Mm.
In other words, you'll buy anything that they sell you. You'll buy a used bridge, anything. Me, I will inspect that bridge and say, wait a minute, is this your bridge to sell? That's the difference between me and you. You accept what you've been given.
I have no problem if you inspect a bridge, as you just said. But the problem is that if you just say, I don't like this bridge, without knowing anything about, mechanics or how bridges work or structural design or anything like that, you have no basis to say, this bridge doesn't work, or I don't like this bridge, other than, I don't like this bridge.
So you're saying that I didn't have an understanding of the atoms which I spoke of, the neutrons, the protons, the orbital nature of the electron, which changed into a probability cloud. You're saying I have no knowledge of which I speak?
I'm saying you don't have enough. Maybe you have a basic. I mean, you know, everybody went to school, but again, saying
That's
that.
dangerous.
Well,
No, I didn't go to school. Sorry, I didn't go to school to learn this stuff.
No, but I mean, you went to. I mean, you know enough to what it says. Now, again, whether you believe it's true or not, but you know, hey, they say they're orbital shells. There's different charges, whatever. You know that part of it. But to just say I don't believe it without knowing why that's true, or why do we say that they're in orbital shells? How do we know that they're in orbital shells? What evidence do we have that that's true, other than just it's not true? I don't believe it. It's stupid.
You see where you went? Now you missed the first part of what I said. They first believed there was a neutron and a proton in the nucleus, in the center, right? And the electron was in an orbital motion. You got that part? Like orbiting, like the moon, right?
Right.
Then they got that wrong. They were wrong about that. So they had to change it into a cloud probability. It's not that I don't believe it. I'm explaining to you how they themselves got it wrong, and now they changed it into this. Somehow you missed that part.
So because we had an earlier version of it wrong, this one is also wrong. You're saying that?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that guys like you will and I don't even think you knew about this change. But when guys like you, when they tell you it's orbital, you'll say, okay, it's orbital. And then they'll tell you it's cloud probability. Then you'll say, okay, it's cloud probability. It's progress. That's what you'll say.
Okay, so they got it wrong before. So how do we know they have it right this time? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay. That's a fair statement. But here's the thing, and I said this earlier when I was talking about how to, science. I mean, that's how science progresses. We know there are things that we think we know. As we gain a better understanding, earlier versions of theories can be either discarded or, in some cases, refined, made more accurate, or maybe even some cases changed altogether. I mean, that's not unheard of. I mean, that happens in science.
Exactly.
There are lots of examples of that.
Exactly.
Now,
I predicted your response would be this. That's exactly how you're brainwashed, bro. You're Stockholmed and you don't even know you're Stockholmed.
No,
that is
you're right.
exactly the response that I predicted you would give.
Okay. And maybe this is the best idea we have currently. And maybe saying it's right is not the best way to phrase it. It's the best idea that we have currently. We may come up with another idea 50 years, 100 years from down the line. To sidetrack it slightly, quantum mechanics is kind of how this works. And there's also general theory of relativity. The idea is that there is a theory that will merge those two. So if we ever do find that will be a theory that replaces both sides. And so
but until then, let's just believe in something that we know for sure may or may not be true. This is what you're saying.
And you're right. I mean, again, there is science is ever developing. There will always be things that we will try to refine, make better ideas. But for now, the quantum mechanic idea, explains everything in the realm of atomic and subatomic particles, and it's accurate. I mean, not only does it describe what we see, but it does make certain predictions on things that we later tested and found to be true. So there's no reason that the, quote, scientists, I realize that's sort of a bad word to use, but there's no reason to doubt that it's true to the best of our ability to test it and understand it currently.
Fine, if you put it like that, I won't argue with you. But when you try to ridicule me like you do when I question these things, right? Now I think you understand that I have a legitimate reason to question these things. I hope we can come to that understanding.
Okay, and okay, we can understand. I have no problem questioning something, but what it seems to me you're doing, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this, is that it seems to, and you kind of did say it. You're not questioning. It's not so much a question of it doesn't work. It's a question of they got it wrong before, so how do they know they have it right this time? But to me, it also seems like you're just questioning it because you don't believe it's true. You have no reason to disbelieve it other than they had it wrong before, they got it wrong again because it doesn't make sense.
No, that's part of it. Now the reason why I question quantum mechanics or certain aspects of it is because I find a lot of them to be ridiculous and unproven. For example, the quantum entanglement, right? They say that you can have a particle here, and it's a twin, for a lack of a better word, could be on the other side of the galaxy or the universe, and they're both in a state called superposition, right? You don't know what state they're in. They can be in both. Let's just take spin, for example, right? They can be both in a counterclockwise and clockwise spin. This is the claim. This is what I question. Now, when you observe one of the twin particles here on Earth, you'll find it has clockwise spin, and then you know for sure that the other one has counterclockwise spin. Stuff like that I question. You understand what I'm saying? I have legitimate concerns. That's all.
Okay, but if we've actually, so do you think we've tested that? Or do you think that's just a theory?
Apparently, it's one of the most tested things that they've done in the laboratory.
So if it's
I've yet
been
to see it
tested,
myself, but I say this: you claim you've done it in the laboratory, okay? First of all, I'd like to see that to believe it. Second, how can you test it if it's the other side of the universe? How can you make such a claim?
Mathematics.
you know, that's almost sort of more of a philosophical question than a scientific one. But the thing is,
you're wrong, bro. That's at the heart of quantum mechanics.
No, I agree with that. But the thing is, okay, so let's say we did this test and we did it instead of on the other side of the universe, we did it, the speed of light is 186,000 miles a second or 300,000 kilometers a second. So let's say we did these two tests, 300,000 kilometers apart. So there'd be a 1 second delay in the signal. Okay, so we test this one particle. We find that it has this spin of whatever it is, counterclockwise. The other one should have clockwise spin, whatever. So we know this one right here that we're testing has this spin. The other one should have the opposite spin, or this, it doesn't matter, whatever, same spin. We know, based on what we know about this one, we know what the other one should be. But the problem is, to confirm our answer, the only way to confirm it is to send a signal over to the other side and get a signal back that says, yes, you're right. So that delay...
Which you can't do. You cannot do.
I agree. There's no way to send a signal over there and back. It takes 1 second each way to confirm that. There's no way to know that it was an immediate, instant response. There's no way to determine that.
Exactly. Or if there was a response in the first place. Now you're getting to understand why I question things. Exactly.
I mean, I don't disagree with that entire idea, but just to say that it's wrong because it doesn't make sense. I mean, you can say it's wrong because we don't have a way to test it, I guess.
Well, okay, maybe I can rephrase that part of it, but do you understand how that statement is correct?
I mean, I understand. Yes, I can understand that statement. Yes.
Yeah, so now we finally understand each other. It's not that I'm very pro-science. As a matter of fact, I believe that leave the fancy jargon out, okay? I like to talk in plain street terms, right? We can go IV, DV, and all this stuff, right? But I don't like doing that. I like talking simple. So I say this: cause and effect. Simple, right down to the elementary particles. If you can't show cause and effect, You have nothing. That's how I
Natural
think.
phenomenon. That's the other
Yeah.
important part.
Yeah.
And when you're trying to understand something logically, right, and it doesn't make sense, right, logically, right, what's wrong with rejecting that? Like if someone can't actually explain it in very simple terms that you can understand it logically, is that my cross to bear, or is that the cross to bear of the person that is trying to explain such gibbity gush at the end of the day?
Yeah, well, part of the thing, I
Exactly.
mean, quantum mechanics in general is it goes against everything that we understand. I mean, the whole idea of subatomic and atomic world is very counterintuitive to what we experience and see on a macro level. So a lot of what they describe in quantum mechanics, it really does go against logic. I mean, that's part of the nature of the subatomic world.
Well, no, things that are very, very small can still be explained very logically. Just because they're very small doesn't mean that they can't follow a logical path.
Yeah,
The fact that they're not.
I actually disagree with him. The simplified, fantastic explanations go against logic when you just like Google or YouTube something. But when you actually study this stuff, it all makes perfect sense. There's nothing fantastic or anything about it.
Okay, explain us the quantum entanglement at the edges of the universe. How does this information get transferred if we have a light of speed of light limit, excuse me? See what I'm saying? A simple question like that just throws your whole theory out the window. Gone, finished.
What was the question?
Entanglement is not dependent on distance, right? It's not a distance dependent thing.
So how does the information get transferred from
It's
one
not a
to the other?
transfer
How do you
flow.
know?
There's no info transfer.
Then how can you confirm that this happened?
By looking at the properties of the other particle.
Yeah,
Because
by
it happens
looking at one
faster than
state.
light speed.
I'm sorry. Please finish.
So if you have two tangled particles, I look at one and they spin up, I'm gonna know the other one is spin down instantaneously. There's no information passed on between the two particles. They're not talking to each other, communicating at all. It just happens instantaneously. Why? We don't know.
Nice. Too bad Jace is in the lab right now, because honestly, Jace has more knowledge than all of us put together on this stuff. So I would really like to hear his take on this.
Okay.
He is a practicing chemist, and we know, I mean, the way he talks. Yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes to quantum mechanics, I'm sure he's gonna say the same thing I'm saying. But we'll see.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, there's no way around what I just said. There's no way to confirm this because of the.
So earlier somebody said we work with these things and we understand them so we can create things with working with energy, right? I have a question regarding the whole realm and idea of quantum. What is something that utilizes this alleged knowledge of quantum and superimposition?
Smartphones, smart PCs.
X-rays.
X-ray was created well before any sort of idea of quantum superimposition.
You're right. But it still makes use of I mean, it's kind of what we were just, you don't have to know the fundamental nature to use something. You can kind of have an incremental knowledge and put something into an understanding. But one thing we didn't know about X-rays, for instance, was how dangerous they are, or even radioactivity is another example.
Radiation levels. But really, an X-ray is basically like creating an energetic shadow, right? And whatnot. So where does quantum come into play in regards to X-rays?
Well, I would say the behavior of the X-rays in terms of maybe knowing what materials are transparent to X-rays and what are not. I mean, without like a trial and error, if I can try all these different materials, or if I understand X-rays and quantum mechanics, I can tell you beforehand, this stuff will work with X-rays, this stuff will not, will stop X-rays.
So with your understanding of quantum, can you explain to me how an understanding of quantum goes into factoring in what things will work within X-rays as far as like what will, bounce the waves back and what will create the shadow? What, how does quantum come into play here?
I mean, I don't know that I can say that I understand enough to say it. I mean, in my, I guess, layman's understanding, I would say that it has to do with the properties of the X-rays in terms of their wavelength, in terms of the energy transmitted. When you're talking about material dynamics, like whether it's lead or other materials that will stop X-rays, you're talking about maybe the density, the what other properties there might be. If it's maybe it's some sort of crystal that can block X-rays, that it's not that dense. I mean, you can maybe design a particular material that's not dense like lead, but it can be designed to block X-rays. I mean, have you ever seen, and it's not specific to X-rays necessarily, but have you ever seen the, I don't know that there's some like material that actually can kind of wrap light around it. It's almost like an invisibility coat or something like that will sort of deflect and wrap light around it. So it's almost like it's what you're looking at is invisible. Have you seen those things?
Right. So reflections, deflections, and shadows created by certain energetic waves. I'm just trying to understand where quantum comes into play because my brother's works in a hospital within imaging and has done all the study, and I could follow up with him, but it's my understanding that it's not like he went through quantum physics to be able to do his job and understand everything that's taking place within it, imagery.
No,
but
I would say that
trying to draw a correlation between this imagery, right, and quantum wave particle duality theories, right? We're just talking about various energy waves and how they reflect, deflect, or create shadows within various medias.
No, to use an X-ray, you don't need to go through it. Now, to design the X-ray machines or to design something that stops X-rays, maybe that's going to require a more specialization. And what I was saying about the little light, the little bending of light, it's not, you have to understand light, but you also have to understand material science in terms of what can reflect and refract and what can bend light. I mean, light's basically X-rays, just a different wavelength. But you have to know how materials affect that light or that X-ray or that gamma ray or that infrared. The same thing with
right. My question still stands, though. Right? Where does quantum, these ideas of quantum physics, come into what you're talking about? Can you give me a practical example?
No, but what I was saying is understanding the nature of X-rays goes into not only understanding how they transmit, but what blocks them in terms of materials. So you have to understand the material too. Whether it's, like I said, a particular material, lead is obviously the example for X-rays. And why does lead block X-rays? Okay, why does it? Or what's the makeup of lead blocks X-rays that steel doesn't?
That's a good question. I don't necessarily know the answer, but I don't think that quantum physics is what gives us the answer in some sort of superimposition or wave particle duality or anything like that. I mean, we're just working with different wavelengths of energy in the same way we would work with them with light, right? So why does light go through glass, but it doesn't go through concrete, right? All of these things, it's not necessarily explained by quantum theory, is all I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to see where the correlation is between like X-ray imaging and quantum, right? So my original question was, where do we use quantum in the real world? Like the theory of quantum has given us X, Y, and Z, right?
Well,
Or these things. And you gave me the example of X-rays, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I understand you're trying to wrap something in here, but I'm just looking for like a definitive thing that, like, since we know this wave particle duality, we have now created blah blah blah.
I
Do
know
we
that
have,
in quantum cryptography, for example, the idea is if I send you a message, you should receive the message in the super state, right? But you would know that someone's looked at the message because when, let's say I send it to you, and then someone tries to eavesdrop on that email, someone tries to look at that email. The email, because it's been observed by somebody, it won't be in super state anymore. It'll be like in a yes or a no, a one or a zero. So then when you finally receive the email, you'll see that it's in one or zero. It's not in super state anymore. So someone has read the email. It's been intercepted. So that's just a type of security measure they use in quantum cryptography.
so
But there's also
I can see you using email as an example or an analogy of how this theory of quantum would apply to certain things, but
quantum cryptography. It's a real thing. It's a thing done today.
so what
Just
is
like
quantum cryptography?
cryptography.
What is quantum cryptography, and how does that process work?
I just gave you an example of how it works. What it is, just
Email, just because they put the
cryptography.
word quantum in front of cryptography doesn't mean that what's taking place in an encrypted email is some sort of wave particle duality thing. It's just translating these ones and zeros when you
That is
enter a specific
That's
code.
quantum mechanics to a T right there. It's that it's in super state. If you receive the email in the super state, then you know it's still secure. It's still encrypted. But if someone has intercepted the email and looked at it, read it, it loses that super state.
But it's not
And
in a
it's been
super state.
compromised.
Hold on. What
That's
you talking
not.
about?
It is. Have you never
How?
received an email that's encrypted with a quantum lock?
What does that mean? It's in ones and zeros, and there's a code. There's like a lock on it.
Yeah.
Where does the quantum come in?
The quantum comes in that lock. It's in a superposition. That locked is quantumly entangled. And if you observe, if someone breaks the lock and observes the email, it loses its super state. And that lets you know now when you finally receive the email, Essie, because it's not quantumly encrypted anymore. You know
Hold
someone
on.
has read this email. Someone has
Hold on. I think
intercepted.
we're not communicating. Are you saying that the code, the actual password, is not known by the sender?
If I send the password to you, if I send an email to you and it has a lock on it, that lock is in a state of superposition,
No,
right?
it's not. It's locked.
It
It's a
is.
locked box. What superposition
It's
is it in? Is the
it's
code in
it's
that?
it's yeah, the code, the lock, the key. Like whenever you buy a product, you were given a key, a serial key. Like
Right.
normally 12 numbers split into 3 groups of 4. Now that key is in a superposition. Those numbers are not fixed or defined.
No, it's
Not
no,
a
they're
Now
not.
not a
Sure, they're
not a
defined. Of course they are.
not a
They're given to you.
superposition, not a superposition in the
Uh,
way that like quantum
hold me on the
theory
edge. I'm gonna try and find the. Hang
is
on.
talking about light,
You
right?
hold me on the pipe. It's fine.
Rakia, you're
It's
hot
something
micing, bro.
completely different. It's something totally different. Just
say
because
what, Steven?
you email would be like an analogy for
I
like
was
the
using it.
quantum
I was
theory, but
using an
it's not.
email as
Full
an
meal net?
example, but it's not the email that's in the
It's not an
super state.
example. It's an analogy.
It's the yeah. I was using it as an example, an analogy, whatever, bro. There's no need to get pedantic. But it's not the
No,
email
there's
that's
a
in the
big
super
difference
state.
between an
It is. It
example and
is.
an
It is.
analogy.
But everyone understood what I was getting at. You know, like
Yeah.
you just wanted to be pedantic.
Right, but I was
Now there's
asking
no
for an
difference.
example, not an
That's the
analogy.
center.
But I gave you
Yeah.
I gave you a follow up
There you
example.
go.
If I
Yeah.
send
Can
something to
somebody,
you, it is
take care
locked
of
by a
Rakia?
serial, and that
Okay,
serial is
Mikey.
in
All right, I'm getting off. Hang on.
So then if I give you an example, or I'm sorry, if I gave you an analogy as to light being a water wave within the ether, right? Then would a wave of water then become an example of a light wave
I
in
don't
ether,
understand
or is
what
it
you
an
just said.
analogy?
But at the end of the day, what you asked is for an example as to how quantum mechanics is used in everyday applications, right? That's what you wanted?
Correct. Yep.
And I just gave you one, quantum cryptography.
No,
There
you
are
gave me an
different ways it's
analogy.
used. All right, then ignore the analogy. Quantum cryptography. There you have it. That is an application of quantum mechanics in everyday life.
So let me
Well,
ask you this. So the original message has now, when it's encrypted into ones and zeros, the original message is sent, but there's no actual ones and zeros that are being sent at all whatsoever. It's only when an observer opens that email does that manifest, or was that code actually sent via ones and zeros?
No, it is the key that locks it that is ones and zeros. If I send you an email, that email has a lock on it, right?
So that email
A very
ceases
let
to
me
exist.
finish. Let me finish. A very common type of lock they use is QKDs. I don't know if you've heard of those quantum key distributors. So it will put a quantum lock on this email, and you would need to put in the quantum code to gain access to the email. But this
Right.
quantum lock is in a quantum state. Now, the idea is if I send the email to you and on its journey to you, SE intercepts it, and he's able to access the email and read it. By the time the email still reaches you, you would have seen that the lock on it is not in a quantum state anymore. And that lets you know the email has been intercepted.
Were these
No,
ones and zeros?
hold on.
Were these ones
No.
and zeros being transmitted? Right, meaning they're existing for SE to intercept them, or is it they completely dissolve into
That's the question.
nothingness?
I don't understand
They
what,
still, the ones and zeros in your email message still remain. This is like saying quantum is observed when, you know, you order something from Amazon and the package shows up here. It's in its quantum state until you open that box, and then we know that you have received it. So therefore, that package was not in physical existence until you opened the box when it was at
I
your
did
door.
not say any such thing. That is not even the example I gave, bro. You don't understand what I'm saying then. It is the lock on the box that's in the quantum state, not
No,
the
it's
box
not. You
itself.
just gave it a
No.
name, bro.
Just
What?
because you put quantum in front of it doesn't mean that it's a
What
actual
it is.
example of quantum mechanics
It's a
and or quantum
QKD.
theory.
It's a
And
quantum key. Have you never sent an email with a QKD on it, or a highly sensitive document with a QKD on it?
You know what you
just
have here at
because it
best?
has
This
a
is what you have at
quantum in
best.
front of it doesn't mean that it's an example of quantum theory, bro.
Yeah. Let me tell him what he has at
Quantum
best.
mechanics is what is used to create these keys. Our understanding of quantum
No,
mechanics.
it's not. Give me a second to speak, bro. Give me a second to speak.
Created? Okay, go ahead, Essie.
Okay, this is what you have at best, okay? You have a code, a sequence of numbers, right? That is meant to be sent from from the sender to the receiver. Now, somewhere in there, if it gets intercepted, right? You code it to not to dissolve or whatever. Nowhere in there is it anywhere in quantum states where you don't know the code. You always know the code that you send. So, I mean, you're just putting a word there.
What?
Yeah,
There
at
is
best you have an electronic
Right.
knowledge of if the email.
QKD is not the same thing as an ordinary code, Essie. It's not the same thing. I think I understand what you were saying. You were saying that because I'm the one sending this quantum code, I know what the numbers are. And because I know what the numbers are that I'm sending to you, there's no way it's in a quantum state. Is that what you mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
all right. That's why I'm telling you guys to look into what a QKD is. A QKD is not just a random number of code that I know what the numbers are, and then I do something to make them quantized, and then I send it to you, and you would know what the numbers are as well. That's not what it is.
Yeah, but do you know, before you go on, let me interrupt you respectfully. Just make one thing clear. Do you know what the code is before you send it?
No, it's a key, Essie. It's a key, a serial key. Okay, so I think what confused you is when I gave the example of like an ordinary serial key. I just mentioned that to give you an example as to what it is I'm talking about. If you buy a new video game, right? There's always a key you got to put in before you can use the video game, or a new piece of software, the latest Microsoft Home or
Right.
whatever. There's
That's
a
what I
key.
understood
Yeah.
it to be. Yeah.
Now, yeah, I just mentioned that key to give you an example, a reference point. But the QKD, it's like that, but it's not the same thing. It's not a random series of numbers. It's a quantum key that is in a state of superposition. It's not
So it's
defined.
not
It's not a
known.
1 or a
It's
0.
not
It's a
known.
1 and a 0. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but yeah, I know. I understand what superposition is, but I want clarity on how this actual thing works.
Not
Are you
no
saying that the
the way.
code? Let me finish a sentence, bro. Please, man.
Sorry.
Are you saying that this code, before it's sent, it's in a state of superposition? In other words, nobody knows what this code is before it's sent to the receiver. Is this what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a cipher. It's a it's not known the way you would know that an ordinary serial key is 642917. Yeah, it's not known like that. It's a cipher, Essie. It's in a quantum state. It doesn't have defined numbers or values. It's a 1 and a 0 at the same time. It's not just a 1. It's qubits.
So
Not
then
just
how is it known what the
normal
correct
bits.
code is then? Maybe I'm having problems understanding it.
Where does the code that unlocks it come from?
Yeah.
It just manifests.
He's
What do
wrong. He's wrong in that because look, I'm not just looking, and this is his Wikipedia page. So quantum key distribution is a secret communication method which implements a cryptography protocol involving components of quantum mechanics. It enables two parties to produce a shared random secret key known only to them. So in other
Yeah,
words,
it's a shared random secret. Yeah, that's one way to do it. You
so
have
in
a
other words,
shared random secret key. It's a random
know.
number though.
But you still, there's still a knower for the key.
I knew it.
Yeah, no. What we know is the cipher, but we don't know what the numbers are. The numbers are randomized. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. It's not knowing in the sense you would know it's 042897. You and I both know what the cipher is, but it's randomized. It's in a quantum state. Those numbers are not fixed.
No, that's not what a quantum state is, bro.
That is what a quantum state is. It's not a 1 or a 0. It's a 1 and a 0. It's
Exactly, but this is not what you have. You don't
That
have a
is what you
quantum
have.
state. You have
It
a
is.
known set of numbers,
The
which
numbers
are
aren't
only known
You
between the two parties. He just read it out to you, unless
No,
you're
what
going
he just
against that
read
explanation.
is the key is known. The numbers are randomized. The cipher is known between the two parties. But what are the numbers that make up that
just
cipher?
cryptography,
It's random.
Okay, so it's the same thing, basically.
How is it the same? Okay, I don't know.
It's still
But the
Something is
numbers
known, right?
themselves
It's not
are random.
random. This is what I'm trying to tell you. There's something known between the two
There is
parties.
something known. There is something
So
known.
it's not
you
a
and
true
I,
quantum state, bro.
it isn't a quantum state because all you and I know, Essie, is the cipher. We know what the key is, but the numbers that make up those keys, they're randomized. They're in a quantum state.
Yeah, it's
You
called
don't know.
cryptography.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just cryptography. It's nothing to do with actual being quantum. It just uses the idea of quantum mechanics, but it's not quantum mechanics.
It is quantum
It's just
mechanics.
it's just clever programming. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's programming using quantum mechanics.
But the thing is that people know the person who wrote the information knows the information, right?
Mhm.
Right?
That's the whole point I'm trying to make. Yeah. There's no way
Sorry,
around that.
I
I
was
mean,
missing what?
If I send an email to you, I know the email content.
Mm-hmm.
Though
If you send an email to me, yeah, you obviously know the content. You wrote the email.
right, and then I still know the key, the secret key that for you to allow. You might not know the content of the email, but there's still a knower of the email content. I mean, not, the ones and zeros get mixed up and makes it a two state, whether it's 0 and a 1 into it, the keys gets unlocked, but it's still not a quantum mechanic. It's not in a quantum state.
But it's not the email itself which is in a quantum state. It's the key protecting the email. So someone gave an example of someone sending a box via Amazon. If I send you a package, it's not the package that's in a quantum state. We don't know if it's not to say I'm not sure if the package exists or not. The package is a real thing, but the lock covering the package is in a quantum state. Now, I will know that someone has tampered with that lock because by the time it's reached me, it's not in a quantum state anymore. That means someone has observed it or interacted with it and tried to open it. That is
but you
how
know that through
quantum
electronic moves, the
cryptography
program.
works.
It has nothing to do with quantum. This is what I was trying to tell you before. You
But
know
it
it
is
got
a quantum
intercepted,
state.
therefore you know it's been tampered with. Nothing to do with quantum.
Say what? Say that again, let's see.
I said, you know it got intercepted between the sender and the receiver. You did that
Yeah.
electronically. That has nothing to do with quantum.
No, but it's because the quantum state has broken down, right? There's been a collapse.
There's
From
no
its
quantum state, bro,
to this
there.
one thing by someone observing it. If I send you the package and the quantum lock is still in the quantum state, then we know no one has observed it. No one has tried to intercept it. It's safe.
How do you know that email has been tampered with, that code has been broken, and that email
Because
has then? So what's the mechanism that enables the receiver of that
Exactly.
email to know that it was intercepted? Because like when I was a kid, right, I used to hate my brother going into my room, right? So I used to get this little bit of paper. Right, and I used to jam it in the door up high where he'd had no idea. And I'd know if that little sneak had been in my room snooping around in there because he broke the lock, right? So what's that little bit of paper that is tampered with that enables the receiver of that email to actually know?
The question of the day.
so
Awesome.
Bansal, that little piece of paper you put there to know that the lock has been opened or not is the QKD, your cipher, your quantum lock. Now, if along the sending of this package or your brother opening the door to your room and that paper tearing, all right, those are the two same things happening now because someone has tried to, you know, interact with the lock. The lock loses its quantum state because it's being observed and interacted with, and it just becomes a 1 or a 0. It goes from being it goes because of quantum collapse. It's like the double slit experiment. If you're not looking, it goes through both. If you're looking, it goes through one. Um, the term has just slipped my mind, but it's when the quantum states collapse into one reality. Instead of being in a superposition, instead of Bansal being dead or alive, Bansal's alive. Because I'm observing Bansal now. When I wasn't observing Bansal, he could have been in a super position of super state. When I wasn't looking at the QKD or the quantum lock, it's in a super state. When your brother didn't enter your room, the paper is still there. But the moment your brother enters your room, the paper's been tampered with, the lock has been tampered with. The moment I look at and fiddle with the QKD or the quantum lock, it loses its super state position. And it becomes a 1 or a 0.
Yeah, But what's the mechanism that enables you to know that someone has looked at it? Like the mechanism was that paper tearing, right? That
And
was
the
the mechanism.
mechanism is quantum state to normal mechanical state. If you receive the message bandsaw and the QKD, the quantum lock, is not in superposition anymore, that is the mechanism that lets you know it's been tampered with. If it's still in superposition, your brother hasn't entered your room, the paper is still there. It hasn't torn. You have to equate the key losing its quantum position to your brother opening your room door and tearing the paper. That is the mechanism.
Yeah, but you're assuming this superposition exists in the first place, and that's what we're doubting. And you're saying, yeah, superposition. Yeah, superposition means superposition.
We're not assuming. We know superposition is a real thing.
No, we
The
don't.
double slit experiment proves that.
No, we don't.
So you don't believe the double slit experiment?
Superposition, I absolutely don't believe it, but I don't want to cut off Bandsaw.
Well, it just sounds like you've been able to develop a system that enables you somehow to see if this email has been looked at more than the initial receivers once. So it's actually been looked at twice. All right.
What do you mean?
But well, just that, like someone has worked out the code and they've opened the lock. Right now, they've broken the lock somehow. Right, but I don't know if it's me, but you're not explaining or making it clear how we know that it has been tampered with. Like just to say
Okay.
just to say it's no longer in superposition isn't
Uh-huh.
actually explaining the mechanism at which this is actually happening. And I think that's what SC and I might be struggling with. I don't know, SC, but
You couldn't have said it better,
Okay.
bro. Couldn't have said it better.
So the mechanism is the collapse from a superposition to a normal state. This happens when you observe or interact with it. Why does this happen? We don't know, Ben. So we don't know why things in superpositions collapse into a normal mechanical position when you look or interact with it. We don't know what the underlying cause of that is. Does that clear it up? Or still question?
No, not really.
I'm gonna
Okay.
say no. I'm gonna
Okay.
say no.
So let's take it step by step, Banso.
Yeah,
So I want to send you an email, and before I send you the email, because we need to have computers with really good processing powers, almost quantum computers, in order to send emails with these type of quantum locks on them, QKDs. So I'll let you know, Bandsaw, you got to turn on your high-powered quantum computer because I'm about to send you an email with the QKD lock on it. All right. So, me putting that QKD lock on the email is equivalent to you putting that strip of paper on your door to know if someone opens your door or not while you're not at home. So far, so good.
Keep on going. Yep.
All right. So I put on my quantum lock or my strip of paper. Now I send that email to you. As I'm sending that email to you, your brother decides to be naughty and he goes into your room or he intercepts the email. He was listening into our, because we were using the house phones and your brother picked up another phone in the house and now it's three-way, but we don't know that he's also on the line. And he is, I'm about to send you this super secret email. So he's like, I'm going to intercept this email, which is the same as I'm going to go into Bansaw's room. So as this email is on its journey, your brother intercepts it and he tries to access it. Whether he's successful in getting into the email or not, that doesn't matter. What matters is he interacted with the QKD, with the code. So his interaction with the code causes the code to collapse. It goes from a quantum state to a normal classical state. Do you understand that part?
I do. Look, this is the best way I can explain it myself,
Okay.
right? Because I'm not getting what you're saying, right? So I'm going to try and explain it my way, right?
Right.
Now, the old days when you had a credit card, an ATM card, and you go down to the ATM machine, like the hole in the wall, and you put your credit card in it, okay, and you punch in your PIN number. Okay, and it goes, yep, or it'll go wrong PIN number. You put in the incorrect PIN number, right? And you get X amount of attempts, right? Before that ATM used to swallow up your card, and then you'd have to go into the bank and blah blah blah, get it and get your card, and go through a lot of sort of rigmarole and whatnot. So to me, what all this is basically doing is saying somehow to the receiver of the email that someone has actually tried to hack it. They may have hacked it because they have had X amount of attempts at trying to crack the code. That's all it seems to me. Would that be basically right?
You could say it that way, but all they
Oh,
need is But instead of saying X amount, let's just say one attempt. They one attempt to try and access it, whether it was successful or not,
yeah, yeah. Whether
triggered
it's
the
one,
alarm.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
because the ATM could have done exactly the same thing. The ATM could have given you just one attempt to put your PIN code
yeah,
in before it used to swallow up your thing. So whether
yeah,
it's one attempt, 3 attempts, or 3 billion attempts, all
yeah.
this is doing basically, excuse me, is telling the receiver, right, that this email has
It's been
had
tampered with. Yeah.
X amount of attempts to try and get into it. So it doesn't seem like any sort of superpositioning or quantum of anything. It just s- is basically
No,
like a fancy ATM type of arrangement that now is done over email. Does that make sense, SE, what I just said?
Absolutely. Let me say this. Absolutely. I love it. You brought it down to plain English. That's exactly right. He's equating a state of superposition with a program electronic relationship, like somebody could write the code. This
it's
email
not
has to
code
go
though.
from this
It's
point.
not code.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. This email has to go from point A to point B. Now, if you can write that in the code, if it goes to a third party, erase this thing. Very simple, explained in a logical manner.
But that isn't exactly what happens. All you had, Banso, was a good, analogy, and I'm fine with your analogy because your analogy gets through the principle of what's happening. That
Okay.
you will know by the time you've received the email that someone has tampered with it. It's the
Yeah.
mechanism which I'm not sure why you are not understanding it, but it's pretty simple. The key is in the quantum state. If someone looks at it, it loses that quantum state.
LOL.
And when you receive the email, because it's you were supposed to have received it with the key that's in quantum state, but now that the key is not in quantum state, you know it's been tampered with.
Yeah, they had one go at trying to crack the key, and now I know about it. It's
So wait a
easy.
Yeah.
minute.
ATM,
Question
credit card.
here. Question here, Bandy. Are you ready? This is an awesome question. So
Okay.
if the quantum state is disturbed by merely looking at it, what's the difference between me looking at it and realizing that someone, i.e., me, has looked at it by nature of looking at it, or someone else has tried to look at it? Because either way, won't we both get the looked at state?
Okay, so the looked at state, it's not just a simple, I'm just using the word look because I don't want to complicate it too much. I don't want to go into the whole process as to what's behind that look. Behind that look, it's a whole thing you need to do to actually try and look at a QKD. I'm just putting the word "look" there so that you understand the basic concept of quantum mechanics, which is if you interact with something in a super state, it loses quantum coherence, right? And you have quantum decoherence. There's a breakdown of the super state and it becomes a mechanical fixed object. That looking, though, I could explain that, but I just first want these guys to understand what the basic principle and mechanism is.
So
Oh, yeah.
I can
how do we
explain
put it? How
what
do we
it is
put it
to look at it.
into? How do we put it into? If interacting with it takes it out of quantum lock, how do we put it into quantum lock without interacting with it?
That's a
Yeah,
good question.
that's a whole long process. I can't explain it in great detail in my head. I'd have to go back to my notes. But the looking part, I think off the top of my head, I could go into. It's just basically look at it this way. see the QKD as basically particles of light, photons, that are just sent over a fiber optic cable, and you need a computer with enough processing to be able to split those photons, into, how can I say, into two different paths, right? Or like photon collectors. So I send the message to you, and it has the photons encrypted into it, and those photons have been sent in a specific sequence. All right. Now that sequence is quantumly entangled, so these photons are sent as qubits. They're not ordinary bits. It's like a bit, but within a quantum nature. And
So it's
it
multiple
when
photons.
no, it's just each photon is in a random state. I'll send you 3 photons, and each of them are entangled. They are in a random state. You don't know what the nature of those photons are, but if
How do you
you're able
entangle
to look
one
at,
photon?
I said 3 photons, all in an
Right.
entangled state.
So there's multiple photons. You said no
It's
when I said
multiple
multiple
photons.
photons, so that confused me. Okay, go ahead. So
Okay.
there are
So
multiple photons. Okay.
yeah, it's a string of photons you've sent, all
Considered
in
as a wave. Once you get multiple photons, don't you end up with a wave? Yeah. See what I mean?
even one
Another
photon is
good
a wave.
question.
One photon would travel as a wave packet.
Can I say something? Right, can I say something? Can flat earthers stop trying to understand quantum physics, which then triggers Nate into trying to understand quantum physics? And then we
No,
can
I
all
understand.
get on with our lives.
So why don't you straighten us out there, brother? Tell us what's the score.
You what? Tell me your original problem with anything, and I'll tell you my answer.
What?
What's your original problem with the
I
quantum
love
world?
We're talking about a quantum lock in this case.
Okay, and what issues do you have with it as a flat earther?
I'm not a flat earther, number one. Number two, the issues I have with it is there's no way to describe this as a true quantum duality state or superposition state, because I explained it in a program electromagnetic internet transfer thing. Nothing to do with quantum. He did not show anything to do with quantum.
That's your issue. You're having too much of an opinion above your pay grade, and that's triggering others to try and explain quantum physics.
Perfect. Perfectly understood and accepted. Now, you go ahead and explain to us, since we're so uneducated and below our pay grade. Maybe you can explain it to us, sir.
No,
Go ahead.
quantum locks aren't important. Move on.
So you just thought you'd come in and say that and
that's
interrupt
fucked
our
up.
conversation.
Wow.
Yeah, we were having a real nice convo, Don. Like, to just come
Come
inside.
on.
We shouldn't talk about this.
None of you have even explained what it is
That's like
yet.
saying, dude, I'm King
I am
Dingaling. I have the
explaining.
biggest penis, and no, you cannot see it.
Yeah, I was literally explaining the
Yo, come on. Show us.
I'm speaking for Reckoner here. He's in the text and he's getting very frustrated that Nate is talking about things that he obviously doesn't understand. And I know the cause of that is flat earthers
what do you
talking
mean
about
I don't
things they don't
understand?
understand. That's what
What am I
Reckoner's saying.
showing?
And I agree that you don't.
Okay, what don't I understand about
Any of it.
What do you mean any of it? Which part?
Any of this quantum stuff.
QKDs, quantum cryptography, like what about it do you feel I don't understand, Don?
I don't
Like give
think
me
you
one
understand
example.
any of that enough to
Enough
debunk
to?
SE's misunderstanding. That's my comment.
I'm not trying to debunk his misunderstanding. I'm just trying to clarify what I'm saying. Like you being
Check out
very
the
weird
arrogance.
right now.
I'm the one with the
Yeah.
misunderstanding.
Okay, well, that's the reaction from chat, guys. Carry on.
Well, I agree
Maybe
with
you didn't
Don.
remember all the terminology, but remembering the terminology doesn't actually give you an understanding.
Right. I agree with Don's assessment of man of consciousness not necessarily understanding what he's trying to explain, right? Because he's giving a analogy as an example, and the room has kind of picked that apart. What I disagree with Don doing is coming in and claiming that somebody's stance on the surface of the earth has something to do with whether they can intellectually have a conversation about what we're talking about. That's where I disagree with him.
Didn't mean that, Nathan. What I meant, if I clarify, I know from experience, 100% fact, if someone is debating a nuance in reality, flat earthers started it by thinking they understand something.
No, we're trying to garner an understanding of what people claim as this quantum theory, right? We're trying to garner an understanding of it. And what happens when you try to get people to explain it and give examples is you quickly realize that they don't have an understanding, they have a belief system, and it's typically based on philosophical standpoints,
So
whether they
why
understand that or not.
wouldn't you
Right,
then
and
give
saying
up
that someone
asking
doesn't
those type of
understanding.
people?
Right,
Anyway,
I agree.
we're getting
Yeah.
derailed here. We're getting derailed. We're having a pretty cool conversation.
Yeah, and I think we gave some concrete examples of why I don't believe in it. I gave the example of quantum entanglement and the speed of light. It's not like we're just saying nah, and we're giving you solid physical, scientific explanations of how this can be questioned. I mean, I don't understand your problem, bro.
I can't give you that. Sorry.
And we're trying to understand the mechanism at which this is working.
Yeah.
And I don't see that there's anything wrong with having a discussion about trying to understand how all this is going on behind the scenes. We're not saying that we know. We're asking the questions. How? Okay, then if this is how, that is how.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Well, apparently, according to Don, if you have a certain position as to the shape of the Earth, then you can't have this discussion. Allegedly.
Yeah, that was a low blow
I
there.
already clarified that.
That was a low blow, Don. Seriously, man. We're just talking, both sides. Even who was it?
Sorry, what it is, yeah, is
Stingray?
Reckoner doesn't do VC anymore, but he has lots of opinions about what was being talked about. So I just wanted to convey a couple of them. It's fine, you can carry on.
Yeah, but
and you also use the
bro, by you saying
fallacy.
yeah, you think that you know the answers, you have the answers, and that he's wrong.
No.
Yeah, Don, because initially you didn't make it clear that it was Reckoner's opinion. You made it sound like that's how you felt.
Yeah, because I agree
that we were all wrong.
I agree with him. You've got lost in the
You
nuance.
all right? If you agree with him, what parts of the conversation are we getting wrong, Don?
It all starts with where SE thinks he's debunked some quantum physics. That's where it starts.
But he doesn't think that.
He's not talking about
He does.
debunking physics.
What are you talking about, Don? SE didn't come here saying he's debunked anything.
He said he's got issues with quantum locking, and it's not how someone else says it is.
Yeah, having issues isn't debunking. It's just these things he's not sure about, and he's asking for
but
explanation.
he's asking you dishonestly to explain it, when actually his intention is to make you not understand it and admit it's not true. It's a dishonest inquiry. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, you can carry on.
No, let me defend myself. Hold on. What I said was I have an alternative explanation which makes more sense, and I'll explain it again. You can write a code to say that if this email, these instructions, this code is intercepted by a third party, it can be erased, deleted. Very simple program. I mean, you can probably write it with a copy-con thing. I remember 30 years ago learning that, right? To press one key and make a certain things happen. So I don't see why you don't understand that. I'm giving you concrete evidence that it doesn't have to be a no quantum state, just merely a code and internet relationship. Now, I don't understand why you're fighting that, bro.
Yeah, built-in protocols within encrypted emails are not an example of quantum theory in action.
Well, I mean,
that's
the
all
whole
I'm
thing is
saying.
that they're using a what's called a quantum key distribution, which is supposed to be
but that
use
like I said before,
use
that's
components
built-in.
of quantum mechanics, which is supposed to be sent into superpositions, right? When if somebody reads it, it's no longer in a superposition, and you will notice that somebody read the information.
Yeah.
So
Exactly. So I mean, if you understand it, Elbow, like I don't know why the others.
I mean, I'm a programmer, but I mean, I'm trying to actually look to.
Okay,
I'm
so
looking into it.
Elbow, let me explain the process, and you see if you understand it, and then you can explain it to them. So you and I are sending a message to each other, and I'm putting a QKD on this message, right? You have a receiver. I have an emitter that sends out the photons that make the QKD. These photons are all in a quantum state, right? And I send them to you in a specific sequence. When it gets to you, by your emitter, you have a splitter that puts each photon in the corresponding bucket it should be in based on the sequence in which I sent them to you. Now, once you've done putting them in that sequence, you are then going to send me the data that your emitter tells you it's put them in the specific buckets, right? This is the sequence we use because this is the sequence that the photons came at us in. I take that data and I compare it with the sequence on my emitter. Is my emitter agreeing? So the sequence that the photons were sent out from my emitter, does it agree with the sequence that the photons have been received by your receiver?
See,
If
the
it
whole thing is,
agrees,
bro, I haven't looked into quantum computing. Now, I mean, my programming goes. I'm a software engineer, which has, I mean, I've been doing it for 11 years, but I haven't really gotten into the quantum programming. So I'm not sure if it uses you're saying light to actually transfer
photon.
information, because all software is actually just a programming language, which is then converted into binary language. So
Binary language, but binary language transmits information.
no ones and zeros, right?
Yeah, through ones and zeros, which can
This could
also
be a light on, light off, right?
Exactly. So if it's binary, it's a bit, right? And then a
Right.
qubit is just binary in a quantum state. Instead of it being a 1 or a 0,
It's one
a
and a
1
zero.
and it's a 1 and a 0. And this information, which is also energy, is sent in the smallest transportable unit of energy, which is a quanta or a photon.
See, this
So
is
the
what I don't
photon
understand.
is what's used to send the information.
And this
But
is
the
what I don't
photon
understand. In a light, how can a light be on and off?
because it's in a quantum state. It's quantized. It's on and off at the same time, 0 and 1. It's in superposition.
This goes back to
Like
their theory that the conscious observer is what causes it to manifest into a visible light, and without the conscious observer, it is non-existent or in a different state until the conscious observer observes it.
yeah, that is a byproduct, but the underlying mechanism, we don't say that it's consciousness because there's been experiments where you can put a rock in the way and the rock will cause a collapse of the quantum state. So we don't know whether it's consciousness or not. We just know that an observer does play an effect. It seems whenever you interact with the thing in superposition or just the very act of trying to measure it causes the collapse of the superstate, and that's kind of been taken off to mean consciousness, and there's all this woo and all of those, the gurus try to use this woo to sell books to say you can manifest your own reality, and that book The Secret and whatnot. That's just woo nonsense. That isn't what quantum physicists actually say. We just say that the collapse happens in the attempt of observing or trying to measure it. But the observation and measurement doesn't need to be done by a conscious agent.
I would say that woo that you're talking about is what the underlying philosophical belief is for what they're claiming within quantum theory.
Philosophically, yes, I would not disagree with you. But scientists are not they're not philosophers or whatever the word is, philosophizers. They're scientists, so they don't buy into that idea. People that philosophize buy into that you can create your own reality because of quantum mechanics. It's something rooted in philosophy and it has nothing to really do with science.
Scientists are very much cloaked
Mate.
in this
They're not really related.
cover of science, but there's certainly a lot of philosophers within science.
I have
Yeah,
got
there is a
from some
philosophy of
philosophical
science.
standpoint.
Yeah, there's a philosophy of science.
Can I speak on it? I think people have believed in changing reality through intention and using woo and magic forever. Quantum physics is a new study that seems to confirm or excite people that think they can change matter and thought it wasn't an allegory. Magic isn't like an allegory. They think they can actually change matter now because science says so. So that's a bit silly. That's when science starts to try and use myth and magic and make it
Science
real.
doesn't say that, Don. Science does not say you can manifest reality just by looking at things, or you can
No,
change
but
matter with your mind.
quantum theory is suggesting
Quantum theory doesn't
weirdness now. It's suggesting weird anomalies, right, that relate to mystical thinking in the past for some reason. That's what.
No, what quantum theory and quantum mechanics says is all we have is these observations. We just see that when we don't try to measure or try to detect which slit the particle went through, it seems to go through both of them. When we do try and look at it, it seems to only go through one. That's all it says. Beyond that is
That's the
philosophy
dumbest
and
shit
woo-woo.
anybody's ever heard of. Sorry.
But that's observable within experimentation. That is what the double slit experiment is, Rakia. It's an observable phenomena that people actually do. What causes this to happen? Why does it happen? That's the woo. That's where people come in with it's your mind causing it to happen. And science doesn't say any of that. Quantum mechanics doesn't say any of that. It doesn't make a comment onto that. It only goes as far as to say that maybe this could be happening due to the whole many worlds theories, right?
There
That
you
they're
go.
alternate universes. That's as
There you go. So
far
now,
into
now
the
they're
woo
saying maybe
as
there's
science
multiple
goes.
universes, which is a
Yes,
mystical
yes,
concept from the past.
yes, yes.
Oh,
That's
pseudoscience.
that's pseudoscience. That's woo that some scientists do entertain. You know, it's sad that they entertain it, but some people do. You know, because it is from the mind of a scientist that this idea came from.
Did you know they say that inside black holes there are billions of more galaxies? And that
That's what some people think. Yeah, that's woo as well, scientific woo.
entire other universes inside the black hole.
It's when science tries to add religious concepts into their model, that's what happens. That's what's happening.
Well, not science. When one individual, when one human being tries to play God and decide that the reason this is happening is because there's alternate versions of me. That's one person.
Or like,
that
or like when that one priest tried to play God and put the sun in the center of everything.
Did you know that some black holes are green?
Some of them are white.
Like
Yeah,
Jesus
I mean,
being the
they
center
have
of everything.
they have
The sun,
different
just like that.
frequencies.
Yep.
They say
How
white
about I
holes
could tell
are
you no such thing as a
non-existent.
black hole. All
Yeah.
conception in somebody's brain.
They
Ain't
say
no such
white
thing as a
holes are
black hole.
conception, but they know all about black holes. That's the most hilarious thing I've ever
That's
heard.
so racist, man.
That is racism in science.
Well, what Man of Consciousness just basically said, or really kind of admitted, is what I was hinting at previously and stated earlier, that this quantum theory is just trying to quantify the mystical philosophical beliefs. It's basically what it is. You're trying to quantify it into some sort of scientific terms. They're philosophical, mystical beliefs.
Yep, to give it some illusion of reality.
Well,
That's what they did.
It's cloaked in science so that people associate it with truth, right? Because most people associate the term science with truth, meaning it's gone through a process of experimentation to prove out the cause of the effect, right? So when we associate the philosophical belief with science, people take it as truth, and they don't look at it as a religion, even though they incorporate it into their life.
And then someone can just
subconsciously as a religious belief, yeah.
Yeah, someone could just say you're a science denier. They can use that catchphrase then.
Meanwhile, we use science, real science, to debunk their bull. It's fascinating, yeah.
Well, I would say we use real science to prove reality, which so happens to debunk their theoretical nonsense. But it goes back to that one person, that priest, that said, "Oh, well, let's put the sun in the center," and then try and work the model out from there, and have to come up with all this theoretical nonsense that you can't prove to have that theory proven. That baseline, right, of the sun being in the center. You have to come up with all types of, nonsense, basically. All types of things you can't really prove in reality. You can just prove with math and theoretically think about it, philosophize about, teach it in schools, and voila, like you said, it's taught as fact now.
Well, and then 40 years ago, they actually changed it to we go around the Great Attractor, which is actually just another name for
Satan. Oh, how dare you?
And don't forget, we're going around this great tractor. We even made a meme of it at 1.5 million miles an hour at least 11 different vectors.
Yep. With all kinds of changes in speed. But yeah.
And if you think it's not a coincidence that the mainstream religion, I'm going to use that as Christianity, has the sun as their focus, and then science puts the sun as their focus, then I got a bridge to sell you. No coincidence. Even Christians today are relating the sun in the sky to the son of the Savior. I mean, it's almost blasphemy.
Yep. Helios.
That's right. The ancient Greek god Helios. Yes, sir.
How is this not weird to some of the Glovers? Like, clearly a philosophical undertone and, like, you know, religious preference has formulated the model, and it has religious undertones throughout it. I mean, that's weird, bro.
They fight against religion on everything else, but don't fight this at all. They fight for this, like, instead of against it. And it's got more religious overtones than the religion that I'm in.
Well, that's why
they have more faith than I do.
That's why it's such an impressive deception.
Yeah, and that's why I said it's philosophy or a religious belief cloaked in science, because it gives it that cloak of truth, meaning we have some sort of primary knowledge to it, or we've proven it out through some sort of experimentation, right? So it's cloaked in truth. So it's very easy for people to say, well, this is just science. This is truth. This is fact. This isn't some sort of philosophical belief that I'm believing in, even though that's exactly what it is. And the people perpetuating this get you to believe in this religion because it's cloaked in science or alleged quote unquote truth.
Well, I'd say some science does prove things or have truth in it. I wouldn't say all of it, but the great majority of it, and what they're pushing today, is more the philosophical, theoretical, science part.
Well, I gotta say this. This is one thing I think flat earthers mess up on when they say the science script is, truth be told, very few things can be definitively proven with science. Like, I mean, you can try to think of them. Like, I use the water boiling thing, but there's not a ton of stuff. So there's actually a middle ground here. Like, most of this conversation is actually not scientific experiment. It is, it's usually measurement. Measurement's the crux of our actual argument, and that measurement's not science. It's like a shape question isn't science either. So there's like this.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's all
like
been kind of thrown into science, but it's not. I get that. I have problems with, like, I do that myself.
Yeah, and like, so
science is a huge word now, right? Like,
exactly.
Social studies, social studies, mathematics, all forms of math, social studies, and all that's been grouped in with science now, I think.
But like the only thing in science is physical manipulation. That's why Nikola Tesla was a real scientist, because it was physical manipulation and invention and actual experimentation. He was a real scientist, right? Like most of this stuff that the let's just call them anti-flat earthers so vehemently oppose.
And look what they did to him.
Yeah, like you're defending pseudoscience, man. There's no way around it, bro. You look up at the sky and make up theories. Like, it's just cosmological religion. Like, that's all it is. There's no other way around it.
Just look at what they did to Tesla and how they just boasted up like philosophers like Einstein, who really didn't do a lot of physical experiments. Like, a lot of philosophy, a lot of thinking, a lot of, formulas and blah, blah, blah. But they destroyed Tesla and propped up all the philosophy.
Yeah,
No. Philosophy is good. Religion is good. Because we're on like the defense, there are certain things that there's a certain standard that we hold, but the problem is we don't know really what religion is. It's not this like bad word or bad thing. And second of all, neither is philosophy, because without epistemology, we wouldn't have a scientific method.
I didn't say how philosophy was bad. I'm saying how it was used to replace true science.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
But I would argue that, and the only reason I'm arguing that is because, well, there were good philosophers, and then there were people like Einstein. I'm failing to see how he was a philosopher, seeing as that philosophers try to stay logically consistent, not just with things that they can do naturally, but with the mind. I mean, not with things that they could do in nature, you know, experimentally, but also with the mind.
Are you saying Einstein was logic? Sorry, I
No,
thought you were
that's the point. I'm saying he's not.
He's a glorified troll.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, glorified troll. And he's a thief.
And a pedophile.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to say it, but thank you. Yeah.
And incestuous and, you know, a eugenicist and an ethnic supremacist.
To name a few, yep.
Openly, I mean, like he wrote about it. You know, it wasn't like a secret. He literally, you know, these people that are such virtue signaling, like moral heroes of today that love Einstein, they should go read what he wrote about every other race.
Especially
he was
China.
Jewish.
If you see what he wrote about China, you'll blow your mind. He said something to the effect of, he never met people that were more dirty and stuff like that, like disgusting and yeah, really great idea.
He didn't even consider them human.
Yep.
It's disgusting.
And they put this shadow giant on a pedestal and he can't be questioned. Yeah.
He was just trolling, bro. He was literally trolling. Like his theories are so ridiculous.
Haters right now. I swear to God.
What?
Y'all sound like haters right now.
So you think that we're haters because we don't like the fact that Einstein was an ethnic supremacist pedophile that married his first cousin?
You guys are hating on his positive achievements by just focusing on the bad things he's done. He's a human being. He's not perfect like all of us. Einstein never won a Nobel Peace Prize. He's not a saint. No one prays to him. But he's done some really cool things, and you guys are just focusing on his bad things, which makes you all haters.
What did he do that was cool besides keep a heliocentric lie going?
Keep what?
Besides keep the heliocentric lie going.
Oh yeah, heliocentric lie. I understand.
So will you
why are you saying things you
Stop being haters,
know
you
where
know?
you're at,
You guys
bro?
never hear a shit on Tesla. No one ever
So
comes and
that-
shit on Tesla because we love and we revere Tesla just as much as you guys do. We love and revere all scientists.
But when you say why are
we
you
don't
shitting
look
on
involved.
Einstein, and then I gave you an answer, and now you're talking religiously through me, like all you're saying is the truth and matters. When I'm trying to actually give you a response that's edifying to you, that when you get offline, you can do something with it.
I don't want to do anything with any response you give me, man. Come on.
Hey, will you
So
right
what's
now
the point of
publicly denounce?
What's the point of communicating if when someone relays a message, you do nothing with it? What
Yeah,
would
so I
be
was
the
gonna say,
point
then
of
go
that
on
in
mute.
this existence?
Then go on mute, man.
All I'm saying is don't hate on Einstein.
Why?
Like,
Because so
don't
we're not
hate.
allowed to call him out for his ethnic supremacy?
All right, if you want to go ahead, do it, man.
What do you mean if I
Oh, thanks, man. Hey, appreciate it.
No, how about this,
Y'all
man?
are hating on
Right now,
Einstein.
will you denounce his ethnic supremacist
I
views?
denounce his ethnic supremacist views, but I also, applaud a lot of the contributions he's made in science. But y'all are just hating.
He admits he's not a scientist,
my
though.
God.
He admits he's a metaphysicist. So maybe you should reread what he said instead of.
He's a metaphysicist?
Yes.
Because I swear he was. I mean, didn't he teach science? Didn't he teach physics? Didn't he have
admits
that as a job title?
He admitted he was a metaphysicist. So it seems like you haven't actually studied him.
I don't know. Yeah, I need to look into that, but which I said I will. But I'm just questioning: did he not also study physics and things and hold positions as a professor of physics?
Does that
which
make
is
him a
scientific
scientist?
position?
I'm confused.
I don't know.
Theoretical
I'm
physics.
He was a professor of.
I'm asking.
Theoretical physics. He was a metaphysicist under his own admission.
Really?
Yeah. So sorry to crush your idol here. He's also a pedophile. So.
I mean,
Of a
they're all
crazy person.
You laugh at that.
I'm not saying that
all,
we understand your argument that that's his personal discrepancies or issues, and we're talking about his professional contributions and blah blah blah. But the point is that if you want to prop him up as some like logical, coherent genius, at the same time he couldn't restrain himself from wanting children and thinking he's better than everyone and stealing all of his work, then maybe, just maybe, he wasn't quite as much of a genius as you think he is. He seems to be completely detached from any type of logical consistency with all his other worldviews.
Would say he
Name me
wasn't
one thing of value that Einstein gave us. One thing of value that wasn't that he didn't steal from somebody, that was his own. Name me one thing.
He patented him.
Relativity.
He patented a Mel blouse.
The theory of relativity. I don't know.
Yeah.
Tell me one good thing that Jesus did, other than steal Horus's story.
Why are you bringing Jesus into this?
Characters.
Why are you bringing
reality.
Jesus
Let's
into
do it.
this, bro?
Yeah, what a diversion, man.
Just leave Einstein alone, okay?
Yeah, leave him alone.
You're a hero. You see, they have to protect him. It's like that God, man.
Not being
Listen to this guy.
Einstein was a fishy character. Then go back to the drawing board, please.
I gotta say something. It's very telling that you compared him to Jesus, right? This is like your Jesus.
Yeah.
I know that Jesus is one of your trigger points. That's why I use that.
It's very telling that you compared him to Jesus, because this is like the mess.
Off individuals that work things out for you in the past.
This is your messianic figure of your religion, Einstein.
You decided that.
No, you did by analogizing him
I
to
literally
Jesus.
don't care what he did about anything. All I know is you don't have the right to slag him off because he was cleverer than you.
He was cleverer than me. I mean, if you're going to talk about how someone clever, you should use words that exist.
Smarter.
But didn't you also just say, you could talk about his work, but you can't slag him off. Well, we're talking about the fact that he was just a hypothetical Imagineer.
Oh, well, maybe. I don't know.
Well, that's what he said.
Well, that's not slagging him off.
Okay.
But Einstein came up with.
Also bringing up his biography is not slagging him off. Like if that's what you get from hearing about his life, maybe he deserved to be slagged off.
I mean, it's like saying don't talk bad about Hitler because he does a few good things.
Yeah, but
exactly.
what I'm saying is,
brought
instead of
him out
talking
of
about the
poverty.
man and his private life, knowing that no one's perfect, knowing that even everyone on this VCS
No, I don't think anyone here said
in
that,
their
dude.
closet, why don't we talk about his work instead of talking
about
what he did?
Okay, let's talk about his work. His initial
Yeah, go ahead.
publication.
No one's stopping you.
His
I
initial
asked about his
publication.
work and I didn't get one example. Show
His
us
initial-
one thing that Einstein gave us. Show us one thing
Brownian
on his
motion.
own that he gave us.
Brownian motion.
His initial publication
That's
had
not
a.
his. That's
had a
not
plethora-
his.
Who did he get
his-
that from?
His initial publication had a plethora of mathematical errors. So, what are you talking about?
Yeah, definitely. He needed assistance getting the mathematics fixed within special
He was a
relativity and
physicist.
general relativity. No, he was a very good mathematician. He was a theoretical physicist.
He
but
wasn't a
did the
good
most
mathematician. He
experimentation
had
as well.
mathematical errors in his initial
He
postulation.
taught mathematics at Princeton, number one. Number two, the mathematics that goes into the special and general theory of relativity is not simple. Einstein couldn't figure it out by himself. It took a team of scientists and mathematicians
make it up. Yeah.
And Einstein is credited with it, right?
Your emotional
his
involvement
equation.
is very
exactly.
strange.
Thank you.
No, I'm just explaining what's going on.
That's like saying a team of people wrote Shakespeare and then they called a person Shakespeare who wrote the
It's not
team
the
of
same
writers.
thing. It's not
It is the same thing. What do you
Also,
mean? It is the same thing.
His wife was a
That's the thing.
His wife was a Siberian mathematician and actually had to do the math forms. So it looks like you haven't researched this at all.
No, yeah, and not only that, he gave credit to his wife when
she helped him.
Yeah, that's
He's
right.
not the only- he's not the only scientist that's done that.
Yeah.
Niels Bohr didn't write any of his papers. His wife was a much better writer, and he just basically described it to her. She wrote both of his papers,
And did all the math, and then he didn't want to give her credit at first. He took her name
But
off
what?
the original publication, so
Okay,
you guys
okay,
are
so
What
literally
are
just
about
talking out of
that's
nonsense.
that's
Yeah,
not
Niels
what happened.
Bohr
What happened was,
didn't put his
what
wife's name
happened
on his
was,
paper.
yeah, if Einstein had put his wife's name on the paper, it wouldn't have been published because
But
at that
it's
time
just
women
If I
weren't.
did
I'm not
but
that,
it's
you
done
would
just a
talking. I'm
torture
matter.
not
me.
done talking. Please, I'm not done
But
talking. At
it's
that
just
time, women were. I'm not done talking. At that time, women weren't allowed to publish, physical papers. So if he put his
No,
wife's
no,
name, it
no.
wouldn't have
Well,
been
you're
y'all are
just
published.
missing the.
making
Y'all are
stuff
missing the.
up.
Y'all are look.
But that's
The whole
true.
point. The whole point is okay. So he described a bunch of math for something that okay, he described a bunch of math to interpret the cosmos, something that none of us can validate. Actually, it's just a
Well,
way
you're
to perceive the world.
But he's just lying
Well,
though. He's
not
just
even the
making stuff.
world, the
He's just
universe.
making stuff up though because he's acting like he was some noble guy who helped his work get through, but he couldn't put her name on it. No, he intentionally took her name off of it, and he said that she was basically a robot. I'm talking. He
Exactly.
had he had rules for her, and he said that you're not allowed to talk to me unless I talk to you. You're not allowed to do anything except for you bring me my food, you iron my clothes. I don't want to talk to you unless you're not allowed to talk to me unless I give you permission. You're not allowed to laugh unless I give you permission. These are rules he wrote for her. So when you try to act like he's some type of like moral person standing up for women's right inadvertently, you're deluded.
I thought we were talking about as
Nobody
well.
said,
And
nobody said
what
I
that.
in
didn't
no way said.
he
No,
depart?
Nobody
no,
said
no.
anything
Wait,
like
hold
that,
up,
dude.
hold up,
That's
hold
a
up.
hell
Yeah,
of a
because
comment.
that was directed at me. That was the biggest straw man I ever heard in my life with it. Like you just
No,
draw it
this is
upon his
his
life.
writings.
I'm
So have
not
you ever
done
read it,
talking.
or are you
I'm not
just
done talking.
preemptively
I'm
hand
not
wave
done
dismissing
talking.
him?
I'm not done talking. Please,
Well,
you're a
you're lying.
moderator.
You're a
You know
liar.
better. You know better. Not to sit there and call me a liar. Like that's uncalled for and
Well, you're
unfounded.
not justifying
Dude,
any of your
I'm
statements.
not
That's
Yeah,
the
you're
done
just
problem.
spouting
talking.
off
Well, let the
stuff.
guy
I
talk instead of
apologize.
talking over him. Let him talk. Witsit, he gave you space. Let him speak.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
good.
didn't
Xanax
interrupt
here.
Witsit when he sat there lying about me. Number one.
That's a
Number
lie
two,
too. You interrupted
I
many people.
I did not interrupt
Well. Here's the
Witsit.
thing. The
I said,
conversation is
"Oh my
about
God, never
The
mind, never mind."
conversation is right. Be quiet. The
Yeah, go ahead.
conversation is about Einstein, not about what you said. Clearly, there are multiple
Yeah,
people
but
here with
Witsit
multiple
made it
views.
about what I said by calling me a liar. Like, did you not just
Well,
hear
the
him?
conversation overall was about how he wasn't
I
such a
agree
good
with
man
you.
who
I
also
agree with
didn't.
you.
Yeah, but you don't have to interrupt me now. You said
But
you
you literally
gave me the
interrupted
mic
me,
because you
bro. I'm
said
gonna
you would
interrupt
be
you,
quiet.
bro.
You
Come
said
on,
you
man.
would be quiet. We can do
No, I
this.
didn't say I would be
We
quiet. I
can
just said
do
whatever.
this.
Well, we don't have to do this.
The
You could
bottom line is
let me
because I'm
finish.
trying to stop you from arguing with
Where you
people
at,
who aren't
Xanax? As
arguing
this
with
guy
you.
interrupts constantly, Xanax. Where you at,
Why,
What
buddy?
do you
why
mean?
don't we
I
just let
got
Nate
interrupted.
finish
But
his
I was never
response?
the
allowed to
whole bottom
respond to what
line
Witsit
is
said.
to
You
stop
guys
arguing
interrupted
about
me,
what
and
Witness
you guys
said because
stopped
it
me from
wasn't
responding
personal to
to
you.
what
All
someone said
having
about
a
me.
conversation
Number
about
one. Number
Einstein and
two,
someone
Elijah, I
All
totally
right,
agree with you.
wait. Everyone
The
stop
initial
interrupting.
discussion
Everyone
is
stop
about
interrupting.
Einstein,
Wait.
but Witsit
Moderation.
has
Man of
made it
consciousness, I'm
about
gonna let you go.
me and personally attacked me.
Please. See, you make it hard to even help you, bro. So we're gonna let you respond because I directed something to you, and now you're saying that I made it up. So you can respond. Here's the question: have you ever read his rules he gave his wife, or are you just hand wave dismissing and making stuff up?
So this is what I'm going to respond to, because
Yeah,
I
ignore
never
it. Ignore
spoke.
it.
No, listen, I'm not
No,
going to respond
because
to.
he's about to say I'm
Guys,
going
Yo,
to
let
yo,
him
yo,
respond
yo,
talk.
yo,
to
yo,
Just
yo,
let
you
him
yo, yo,
something
respond.
that
yo.
He's a
you.
What
grown
the
man.
fuck? What the
No,
fuck? What the
he's
fuck?
saying he's not.
Please let
Yo,
me
He's not
we
going to
respond.
all get the same
respond.
Let me
luxury here of speaking
respond,
for ourselves.
Elijah.
Just let him
I
go.
am responding to the accusations leveled against me. I don't care about the question Witsit just brought
Nobody
up
accused you of
5
anything.
seconds ago. Witsit
What's
accused
it?
me of
Did you
telling
accuse
lies.
him?
Witsit called me a
Yeah, I said
liar
he
like
was
5
lying.
Well,
times in
you
a
were
row.
because you're lying about
Exactly.
how the conversation
Elijah,
is had
please,
taken
bro.
place. That's why.
You don't
Well,
even know
let him
what it
answer.
is
Let him
to
answer.
accuse
Let him
me
answer.
of
Everyone,
lying
please let
about
him
Elijah,
me,
answer.
stop being
Elijah.
so annoying. Just let him talk for a
Yeah.
second. This is fucking so hard to listen to.
Let him answer.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So Elijah, I totally agree with you. The conversation is about Einstein, but what's it made about me by calling me a lie about Einstein? Now, number one, all I said was the reason Einstein didn't put his wife's name on the paper is because if he had done that, it would have never got published since women weren't allowed to publish scientific journals. I never said anything about him not treating his wife bad. It's well known he cheated on his wife with his cousin, this, that, and the third. He was horrible to her. I've never once said that I'm saying that he's a beacon of female rights. All of that is a lie, Whitson. All I said is he couldn't put his wife's name on the paper because if he did, it would have never got published. And that is the
Okay.
fact of the matter. That's why a
Okay.
lot of female physicists and mathematicians of the time had to have their husbands publish their papers for them.
Okay, now I get to respond. So when I was my
Is he breaking up?
You just
Breaking
You
up with
didn't hear a word you said. You broke it up.
basically you just admitted that Einstein's wife is the physicist and mathematician and wrote all his papers.
I didn't admit to that.
true.
Like,
Yeah.
it's like you didn't hear what I said.
Can you hear
When I
me?
said basically, you
Yeah,
didn't
well, I
get it,
can hear
right?
you.
Okay, so here's what actually happened. When I called you a liar was when I pointed out the rules he had for his wife, and I quoted some of them, and you jumped in and said that that wasn't true, and that was one of the worst rumors you've ever heard, and it's a complete lie. So then I said, no, you're the liar. Now I've asked you, I've given you an opportunity to somehow vindicate yourself. Have you read the rules he gave his wife? Yes or no?
Yes, it's well documented. I never said that that was a lie, Whitson, number one. Number two, you just heard me agree that it's well documented that he treated his wife bad, and that I never said that he's a beacon of female rights and he was good to his wife. All I said was the reason he didn't put his wife's name on the paper was because if he had done that, his papers would have never gotten published. That's all I said, Whitson.
But how do you know his motivation or his reason? You said, I know the reason he didn't. No. The reason was because he considered her beneath him, and she wasn't even allowed to talk to him without permission. So when you claim that you know the reason, you're making it up.
So did Einstein say, did he write somewhere in his writings or his letters between him and his wife and his friends that I'm not going to put my wife's name on my scientific paper because I hate this bitch?
No, he said that she was
Okay,
beneath him
thank
and
you,
didn't have the right to talk. So you don't know why he. He's
No,
pretty
he
logical
definitely
here.
said that.
I thought I was. See, you're complaining a lot about interrupting. See, the pretty logical conclusion here is he didn't think she deserved credit, and she wasn't allowed to get it. You're trying to paint him as some type of hero that just did it because it wouldn't be allowed in the scientific. No. He said that she wasn't allowed to talk.
I'm not painting him as a hero. You know, if
Oh,
that's what you're
that's a
getting,
big
then
stretch.
yeah,
I see what you're saying,
that's a
Winston, but that's a
huge
big
stretch
stretch
and a straw
connecting the
man.
dots there.
And I
Those
might even
dots are
say
far
it's a
apart.
blatant lie, but I'm not going to go that far with it. You know, but
Well, the thing
that's a huge
about the
stretch
thing
and a
about
straw
that
man to
is,
say, shut up, I'm not done talking. That's a huge stretch and a straw man to say that I'm trying to, you know, paint Einstein as some saint. You know, like you borderline lying, bro. And I don't know why you
okay,
want to do that. Go ahead,
well,
Elijah.
I would say this, that to the argument you're making is totally ineffectual. It's like it's like not even an argument. It's like it's like someone who owned slaves because that was the thing, and he beat slaves and everything. It's like, we're gonna set that aside to say, well, at that time, slaves were owned, so whatever. But the bottom line is he was a perpetuator of the slavery in that example. So in this example, Einstein is definitely a part of the problem because his ideology is a portion of the sum of the people who also agree with his ideology, that his wife shouldn't have credit, shouldn't be speaking, shouldn't be doing XYZ. So not only is that the case, but his ideology is part of the problem. How are you going to separate him from the
It's
ideology that
actually
was
leading
accepted that he
towards
believes?
it's actually
wasn't
leading
that the
towards his
norm?
wife being the physicist and the mathematician and coming up with all these theories, but she wasn't allowed, like this guy was saying, to be published. So she used her husband to do it, who what didn't seem that bright, who failed entrance exams to universities for be a physics major, who couldn't pass simple math exams. So it does point towards the fact that his wife might have been the smart one that came up with all this and used her husband to publish. Thanks for bringing that up.
That's not there's no writing or there's nothing at all that says anything that she came up with any of those ideas at all. If I remember correctly, she helped him with some of the math, which is not unnormal. Like I told you, there's plenty of other examples where plenty of other physicists who either couldn't write some of the stuff or couldn't do some of the math. That they get people to help them, including their wives.
No,
There's
Kosho. He
there's
literally,
plenty of other examples.
Kosho, he said in his own words that she was the crucial component and that it would have been completely impossible without her. Here are some of the conditions that he said for her. A, you will make sure that my clothes and laundry are kept in good order, and I will receive my 3 meals regularly in my room, that my bedroom and study are kept neat, and especially that my desk is left for my use only. B, you will renounce all personal relations with me insofar as they are not completely necessary for social reasons. Specifically, you will forego my sitting at home with you, my going out or traveling with you. C, you will obey the following points in your relations with me. You will not expect any intimacy from me, nor will you reproach me in any way. You will stop talking to me if I request it. You will leave my bedroom or study immediately without protest if I request it.
Sounds like
Yeah, but
he had a contempt
you
for his
got to
wife.
put all
Yeah.
of that in. You got to put all of that into context now. Those were the conditions Einstein gave to his wife if she didn't divorce him. If she wanted to stay married to him, she would have to do all of this stuff. It's not to say that is what was happening. He just said, if you don't want to divorce me, you want to stay married to me, these are going to be the conditions of our marriage from here on out.
So you're saying they had a good marriage, and then it's possible that
I'm not saying they
she
had a good
didn't.
marriage. I'm
No,
not
okay,
saying they
let
had a
me,
good marriage.
bro. My point is, it sounded to me like, and correct me if I'm wrong after I'm done, sounds like you're saying they had a regular marriage and then something potentially happened where he wanted to divorce her, but for public reasons, he might have wanted to stay married or whatever, but those were his stipulations if they were to stay married. It
So
sounds
this
like
is
that's what you're saying. If that's not what you're saying,
That's
then
not what I'm
why don't
saying.
you just
I'm
elaborate
correcting
on
you
what you're
now.
saying?
I'm correcting you now. What I'm saying is what Richard just read were the stipulations and conditions Einstein gave to his first wife if she didn't want to divorce him. That's all I said. I don't know how you can infer anything else from that. I
So
was just
why would
giving
he be
context.
so
I'm not
there's
done
only
talking. I'm not done talking. I let
okay,
you
you were
speak.
giving
So
context. What more would you say? I'm trying to adjudicate
I
the
still,
matter
I
and you
still,
just
I still have,
hurry
I
up.
still have, I still have more context to add. So Einstein's marriage before that wasn't good because he was always traveling, he was always on the road, and he had a weakness for young women.
So you're
He was,
saying the same fucking thing I said, bro. Basically in a
yeah,
long
but it wasn't
roundabout
that
way.
bad. It wasn't
No,
that
but
bad.
okay, but listen, the bad to the point where he wanted to divorce her. So it was for just for simple purposes of having this conversation. Let's say it was a regular marriage, and then there was a point where the marriage got stressed, and he decided, well, if we're gonna stay together, this is what the stipulations are. That's exactly what I just said.
Well, actually, by the way, he okay, so it was that he wanted to have sex with he married his first cousin, and then he wanted to have sex with her minor daughter.
Yeah, true that. That is
That is
true.
insane, bro. The point
Yeah.
we're making is it doesn't mean that everything he said is wrong, but it's like obviously this dude wasn't fully there. He was a psychopath.
He was not the most morally balanced human being in the world, no doubt. Like, I wouldn't hang out with Einstein in real life. Weird, creepy dude.
Morally
Definitely. I'm
balanced.
with you. I'm with
Balanced.
you 100%.
He wasn't extreme
But
to the
we
good
all
side.
got issues, man. Like no one's the same. And I think it's best we just talk about we critique his work as opposed to critiquing his life.
Yeah,
Really
Oh,
fucked up people sometimes have some really good ideas.
I mean,
so
balance.
how do
Nate,
we
balance
critique his work?
involves good and evil, right? Good and evil. That's balance, right?
Yeah, he was morally imbalanced. His
How do
moral
we
compass
critique
was
his
way
work?
off.
You have one example of evil. You're saying he doesn't have all the good. Didn't he have a lot of good that probably balanced out this one anecdote of evil you're pointing out?
How do we critique his work?
By his fruits.
By reading it, and
By having
No,
fair
okay.
scale. And
If I
we're
write down,
witnessing
if
right
I
now.
write down an equation, that's great.
You're witnessing
Okay.
the good
So if
balance
somebody
right
wants
now.
to check, if somebody wants to check the coherency of the math, that's great. But how do you tie that to reality?
was by performing an experiment or by having an observation that matches up with
Okay,
the
that's what I'm asking. What experiment did he do to validate the math that he wrote down?
I heard Nate say Brownie and Moses.
all of the math by himself. You know, he had his
Okay,
wife
how do you
help him with a bit
validate
of it.
the language? Because math describes. It's
Okay,
just
so
another
you could
language.
use the
How
math,
do you
Elijah.
validate what the math is saying is true?
Okay, so you could use the math to make a predictive model, and then you compare that predictive model with observations in reality.
No, you make observations and you build the math around that. How do you
You can do it either
prove?
way. You can do it
No,
either
you
way.
can't. You can't do it
can.
either way
You
because you're
can.
not
Because
doing anything
Einstein,
ex nihilo. You're
because
not
Einstein's
creating anything
theory,
by writing things down on a piece of paper and then realizing it in reality. No, that's
why
not what
not?
he did,
What's wrong
obviously.
with doing that?
Because you're
That is
not going
what
to
he
just
did.
sit in your room with no knowledge of the world, write down some mathematical logic, and then apply it to the world that you've never experienced. That's not
But that's not what
that's not
happened.
what he
You
did.
are convoluted.
You test your
Einstein.
predict. You test your. Sorry, I'm
Tell us
sorry.
about your
Sorry,
Brownian
go ahead,
motion.
people.
Tell us. That's what you said he gave us. Tell us about the application.
I will, but Bebo wants to say something.
No. Go ahead. I'm just, you're good. I was gonna say you test your prediction against reality. I mean, it's that simple.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
but your observation is writing down what you've seen.
You write it down. You make a prediction, and then you say, "Let me go test this thing I just wrote down."
That's how I'm failing to see what prediction.
No.
If you're looking at something happen in the sky, right?
Hey,
And it happens all the time, and you write down some kind of model to describe this thing that happens all the time that you see all the time. Why are you calling that a prediction?
That's not what Einstein did. Let me tell you what happened with Einstein, Elijah. Einstein predicted before anyone had the observation that matter could bend space-time. What's the observation we saw that validated this? I think around 1918, 1919, they had an observation where they were able to see stars behind the sun during a solar eclipse. They could see the light from these stars bend around the sun. That was observation that happened after the prediction. Before Einstein predicted it, no one had seen it. This is not a cycle
we know they were
that
bending
happens
around the sun? How do we know?
every 8 years, because you're not supposed
Well,
to.
let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay,
I know. You're not. Obviously, it's behind the sun. You're saying that because they're not supposed to be seen. I get it.
Yeah,
Finish your
they're not
statement, please.
supposed to be seen. Okay, I'm done.
What star was it?
Okay, that's the same begging the question fallacy as the sun is below the horizon, but we see it above the horizon.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the
Elijah.
same fallacy.
I can
It's
tell
not a
you how
fallacy.
he
It's an observation,
verified it.
and you're trying to figure out what's causing it. That's what you use science for. One of the things that they saw, it could be refraction around the sun. I mean, that's a valid, question or assumption. But they did other tests to make sure that it's not a optical effect of the light.
But it wasn't an observation to begin with. Eddington simply took Einstein's description, made a prediction based off it, and then went and made observations in January. I think the eclipse was in June. He made observations of the stars and their position all next to each other, like where they were, and specifically the part of the sky that was meant to be behind where the sun will be in June. And so he cataloged perfectly these things before it had happened. He had not made the observation first. He made a prediction based on his description on where the stars that should not be visible, where they're going to appear, and they appeared where his prediction said they were going to appear. So it's just more powerful than
I guess
explaining it.
That's the key right there, Elijah. The fact that they predicted it and
Well,
they
let me
saw that
fucking
happen.
yo. I don't need both of y'all saying the same shit. Chill. Yeah. So I'll just say straight out that I don't believe that this wasn't observed. I don't believe that.
You don't believe it wasn't observed, or it was observed?
Well, we're talking about something that if I went out to whenever the time was permissible.
Oh, you saw someone else saw it.
And I looked into the sky and I saw these stars and I begged the question that, hey, the positions of these stars are weird because actually it's supposed to be behind the sun in the model that I've already created. So I just don't believe that they made a prediction and then saw something that was there for anyone to see should they have looked in the right place. I don't believe it.
So you think someone else saw this? So Elijah, let me get this straight. Hold on, and I don't understand. You're begging the question.
No. I'm telling you, I don't believe that they discovered it. By extension, yes, I figure somebody would have had to see this before because it's happened. It has happened. It's just they used a prediction, quote unquote, to see something that does happen and that anybody could have observed.
How do you? So how would you see that? So God, Elijah.
Well, you would see it.
Stop for a
because
second. Let me speak. This is hard to have a conversation with you because you're being.
Well, you said how would you see it? I thought that was it.
If you were, it was rhetorical. How would you see it? Would you look at the star and then see it approach the sun, and then with a special type of lensing and filtering and things that they may not have had at the time, you'd see this star slow down and or speed up and then be gone, or slow down, and you'd still see it, and then it'd be gone, or something like that. I mean, what type of observation do you think they saw, and why wouldn't somebody have made a note of that if they saw it beforehand? I think it'd be a pretty interesting observation if they saw a star that would slow down as it approached the edge of the sun and then disappear.
You didn't understand what he's saying.
He's saying I'm talking to Elijah. Elijah, I want to hear that from Elijah because Elijah said he thinks that observation had been seen before. He doesn't buy the fact that it was predicted and then see, right, Elijah? Yeah, see, go show.
No, yeah, he's talking about the stars being out of position.
Trap shut, all right?
Well, I mean, because he's responding because you're actually in a long, drawn out way not responding.
It wasn't long, drawn out. It was pretty concise. Coach, what did you think? Coach, what did you say?
All right. Why don't we let Elijah restate his position? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're not responding to. You're just basically reaffirming what I already know. Like,
well, is that? Okay. I just want to make sure I had it clear in your mind.
He looked up. He looked up. He saw an observation, and according to him, it was because mathematically and angularly he knew where to look based on his math. Okay, all I'm saying is, well, it was already there to be seen. I don't believe it, nor do I really have to.
So it'd have to slow down, and then you'd see it with longer than you should. And
no, I don't know about slow. That's the same begging the question fallacy that is used for.
How would you know?
Not what.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's the same begging the question fallacy used for when people say where the sun should be based on their model and based on perspective. Well, they assume, well, if the earth is spinning, then when it touches the horizon, the part that we do see wouldn't be there because the earth is turning. So it must be some sort of refractive effect that allows us to still see it at that impossible angle. So this is basically the same begging the question because you're telling me, well, they predicted that they would see stars out of position from what they expected in their model.
Right. Okay.
And I'm like, okay, well, who for their model then?
Well, here's the difference. I mean,
do we have a photo of this? Can I hold on, give me a second before you go there. Does anybody have a photo of this? And then continue.
I don't want to lose the momentum of the question. It's very important that I respond now. Let me just respond around, and you can talk after me real quick. So in one instance, the sun, for example, we would have observed that and we would have predicted it to, or no, we would have seen it being hidden, and we say, oh, it's hidden because the earth is round. But
well,
then
that's the opposite. That's the opposite of
you guys are done. I'm going to need to respond.
So we see the sun hidden, and we say it's hidden because the earth is round. Is that right?
No.
I'm asking Elijah.
I know, but I brought this up. It's a totally different point. You're bringing up a totally different point.
Well, no, okay. We'll go back to the.
He keeps trying to beg the question. Like,
I'm not begging a question. I'm just trying to get it straight. What you said. You said a lot. And it was a long-winded answer. I could have been much more brief, but I was trying to listen to everything you said and then try to respond to you, Elijah.
So all of that, and you haven't responded yet.
Let's be human. Have a nice conversation. Real quick, you and me. So. As I understand it, you said it's begging the question that the sun being hidden, the part we do see, we shouldn't see because of refraction or because the earth is.
I think you would do well to
You really would, because your model predicts where it would be, and because that's not the case, you have an ad an ad hoc explanation for why that's the case.
Okay.
I'm saying that that's the same thing
Stop for a
that they
second.
did. What do you mean? Hold on for a second. The whole
Because you keep
point
on
is
going for it could be a back
because the
and forth.
point is
Xanik,
about
please
the
don't- Xanik,
stars,
please.
so I'm tying it into that because that's the pertinent
Go
point
ahead. Go
of
then.
conversation.
God, dang it.
No, but I'm saying,
But go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, because I need to bring this back because you're bringing Elijah to bring up something else. So to be clear, what Eddington had predicted to observe and what he did observe was nothing about the sun or the eclipse, Xanik. The sun and the eclipse were simply a mechanism for him to see the night sky around the sun during the daytime. And so what he was predicting to observe was the position of the stars in relationship to each other, strictly the ones that were supposed to be behind the sun, seeing them near the sun. And the problem with claiming that this was something that was observed in the past, and then known that that same thing will happen again, is we're talking about the sun, the moon, and the stars behind the sun and the moon all lining up at the exact same time.
But they just needed the eclipse to make it dark, right, Kosho? Like they didn't need the gravity of the alignment, right? The moon just helped us see it.
No.
They needed the gravity of the moon?
No.
Of the sun.
Right.
That's
So
the
they could have
alignment.
seen
The
it.
alignment was only for
Did
visual.
they try to falsify this effect by going in the
but it
lab
doesn't-
and putting
you don't-
dots on the wall and putting a light in the middle of the room and seeing if we can if light magnet bends itself? Or did they just did they do things like that?
Bro, I disagree. Even if you could somehow, well, I
yeah,
guess.
like-
But my whole point to this thing is, y'all keep saying the stars weren't where they should have been. Well, what is informing you that the stars should have been somewhere?
I told you
that they
Eddington-
weren't.
Yeah, Eddington.
No,
in
not
January-
Eddington. What was the system? What was the coordinate system they were going with? Where they were like, well, the stars should be here, and then they looked and like, oh wow, well they're not here. They're actually there.
Because we know we know where the relationship are, and like right now, you can open a book that will show you where the stars are in relationship to each other. Like it's this.
Right, so it's a model that isn't in correspondence with itself for whatever reason.
Elijah, there's an angular distance between a lot of these stars, and when they found that angular distance between these two stars, especially during the eclipse, is not comporting with what they had known before. Then that gives them pause
About
and gives
the
them a
globe
question.
and the
Like,
selection.
what causes that angular change to we never ever see to occur during this eclipse?
But this is the issue that Elijah has. He feels that we made these predictions based on a model that says Earth is a sphere, and because
No.
No?
You didn't hear what he just said. You didn't hear what they. No, you're missing. No, I'm not
Right.
missing it.
What is your issue?
I think Elijah's saying
based
that
on the model
Elijah, what is your
based on the model that was current at the time, the angular relationship was off. So now we have it where they're saying, well, the reason is because this, but it's off from the position of the model that they had in place already.
Right. Which is
It's a
exactly
begging
what
the
I'm
question.
saying. Yeah, you feel we are begging the question.
Okay,
because everything is
calm down,
based on
people.
our model where Earth is a sphere. That's your issue. We are begging the question because of that.
No. Actually, no.
Has nothing to do with
Hey, Elijah, I hear you, man. I hear you. And what I think needs to be pointed out.
Well,
is
the
that
answer to his last
stars-
question was no, in case
They had
anyone
two
heard.
different patterns, bro.
The answer to his last question was no, in case anyone heard, because
Okay,
we're all going off of the same data when it
So,
comes
Elijah,
to
do you
the
think the
sky
model
and these
incorporates-
coordinate systems.
Sanic.
Holy shit.
Seriously?
I mean, I hear your point, Elijah, but I don't know if it extends into the latter point of like, oh well, how do they know they're in a different position if they? You see what I'm saying? Like,
I stated clearly it wasn't from a model; it was from an observation that he and whoever students, whoever it was, they've carefully cataloged the exact stars that they were going to catalog again in June, while they were in the night sky in January, to carefully measure the relationship, the distance and relationship between a bunch of different stars. And
should have did it every day.
Well, they did it then.
Oh, but that's
so let's say that this observation is correct, right? There was an observed phenomenon of the stars being displaced, meaning they're in a different position. Does this necessarily validate the claim of the mass of the sun causing the bending and warping of space-time to bend this light around it? So let me finish for just a second. Let me finish for just a second. That's one plausible theory, right? There could be other possibilities. Let's say that I claim that there is an ether and there is some magnetism to the sun, and the magnetic field around the sun would cause this light due to the magnetic disturbance within the ether to bend around the sun.
Yeah.
Would my explanation and the other explanation, would either of those be able to be proven out true or false based on any type of experimentation?
Directly falsified. That be falsified.
But one would still
Excuse
have
me?
one.
No.
She said it would have to be falsified. But the
That
thing
No,
is,
not false. No, not. But can you validate it?
yeah,
Right,
they would both be validated because I mean just by virtue of them both.
So are they both falsifiable? Are they both?
Hold on, because there's one crucial point that was overlooked for some reason. But the thing that would make this still more powerful than that any other explanation that would also fit the same criteria is that this explanation was the observation was a prediction based off of this explanation. So yeah, it could be true that there could be some other reason, but this one would still be one that you would need to carefully make sure it wasn't the case if this observation was exactly predicted based off of only knowledge from this theory.
So I have knowledge that magnetism can affect light, right? A magnetic field can affect the light, right? So my prediction based on that knowledge would be that the sun is has some sort of magnetic nature to it, and that the stars that are behind it during eclipse, we would be able to see that they are actually bent around it due to the magnetism of the sun. This is something that we can prove out here on Earth. My question would be, right, even though we have this bending and warping of space-time theory, do we have any solid evidence that this takes place other than the observation itself?
So your claim is false. Magnetism doesn't.
You didn't make a claim, yes? Well, okay,
Yes,
my bad.
He made a knowledge claim. He directly said, "I have knowledge that magnetism affects light," and that's wrong. It's just wrong.
But still,
I think we should be able to Google it if that were the case. Like we should see light affect it. I don't know how that works, but I would. I wouldn't even argue against that.
Right, but just complete his answer or whatever. If it did, and if that was true, and like I said, you were able to make those predictions. That is what would have to happen. You would have to make predictions that would carefully tell you where they would be, not just say that it would happen, but
how much,
to tell you where they're going to be, and
the amount that the light would bend around the body.
Isn't the model that you're referencing how off it is already off?
Not really. I think he predicted where they would be.
Right. That's what basically you can only predict where it would be if you had a coherent system that told you where they would be.
Yeah,
so you already have that in place. I know.
No,
We're in agreement. I'm in agreement. That's not where I disagree. That's not where you start talking.
But we don't agree. Yeah.
So we don't agree that they knew where the positions of the stars should be when they went to go look. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm telling you, yes, they did, and that's based off.
That's what I just said, and I said since we're in agreement. No. When I said that,
not my complete answer.
moderator, and if you're a moderator, you can't act this way.
That's the problem. Elijah. That's not
No, hell no.
Slow it down.
The complete answer is the
Hell
brief.
no. I was in the
gonna-
middle of talking, right? Was
All right, I'm gonna tell you at once. Sorry for everybody that muted. Just temporary. Everybody has to take their turn. Do not interrupt. I'll just keep muting you from here on out.
You know, that's Rich coming from.
And Elijah's
I thought you were done.
no. Elijah's gonna continue, and then you will get to respond, Zanik or Kosho.
Can I just say something for
No,
that?
no. They after they finish, because they were in the middle. I don't want to.
Okay, I'm next. Thank you.
No. I'm basically saying, and you understand what I'm saying because you agreed. They already knew where the stars would be because there's already a model predicting, if you want to call it that, where they would be.
Okay.
So in real time, the observation is, oh, they're not where they would be. I know that the claim is, well, they actually did some math. Of course, some of it had to do with the model that they already had, and he made a prediction as to the displacement from where it would be to where it should be. That's the claim. My answer to that is I don't believe it because it was an observation that could have been observed in the first place.
Right. And
So they could have
as I
seen it
was,
beforehand.
hold on, Don.
No, but you
Yeah,
you
Don,
responded to this already,
Crux,
Coach. You directly said, no, I remember when you said no because
Don, stop, please. I'm trying to find it because this is the frustrating part. Is he didn't even understand what I said? I have to wait for him to say it again just so I can carefully tell him what I said, because I'm not agreeing with you, Elijah. I'm agreeing with the fact that yes, they predicted the information based off of a model. The problem is the model I'm describing is Einstein's theory of general relativity. This is what allowed them to make that prediction, not some other model of times immemorial. But what allowed them to make the predictions was the model that Einstein had come up with. This is why it's substantiated for that reason alone.
So my thing is, oh,
go ahead, finish. Because
Einstein's theory of relativity isn't the celestial sphere model that we use to know where the position of the stars are. So we're talking about the position of a star, and actually, we're talking about the apparent position of a star because your claim is that the star is actually being obstructed by the sun, but it's not because of refraction or because of whatever. Not because of the math, but the math is eloquently describing what's happening because the stars are behind the sun in the model that you accept. So now there's a discrepancy because something can be seen. So conveniently, before that observation, Einstein came up with his theory that perfectly describes what we happen to see that wouldn't coincide with the sphere because the star would be behind the sun in that model.
All right, if I can get 15 seconds, man. 15 seconds. You just don't give a fuck. Mute me again, Mods, because I try to.
Did I mute you? Did I mute you? You go ahead.
No, Mods,
after that, Crux. That was me, Crux.
Elijah, yeah, it's okay. Elijah said, he's trying to tell. He does. I believe. Tell me if I'm wrong, Elijah. You want this message to be conveyed that it didn't have to be you don't believe it was a prediction. They could have known it was coming, and he could have just pretended that he predicted it. Right? I want everyone to hear. That's what I'm hearing. He say. He seems to be fighting to say this to you guys.
Yeah, I addressed that. That's the first thing I addressed, dude.
Okay, you addressed it by saying it's so rare they couldn't have just known it. It had to be. They never got these circumstances before. Am I correct on what that was your response?
Yeah, I didn't say anything about it being rare. Right. I didn't say anything about being rare. I did say that what's being if you're correct and he's stating that, what I said was if to make that claim, you would have to be talking about observing the same occurrence. Not only is the sun and the moon overlapping each other, but they're also overlapping the same part of the sky. Okay.
Same part of the sky.
I'm not sure if you're going to be able to go back and show when that's happened before.
Why are you invoking the moon scenario variable. Why can they still not have this lensing without the moon in front? I thought you just said the moon's gravity isn't
You
necessary.
can't see what's happening next to the sun
How do you
whenever that's
know?
happening.
How do you know?
Jesus Christ.
What if they have filters? Kosher, don't they have filters? Can't
Filters
they?
aren't going to help you, dude. You have the sun that's there. What are you talking about?
All the way.
But the bottom line is you guys are telling me that the stars are behind the sun, but they appear as though they're in a different place. That is the claim I'm not accepting without justification, and I'm not going to accept an equation based off of an observation that potentially could have been observed by anyone. Because again, we were traveling using the celestial bodies for longer than Einstein was around, which means there were a lot of people definitely paying attention to the stars. We had a coordinate system using the stars, for Christ's sake.
Yeah,
there's so many cool variables that could be going on.
I know,
It
but
could be
this
a
is
daytime phenomenon. This could happen during the day. They could. Coach, so think about how great his point is that you don't have to believe they predicted it. That's what the authorities do all the time. They pretend like they're going to predict something so they can magic spell your ass.
If you guys calm down for a second, you'd realize how silly it is to suggest that anyone ever in the history of time has ever seen stars when the fucking sun was out. Okay?
Well,
this is not a claim that anyone even pretends to make.
Well, Babylonians
that the eclipse was designated for when this test should occur, because it'd be the only time you would ever have the opportunity to make an observation like that. It's so
Kosho. Hold on. I had Kosho Babylonians when they thought it was geocentric and flat. They said that the sun was the fourth celestial body from the earth. So they did know or predicted that there's stuff in front of.
I mean, that's besides the point.
When you say that nobody ever thought that we could see stars around the sun.
Okay, but that being said, maybe it's a valid point. I don't know. That being said, this idea about not being able to make predictions. They already knew the positions of the stars during the night, which is why we have an app that tells us right now, while it's daytime, where the stars are at.
Supposedly,
that's not that. So if this system has been around for longer than Einstein, then it's obvious that anyone could say, well, based on this coordinate system, I know that the sun is overhead over here, but the star is over here as well. So I know that people won't be able to see it because it's daytime. But they're going to have a relative understanding of where they are in relation to the sun, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly
what Einstein came by.
I know. That's exactly the claim that Einstein's paper was describing was in opposition of. It was exactly that.
Really?
That was exactly what the claim was. Was that what
but that's how the world works today. That's what I'm confused about.
Don't listen long enough to actually know what's being said. Okay? Because that was exactly the claim that Einstein's paper suggested, that what you expect to see in the sky based on everything we know about the sky forever is actually going to be different if the sun is present. The sun is going to make it so that the stars that are supposed to be where they're supposed to be are not going to be where they're supposed to be. They're going to have some sort of distortion due to the sun being near them in the observational view. And it is nothing that you would have been able to observe.
Kosho, check the chat real quick, Kosho.
So what I'm saying.
Kosho, check the chat real quick.
Yeah. I see if you see Zanek's papers, this is what Einstein was suggesting.
No, it's not actually that.
No, but what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is
Scientists, Let me respond.
Oh,
There's some no, God, my God, all I've been doing is hearing you talk. Just take a breath for a second.
I know, but
I know, but let me I said
but
2 words.
Kocho and I is still 100%
I
in
know.
agreement.
Well, you're missing a lot of the points.
Because right now I haven't missed.
I've provided you some fuel here. I'd like you to stop.
But I'm not in disagreement yet. Why do you keep on piling on things that I don't disagree?
Let me just give you something that you might want here. This is a gift
I'm
to you.
not in disagreement
I have information
of what's
here
being
saying
said.
that can you Elijah, is it possible for you to stop talking? Just possible.
Well, I was in the middle of going back and forth.
You weren't in the middle. I was
Kocho.
actually going back and just
well,
take
I
a
was
break.
trying to
All you've been
respond
doing
to
is
what
talking.
Kocho was
All you've been
responding
doing
to
is
me.
talking. I've not heard anyone else but you the entire
El Barico, I'm trying to respond to what Kocho said previously.
Just let me.
I
You
don't want
can't have
the
to be
guys.
done.
A lot of the other guy to go, and then the
Let
other
me
guy.
let me just have one word.
Yeah,
You don't have to steal the floor.
I don't want this.
Zanik, can you respond?
One sentence. It's one sentence.
Yeah,
It would have
I
been done
don't
a
want
fucking
this.
10 minutes ago. If you just let me talk,
But I don't
it'd be
want
done.
it. I don't want it. I want to respond.
What's the problem?
What's the problem with me saying I want to respond? It's the problem becomes when I'm not allowed to respond and people are trying to convince me that no, let Zanik go first. Fuck that. No, I don't want that. I want to respond. So you're saying that Einstein predicted that the sun would make the stars do wonky thing. It basically they wouldn't appear where they are. That's how, and that's basically what he described with his paper. What I'm saying, what I'm not refuting that because that could be what we observe, especially if we're going off of the coordinate system. So if one were to make a coordinate system in ancient history and then use it and then wonder, I wonder what the stars are doing in the daytime. I also don't think it's that hard that they would have had looking glasses and some kinds of lens to attempt to look at the brighter stars, aka the planets during the day, since I'm sure they might have seen them during the dawn. So I'm sure they thought, well, maybe if we could figure out how to filter the light somehow, perhaps we could see some of the stars during the day. And then potentially when they had that thought and did it, they realized, that star's not in the position that I expected it to be. All I'm saying is that is possible.
Yes, daytime variation. Do you hear it, guys? Daytime variation, sneaky prediction, okay? And they're trying to put a spell on you.
All right, so hold on. Now we're gonna let Zanik, because Zanik will have to say a sentence.
Yeah, Danny, I'm interested.
Man, it's can't believe going on and on. Okay, look, I just gave you papers from actual scientists that believe kind of what you guys were thinking, that the corona's bending the light, not gravity. And they're all the citations, and NASA's wrong, and people at NASA have admitted to it. There you might be able to have a little bit of a, some help in your argument, but you're not understanding what Kocho has said.
I didn't say any of that.
No, we understand.
Why is it? This doesn't sound like it's tailored to me and what I just said.
Oh my God, everything's not about you. I said, if you want to know why this observation is actually possible, I've given you some fuel to actually look at other scientists who have other theories, contrarian theories of why we see light bending around the sun. We still see light bending around the sun. We still see the position of these stars not being where they should be based on mapping that has been evolving and been refined over many years. So what, the point that, why did people talk over people? I don't really understand. I'm really trying, and everybody else just blabs away. Thank you. Fuck, Don. So what Kocho was saying is that we actually had this prediction. It's already been done, and then when the observation was seen by chance, that fell right and exactly in the areas of this prediction, which not only told you that it would happen, but how much it would happen. Thank you.
Zanik.
Yeah, and I'm just saying it could be ad hoc. Sorry, that's all. I'm just saying it's possible, and you're arguing with me
exactly not ad hoc.
No, what I'm saying is you're arguing with me believing that it's ad hoc, but there's no way to adjudicate that. So there's no point in
documentation about it being not ad hoc. That they had made discrete predictions of how much light would bend. Dawn.
No, Zanny, I think Crush was going to respond to you.
Elijah isn't giving. Listen, I love Elijah's point about the daytime variable. Zanuck, you're pointing out a sun variable. So what we need to talk about now to quell Elijah and my little quarry here is talk about how only the ones around the sun were displaced, but the rest of the sky was the same. How that, you need to highlight that as the variable. You got to listen better.
I am listening. That is nonsense. You think that the stars could have a variable, a positional change during the day because we can't see them, but we can see a lot of stars in daytime.
Holy shit! So that's what we're saying. Maybe the stars during the day are in different position, and
They don't.
notice
They're not. The ones we can see are not.
and highlight that. Tell him this. Tell me this. This is what you're
But
missing.
you're just making up arguments. That's not even.
Oh my God!
Well,
we're being
No,
logical.
well, he's trying to say, can you show us that they're not in the right position?
That people have plot. That so you're saying we can't see stars in the daytime?
Well, I'm believing what he's saying is in this. Correct me if I'm wrong. That during the day, because of whatever light, their observation might not be in the correct location. So, can you show us other stars that are not or are in the correct location? Are in the correct location.
I see. I'm not even disputing that they're not in the right location. I'm not disputing that in the visual space of the sun and the stars that you would be able to see. I'm not disputing the phenomena. I'm disputing the cause, so called. Because I'm saying, well, how could you possibly know that? Well, obviously, it's a begging the question from the heliocentric idea. I don't even know if it's a heliocentric idea because this is just our system and the way we see the sky. So for whatever reason, we're seeing this phenomena where we would expect that the stars wouldn't be either visible or in the positions that we would think that they were in because we've mapped the sky so well. But when it comes to when they're near the sun, they appear to be in weird angles, like not like how we would expect them. I already understand that. You're saying, well, Einstein's math describes it well. What I'm saying is that's cool and all, but you're trying to tell me that it wasn't observed before then, and I don't buy that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'll tell you today, in today's day and age, other than the eclipse, the only time that astronomers are capable of seeing stars, right, during the daytime is when they have extremely high resolution cameras, specific filters that will filter out specific light, or specific wavelengths of light, and tracking tools so that they can follow the stars and whichever one they're trying to make an observation for. So it's today to do that. All this technology was not available.
You can do that without today's modern technology.
Yeah.
You can fix the magnification however you need it.
That's fine.
And you can figure out how to filter. We're appealing to the technology of today to say that it wasn't possible before. I'm saying everything.
Elijah, he was not done. Elijah,
I hadn't made the point yet. I'm saying that this is what's available to us today. It's true that this wasn't available to us before in the past. And I also said before, there's no claim at all by anybody ever that anybody has ever made observations about where the stars' positions were during the day without an eclipse, and at this time in history.
Okay, so that's an argument from silence, saying, well, I don't know anyone who's ever actually addressed or made, any determinations that would lean towards what you're saying. And also on top of that, you're saying that the technology today we have, without it, they wouldn't have been able to figure out doing the exact same thing. And I don't buy either supposition, or I don't buy either premise. I don't buy those premises. That's all.
Do you have any evidence that the stars are not where they should be during the day?
Well, the evidence to them is just looking at it. You look at it, and it's not where our coordinate system would tell us they would be. Well, okay, fair enough. So,
no, your complaint is that we can't know where the stars are during the day, right?
I don't have a complaint.
That's your objection.
No, I never said that. I said we do know where the stars are during the day. I was just learned this because I said perhaps there are no stars during the day. Why would you assume that the daytime stars? I mean, why would you assume there are daytime stars when you can't see them? But then I realized, oh yeah, that's right, because the coordinate system of the sky that we use and the GPS and all of that, right, is still usable during my daytime. So the only problem is there are some things that you would think, okay, well, just because I can't see it, based on this timing, I know that this star is supposed to be overhead at this location, even though it's daytime over there and I can't see it. Yeah, okay. Well, and at the same time, when you look and you could potentially see it, it might look like it's not where you expected it to be. Okay, fine. Great. Now we're looking at stars that are not where we predicted them to. Well, actually, they're where we predicted them to be, according to this claim from Einstein. My problem with that is I just don't buy it because he could have because he could have done exactly what I said.
No, you couldn't. You can't do a negative. You can't do a negative.
No. What I'm saying is the observations that he claims he discovered, that people could have just already discovered it.
No,
he didn't claim anything, Elijah. Einstein didn't say I have this observation. You know, all he had was a framework backed by mathematics.
I get that. That's the belief. I'm just saying I don't believe in it, bro. That's all. I get it. You don't have to drill it into. I wish you guys need to hear what I'm saying. I understand the premise.
The question
I
on
don't.
the table then now, Elijah, is how could we? That should be the question on the table. How could he have pre snuck the how could he have seen it before? That would be the question, right, Elijah? Right?
That's the whole point. Right. That's the thing that doesn't have an answer, that cannot have an answer, because there's no answer.
What?
Like,
listen, but for us to take the stance, we need that.
What I'm saying.
There could be a way. So what could the ways be?
What I just told you.
Don,
like
your
magna
literally doesn't make any sense.
Magnification has to do with a lens. All you need is a lens. People have figured out how to look at the stars, so much so that they could actually do what? Navigate the Earth. So they had a really good idea of the sky because they had mapped it out. So this idea that there's this, matter of fact, they knew where the stars were. So he made a mathematical calculation as to where they would be because of the sun. Well, I'm saying, what if that claim isn't true? What if it's ad hoc? What if he tailored his math around seeing the stars in the daytime, knowing that they were off? Nobody can prove that that wasn't the case.
Don't you think there were thousands of? Don't you think there were? Don't you think there were thousands of people that that went back and checked his work to see if it was if it was verifiable?
Yo, bro, I didn't. Why? I'm not saying that he didn't see what he saw. I didn't say that his math isn't saying
Elijah,
what his math
nobody
isn't saying.
understands what your contention is because you are not being clear.
He just
you don't understand what it is.
He's begging the question. That's my contention. He's begging the question.
That's not
He's
what
just saying I don't believe it.
All right. So do you feel he's begging the question because he's making a prediction, and in that prediction he's using?
I don't know he's making the prediction.
This is not what begging the question.
Then what is the issue? Yeah, what is the issue?
Well, first of all, that the stars are behind the sun, but we see them because XYZ. That's definitely begging the question, my man.
That's not begging.
Yes, it is.
No,
because you're
explaining. Break it down.
Because you're getting a conclusion based off of you're concluding that the stars are behind the sun, the model that everyone accepts, by the way. That's the data we have, and then we see it not behind the sun. Based on a heliocentric impossibility, that's the begging the question.
No,
it is.
So
yes,
that's, then I'm right, Elijah. You feel it's an issue because he's doing this using a prediction based on a model where, it's a heliocentric model, and you feel that is begging the question, and it's not.
No, I didn't say that. I said
That's exactly what you just
He
said.
said he could have predicted it before.
What I just said. What I just said. So I'm going to repeat it again, and maybe you'll be able to use maybe some of the words that I used to repeat what I said. So I said the idea that the stars are behind the sun when you're looking at them not behind the sun is begging the question.
How is that begging the question?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So those stars are behind the sun, but we see them because that's definitely the formulation of a begging the question.
I think you got your fallacies mixed up.
Elijah, you do mix it up. Like
No, I don't. No, I don't.
You're listening, Elijah. Thanks.
That's not what begging the question is.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. You're wrong. Look it up.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Begging the question. Begging the question. Begging the question is, and you tell me if I'm wrong, because everyone can look it up together. Listen to me live stream. Listen to me close. When your conclusion is assumed in your explanation, that is a begging the question fallacy.
That's all of the globe signs.
I don't agree with that. But Elijah,
you're saying that the stars are out of position from their position behind the sun, and you're telling me because. When I'm like, well, how do you know that they're behind the sun? Well, because they would be, based on this model that we have. That's called begging the question.
No, his model.
I like that. I like that point, guys.
And reification on top of it.
That's not
I support that.
either of those. You don't know what either.
Brenda, your model's back in the back chat. I'll put it right back here. We can go.
Right. Why not let Brenda respond to Elijah?
So
fix your mic, Brenda. Damn.
Is mine better?
The conclusion is not that the stars are behind the sun. The conclusion is that the sun.
Did she cut off or did I cut off?
Yeah, she cut off.
She's about to say exactly what I said, but backwards, which is crazy.
Yeah, I know, but when she's done, I gotta tell you something.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you, Brenda.
Boy, in the back chat. Is she still talking?
Damn, I'm about to get on the train. I'll be back in like 5.
Now, before you get on the train, though, Elijah, again.
What do you mean before?
The observation. It wasn't observation, then explanation. It was.
I know that's what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying. I don't believe. I heard you the first time. All I'm saying is I don't believe that.
You didn't hear what I'm saying now. I know you're about to go on the
train. I'm not, because I'm getting on the train. Give me 5 minutes, bro. That's all.
I'm saying
I'm on the train.
Prediction makes it not.
He's got to get on the train, bro.
Show. Look at that picture. Look at the thing. Look at your guys' model. What it says. Earth is life. Look at the back chat. You see the little girl holding the plastic ball. That plastic ball is your globe, and in her other hand is a light bulb. The light bulb is very close, and the light bulb is smaller than the globe. Now, what about your guys' model says stars do what now?
Yeah, that's not to scale. So sorry.
That was an amazing point. Amazing.
Contribution.
What do you have besides that? Show me your video that's the skeleton.
We have galactic.
That was an amazing
bodies that bend light as well.
You've blown the case right out.
Oh no!
What's that? What is that noise?
Did you even watch the video? What is she demonstrating there?
Is confusion of people that are ignorant.
No, it's not needed. Please, everybody, take your time speaking. Do not. It's just audio chaos at the moment. So, I mean, if y'all keep doing this, keep interrupting, I'm gonna start timing out people.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with Discord because everyone's mic is weird.
Is my mic bad?
No, your
Okay.
mic's pretty good. It's
All
D-Mic
right.
has a little bit of a mic trouble sometimes.
Hear me now?
Oh
No,
no,
it's still
It's
worse.
the mark. It's the mark. Yeah.
I was halfway feeling the begging the question thing, except they are adding a new variable. They're saying like it, without the sun being there, otherwise they would be in this position. Maybe, and then it was new territory to them. But I like how he's saying like maybe.
Yeah, but guys, I think Brenda wanted to explain how Elijah. Yo, Demar, come on, man. Come on, Demar.
Can you guys hear me? It's in the
Yeah,
back chat.
We can hear you. We can
Understand.
hear you, and we know it's there. But
It's
Brenda
their
wanted to
fucking
go.
model.
Because Mike
It's
was
what they're
acting up.
talking about. Why are we not using this?
Yeah, but why not let
What
Brenda
is
go, man?
what is she
Brenda?
demonstrating in that video,
Your
Demok?
model. You tell me it's your classroom globe
She's
demonstration.
demonstrating the
Earth is life.
Okay,
seasons.
You
D-Mark,
tell me
but
Seasons,
what
idiot.
magical 93 million mile distance and what? Yeah, I don't see her demonstrating anything, bud.
all right,
Did you
but
watch it?
D-Mark, there was a conversation that was going on before that,
Yeah,
and there was
sorry.
like a small
Yeah, about
pause.
what the model says.
No,
About the
about
stars and the sun. That little girl is demonstrating to you what their model says about the earth and the stars and the sun,
I
because the
agree with
sun is
you.
close and local. The sun is right there and smaller than the globe. Now, forget the stars. You said the sun is like behind or in front of stars. That thing right there says your guys' model says that the sun is close and smaller than the
No,
globe.
Jesus
I agree
Christ.
with
Jesus
that.
Okay,
We'll
Christ.
use
okay,
that.
okay. The Mog, point well made. We get
no.
And we'll use
we
that.
get
I'm
your
going to
point,
use that
Demok.
actually,
We get your
Demok,
point, bro.
right now.
He thinks that because she put a light bulb next to a globe model, that therefore that's our model, is that the sun is close.
I think we all
No, when I
understand what
put
he
up globe
thinks.
physics in the back, it
Holy
says that
fuck,
is your globe physics
that
right
is
there,
not
buddy.
All
that
right,
is
the
not the
Mog,
globe
you're right.
Physics
physics.
demonstrates
Guys,
Moderator,
we all agree
Just
with the
taking
Mog.
it
We all
way
agree with
off.
the Mog, you're right.
moderator.
Let's move on. Brenda.
I like Demok's description. I'm going to use it, right, Demok, okay?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, what I was saying to Elijah when he got onto the train, though, it was exactly why it wasn't begging the question. It's if a prediction is made beforehand, and then the thing is seen, that's not a begging the question at all.
Well,
it's not how you described it. It
wait,
wasn't an
Elijah.
observation.
Yeah, but this is what Elijah said.
No,
He
go
said
ahead.
he's
No,
begging
no,
the
no, no. Let him
No,
finish. Let him finish.
I said it wasn't a case of observation and then explanation that is basically, including the observation. It was strictly, before any of that, was prediction, and then all that followed. So that can't possibly be begging the question.
Okay, so the begging the question is, he predicted. First of all, he had a model. So the fact that he's applying this model in the way he is, or you guys are applying it, is reification, because
No, that's not reification.
Brenda, that's not your turn.
Because using the model, right, as a coordinate system is one thing. Using the model to predict what you would see and then not seeing it, okay, and then explaining why you don't see it based on what it should be, is begging the question.
No.
Now, I understand I understand that you guys are saying, yeah, but well, what if what he did was make predictions before he made the observation? My rebuttal to that is perhaps the observation was made before and he's just lying.
What is the scientific method, Elijah?
Elijah, maybe it's that it shouldn't be.
No. Did you understand what I said?
He said what shouldn't be, what should be, but maybe, you know what I mean? You said it should be there, but until now, it shouldn't have been there, Elijah.
No, regardless of what anyone wrote down, the observation is exactly what it always was and always will be.
But it wasn't. This was the first time.
No, this is the first time first of all, it happens all the time. Second of all, this is, according to what we have, the first time someone's documented it, supposedly. And then we've just been documenting it ever since.
That point I support fully.
I don't believe that, is all I'm saying. Why can't we move on from, if I say I don't believe it, why isn't it
up?
I'm not bringing it up. They keep saying I don't understand what your problem is. Remember, I was done. I think Coach Show wouldn't have argued this long, but Zanuck jumped in, and then Brenda jumped in.
If you could take a little feedback, man. It sometimes you seem to make your point and then like extend and elaborate in it to side points that seem to be hard to follow, that maybe are a new category.
I've only made 2 points, I only made 2 points, and it was a natural progression of the follow-up. From my first point had a follow-up, which made a natural progression to my second point. So what are you talking about? I had 2 points.
He doesn't believe it, so just move on. I mean, whatever.
I'd like to ask Elijah, what is the scientific method?
Why?
Because I want to know if you understand what it is.
Why?
I'd like to ask
because you explain. Because I think that's part of a problem here. That's one of the problems here in understanding what you're saying.
How so? Well, because if it's scientific, why don't you just roll it out and explain it to me?
Right. So the scientific method is an observation, hypothesis, testing. After a period of time, you have a theory. You make predictions based on the theory, and then you test the theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Is that correct?
Hypothesis, supposition, yes. You test the supposition, you validate the supposition, that then becomes your theory. If you test it more than once, yes.
And you continue to test the theory because theories make predictions. And then
So
based on
if
those
I had known
predictions,
this if I had known this and I agree with you, clearly I'd be like, oh great, well then they did an experiment and it holds up to the scientific method and we're all easy peasy, right?
Oh, is testing a theory reification?
No, of course not.
So that's what Einstein did. Einstein developed a theory. Based on that theory, he made predictions. Then other members of the scientific community tested those predictions and found that those predictions were correct.
Why did you say the scientific method in that particular order that I accept is correct?
And did you hear the point, Brenda?
No, wait, hold on. Hold on. So you said observation, hypothesis, test, theory. But you just told me Einstein made a theory and then did all that backwards. So are you saying in the scientific method, you can do it backwards? Is that what you believe?
No, Einstein developed his theory based on previous observations and hypotheses.
Oh. So what theory did he make?
Is based off of Newton's theories of gravity and previous knowledge concerning the nature of the cosmos.
Well, Kosho, didn't you tell me that his theory informed him of where the observation would be?
That's the prediction. That's the prediction based on the theory.
So then the answer to my question was yes, that he made the theory and then made a prediction and then made an observation that's not. No. Einstein, I asked you a simple question. I asked you a simple question. The question was, so you originally said observation, hypothesis, test, theory. Do you believe that it should go in that order, or can you do it any order you'd like?
It's a circle. It's observation, hypothesis, test, theory, more observations, more hypotheses.
So are you agreeing with me or disagreeing with me? So are you agreeing with me or disagreeing?
I'm saying that Einstein's theory was.
No, are you agreeing with what I said? We're gonna get to that.
I'm not.
You're not. So I'm gonna ask one more time, just so I'm clear. So you originally stated in this order: observation, observe something; hypothesis, supposition as to what's causing the observation; test to validate that the cause of the effect is what you assume; then the theory. Do you agree that that is the correct order, or do you think the order is interchangeable?
I think that is the order, and that is the order that was gone through. Einstein based his theory. Einstein based his theory on other people's observations. Then he made a prediction based on his theory that other people made subsequent observations of, and those observations confirmed his theory.
You mean his hypothesis?
Right. The only problem is the only problem. I know. So I'm gonna do it first.
Elijah,
I'm gonna do it first. I'm gonna do it first because I don't want you to do it
Please
first.
make it quick though, because that's one sentence I gotta say. So yeah.
Yeah. So Kosho said that based on his theory, they discovered the observation. You said that the observation should come first, and his theory was built off of other people's observations. But we're talking about an observation being observed for the first time because of his theory. So there's a problem there.
Okay,
hold on. Holy shit! I don't get to.
No, you did get to talk for a lot of times, and this is going to show why it's redundant. Well, now she's not going to know, but you'll know the answer, Elijah. It wasn't a theory. It wasn't a theory at all. It's a theory now. It was not a theory when he wrote that paper. It wasn't a theory when he did the test either. Okay.
Well, he didn't make any.
It's a theory now. It wasn't a theory then. Yeah.
That's fine, but her entire argument, if you could call it that, is still flawed because he would have had to make an observation first, and we're talking about an observation coming from his prediction. So that rules out the scientific method if she believes that it should be in the order that she just said that it was and that she agreed to.
His observation was watching a painter fall. He states this. He was sitting in his office and he saw a painter fall, and this was the observation that led him to come up with this hypothesis.
He saw no. Okay. I mean, look. And just for the sake of not arguing about, look, I'm not going to argue that. Whatever. The point is, no, it didn't follow the scientific method. It followed some other method that we can't empirically conclude that all of the elements are correct, aka this idea, because he was a heliocentrist. So this is the mental framework that he's working under, even though we're all, whether geostationary or moving around the sun, a flat plane like this. I'm not even going to get into all that. The bottom line is, in his eyes, since he is a heliocentrist, the stars should have been behind the sun based on the orientation of the solar system. So he predicted, what you're telling me, that gravity of the sun is the reason. Well, you wanted to correct this point. Can you correct this point now? Like, what is it? Is it that we're seeing the stars displaced because of refraction?
No.
Or what?
That's
okay, so what is it?
For some reason, but no. The claim that Einstein did not make, but Eddington made, based on the consequences of Einstein's theory, or Einstein's hypothesis, Eddington had predicted that if you follow his conclusions to its natural, or you follow to his natural conclusion, that you would have to observe this, that the sun being so massive, it would make it so that light that would ordinarily be behind it or next to it, like all the light that's near it in that region, is going to be warped in some way, and it's going to have a lensing effect where they don't show up in the correct positions, because the correct positions are known because they have been cataloged all throughout history, forever.
So we're calling that refraction, not Einstein, but Eddington's. Basically what he's interpreting Einstein's work. He's going on to say what he's saying about gravitational lensing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they call it gravitational lensing. Zanuck was saying how people were trying to model it as refraction, but that's not important to describe right now.
Can I ask you a question? How come all these people can't look and make their own observation? Why is it that if you're an intelligent person with your own brain, that you have to go back 1,000 years and look at anybody's stories? Why can't you look at what's happening and do it your damn self?
That's true, but it's crazy that Kosho and I are the only ones really trying to keep it where it's at. Like that's insane to me.
Get over yourself, man.
No, I think all of us.
No, that's literally what's at. Why are you gonna tell me to get over myself when it's like, no, Brenda did it, Zanuck did it. What's wrong with what I'm saying?
This points out that all the guys got a story.
Get over myself. When I go home and beat off, I'll get over myself.
That none of them.
Yeah, but you said everybody, dude. Did you mean just Globers?
My bad. I didn't mean everyone, and I didn't mean just Globers either. I didn't mean everyone, though, obviously.
Because they're not doing calculations on anything. They're just repeating somebody's story. He's repeating Einstein's garbage. He never looked and did anything himself because Einstein could have been wrong 1,000,000%. How would you even know if you didn't go on your own thing and do your own thing and find out? You're just taking Einstein's stuff for God's word and all these people's old stuff for God's word. There's something wrong here. That's the problem.
You're absolutely right, man. And that's the with Eddington. People might not believe this, but when Eddington was doing that test, he was actually doing what DeMarcus suggested people do, because so many people didn't believe him. Einstein had come up with his own test that he suggested people do, and they did, the precession of Mercury. But all these other tests were basically other people trying to find out where they could find flaws in his.
You can't find flaws in mathematics of 72 and 360 and 36 and 36 equaling 72. There's no flaws in math, but there's flaws in what you're saying and what you're doing. Coach, so could you go outside tomorrow and remap something and tell us how far something is, and actually demonstrate that you did it right and how the distance is, like back your claim? Because there's no backing of any of these claims. You understand that, right?
Well, when was the first gravitational lensing, Coach? Do we have a picture of it?
Of gravitational lensing? Actually, I was working with.
It looks like a bubble. It's so cute.
Okay, but hold up. Let's take it slow.
I was working with Chronic last night on some fucking coding thing I had help with, and it was based on the lensing he was looking at.
All right, the first one. Do we know when the first one was?
Yeah, 1919.
Do you have a picture of it? Can we start there?
Yeah, it's like a whole bunch of bubbles or something.
Right.
Not really. I'm just saying the color looks. That's what it looks like.
I think I posted.
Let's do this. Let's be honest skeptics, guys. Let's be like, hey, let's look at this evidence and see if this peer-reviewed corruption, or is it actual stuff that that smart people in the public should buy?
There's nothing. None of this can be refuted. That's what I mean by getting off the rails. So this is what I mean, because what he's doing is describing an observation that can be made by all of us. It's the claim behind it.
Look, I supported you when you said, listen, man, I supported you when you said maybe they seen this before, they knew it a different way. Kosho's saying, oh, the rarity, because they never seen this before, right? So I support you said, look, the questions that we should be asking are, one, how could they have seen it before? Now, other questions we should be asking are, what are other interpretations of this phenomenon? I'm sure you would agree. No. So why don't we look at the phenomenon? You're interrupting me, bro. You're interrupting me, bro.
No,
so why don't we look at the phenomenon? And then, like educated gentlemen with smart logic. Why don't we? Hey, man, you are interrupting the shit.
I hear you, Don.
Phenomenons are non-existent.
Right. So anyway, we can look at the picture. We could be like, hey, man, were we indoctrinated? Were these fucking prehistoric idiots that were fucking presupposing a model that just forced this interpretation down our throat? Or is there another way that we can interpret it?
That's a good point, man. Part of your point, though, about the rarity of it is something that I'm trying to suss out right now, just because, like I said, we know how often eclipses occur and how the eclipse cycle and all that kind of stuff, and the lunar cycle. But what I'm not 100% sure on is when the nodes, like the nodes that the sun and the moon have to be in for these to occur, when these correspond with the same parts of the celestial sphere at the same time, which I'm not sure how often that happens. But if it doesn't happen often, then you can't say when that an observation like this has ever been recorded or in any sort of meaningful way. And by meaningful way, I mean by knowing that in this eclipse, what stars were supposed to be behind the sun, and also which eclipse or when this same eclipse had occurred before, and also having these daytime star positions of that same event. I don't know.
And you're saying, I'm hearing you right. You're saying you still are investigators. Now you're flexible, where you seem to be a little confident when you first, and now you're thinking more about it.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, I'm just doing this all.
I would say this, because I don't think he said it was a rare event, because we know that eclipses happen. Now, what particular eclipse? I mean, we could look to the Sarah cycle and figure it out, right?
Isaac, Kosho definitely said that.
No, but he's talking about it's not rare. It's not rare like it happens once in 1,000 years. That's not what he meant.
I'm on your side. I'm trying to suss it out for you right now consistently.
Well, I agree. I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to also suss it out and be fair to Kosho as well. But all I'm saying is the idea that, you know, this is when we've seen it, because it doesn't happen all the time. What's the likelihood of people seeing it? I just think that's quite ridiculous when we have a history of 1,000 years of people making predictions about the sky and 1,000 years into the future of what the sky would look like. That's exactly what we've been doing and what we do. The idea that people weren't vigorously watching the sky, trying to figure out what the fuck are the heavens, where are we, what's going on. Yeah, no. Somebody
we need
saw
to
it.
unify, man. Demag, you tell me what I'm missing or what you need to add on. I do not. I want the truth, and I don't have to believe your bullshit.
Well, shut
Can
up.
you
I'll
listen?
tell you. Stop
I
talking.
don't have to believe your bullshit.
Hello? Well, go
Can you?
trouble
You
your
want
own
to hear my
shit.
question,
I'll tell
Demag? You want to hear the
Are
question?
you done talking yet, dude?
I'm asking you a question.
You say a lot of words that don't mean anything. Now,
Would you like to hear the question, bro?
all you need to pay attention to is the fake ass shit you just said that was crazy, and demonstrate the distances. That's all we need. Demonstrate the distances to a sun or a star and back your claim. You cannot sit here
What
and
claim?
argue
Hold up. What claim is on the table, dude? What claim? We don't know what you're talking about. No, we need to know. The mod's not going to ask you what you're talking about, so I am.
The claim. We need
What
to back
claim?
the claim. Which
What
one's
claim?
closer or further, a sun or the stars? The claim started is which is further, the stars or the sun? And how do you know? And how do you differentiate? And how do you even figure out the distance of either or? In the first place is the claim. Now you guys are going on looky-loos, right? Everybody look for 1,000 years. Now how, if they predicted all the shit back then 1,000 years ago, what are you not looking at today that was predicted 1,000 years ago?
Okay.
So stop.
Maybe I joined late, Demag. I just heard him arguing about this other.
Claim the distance. Don, can you hear me? Distance, demonstrate. Okay, I'm done.
Would we agree on the message of we want the truth and we don't have to believe the bullshit?
You, dude. No, I don't agree with
so you're
anything
ignorant.
You're ass backwards.
You're an ignorant dumb.
All right, and now calm down, yeah. Calm down.
You just interrupted me. Not listening.
Talk for Don. Say Don does this. Democ does.
You're not bringing anything to the conversation. You want to have an argument? Please step out of this. What you see and go somewhere else. Next
I'm
up.
actually really curious about this for my own personal catalog, because I know how the Saros cycle works. Actually, I even know how the Saros cycle processes. I'm just forgetting how many times. Like, I'm forgetting what happens after a full like precession cycle, or how long that even is. Because even though like, cause I believe the lunar cycle is 18 months or 18 years. I mean, what is it, like 18 years, 8 months and 11 days or something, and 8 hours or something weird like that. But I'm almost certain that doesn't mean that the moon and the sun are going to appear to be in the same positions in reference to the celestial sphere. So if anybody knows,
right, but they wouldn't have to be in reference to. So all they would need to know is like, hey, when the eclipse happens, there could be the goofy phenomenon. Because to Elijah's point of maybe he didn't actually predict it, maybe they kind of whispered in his ear that it happens, and then he, took the credit for it.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know where they are out of position though, like to know what
they can't predict anything in a model to show you anything. So no, they don't have any of that. It's all dog shit.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. So, anyway, Coach, so like you get the point that he's made. I see you trying to go to the exact point in the cycle.
Well, no, it's not just the exact point of the cycle; it's the exact position of the distortion. Like what stars would be where exactly.
matter where. Like I'm saying, if you
Well, that's
if
what
you're
the
saying,
star
hey,
tube
during
is for. Just stick the
during
tube through
eclipse
down, and you can
phenomenon,
see the observatory at the same time. You stick the tube through diagonally where your feet are to slice through the globe, and then you can look down and see when the stars supposedly go past the horizon, and then in a couple minutes they're going to be hitting your tube. And you'll be able to watch them go past your tube too, and it'll be evidence you're on a ball, and that the stars are going around you like you
we
guys
agree to
claim.
this.
You don't even need to
Moderator,
leave
like
the
for
fucking
real.
dirt.
Who's a moderator up in here, bro? Y'all want to keep meeting people that
So
like
glad it's not
you is changing the subject,
Yeah, I
man.
know, Glober. I know.
Oh my god, confused, bro. Are you mad that I let them call me like what? Anyway, so Kosho, as long as there was some shifting, that's it. It doesn't matter which ones, how much. If they saw shifting,
I understand that.
Yeah. So then, like I tried to bring up 5 minutes ago, can we look at the first one that Xanax said from 1919 or whatever?
That's what I'm talking about. The one that's what I brought up. I mean, Xanax and Nate have already posted pictures from that one. But again, though, Don, what I'm saying to you, I don't know why you. I think you thought I agreed with you or something. But what I'm saying to you is, yeah, they were out of position, and yeah, they would need to make a prediction. All they would have to do is make a prediction that says they're out of position, and they get that right. I guess you'd be right, but that's not what happened though. What happened was they were able to predict where they would be out of position, which stars would be where, and how much of the how off they were going to be depending on where they were. Which if they knew where they were going to be, they knew how much off they were going to be. So they made predictions that matched what they saw, not just a prediction that said they're going to be off.
That's not that specific, Kosho. I still think I hear you, but what I like to point out is that say you have a wall with just a gridded wall with numbers 1 through 1,000,000 on it with little grids. And then your eclipse happens in like the top left corner near numbers 20 and 30. And you see little shifting from those. Right? You're going to be like, oh, well, when eclipse or when sun, and then we could see because of the eclipse. And then, okay, well, 20 and 21 are shifted over one. Whatever. Just for example, you're going to see a section shifted X amount. Then you can get your kind of pattern from that. You can get your weight of the phenomenon from that. Then just because on the next time the eclipse happens in the right corner of the wall near numbers 100 and 200, it doesn't mean that, oh, well, now because of the new area that it's so magical that Einstein predicted it, because they already could have seen the amount of shifting, even though it was in a different section of the wall, right? Or the sky, or whatever, right? So this still supports Elijah's point of they could have seen it before, therefore it wasn't a prediction.
For the event that they would have had to seen before would have to be an event that matches this event, so that they could have looked at two or three, let's say 2, 3, 4 stars, their positions, and how those positions were going to change. Where they were going to be outside of that outside of the sun. And the reason they would need this is because they would not be able to know. They would have to have rules that would be able to be transferred to any other observation. Because if this were a different observation with different stars, then they would have to have only used that rule to determine where they were going to be.
So how come they couldn't have done that from my analogy? Like, didn't my analogy say they could have figured out the rules from the previous event?
Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose they could have looked at it and realized this rule, and then reverse engineered to do this.
So finally, you agree with Elijah. Get excited.
No,
you do agree.
I've never not agree with that. That's just a completely.
You came in with me saying I don't know if you think I agree with you, but I don't. But I do. Like, dude, you
I'm
didn't.
saying yes. You're right. That thing you just stated is not impossible. However, there's no way that happened, dude. There's no way that they
from the beginning. It's a steel man from the beginning that you was trying to fight the steel man, bro. Now you let the steel man stand, and now you're left with you're left with
the steel man is basically claiming that before technology existed to be able to do this, they observed what gravitational lensing was and how it would behave. Even though they didn't know what it was, they just saw exactly how it would make stars move. So much so that on any given small area of the sky, wherever the random stars are laid out, they can determine where they would end up. And so it's a pretty tall order, And I'm saying, sure, that's possible that happened. That there's no way in hell that you could convince me that happened, and there's no way that I put any money on that. But to say that it's possible is.
Do you think that this is the first time they've ever looked at eclipse?
No.
Well,
No,
see,
no.
then you're just confused. What technology didn't they have 20 years before 1919?
The cameras they had?
The cameras. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, cool. Do y'all want to look at this picture together? Because I see Zanuck putting up the graphic of like the light bending, the diagram of the, the star behind the sun and the light bending up around it. Because we're making this claim. We keep saying this general phenomenon of the stars in the wrong position. As far as any of these pictures I've seen, I haven't seen the stars in the wrong position. I've seen light shining, right? Like around the sun. I've not seen, this is the picture of the, I haven't seen side by side. Picture of normal sky, picture of warp sky. I've not seen those pictures side by side. Do y'all have any of those? I don't mean to be like the incredulous one here, but do y'all have any of those? Because that's what we should be talking about, right?
You're talking about the pictures that show where they're supposed to be. They have them. I mean, somebody could find them for you, but like I said earlier, what they did is his two teams. He had one of them go to, I think, Africa, and the other team went to South America, and they observed the night sky from both these two locations. Predicting or basing where the sun was going to be over during that time of the eclipse, looking at that specific part of the night sky. And they did take pictures and they did make recordings of their positions and movements and stuff. And that's what he used to make the comparison predictions for the eclipse one.
And the next ones. And then the ones they show us in modern day, Kosho, it's always this ring thing, right? It's the Einstein ring.
Yeah, that's because that's us viewing like extreme gravitational lensing. But of course we're viewing that at night. So the sun is one of the weakest. It's going to be some of the weakest gravitational lensing, compared to the ones that we normally observe. Because
we see lensing, we see that effect around galaxies. We see galaxies far in the distance bending light in the same manner to where they've predicted how much the light would bend and what the angular change would be of objects that are normally behind them.
Right.
So obviously we question them, and I'm on the train, but I'm gonna say this real quick. So we question the entire cosmic paradigm that those are rocks and gases and spheres of different properties. That's what we're questioning. This right here says that light is bending around the mass of objects in space.
Mm-hmm. It should be able to be done in a
question.
So you're questioning whether the things we see in space are actually have mass? No, I mean he just said that. He goes, they're assuming that these things have mass that are massive.
He's saying there are open-ended, unlimited other interpretations.
Open-ended, unlimited other interpretations? Of course, there are always unlimited possibilities.
That's what I hear him saying.
The probabilities are what we can narrow down statistically and logically based on the science that we've used to determine what these objects in the sky are. So these things that are galaxies, these things are supernovas, these things are gas clouds, these things are the sun, its corona, what's coming off of it, the cosmic rays, the solar rays, the solar winds, everything is being tested. And everything points to exactly what we think it is. Now are there holes in our theories? Absolutely. Dark matter, dark energy, yeah, of course, there's all sorts of holes in the theories. But things like gravitational lensing is a theory that could be disproved by another theory, and that's what science is about. But until you come up with something better that has predictive qualities as gravitational lensing does, then show it so that it predicts things better, because that's the only way you're going to disprove it. It's falsifiable. It's exactly falsifiable.
It's just a begging the question. You don't even have to.
Prove that. Show. Oh my God! Show that there's another theory, another idea that has better predictive qualities.
Go ahead, Elijah, and then something cool. What did I tell you?
I was just saying this whole gravitational lensing idea is coupled with the whole idea of space as we've questioned it. So just talking about it is begging the question.
Well,
For us,
there's
we
No,
understand.
it's not. Just talking about it is not begging the question.
Well, what do you mean? Because we're questioning how massive objects bend light around those massive objects. We don't believe that.
And we develop a theory, and in this
No.
theory, and the hypothesis is based on some assumptions, absolutely. But then when we make these assumptions, and then we use this hypothesis and these ideas to make predictive statements and observations, and they come true, they're seen over and over again because they're predictive, and they have these qualities that we can actually replicate. Then we say that's the best thing we have today. Now you can come up with something that is better, but until you do, these things are not begging the question. They're not affirming the consequent. They are actual predictions that are based on the hypothesis with the evidence that is supporting it.
I was allowing Elijah to finish, and then I said, and I got something to say afterwards. So that's why I was just trying to say.
What's the cool thing? What's the cool thing?
Yeah, there was Eddington's experiment. Eddington's prediction was probably the first one, but it's not the coolest one by far. The coolest prediction that science that what's it called that gravitational lensing has provided was the observation of a supernova, something that can't be predicted. Like there's no way that someone's going to predict a supernova, but it was technically was predicted, the observation of one at least, using gravitational lensing. And it's only because the observation had already occurred. So this was an observation that happened, a supernova, but it was being lensed around, a galaxy or an object or something. And the lensing, because of the different regions of the object that was lensing it, was happening at different times. And so they were able to use gravitational lensing to predict when that supernova was going to be observed again, basically. Which is something that's impossible to do.
Yay!
You predict a supernova, dude. That's like that. You can't possibly do that.
You got video of the supernova?
I have video of. I'll just post it, right?
They should be able to gravitational lens in a laboratory. They should do like mass bending light, magnets.
Okay, DMOC.
Well,
show me the bending of light in your kitchen. Show me your water sticking to the ball, floating around your kitchen with planets revolving. Right? Come on, it's a DMOC. It's a DMOCism. You know it.
No, they want this in a lab. They want to show bending.
We've already got it all in the lab, Don.
The
little girl I posted in the back chat, I asked you guys to look at about an hour ago. Nobody's looked at it and went over and talked about all their distances, all their stuff is right there. Calculate all you need. You have the little globe, you got the little light.
That's called a straw man.
That's a great model.
That's a steel man. I put in globe physics demonstrated in a lab.
It's a great model.
When you put in globe physics in a lab. Show me your video.
It's a great example.
Steel man yourself. Globe demonstration in a lab. Physics.
What was she demonstrating in the video?
Don't know, Narnia.
Okay, so you didn't watch it.
You tell
so
me,
you didn't watch
Glober. She's demonstrated a piece of something. What does that even mean? So your model only works in pieces? Reese's Pieces models? Dude, get real.
Where does your model
Emma, I won't forgive you for this. Emma, if you act like a child all over VC, I'm going to have to quit VC, and it'll be your fault.
Your whole car.
It'll be your fault if I quit VC because you're acting like a child.
Represents the whole car, guys.
Fuck you, idiot. Fuck you.
Hey guys, you guys ever use the Chinese?
That's my point.
Democ, do you ever use the Chinese
Showing
finger
you
trap?
a tire is not the car, right, Kosho?
Yeah, I think you're right. You ever use the Chinese finger trap?
Gimp shit. with a little thing that represents nothing. What is the point of that if it doesn't represent anything?
That's a good
If
point,
that's
man.
not the model and it doesn't represent the model and it's nothing to do with the model and they can't show anything clearly, anything to do with the model to size,
Do you
to scale at
understand
all,
scale?
what are we
Do you
looking at?
understand
What is
scale?
the
Man, that's a
point?
good point.
What physics do I look up? What globe physics do I look up that match yours, B-ball? Please put
That's
them
a
in
good
there in the
point, man.
lab.
That's a great
Do you
point,
That's what I
understand
dude.
want.
scale?
B-ball.
Stop talking. Just put them in there. Whoa, man. This can't be that hard. 6
Be-
years, dude. Come on, really?
People, you've used a Chinese finger trap and all those other thing like that. Chinese finger trap. You struggle with it, and it doesn't come off your fingers when you do that. So just keep that in mind. But what was what's lost now? I don't
You
remember.
got a video of a fading supernova.
Yeah, but there was something I was. Yeah, I think that might have been it. There was something that somebody said. I didn't respond to, but that's all gone now. We'll just go back to that supernova thing.
No, they think it's okay to show a tail light and say, that's my demonstration of a car. It's not working, man. It's not. No. That's their car model, a tail light. Oh, but then that's only showing you a tail light. Oh, but that only shows you a
Mike's up.
turn signal piece in this room. And yeah, you're good. And in the next room,
It's
we're
not
going
an,
to show you a bumper. Yeah,
it's not
that's how the
analogous.
globe
Man.
model works. Okay.
Well,
Nothing. Gotcha.
well, I got this pulled up here. Obviously, it's a simple Google of gravitational lensing, and it says here, Wikipedia, in 1912, Einstein had speculated that an observer could see multiple images of a single light source if the light were deflected around a mass. This effect would make the mass act as a kind of gravitational lens. So the whole point is he made mathematical predictions to exactly see an observation in the sky of this.
Multiple.
So my question is, why would he ever speculate that if he'd never seen something like that?
Because it was based on the consequences of the theory now that he had come up with. The hypothesis that he come up with, which was based on the painter falling, led to consequences that extended to seeing light being warped around an object multiple times, or seeing any of the other effects of general relativity. Like there's
Confused.
Yeah.
They playing
Can
with
I
the
see this
fabric.
painting thing? Because I'm not. It's definitely not following. Like I don't understand how dropping a painting or a painting dropping. I don't get it.
I know, but what he did, he imagined there was a painter on painting a building, and he was watching him, and I don't know if he fell or if he imagined him falling. But while he was thinking about the painter falling and imagined what he was experiencing while he was falling, he realized that the painter, during the time he was falling, would have there would not be any distinction between the painter being pulled down towards the earth or the painter being stationary and having the earth having everything around, or him being in an accelerated frame. So the earth being accelerating upwards, and him being in that frame.
I hear them talking about
I'm
the
sorry.
fabric. If he could talk about the fabric, Elijah, if he starts thinking about, the space-time stuff, and then you can just imagine like, oh, well, the image from behind could warp around and bend and we could see it, like split around. Like that doesn't seem like it's crazy of a hypothesis. Like it seems very intuitive.
I don't get. I didn't hear the last part of what he said. So he said the guy falls or he imagines it, and what?
Relativity.
No, what? No, someone falls and what?
I said he falls, and he was thinking about what he is experiencing while he's falling, and
Which
he
is what?
realized that there wouldn't be a distinction between there being a gravitational attraction towards the earth, like a force attracting him to the earth, or him being in a accelerating frame, as if the earth is accelerating upward.
But this is like this is an imagining of what the earth is again.
Right.
Begging the question, but I'm trying to figure out what he saw that would have him predict that there would be images of light sources in places that otherwise would be obstructed.
A slicer.
So I'm just trying to figure out how someone falling and him seeing someone fall, how did he come up with math that would just? I guess I don't get it. I don't. So he didn't see the phenomena. I guess he was thinking of. I don't know how. I really don't know how
light
that.
Light will be affected by gravity, basically.
No, that's not. You don't see somebody trip or fall out of a building and go, light is affected by gravity. You got to know that don't follow like that. So I'm trying to figure out the thought process step by step as to how you go from someone falling to, light could bend around objects.
Elijah, the guy falling was what gave Einstein the idea for his general theory of relativity.
It's what started him down that path.
Light bending.
So then answer the question that I asked him, and we're good.
No, but yeah, what Jerry just said though, he had already come up with a special theory about with light being the fixed speed or whatever, the light speed, and everything being relative around that. He used that the idea of space-time he already had. He already had an idea of space-time. He imagined this this effect that I was just describing with the dude falling in the accelerated frame inside that framework, and it gets a lot more complicated. It's not just he saw that and then he predicted the thing with the stars. He had first come up with this whole theory based on that idea, and then the consequences from the hypothesis that he had come up with was all these things like gravitational lensing, black holes, things like that.
I get it. So then basically that's why I don't have to believe that. Because for all I know, he could have just observed it first. Because we're talking about something, we're talking about literally being able to look in a location and see something something that's apparently there but not physically there. But there's no prerequisite. Like there's only his theory of what might be happening, but not an actual observation. Like
yeah, but there's things that we use today that are based on relativity.
Is gravitational lensing based on relativity?
Yeah, absolutely.
How so?
Because that's exactly what the light follows a straight path in space-time, if not abstracted by anything. However, as Einstein had predicted in the general theory of relativity, mass and energy, the existence of it in space-time itself warps space-time. So the light is still following a straight path through space-time. It's just the space-time is now curved. So that straight path is going to, by his predictions, going to appear to be distorted because of this curvature.
And how is that anything relative to each? What now? What? How is that?
It's general relativity. Yeah, gravity.
Gravity. So gravity can pull the light, but it doesn't really pull the light. It's just affecting the medium, and so therefore the light is going differently through it.
It's affecting the space-time, the field. And
the field, is it not proper to call a field medium?
Yeah, it's not proper to do that.
So weak.
You feel like Coach will laugh at your questions as if they're like dumb questions, you know?
I know, I love it.
You guys asking good questions.
No, he knows it. He knows I want to hear the feedback. Like, I hope he knows like that he can be comfortable with me. It's fine.
What did Nate say? I didn't hear Nate. Nate's super quiet. He's using his fucking ASMR voice.
I said you shouldn't laugh at the questions they ask.
Yeah, well, typically I don't. They're not bad questions, and Elijah may be animated at times, but he's actually asking. He's thinking about it most of the time in a proper way, asking proper questions. So there's nothing wrong with it.
Did the term field come up again? So what we're saying is a non-physical entity can cause another thing to change direction.
Yeah, that's what a field would be described as. A field would be a non-physical entity, and it would be described as having values at different positions. And so, yeah, that is the claim that the field itself and its values are having an effect on things that you physically feel.
So wait a minute. So what you're saying is a numerical value can cause things to change direction.
No, I claim you haven't made any distinction between a failed and a medium. There's been zero distinction.
And the difference between a field and a medium is substance. That's the difference.
There's and the substance.
Could say a medium is made of, particles with charge. A field isn't.
Particles with charge. Do you mean with a non? Do you mean with non? With what is it called when the Witsit brought this up the other day, and I love that he brought up, but then I forgot the term. Net charge. That's what you mean, right? Net charge. So because there could be charge. So also you have to prove that there's no substance in this field. So you're claiming it's a field and it's not substance, but that's the lie right there, bro.
But that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's substance. What's net charge? Go ahead, man.
Whatever is like positive or negative, other than balance charge.
Yeah, a field can exist in a place that there is a medium. So that doesn't just because there's stuff there doesn't mean the field
irrelevant.
The field though is describing the substance. Okay,
you just haven't found the substance of the field yet.
That's the medium. The medium is describing that. I'm sorry. So medium is something of substance. Yeah. A field
is substance that you haven't found.
First explanation Kosho gave, that is what a field was. What he's saying now, I don't know. But the first thing he said at the beginning.
Just now I was saying field. I meant to say medium. So I was trying to make a distinction. The medium is where there's substance and there's material and this kind of thing. The field is strictly talking about the locations and these magnitudes.
You believe in a magical universe without substance. Now that's interesting, but I know I'm sure I'm gonna kid around a little bit, but dude, the field is just of the substance you haven't found yet. You should logically understand that there's going to be a substance, whether it be or not the computer programming code. That would be the substance, the rules that's allowing all the other substances to do what they do. The energy substance, the program substance, is still going to be a substance, a rendered something physical in our world. Everything is real. You're like invoking spirits, like when you talk like this.
I agree. We'll just use some words that sound fun to use. We'll use them for other things too. That way, our sentences can become more fun, I suppose. I see what you're saying. We'll just use substance to mean anything we want, and then just kind of have fun with it.
No, we assume that there has to be a substance. That's what I'm saying. To assume there's not a substance is ridiculous.
No one's make the like I just said, a field can exist somewhere where there is also substance. There's nothing that says that there has to be no substance. I'm just saying the field what's being described as a field though is something different than the substance.
To assume that the field does not have its own substance, its own different substance that you haven't seen yet, is ridiculous.
What substance would a field of light have? Noah?
What? Matter. Light is matter. Everything is the same stuff. We've been through this before 2 weeks ago.
So
light is what?
Go ahead, Don.
Light is matter? Did you say that?
Well, it would have to be matter if you want to describe it as being in a medium, because the definition that I'm going to use for substance is fine with the one that I already agreed with. It's just a particular kind of matter with uniform properties. So it's just matter with properties. But if it's not matter, then it's not a substance. And if there's no substance, it's not a medium. That's case closed. But some of these things we don't have to argue about unless we actually disagree with each other, because it just kind of makes things confusing. Because, just coming to an agreement about what these things mean allows us to talk about them further, like to talk about fields where that's relevant and talk about mediums where that's relevant. So
Yeah, I agree. I like that, but that's why I'm saying, like, yo, we should be looking for the actual material of the field that we haven't. We should know it's there.
Oh, fuck, dude. You're a trip, man. I have to actually just stop myself now. If I engage on here any longer, I'll be shooting myself in the foot.
I think you should call it a night.
Well, no, I've been neglecting work for the past 4 hours.
Yeah,
for years.
You haven't taught anyone anything, Kosho. They've disrespected
You work,
all your
Kosho?
knowledge. They've disrespected you completely.
I have several hats.
You've tried to help them, and they've just memed it in your face again.
Yeah, who said in your Cocoa Pop stuff?
To me?
I don't know. Don seems angry. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit angry. I think I was just angry because Democ was shouting. So if that's the example of flat Earth, that makes me angry.
No, that's why you want to call people flat earthers, so you can say that exact thing.
Ricky, let's discuss.
Look at how this guy represents flat earthers.
Can we discuss it?
No, I don't want anything to do with you, man. You're just a straight
why are
ass
you talking
troll.
to me then?
I just told you.
You either do want to have something to do with me and talk to me, or you don't.
No, I don't want you to assert me into anything that has to do with DMOC, Flat Earth, or any other
Oh,
man.
well then
I'm
don't
my own
interrupt me
man.
when I'm
If you
talking.
want to discuss something with me, you address me as
Don't
Rocky,
interrupt me
and
when I'm
don't group
talking
me
about
into any
something
group.
completely different.
Yeah, don't group me into anything like you need to do to put people down.
You discuss what you want, and maybe I'll join in.
Immediately put people down. Look at how bad DMOC represents Flat Earth.
I did say that, yeah, but you didn't
That's all
really
you
explain.
do. That's a
You
tactic.
didn't really let
We
me
know your
explain my point, did you? You
We
just
know your
interrupted.
tactics. We know your troll tactics, and we're tired of it.
Oh, well, I know your troll tactics. I don't know if Democ, if you're listening, but if you ever want to have a real conversation, man, I would love to. I get a bit annoyed when you talk like the childish rubbish and turn it into a silly argument. Like when you demand stuff, I hate that. I think it's not a good example of flat Earth or any truth searching or anything. It's not a good example of anything.
You know, Don. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, my comment's basically useless. Another man telling another man how he should act, how he should say things, how he should ask questions. Hey, man, if you want to have a conversation with me and change all the ways that you and then get interrupted while I'm making a very specific point by the same troll who is telling another man how he needs to act.
I didn't tell him how he needs to act. I told him that when he acts a certain way, I get annoyed because I don't think it's a good example.
Yeah, and then he should act somewhere.
Yeah, so that's different, isn't it?
So
Two
it doesn't
different
annoy
things.
you. No,
Two
you're
different
telling
things.
him he should act differently,
No,
so it doesn't
no, I
annoy you.
wasn't. No, I wasn't.
And if he wants to talk to you, he can act differently so you don't get annoyed. Yeah, we heard it.
Yeah, you just explained it a bit better that second time, which is different to the first time, and you're gone. I'm willing to discuss anything. I'm not in a bad mood. Hi, Chemo. Not spoke to you for ages.
You say Chemo? Chemo's in here? What's up, Chemo? You know, I wish Elijah and what's it? We're still in here because I wish I was listening to that song you guys made last night, and yeah, I don't know. I guess I never listened. I got a newfound. I had a new respect for some of the lyrics, some of your lyrics, Chemo, and some of what's its lyrics.
Chemotherapy's here.
Can you remember one of the bars, Kosho?
Well, Chemo's, because I gotta say, I've said this for a long time. I don't want to put anybody down, but Chocolate Sands part is kind of you want it to be over, and then it's like longer than you remember every time. But then chemo comes in at the perfect part, because it's like when you have somebody shitty like open up for you, and like you follow somebody, and just it's a good contrast. That's all. But yeah, chemo actually had some pretty clever lyrics, and his flow is good too. So
I'll take your word for it.
What he said about the
Wait for the source of the pseudo force. Yo, chemo. Chemo, drop it. He ain't feeling it.
It's a good platform, isn't it, Flat Earth, to start your life in rap?
Yeah, we should rap with the globe physics playing in the lab while we're rapping. Have the globe physics working in the video, how they don't work, how nothing works in a video live.
Yeah.
Show all your physics to everybody, the ones you are so proud of that you don't never want to show.
Which one? Which physics do you mean that doesn't work?
No. What physics do you have to show us from a lab of a ball,
see,
of a globe sphere?
that's how I know you're not
So you
sensible.
don't have any? So that's how I know you don't have any globe physics. And they
I
don't
asked
exist
you to
can't
say
give
what
me.
you meant, and you didn't mean anything.
I mean your globe physics in a lab. Do you understand that?
Yeah, which one? Because there's quite a lot of different
Your
ones, isn't
globe
there?
physics in a lab. Take your pick.
Gravity?
Take your pick in a lab.
Question mark? Gravity? Question mark?
You don't have that. Question mark, question mark. That's not a globe model in a lab, is it?
It's globe physics. It's the type of globe
with
physics,
the
right?
conversation. Globe physics in a lab of a globe model, like the little girl, like the one I put in the back chat. Where's yours to combat it?
I'm going to wait till you finish. Talk to
I'm
someone
going to
else.
wait till you put your video in the back chat too. Non-globe physics video haver. So you don't have anything, right?
Chat. That doesn't even really make sense.
So you don't have anything, right?
Back chat. That's what we used to use on Google Hangouts. This is Discord now.
Cool story. So you don't have any globe physics videos in the lab, right?
You didn't tell me what you wanted.
Whichever globe video physics you pick that we can demonstrate and talk about that come from a lab with the video live, we can go over it.
Yeah.
Your globe physics, you pick whatever one you want.
And I offered you gravity, and then you said you didn't really want to see that.
That is a word.
No, I'm offering you a demonstration of gravity in a lab.
How are you doing that? Did you eliminate
Would you like to see it or not?
Did you eliminate the Earth or not?
Remember, you asked, but I'm asking you again to check. Do you want to see it or not?
Do you want to see both demonstrations of science?
Okay, I'm going to take it as a no.
I'm going to take it as you keep
Even though you asked to see it,
I've
decided you don't want to.
Is that your evidence talking over me? So when you have the Earth spinning in one demonstration and then an Earth not spinning in the other demonstration, we'll go do your lab demonstration of real science. Until you have the two, you don't have any gravity. You have a word called turkey ducks. Turkey ducks hold you everywhere. Turkey ducks orbit. Turkey ducks. Yeah, I know. Me too. I can go to the lab and prove turkey ducks too, because they don't exist. It's easy to prove non-existent things by showing you electrical continuity or ground. It's kind of ignorant.
Someone else telling me it's unreasonable, so it's not just me.
Is it just me, or do you understand what 5-year-olds understand when they go in there and they know you're not getting rid of Earth spin?
Mate, anyone want to tell him, or is it just going to be me?
It's going to be you trying to manipulate Earth's spin. You can't stop Earth from spinning, so you got to have the non-spinning Earth one, and you got to have the spinning Earth gravity demonstration next to each other. Show the two. You understand? Or do you not know science, Dawn? It's too big for you, buddy.
Tell me what you want again.
Control the variables.
Yeah, they can't do that. They could
spin to show that it's Earth spin or not. You got to eliminate gravity to show that it's gravity or not. Do you have
they can only show you the phenomenon, but they
can't.
can't.
Models. We need to see the ladder versus
They
the
can't
ladder
show you the
to
mechanism.
demonstrate which.
Spinning in a lab, Jerry. Is that what he wants?
Correct. You don't have
think
science.
so.
Is that why you're here, Dawn? Do you want to learn?
Sorry, we can't do spinning in a lab.
So are you in a lab with the lab coat with your balls stopping Earth from spinning or stopping Earth's gravity?
Try and make sense with another comment.
You have to demonstrate your claim is the thing you say.
What is my claim? What's my claim?
Gravity. Gravity's your claim, so we
Would
need
you
to
like
see
to
what
see
it
a
doesn't look
demonstration
like.
of gravity in a lab?
We need to see what it doesn't look like
For the
versus what it
third
does
time.
look like. Do you
Would you like
comprehend?
to see it?
Because if you don't have what gravity
Okay,
looks
I'll
like, how
take
do
that
we
as a
know what
no.
gravity is, Dawn? Would you like to understand anything, or you just want to keep repeating your ignorance?
I'm going to take it as a no. You don't
You're
actually
gonna
want to see what
parrot
you
a
asked
nothing.
for.
I'm gonna take it. You just want to keep parroting some fucking retards. Okay, cool story, buddy.
You don't want to see it, do you?
Hey, Jimmy John told me it's down there. I believe him. The gold is right down there. X marks the spot, Dawn. Go dig all your life and don't find shit. Yeah, that's what you do. Cool.
You sound like you're on
Story.
drugs.
X is over there, Dawn. It's over there. You can't get it, but it's over there where the curve is. The curve of
You
the
did
curve of
3
the earth,
times the
that's
amount
where the
by
gold is, buddy.
again.
So if you can go find the gold at the end of the curve, like the rainbow, the end of the rainbow, there's a pot of gold. On your curve of your earth, there's a pot of gold. Please go dig it up.
I'm not insulted. I just think you're crazy.
Your science is crazy when you don't have to demonstrate anything and you can just
You
say
couldn't
he said,
explain
she
it to
said,
be crazy
and
if you
can
wanted
say
to,
gravity is
because your
insane.
brain is a
That's
mess.
insane. Trying to do a million things and get a different result, that's insanity. That's you, parrot globers.
You couldn't
For the
explain
last
it if you
1,000
wanted
years,
to.
you've repeated a 360-degree spin, and you've expected different things to happen, globers. That's
I
the
don't
pure
believe you.
definition
Sorry.
of insanity, right, Dawn? Trying to do something over and over and over and over again, like you guys, knowing that it's wrong and trying to get a different result. That's insanity. Dawn, keep up with your good, insane science.
Emma, I'm just going to offer you
Do you
again
know
now.
the definition of
Hang on,
insanity,
dude,
Dawn? Can we
I
read
was
it to you?
talking. Dude, I'm going to offer you the offer again now. If you want to have a serious conversation another time,
You
I'm
don't know
happy.
how to
I'm
have a
happy
serious
to.
conversation. You don't know what one is. You're just a biased glober. You're ignorant to every fact of anything.
I
You
don't
don't know
think
any
anyone believes you.
definition. You have 20 definitions and 20 meanings. You want to show a flat picture and say that's evidence of a globe. You don't have any globe physics. What can we talk about? All I want to talk about are your globe physics in a globe classroom. If you want to talk about that live, we can all talk
Globe
about them. I'm ready.
classroom isn't a thing.
I'm
Sorry.
ready right
Not
now
in
to have a
reality.
civilized conversation about your globe physics video, whatever one you put in the chat.
Globe physics isn't really a thing in reality either, I'm afraid. It's just physics.
Yeah, physics are what happen. Like we write things and theories describing why they happen, but the physics are going to happen regardless of what story we tell about them.
Okay, I'm going to listen to B-Ball's rap. Hang on. Oh, acapella, no beat. Brave. Oh, man. See, this is cheesy, but this is B-Ball being his real self. Because it's a debate, but it's channeled through creative art, so it's not stupid nerd shit. It's become art. Become a poem. And I know how B-Ball would have felt right. He would have had to really rack his brain and think, what do I want to say that's really meaningful and cool? Yeah, I liked it. Don't even have to listen to it all. Obviously, the topic is just about the globe, so that's stupid. He can find a better topic to talk about. People need to grow up past being obsessed with the globe, man.
Hey Don, who else is talking real quick? Because I can't only hear you.
It's only me, mate.
Say again?
Only me talking.
Didn't hear that time either.
It's only me talking.
Okay.
I'm trying to get other people to talk.
Oh no, I was just making sure because sometimes you accidentally mute people. And
yeah, that's all right.
I'm supposed to. I'm not supposed to be here anymore. To be honest with you, I have 2 hours, so I have to be somewhere, and I still have work to do and clothes to wash. And it's ridiculous. I have a bad issue with procrastinating.
This happens to me, Kosho, when I have a coffee and I start debating or talking to someone. I can lose an hour on Discord, but normally then I realize and I stop.
Yeah. Well, I have what I think is ADHD, and they say it's classified by time blindness. And everybody who knows me in every job I've ever had, even in the Navy, I've never been able to be on time.
What does this mean? Because I think my mate might have time blindness. I mean, that's one way to describe what my mate does.
He probably has it too, then.
He says stuff like, his mum calls and says, are we going to do this thing that we plan to do? And he says, yeah, I'll be there in 20 minutes. So I know he's going to be over an hour from what he's already told me he's doing. he's happy to lie to himself and her about the time on a daily basis like this.
I don't lie like that.
Time blindness.
Say
You know, there's this. You know how you overcome this time blindness? I think there's a way you can do it.
Go ahead and try it. Try me.
It's this thing called alarms or reminders, and phones have them. So if you know you have to be somewhere, or have to do something,
I actually use this.
you can set a timer or a clock or an alarm to say, "Oh crap, I got to be somewhere."
Great idea.
The way to overcome it.
Great idea, and
it's easy
I
just
think
to
the
press
issue is
snooze,
that if you understood time blindness, it doesn't that doesn't alleviate it.
Sorry, can you explain your time blindness? Because I just
I have alarms for everything. I have smart watches with alarms on them for everything. It doesn't make a difference. I can have people that I know there's a deadline at this place. It doesn't matter. The time blindness. The reason why it's caused by ADHD is because there's a disconnect in the brain apparently with this obvious consequence, this apparent consequence, and a simple action. There's like a disconnect which causes that. I think it's the most common side effect of ADHD is what they say. But yeah, alarms don't solve it, unfortunately.
You do understand that ADHD, if you suffer from it, can be controlled and you can learn your way out of that?
I do understand it to be treatable.
Mm-hmm.
They say it's the only chronic, like where there's a lot of psychological disorders that they classify as disorders. They give these drugs to.
Right.
They shouldn't be given drugs to. However,
Agreed.
ADHD is one of the only ones, if not the only one, where it is actually a chronic illness and medicine can treat, unfortunately. But yeah, all those other ones, they cannot.
I believe it's similar to depression and anxiety. You can treat it or you cannot treat it. You can try and change yourself back to normal or you can live with it.
Yeah, there's also a physical thing you do within your body and your mind and therapy in that way that actually changes the chemical imbalance that's happening within the brain. I mean, a lot of people suffer from ADHD for many, many reasons, whether they were raised wrong, to be honest, and didn't have much socialization, with their family or anything. You used to be surprised how much ADHD revolves around that and being put in front of a TV or our phones and everything. Life is fast paced. A lot of people suffer from that. I mean, you get me going, listen to me. I sound like I have it. I have to literally recognize it's happening in the moment, calm down, and do the opposite of whatever it's wanting me to do. But it's hard to recognize. A lot of people suffer from it, but it's something you can kind of control if you try.
Basically, you have too much attention on a thing, or you can't find enough attention on a thing, right? So you keep losing attention, or you zone into something and forget everything else.
Yeah. There's a guy was on my panel on my last show. God bless his soul. I'm not going to say his name or anything, but he has it too. And he's around probably a little older than me or my age. I'm 39. And he was getting, I had 10 people on the panel, or 8 people. So he was getting stir crazy. And all of a sudden he gets on the chair with his feet, starts going in circles, making his butt show on the film, on the video. And I'm going, come on, stop. I literally had to stop in the video and go, hey, can can you please not do that? And then you instantly saw him like a little kid go, oop, and sat down. Like
That's
sometimes,
what our boy does. When he's
yeah,
bored, he'll get up and do stupid stuff and roll around, do just stupid shit.
they mean well. They're not doing anything. I do stupid shit. We all do. But some people tend to, in those moments, find some crazy thing to do a lot more often than others. But it's just recognizing it, and the more people point it out to you in a very nice manner, not being like, you dumbass. Yeah.
What's your time blindness? Are you literally looking at the clock and the reminders and then just ignoring them?
No,
Going
it's,
against yourself kind of thing?
for instance, like what you said about your friend lying about his mom or whatever, but like I can know exactly how long it takes me to do something and how long it could possibly what the shortest amount of time for me to do it, all these things, the deadline, all these things. And it still won't even matter. So, and it's not because I'm ignoring it or put it on the back burner. It's I mean I can overcome it
time's persistent and it's going to catch up with you, but you just don't act.
Yeah, I'm reading descriptions right now. This person's they're trying to describe it, how it feels, and it said it's like being on a game show where you can't hear the questions and everyone else can hear it, and they're getting all the answers correct, but you keep getting it wrong, and your team is getting more and more mad.
That's weird.
It's kind of, I mean, it's honestly it's something I wish I could get a hold of that I can't.
I think my mate's one is more not like a confusion about time. It is based on a confusion about time, but it's more a choice to ignore it. I think.
Well, no, there's a thing in ADHD that has to do with your executive brain function, and there's a disconnect between this executive brain function and it's stimulus or whatever. For that reason, your executive brain function, which is going to be the thing that tells you to do something, is not being activated in the way it's meant to. So you can easily, like I often find I've not gone on dates, several of them, because I was in here. I remember specifically having a conversation with Don about something.
I believe you on that.
Yeah, lots of times. I specifically having a conversation with Don about nothing, and this was in Gems, and I literally I was like running late to pick up my date, and then I was late to pick up my date, and it was hours later, and the whole time I knew that I was supposed to go and do that, and
I've nearly missed the school run through debating on here, even though I had alarms on my phone going off. I think it happens to everyone, but maybe some people find it even harder.
No, I have alarms that go off all the time, and like I said, I have 2 smartwatches, and it's a whole thing, dude. And I was in the Navy.
When I was working with autism kids and stuff, it's almost the same thing with them. We as human beings are very repetitive, and we have routines. Everybody does. If you change that routine because that chemical imbalance, all of a sudden the brain starts doing something different, and then it starts having a repetitive thing to that. It's about, look, you're aware of it, right? Like I'm sometimes almost late for work because I'm listening to something and I'm going, you have like 10 minutes and that's it. And you're going to get in that shower. Next thing I know, I look down and I'm like, holy fuck, have you sat here this whole time, keep telling yourself this, and now you have 20 minutes to get ready. Oh my God, I'm going to be late. And I'm rushing. I know that's, I do it a lot. Things myself. But if you're aware of those little things like that, you got to fix it and go, I'm not doing that. And literally not do it.
It can go the other way, right? You could be obsessed with time. But
Oh,
there's
yeah.
some
You can't.
nerds that are really weird over time.
It's a process, guys. Everything that you suffer from anxiety or anything, I used to suffer massive anxiety when I was young. I would stutter in school, and then I had to just force myself into talking a lot more. I think that's why I talk so much now. And you know what I mean? Like pushing myself outside of that box, and then eventually it just went away, and it didn't matter anymore. And the stuttering stopped when I was in kindergarten and all of it, just depends. You can work yourself out of almost any function without medication. It's just working with some repetitively.
I'm going to reference my mate again, but just thought about another time thing he does. When he rolls a spliff, I often sort of see time disappear for him.
Yeah.
So even though I've just told him I need to go in a sec, I've got to go shopping or whatever, he'll sit down and it's like he's got infinite time to spread the tobacco out all of a sudden. And I'll have to remind him again, dude, I'm saying we've got to hurry up.
It's actually a perfect example, dude, because that exactly something like that, dude. Like something that's so like non-consequential like that compared to something like I actually have to do. Like if I have 5 minutes until I have to leave to go somewhere, and I was like, okay, well, I have 5 minutes, I can do this one thing. And I'm doing this one thing, like something mundane, like rolling a joint, or something that takes like normally 2 minutes.
Yeah.
For some reason, I find myself taking my time. You know, even though I already knew I have a dead like I'm in a time crunch.
You know what else I noticed? When I've got as long as I want all night to have a bath, I get bored and want to get out. But if I've got to go and do a radio show down the city, suddenly the bath is much better than usual, and I really want to stay in it, even though I've just got to do something that I want to do.
And maybe you have it too, man. Well, you know,
I think everyone does, but I do a bit.
Well, I've been working on an app because actually there's a solution, and it's actually already a solution. It's called like the Pomodoro or something like that, and it's just basically where you have these time limits for tasks, and you take breaks, you know, that are timed as well. And I'm making this app for my watch I basically have to like schedule my whole day, and then follow those fucking schedules.
I actually do this with music. So when I zone into making music, I'll have a list of each thing I want to do. I'll quickly do that, zone into it, then I'll sit down and I'll like work, then have a split break, and then go back to it. I think you could use your ADHD to do good things.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Channel it, can't you?
Also, do you mean you got an app? When you say made an app, you mean like you got
making? Don't have it, and I didn't make it yet. I'm in the middle of working on it.
Just making a few apps, and yeah.
I don't believe him.
You don't believe it? Why?
Just don't believe it. Intuition.
Women's intuition. I've been working on this for a few weeks now, but that's the problem is because of my procrastination and a million of other things, it's like almost impossible to finish.
I mean, do you believe that he's got the concept for the app in his head at least?
No, I have a. I can show you the what I have so far in Android Studio.
He's actually got a document.
He's got an Android Studio.
I believe
starting file. That's it. I'll eat my words.
Starting file.
I believe he's making an app. It just needs. We all need to follow through. You know, we all need to finish it. You know, a lot of us are writing a book. You know, making an app. We just have to really work on it to get it done. That's the important thing.
Yeah, you're right about that, man.
Yeah, but the murderers, Godric.
What about the murderers?
They have a trump card.
So a good way to maybe sort this out is, I know making a schedule is hard. I keep telling myself, make a schedule, and then I don't. Because I think, I won't be able to stick to it, so it'll just be a chore. But I have a routine that I stick to. But yeah, my point was you could add Discord banter or flat earth debate on your schedule and then just not go past the time limit.
Yeah, I know, dude. When I was the timer thing, the app that I'm making, it's based around timers and schedules. Well, I was basically using time and dates timer. They have a really cool timer. I didn't know, and so I was using their timer thing and just listed them out. And actually, I was working well, and I was using it to work on the app too because I had like the time set aside to do that. I was building a bow staff. I was doing all these other things, and I was doing all of them. But the one for like take a break and get on Discord, it was supposed to be 20 minutes, and I spent like 3 hours. And I was like, what the fuck? And
you have to punish yourself and try again.
You only give yourself 20 minutes on Discord. Coach, you know that's impossible. That's where you failed.
It was only supposed to be a break.
You already know.
I was helping my friend clean their room. I was building a bow staff. I was working on...
Discord's the reward. So you work for 3 hours until you're satisfied.
Yeah.
Then Discord's the reward.
Yeah, but I gotta limit that. Like the other night, I drink beer every day, every single day. I drink beer.
No.
Yeah, that's good for me. And I get very annoyed, even though I wait to the last minute. Every single day, I buy beer at 11:59. I never get there earlier than that. And anyways, they always know me because I'm always at the very last minute. But anyways, yeah, the other night we were talking about the Epic Discover and some other picture, and I was just waiting for the point in the argument to pause for a second so I could, because I only had a little bit of time left, but I literally stayed. And I didn't even go get beer. I stayed to fucking. So it's literally my worst vice. Is Discord.
That's how I describe weird. It's good for me, and I love it. So I've got no argument there.
Kush, have you ever stepped away from Discord for like a year or 8 months and give yourself some time away from it and do something else that you focus all your energy on for your, bettering yourself, whatever it is? Have you ever done that?
Yeah, for weeks maybe, not for 8 months, but yeah, for
not weeks, baby, months.
Yeah, not for months.
Yeah. It's hard. But you know how you have to do it? You have to delete every server so you can't go. And you just don't. You literally fill your time with other things.
Yeah.
I had to get away from it mentally. Yeah.
I think I'd rather have a balance because I don't, because I think that I think in the future, for all of us maybe, in different ways, I think we'll look back on like these servers, and I think it's kind of like a unique time, because like we talk about a range of things, unique things that people like Rumpus on one end, or Don, or not Don, I'm sorry, Damak on the other end, talking about things all over the range of it, and it's always like this every day, you know what I mean? And so I find it enjoyable and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I don't want to give it up. I gotta balance it out.
I don't think the content's unhealthy for you, Kosho. You seem to stay calm.
Yeah.
But I do think it's just a time thing, isn't it, with you, maybe?
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
I think you got the whole, pattern down where you're just different. And then most people in here that debate, you don't get too upset. You don't let things bother you about these conversations. But don't remember, yes, it is very important, all these conversations that we're having. But I was gone for almost a year and I came back and it's still the same conversation.
Yeah,
I'm being honest. So it's not like we're missing that much if you step away for 8 months, because all you're going to do is be repeating yourself. And sometimes it's better to get away from it to find yourself differently. I had to. I'm a totally different woman than I was a year ago.
I got a new thing. I could segue, right? I could segue. You know how there's truth on both sides. You got to find the common out, right? You know how you got to mix things, but take a little bit from the globe side, a little bit from the flat earth side, see what's real, blend them together. You know what I mean? So let me use that to segue here. Kosho, do you have the program where it can like it can take like two faces and morph them together and say what they had if they had a baby?
Do I have that access to this program that you're asking me? The one that's on the internet for everybody? Yes, I do.
Right. Do you know the name? Because I don't know the name of it and I'm a bad searcher. So
all right, fair enough. I'll pull it up.
Okay, so will you do 2 pictures for me and tell me?
Sure.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna post 2 pictures, and then this is my guess. This is my guess of what Kosho looks like. Okay, you ready? If
oh my goodness.
All right. Is this cool, Kosho? Here we go.
You're killing me.
I had a dream that actually, because I was supposed to chill with him, and we didn't get together. It was my fault.
How close am I, Kosho?
Oh my god!
Sorry.
Not close, man.
So those two, you got to see what they look like if they had a baby, and then
they had a baby. I see. Well, first of all, you have somebody who's got sunglasses on, so that's going to create a problem. But let's go ahead and you do it anyway.
No, I'll fix it. Here you go. There you go.
Fair enough.
No, I don't know.
Well, what's his name? What's that rapper's name again?
This is a weird looking guy.
Yeah, what's his name? What's his name again, Don? That's
Logic.
Yeah, Logic. Yeah, he's half black. So that's he at least fits the demographic. You know what? A lot of people used to tell me all the time that I look like Drake, but he's also half black and half Jewish.
Do you look like Drake?
Well, people don't say it much anymore. I don't know why. If it's me or
Put in Drake lookalike.
back in the day.
See what you get.
Say that one more time.
And type in Drake lookalike Black Jewish. See what you get.
I feel like Nate looks like Drake.
Say what?
Know what you look like online? Freaking siren, sorry.
Kosho was in his thumbnails because y'all have like a emoji of a Kosho face. So I thought that was him. But then he's
that's not me. That's just I used to have a crush on this guy. I posted this picture.
What's it like having a crush on a guy?
What's the name of the blender, Kosho? I'll put him in there. What's the name of it?
I'm using one called MakeMeBabies.com.
Make me babies. See, that's what's the most important thing. Y'all talk about all this, you know, what I need to do, I and all that. And it's really like we're all the energy from the beginning. We're the energy of the future. It's going to be the babies. You know, we talk about all this stuff we can do. I point out the murderers to Godric. It's like, you know, when they say power in the wrong hands, right? Godric or whoever. So all these great things we can do to give to people to make life better. If the bad people are still in control, we're really giving it to them, right? So that's why we need to band together with the good people if we want good.
Oh, I totally agree.
Dude, I gotta show you this. Oh my god, I gotta show you this AI. I was with my brother earlier, and we were fucking playing with the AI engine. Oh my god, dude! I first of all, it's gotten better since I've even had it. But I was having it. I wrote a little story, or I wanted it to write a story for me, and it wrote this fucking crazy story, and actually wrote a lot of it. And there was one part in it that made no fucking sense. I'm gonna read it to you. Hold on, give me a second. What did it say? Killed off in the war. Hold on, dude. It made up this fucking crazy story, dude. About time dilation. Because I wrote a story about a dude who he was like doing an experiment, or he was doing part of a test, like SpaceX or somebody, and then they accidentally fucked something up, and he ended up in the future, and it's a whole thing. But I had this AI write it for me, and it wrote this crazy shit. There was one line that he wrote that makes no sense. So let me just pull it up. Hold on.
Make it longer, edit it, and then publish it.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, dude. What it wrote, you could actually see that on TV. Like I could see it being on Netflix, like what it wrote.
Yeah. No, I just saw what's fucked up. Winnie the Pooh has become an independent horror film where Winnie the Pooh is going to stalk people and kill people.
What?
Oh goodness.
They want anything. Satan's after everything now.
No, I totally agree with someone who was talking about how we all need to come together, but I have realized in the past, 5 or 6 years being online, being on different panels and everywhere, all over different platforms. I've met up with quite a few. I've lived with some flat earthers. I've lived with a lot of different street people, met them. 90% of the people that I've met are not who they say they are online. And this is why I think it's not really about us coming together, because we can't even figure shit out. We can't even get along as much as we talk about all this great shit we should do. When we actually come together, it's not that. So it needs to be internal work first. And a lot of people aren't doing their own internal work, fixing them as a human being. Because if I'm in a good place, the energy that I put out to the person next to me, I'm not going to do them wrong, and that's going to bounce and back and forth. But if we're basing stuff on just trying to come together and make a community or unity, I don't think that's even possible right now. And that's why the whole world is divided and society's fucked up, because people aren't doing enough work within themselves.
Totally agree. Everyone's got to do self-work first. Most people haven't even done 0.1%. They're walking zombies, so they couldn't be considered good people. But Don did say we need to get the good people together, and good is quite a strong word because it could mean anything you want.
It's hard to find those, because you think you know what's good, and then you go, whoa, shit.
It could mean some flat earthers, everyone that's done the work inside, but no longer care about flat earth being the most important thing. Just care about
absolutely
helping people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I think that's a good point, because when we try and come together, no one's there. I see Mark Passio talking truth for 6 hours, and there's only 200 people there, and no one even remembers or listens or cares or changes. So,
Yeah.
and then when we try and set up a freedom community, it turns into a cult of tents, doesn't it? A garden cult. So yeah, we need to think about how we're going to come together, maybe first.
We can't even come together online as a community. There's so many content creators against other content creators, even though we all speak the same shit. I mean, even just fuck away, get rid of the content creators. Even people in here sometimes can't get along. It reminds me of like Rakia. I think Rakia is a really good example of what we should be. Like, you know, like I said, even when somebody comes in, like I've had problems with Nathan Thompson and other people, and he's like, you know what? They're human beings at the end of the day. Even if they're doing something wrong, you need to pray for them. We're too big on turning against each other and hate. That's the problem.
Rakia can be cool sometimes, but I think he lacks full width of character because he's obsessed with trolling that the Earth's flat.
It's important to him. Passion. That's why I had to step away from it. And when you start going through loss and you talk to people on the streets, it doesn't matter.
Passionate, important things are great, but hanging around in Bev's server and then lying to other men face to face or voice to voice is not healthy at all.
I know a lot of people give me slack when I said it doesn't actually matter anymore. It does matter that, yes, people get to the point that we've been lied to and that there's something higher. A lot of people already believe there's something higher, whether they believe what the shape of the earth is or not. I'm not going around trying to change anybody's opinions. They can do and think whatever. They can think they're living on a unicorn. I actually don't care. That's on them. That's their journey. I just want to get along and be a good human being, because the person who thinks that we're living on a unicorn can actually be there for you when you're in a struggle. And you'd be surprised that you're pushing away people that we shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think it's fine to believe Earth's flat and not a globe, but I don't think it's fine to troll it when you know that you're not talking full truth every day, all day. I don't think that's good.
What is considered full truth? And I pray for you a lot, buddy. I want to talk to you about like an adult civilized conversation about reality and scrutiny and perceiving, right? Scrutiny, the globe scrutiny. What do you consider proof or evidence that you don't scrutinize for the globe? That's just fine. That's all you need to demonstrate a globe for you. Let me know.
All right. There's lots of things, but one of them would be the moon appears as a sphere hovering in space. So for me, that is one thing I don't scrutinize anymore. I know things can exist as spheres hovering in space, right? Existing in space as a sphere. So I know that's possible. I don't scrutinize the fact at all anymore.
So looking up in the air, that's it? That's all you got?
Seeing a moon as a sphere and admitting to myself that's a sphere and we call it the moon and it's in space. Yeah, these are things I don't scrutinize. I just admit it to myself are true.
Okay, now let me go over your words you just said. You said looks, appears, you think, and then at the end of your sentence you said you know.
Yeah.
Now, how do those all correlate? Look, appears, and thinks, and know.
Because observation, thinking, and then rethinking is how you know things as a human.
So you think something and then you know it.
Yes, that's a very good way to know things.
So I think Earth is a snuffleupagus. Now I know Earth is snuffleupagus.
No, you have to observe it first, remember?
No, I seen snuffleupagus on TV, remember?
You have to observe Earth as a
I've observed snuffleupagus. You
or
haven't
it
observed
won't be
Earth.
real knowledge, will it?
Hold on. We're talking about the moon you supposedly look at or appears or you think about. Now stop going back to the Earth. Hold on a minute, dude. Hold on. Your evidence for the Earth was looking at the moon. You have never seen the Earth. Now stop lying and making stuff up. Stop jumping around. I thought we were having a adult conversation.
I never said that.
It's about scrutiny. It's about a point. There's a main
You
point to
asked
be had
for
here.
one thing that I don't scrutinize, and I told you one
What
thing.
is your best evidence of a globe? And
No,
all
you
you said
didn't.
was you look. Can I get finished with a sentence, dude?
You're lying about what you said.
Are you mad? I died on my own. Now, What I said was repeated your sentence. It looks and appears and you think, and then at the very end of the sentence, you said you know. Now I asked you, how if you think something appears, how you don't know what it is and you're not sure, but you think it's that way, you don't have any evidence, you haven't backed the claim, you're standing on the ground, you're looking up as a person, that's all the evidence you need for the earth to be a globe, right?
No, that's not what I said.
That's exactly your words. Tell me how you said that then.
I'll say it again for you. One thing I don't scrutinize about the globe model in general and the space model, heliocentrism, is that spheres exist in space because I've seen the moon.
And you come here every day and say it's a globe.
Sorry?
He said, so that guarantees it's a globe?
Yeah, no, that doesn't guarantee it's a globe. That just tells me that spheres can exist in space.
How do you know that? When did you measure the sphere in space?
I told you how I know it, because I saw one.
Saw what? A flat disc in the air?
A sphere in space.
How do you know that? You
I
keep
saw it.
confirming what it is to yourself, buddy.
I saw it,
That's
and
what we
then I
want to
thought
get to, an
about it.
adult conversation. How do you know you're looking at a sphere versus a disc?
Oh, that's easy. The shadows.
A shadow of what?
Shadow of itself.
What does that mean?
You've ever seen a ball with a light above it in your life?
No. What does that mean, a shadow of
Don't
itself? I
lie,
haven't seen
please
anything.
don't lie. Come on.
I'm asking
Don't lie
about your
about balls.
observation.
Don't
We're
lie
asking
about
about
balls.
your
Come on.
observation of the moon. You're demonstrating what you said. Now show me what you're talking
Okay, I
about.
won't ask you about have you seen one. I'll just tell you about how I saw it. When you see a ball and a light's shining on it, it has a shadow of itself. Yeah? And that's how I know
Through
it's a
what
sphere.
medium? Through what medium did you look through?
I looked through the atmosphere.
How far? What depth of atmosphere did you look through?
Well, I believe it's 200,000 miles. Can't remember exactly how far.
So how did you demonstrate 200,000 miles worth of atmosphere to see
I
whether it was a flat
didn't.
or circle thing that you're even
I
thinking you're
didn't.
talking about? You didn't. So you still don't know.
No, I didn't have to demonstrate atmosphere to be able to know something.
Cool story, bro.
So when we have
What,
atmosphere,
Harry?
when we
Hang on,
have
someone's
mirages
trying to get in.
on, why would you hold on a minute? When we look through our air, we have what are called mirages. You don't have to pay attention to that type of stuff now.
Yeah, I've seen mirages, of course.
So how do you know your globe's not a mirage?
Oh, how do I know my globe is a mirage? I wasn't really talking about the globe. I was talking about the moon, but
Your globe moon, your moon ball.
the moon. Yeah,
How do
I
you
know
know it's
the
not a
moon isn't a
mirage without a
mirage.
flat disc?
I know the moon isn't a mirage because I don't normally see mirages above me. That's how I know.
How do you know it's not a disc and a ball
The shadow.
versus
The
disc?
shadow. Can't you remember? I just told you. The shadow.
Shadow of what?
The shadow of
Shadow
itself.
of what?
Can't you remember? I just explained.
A shadow of itself from where? What are you talking about?
Oh my God! You need me to explain how ball
So you put
shadows
shadows
work
on
again.
yourself now? Hold
Why
on,
didn't you
yeah.
listen
When
the
you say
first
a
time?
moon has its own shadow of itself, you really
Yes.
definitely need to explain.
Okay. When a light shines on a spherical object, the light can't get round the curved bit round the side, so it casts a shadow of itself on itself. That's
Where
how
can we
I know it's a
demonstrate
sphere.
whatever you're talking about?
Yes, I can.
Because
I
it
can.
sounds
I can
nice.
show you a picture of a ball with a shadow on if you want.
You can show me a picture. No, I would rather see you shining a light on a ball and see how this happens. Live, please.
No,
Is
I
that
can't
too
do
hard
that.
for you?
You don't deserve
So
that
now
much
you
from
can't
me.
shine. So now in an adult conversation, you can't get a ball, the thing we're talking about that you claim something is, and you can't get a light, the thing that's demonstrating
You
that it's a
don't
ball to
deserve
you.
that much
And
from
stop
anybody.
talking
Sorry.
over me. How can anybody understand anything, adult? You're being an adult, right? Adults don't interrupt other adults. So now when I get this flashlight and I get my ball and I set it at a distance 238,000 millimeters away from me, right? Now can you demonstrate your claim of how the shadow made you think whatever happened and your idea of your appearance, of what you thought, compared to what you know. Adult.
Demo. We got to unify, man. I don't know what's up with the making the sides today, with the anger. You know, I don't know what's up, bro, with the miscategorizations.
It's only love. I just want to see the demonstrations of these shadows with the light source.
I've like support, but it's like I always voice agreements with those same motives and philosophies and actions of truth and all that. And then today I don't know, you're hearing me differently. I can hear what am I doing that's not logical today, or all the time that you will never agree or whatever you said. You got to help me be.
I can't even make 2 cents of what you say half the time, buddy. I like you a lot, but I just can't really. I really can't.
I've never seen you be this disappointed about me not agreeing with you, Don. I see how much. I see what's going on here, but man.
I mean, but it's Denmark attack. But I'm a Glober now. I'm a Glober. He will never agree with anything I say, even though half the time it doesn't make sense to him. So how would he? I mean, this is just weird. It's just very weird.
Don, could you explain that balls can cast shadows on themselves? On any model, it doesn't matter if the Earth's flat or a globe. Could you explain that to Denmark as a brother?
I don't think anyone can explain something cast a shadow of itself on itself. That doesn't even make sense.
I mean,
yeah,
Don, do you get it that a ball can cast a shadow on itself?
That doesn't make sense at all.
Why can't it, Jeremy?
Something's going to cast a shadow of it. You have an object, and it's going to cast a shadow of itself on itself.
Not the whole self, but a portion of it. Like, say you have a mountain.
No portion of it.
On one side of the mountain, there's a light, and on the other side of the mountain, there's the shadow of the mountain. Well, the globe hump is that's a bulge of material that is going to cast a shadow behind it, right? Or is it not? Am I tripping? Like,
you were right when you said the first part of it. But there's actually a Flat Earth rap song. It was the best Flat Earth rap song, actually. And actually, they say that in the rap song. So it's not even Flat Earthers. It's a Jeremy thing, I guess. Because I think you're just thinking about it differently than what the way they're expressing it, Jeremy. But yeah, just like Don just said, every object is going to, if you shine a light on it, you're only going to be able to shine light on half of it. And the other half of it is going to be in its own shadow.
Yeah, and you would say that's it casting a shadow of itself on itself?
I never said that phrase in my life, but I have heard other people say it, and I got to think for a second. Like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
You need a light.
But that is like what a moon phase, moon phases are doing, basically.
You need a light source, but the obstruction causes the shadow or casts the shadow. Right? It's not light making a shadow, is it? It's the thing in the way of the light. So the thing is the thing casting the shadow, and it just happens to cast the shadow on itself. Like when you put your arm and your hand in front of yourself on a sunny day.
But if we were to say, I got to agree with, like, for Jeremy's phrasing of itself, I mean, that implies a possible common understanding of the whole shape of it. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, I feel that, but
I'll add in, it can cast a shadow on part of itself.
Yeah. I mean, it's still not true either way. It just sounds like
it's normal for any adult to understand that balls can cast shadows on themselves. I'm afraid. If you don't understand that, something's wrong.
Yeah, should we all just agree on that? I mean, come on, D-Mark, you got to agree with that. Come on.
I don't have to do anything.
I think you should, so we can like move on to more.
To be right with God, Denmark, you should agree.
Agree that he looked at the moon and something appeared to be
No,
some way.
No, don't mischaracterize it.
I agree he doesn't know anything. I agree. He has no demonstration of squat.
You've avoided agreeing with the true thing just to insult me.
The point is, show us what you're talking about, or stop making stuff up. Insult yourself, could you?
Before I was muted, I offered to show you a
I
picture.
don't insult anybody. You do a good enough job of that on your own, buddy. What are you talking about?
You
I
just
like
did.
you. I pray for you.
You just insulted
I
me.
hope you understand what shadows look like, and you can demonstrate this crap to yourself one day, so you can believe the story for fairy tales that you
Now
tell
you're just,
yourself.
now you're just
I hope
lying.
you get better. I pray for you.
What do you pray to when you pray for me?
Do you want me to do your model, what your model says for you, what your thoughts or
And
what
can
your
you demonstrate it in a
imagination
lab?
say about a sphere and light and your shadows? You want me to show you how that works in real life? I can do it. I can get a ball, and I can get a light source, and I can get 238,000 millimeters away, and I can shine my light at that ball and show you how the moon's working. That gave you the idea that you live on a ball. Let's do it. I'm ready.
If you can show me that, why
do it,
you
adults.
are? Hang on, dude. If you can show me that
Because
easily,
I
why
know
would
you can't
dude,
do it.
you're
It can't be
interrupting me
done.
again.
I've done it. You can't
Can you
do
mute?
it. It's
Can
not
whoever muted
possible.
me should
Not
mute him.
happening. It's fake. It's not real. That's why I asked you to redo it, because you can't. Because
And thank you. That's
Go ahead.
that makes it fair. So he's probably. I won't talk to him because he won't be listening. Will he?
He can hear. He's just muted.
Yeah, but he's probably gone back to listening to the TV that's really loud in the same room.
So should I unmute him then? So you're done?
You can unmute him and then I'll try to address him.
No, and it's not going down like that. Do you want to say something or no?
You want me to speak while he's on mute and just hope that he hears me?
Dude, if you're gonna go, if not, I'm gonna.
Okay, let him out. Fuck it. Weird rules. If you want to listen to my answer, I'll give you the answer, Dummer.
it's not possible. I tried to get 238,000 millimeters away from another ball and shine my little light out of my bedroom, my light bulb, which your globe model uses for all its demonstrations. I tried to use it. It doesn't work. So yes, if you could show me something different than what I've done that works for you, that doesn't work for me, I'd love to see it, because for me, it doesn't work. I can't do it. That's my whole point. That's the whole premise.
If it doesn't work, why did you just say you can do it easily?
No, you can get the ball and show yourself that it doesn't work easily.
Oh, that's
like
not
I
what you
did.
said, though, is it?
You can show. No, this is what I'm
You
saying
changed
right
it
now. Can you
after
hear me?
after I corrected you, you changed it.
No, I'm correcting you for what you thought was wrong. Get the ball and get the light and show me your demonstration that gave you your idea of your claim. That's all
So
I'm asking for.
Okay, now you're
So
claiming.
now a demonstration where we
good.
started off at. That's
Am I
where
not
we
allowed?
started with.
Am I not allowed to converse? So you're claiming you've done an experiment with a light source and a ball, and it can't cast a shadow on itself. I would tell you at this point to redo the experiment.
It wasn't an experiment. I just had a flashlight and a ball, a white ball, 238,000 millimeters away from the flashlight, and it didn't work. I'd love to see what other demonstration you can show me that where I'm going wrong.
You'll have to redo it, I'm afraid.
No,
Redo
you have
what?
to show me your claim and demonstrate your claim. I'm afraid. I don't need to
I'll show you a
demonstrate your
picture of it
claim.
right now. I'll show you a picture. Show you a
A
picture of a
picture's
ball.
not going to show me how light's reacting to a ball, dude, in a
Yes, it
lab.
will. Yes, it will.
No, it's not. No, that's not anything. I don't know what that's doing. If I show you a picture of me mooning you, is that going to help? That's not going to help.
Let me explain a globe Earth meme to you. There's
No,
someone.
you have to show.
Hang on,
I
dude.
don't
I'm
want,
not
no, I
finished
don't want
talking.
an
I'm
explanation.
quick each time I
I don't
talk.
want it.
Fuck.
I don't care for it.
I'll try again. Let me explain a globe Earth meme to you. There's a guy holding a white ball, and there's the real moon in the background. The sun's there, just off photo, and the ball in the man's fingers and the real moon seem to have the same phase or shadow on them. That's the demonstration of it for you.
Is that 238,000 millimeters between his fingers and that light source? I don't think so. Next.
It's not demonstrating any distance. It's just demonstrating balls cast shadows on themselves.
Then it's not demonstrating your claim, Goofy.
Yeah,
you
it
said
is.
238,000 miles, did you not? So that's the claim we need to verify. How light acts from a 238,000 mile object, not from 2 foot away, Goofy. A 2 foot object is not, it's not your demonstration. 2 feet is not what you're demonstrating.
Why
The
do you want to
moon is not
verify?
2 foot away. Is
Why are
it?
you obsessed with
Okay, the moon's
verifying
2
my
foot away
claim?
from you. Okay, I got you, Don.
Yo, stop
Don.
calling. Can you stop calling names, please?
Why don't you
Don.
make your own claims to demonstrate? Why are you obsessed with demonstrating my claims?
Your claim is a 2 foot moon. I don't see your I don't see your
No,
claim
it
happening.
isn't.
I see you
No, it
lying.
isn't. All I claimed
I
was
see a lie.
balls exist in space.
2 foot away is not space, buddy. Where'd you get this idea?
I didn't say it was.
Don,
So
I don't mean this
talking about?
the
We're
wrong.
talking about the moon in
Come out, Don.
space and how a light supposedly hits it that you can't demonstrate because you thought it appeared to be this way because you don't comprehend how it can be or how other ways it could be or react because you don't have any comprehension of how it's going and you can't demonstrate the latter of how it wouldn't react with another way. So all you got is you looking up, right? You're a man. You're the only man that exists. You look up moon, shadow, ball. Okay, we got you. That's all we need. So if we look up in the air and see a shadow, that means flat Earth, and that's all the evidence we need. We're good.
It is that simple. See a ball with a shadow on. No balls with shadows on exist in space. Yes.
To let you know you're on a flat Earth when you look at the moon,
No,
it's great. It's a flat
not that.
disk.
No.
It's great. That's how light works. We see it. It's evidence. It's proof. We're looking right at it, dude. Come on. We don't have to demonstrate it.
Let me give you another bone. A photo of Earth as a globe from the
I
Himalaya.
have photos of fucking all kinds
I
of
don't know
stuff,
why
dude.
you're interrupting
Superman,
me.
Rudolph,
I'm
Santa
giving you
Claus.
something you want.
It's not helping you, buddy. I got photos of this guy that claimed to be one place when he murdered somebody, but he wasn't because his photo said he was at McDonald's, but he wasn't. Check that out. So your photos don't help.
I think
I'm
it's a
sorry.
mental issue you have.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's a
before you change
mandatory
the subject, though, Don,
proposition of your non-demonstration, of
Give
your
him another one
non-facts,
that's closer
of your
to globe and not the
non-physics.
moon.
You're not talking physics.
Yeah,
You're
but-
not talking distances. You're not talking facts. You're not talking light. What are we talking here?
Photo of Earth from space.
No, science in a lab is what we're supposed to be talking about. How you can demonstrate what made you think you lived on a ball by looking at something you didn't know anything about.
I'm not a scientist, dude. I haven't got a lab.
So Dawn, all I got to do is look up, and that's all I have to do to clarify everything for all little kids, right? From the end of time. And all they have to do is repeat me, and they're right now, right?
I don't know why you're saying that.
Are you good, bro? Okay. I don't know if y'all want to stay on the shot of the ball thing or if you're just trying to.
Clarity kept trying to get in. I don't know if he wanted to say something.
Clarity, yeah. Come on, Clarity. What's up? Were you next? I want to go next. I want to ask Dawn a question next. Go ahead.
I'll go for it then.
Well, first, real quick, I didn't know. Never mind. I like your avatar thing. Okay, your crowned froggy thing, the prince. And then, second, like, dude, I just saw the VC or the text chat. I know we talked in VC. Was it after? Like, I don't understand the text that good, so I don't know what you were saying. And I was like, did we already talk about the ball? Was that what you wanted to have a word about, or was it something?
You were gonna try and console Demok in his purposeful misunderstanding of a thing he doesn't believe in. So me and JJ were like, "Yeah, go sort it out."
I got it. Well, yeah, I thought he was the only one that, as far as the shadow of the ball. So yeah, we should do that.
Get there. When he thinks about it more, he'll get there. But Demok's just purposefully misunderstanding stuff, which he does all the time. Must be hard to live like that.
And then I know you're the Earth-shaped position. I hear what you say. What about some of the other stuff? Is there like any possible
Illuminati corrupt space hoaxery going on, or you know?
Sure. Of course, they fake space travel.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it seems like
fake
that's
space
where the
travel,
puzzle is. It
it will
seems
never
like
make
what,
Earth flat, will it?
correct. It just seems like the normal people can tell what is being sold to them. You know, when I mix different types of people, and before I ask them the questions, and before I even come around this, you kind of know, like, okay, this is a book smart person, or this is just a can figure out puzzles person, you know, or this is like, there's different type of peoples. And
I'm a conspiracy theorist, dude. I just happen to believe it's still a globe.
Okay.
I believe in God. I'm a godly person. I'm very into truth, so I hate lying. I'd rather people say I don't know. I think the main thing that's the issue with flat earthers is they've conflated Earth not being a globe with a grand conspiracy. And because a grand conspiracy seems very realistic, because it's the only way to explain how we're ruled as slaves still, thousands of years later. It's the only way to explain how we were even different to the animals, is that we've always been ruled by something more than us. But to conflate that with Earth not being a globe is flat Earth's problem.
So what do you think about when you were talking about the Himawari, did you want Demok to just attack it, or?
I thought I would, because Demok is being ridiculous and not having a real conversation, but what he really wanted is something more Earth related, not the moon. He couldn't handle that one of my moon. He actually asked for a specific thing, something that I don't scrutinize. So I told him a blatant thing I don't scrutinize, balls in space, because I've seen the moon. And then he lied about ball shadows, as if he's an expert on balls not having shadows, which is absurd.
Yo, let me show you something that Brian posted the other day. Sorry, you break
So quickly, Don. My other evidence that I don't scrutinize is Earth's a globe, because I've seen some pictures from space. Yeah.
Okay.
I was just saying this evidence that Brian's logic brought up, and actually at first I even called him a liar at one point, but after careful consideration, this evidence actually became kind of interesting. I'll post this. It's just, but Brian originally he expressed it as this is a image of the Earth from the Himawari and from I'm sorry, not from the Himawari, from the moon. I think maybe at first he said the Himawari. Yeah, he did say, he said from the Himawari and from Epic Discoverer, and they look identical and they're exactly the same. And after careful look, we carefully looked at these, and we found out that this picture on the left is taken from a moon lander, a lunar orbiter, and this picture is actually indeed claimed to be taken from the Epic Discoverer. So that is a claim. And at first, it does look like, you know, the same image almost, just like with a little editing or something.
What do you mean almost?
I mean, almost. It almost looks like it could be the same image. With
what do you mean could be?
Just exactly like I'm saying it for the purpose of trying to be accurate.
Okay, you're saying they were taken at the same time, though.
No, I'm saying that is one of the that was what the conclusion I finally came to after looking at the pictures of the Epic Discoverer that day. Yeah, this could be easily, this picture on the left was just taken at the time when they also had pictures of the Earth from the Epic Discoverer, and all they had to do was all you'd have to do is locate a picture that day in which it's right around the same time as when that picture was taken, and
they're on the same orbital plane.
The intervals. I'll show you another picture.
In the exact. Do you understand? They're also in the same exact angular position. Period. I don't care about distance. They would have to be lined up. With one is directly behind. They're eclipsed. It's Earth device eclipsed.
Of course they fake them, but it doesn't make a flat Earth. Earth's still a globe.
No, we're still gonna just get off Kosho's loving of NASA.
I
don't love NASA, dude. This is not. People got to get better at not strawmanning people because people do too much, man. I didn't say anything about loving NASA when I brought this up, dude.
I am exaggerating.
Yeah, that's right, man.
I'm still manning everybody. I bring the globe physics that the class shows you in class when you're learning about the globe. It's what it shows you. That's what I bring to you. Don brings his story and point and looky-loo, right? So where's the scrutiny for the globe that the flat earth is held under? When anybody asks any flat earth questions, you got a million fucking questions for flat earthers, but the globe, all you got to do is say,
I agree with that.
Globe,
100%.
Right?
You changed your name too many times and your computer's broken.
Well, anyhow, these pictures here, Don, if you're still paying attention.
Oh my God! Thank you, Titan.
Demak, you have a horrible robot, but it'll get fixed, I'm sure, in soon time. But regardless, these pictures of the Epic, or from the Epic Discover on that same day we discovered, are the pictures of Africa, which appear in the other pictures. But you can see the interval in between the times in which they were taken. They're fairly close within one another, and the bottom two seem to both be within a range that kind of match the one that's taken from the moon. It was actually, like I said, taken from a lunar orbiter. That's why the moon's in the image. And they admit to making a composite. They had to make a composite to make that picture because the quality of picture they had wasn't good enough to get a lot of that detail. So knowing all those things and also taking a careful look at these two pictures side by side, it's not exactly the same moment. Like, it does look like it's basically the same moment, but there's subtle differences in the images that tell you it's not exactly the same moment.
It's like we got something that's co-witnessing one with the other.
Yeah,
Two
there
separate
you go.
forces that are around the same time.
That's
It's
exactly
compelling.
Coach, would you say that we're seeing all of the light from the sun on that globe?
No.
No, so there's more on the other, like slightly wrapping around it.
No, I don't know what you're asking exactly because I thought there's the question you asked could be answered no in so many ways, but yeah. So just ask kind of what you're asking.
The line.
Oh, you cut it off. Hang on, I'll give you.
Because the sun's a ball, half the sun's sunlight is going the other direction, right? So it can't all be shining on Earth.
Well, most of it is going other directions. Yeah. a large majority of it are going so many other directions.
So many other directions.
But and also a large majority of the light that comes to Earth, you can't even possibly see. So it's like there's a lot.
Right. You see that image I posted right there?
Yes, I do.
All right. So that's not all of the light. It looks like a globe, huh? It's amazing, huh?
Yeah, it looks exactly like a globe to me. Yeah.
You can actually tell that if it is a globe, it's zoomed in quite a lot.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the camera compared to the size of the map, yeah, it's gonna look worse.
Well, yeah, depending on the
This is what I mean, Kosha, right here. Is it all of the light?
Is it all the light? What do you mean?
Is that all? I'm trying to find out how much light I need to put on the Mercator map.
That's why. Well, the thing is, if you wanted to light up that entire Mercator map, you would just need to either use a bigger light or move that light further away so that it can...
Well, I need a bigger map. I was thinking about like a 50 by 50.
No, you would need a smaller map.
No, I need a huge map to try to, replicate. I can't speak right now. Demonstrate that.
So many opinions.
I see what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, with the circumference of light. Oh, do you know about Rayleigh scattering? By the way,
what? But don't you not want to use a Mercator's map? I mean, would you rather use a AE map or something?
No, the continents are not right on that.
Well, they're not right on the Mercator map as well, though.
What? Actually,
they don't know.
hang on. This is the most accurate one.
When you talk about radial scattering, you talk about the work of John William Strutt.
Ah, yeah. Did you know, like, when I look at that, right?
And how these guys are not demonstrating any of it in a classroom setting. No, Don, no, you're doing good. I got your back. Whatever you're demonstrating to them, they can't listen. All they're doing is reading. They don't have anything. They're not doing anything. They're looking and they're pointing and they're telling you you're wrong about what you're reading about the light stuff, about how a guy who did it in the scientific lab in a sort of way, right? So they're arguing looky-loo belief for someone who's reading from the book of what your guys' light people say.
Thanks,
Something's wrong here.
Thanks, Delmont. Can you demonstrate praying in a lab, please? The physics of praying.
I don't pray,
If you
buddy.
can't, if you can't,
Don't care for it. That's for you. That's your story, dumb fuck. That's your dumb story, buddy. Stick to it yourself.
I'll pray
Stop
for you.
putting your shit on everybody else, Glober. Stop putting your illegitimate questions on everybody else for you that you're asking yourself.
Fair enough.
Pray for you in my
That's
lab
a
later.
fair request.
Thanks.
Hey, did you know that both Globers and flat earthers are correct about the sun rays?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's called Rayleigh scattering. At the center of the light, it's straight, it's parallel, but then it diverges due to the molecules in the air. So you will get the circle or circumference of light over the Earth. It's an incident of light. It's straight. Soon as you put the sun in a different medium, less denser medium, there you go, you have it.
Friend. You put the sun in a different medium. You mean
Yes,
conceptualize
outside of
that it
ours.
might be?
Outside of ours.
You mean conceptualize the sun might be in a different medium?
Yes.
What to prove?
Show us what you can
Prove flat
conceptualize.
Earth.
Oh, here comes the flat earth scrutiny. Listen, no globe scrutiny, but wait for the flat earth scrutiny to pour in, Don. We're waiting, buddy. We
Is
know
he going
what
to
you're
do it
waiting
in a
for.
lab demo? Is he going to demonstrate flat Earth sun in a lab?
Listen, what he's talking about is the Rayleigh criterion. It's already been demonstrated. What are you, goofy? Can you
Well,
hear him?
No,
He
he's
hasn't
talking
got
about
it.
radial
Something that's
scattering,
already
which
been
is slightly
established by
different.
your globe
If he's
believers
not done it
of
in a
your globe
lab,
light. Those are your globe scientists who believe they live on a globe. Do you understand what he's reading to you, Don? Why would you ask me something crazy like that? That makes no sense.
Need to be done
Illegitimate
in a lab,
questions are all
mate.
you
Sorry.
have. You have pictures and illegitimate questions. Thank you, globe picture.
Do it in a lab, and then I'll be interested.
Yeah, show me your flat globe picture again.
Yeah, they actually have done it in
One
a
second,
lab.
Don. Can you just explain to Demok the difference between Rayleigh criterion and the Rayleigh scattering? Because they're two completely different things.
Yeah,
they're from
And
a
I don't think he
glober who lives on
understands
a
that. I don't
globe.
think he'll accept it from
Do you
anybody
think
else
he's a
apart from
flat
another flat
earther or
earther.
glober? Is Rayleigh the guy who made it? Is he a glober or a
That's,
flat
good,
earther?
that's a good question, man. Let's see if
He's
we
a
can get to.
glober. Now
Let's
fuck
get to the
off with
bottom
your
of it.
lie.
Yeah, I agree, Don. Let's get to the bottom of it. Which Don, by the way, were you talking to?
I was talking to Don, not Dawn.
Well, that doesn't help me at
You're
all.
running from your globe.
Sorry, I was
science,
speaking
buddy,
to
not
Don
my
that I
problem.
like rather than Cruxader.
Stop running from your globe
Okay.
science.
Don't forget, there's a third Don too. Yeah, I know we're gonna try to answer that question too, Demok. But I think in dresses, I think Don Shredder. I guess you're talking to Dress. Yeah.
I was talking to Don. Mad Asylum Don.
Oh, Don Geo. That's what I call him. Don Geo, Depressed Don, and then Don Shredder.
There's a lot of Dons, huh? Or Don. It does sound similar.
It's always darkest before it's dawn, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I like that one.
Okay, but let's but what's what was the question? I suppose.
Don, you're trying to make a flat Earth sun work, right, above a flat Earth.
That's not really my goal at the moment. Mine is more of showing how the circumference of light and the circle of our vision will make the ground appear spherical.
Wow.
But that's not really what the radial scattering does, though, does it? It's the fact it's one of the reasons why we see the sky as being blue.
Yes, it's electromagnetic. Yep, I know that.
Because it's the dispersion.
It's not electromagnetic.
Yes, I get that, but I'm talking about it scatters into a circle of light.
But it doesn't. That's the point.
Yes,
Don.
it does. Even on a globe, it does. Even on a
No,
globe, it does.
I'm not saying it scatters into. It doesn't scatter into a nice, perfect circle. there is variance in radius scattering. And actually, Demok, just the most important thing about John William Strutt was he was British, because we're fucking awesome.
John, do you already believe that the sun makes Earth look like a sphere, or is it just a theory that you're going to try and check or whatever?
It's not a theory. It's something I've been, well, it's a hypothesis, but something I've been already doing in Blender with a couple people.
Okay, but if you have to ask Globers how it would work, doesn't that mean that you don't know yet how it would work?
Yeah, I know how. What do you mean?
If you already know how it would work,
the ISS
you
is
wouldn't
angle
need
that.
to ask Kosho or anybody else how it would work, right?
Okay, so the ISS is angled at what, 22 degrees above the surface. If the angle of incidence over the horizontal, it would, like what August Picard said, look like a disc with upturned edges. That's just the max visible distance of light we can see from the surface, or slightly above the surface of the Earth.
But I guess before we go ahead, you understand that if a globe helps you to make something up about not being a globe, it will be globers that made it up, not a real true flat Earth fact. You get that?
No, if it's truth, it's truth.
Oh no. Okay. But if we believe it's a globe and the sun isn't making Earth appear to look like a globe, it's just a real globe, we're only going to be making stuff up for you. We won't be telling you truth.
Okay, that's fine. You would say it's a globe. It's a globe. Then how do you differential between a certain focal length on the camera when you're like say about 100,000 feet or give or take, when the apparent edge or rim or that bulge, right, you would call a sphere. How do you differential from that versus the circumference of light?
I don't know what any of that means, but I would just tell you, if you don't understand how a globe works properly, it's because you haven't looked into it enough.
Don, I have to ask you a question, because I've heard this circumference of light thing. But if you have an orb, like let's say a source of light that's going in all directions, it could be an orb or it could be like a candle. It doesn't really matter as long as it's going to emanate in all directions or whatever. What is going to define this circle of light in respect to the light that this object is emitting? So this object, obviously, you're describing a circle of light, as in like the, circumference, being like a cone of light that is coming from wherever this object is and onto the landing on the thing. Well, what is going to dictate the parameters of how big this circle is?
Well, what would dictate? That's what I'm trying to find out. How far it extends. Now you can go with the diameter of 39, 59. That's what I kind of roughly get. But still, again, I'm not getting all of the information of where. I need like two observers, one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast.
Well, I think that ultimately, if your conclusion, if it's based on the same physics that we're discussing and that work in our universe, then it'd be just like the light as we describe it, and that circumference as you described of light would be just based on the size of this source and also the magnitude of the source, and also how close it is to you. Because if it's
Right, like at the moment, I'm not trying to like necessarily say the size or the whatever. I'm just saying this has been demonstrated, and okay, so I'm not saying it's just evidence. I'm not saying it's proof done in Blender, right? Where it will showcase that the circumference of light, and depending on camera lens and the angle of you're looking onto, that it will appear spherical. And how do you determine the difference from an actual sphere versus the max visible distance of light and the visible light you can see above the surface of the Earth? It will look like a hula hoop. It really will.
When you say by appears spherical, you mean just because like it looks like the edges are
curving?
Yes. It looks like there's an edge curving downward.
Yep.
Where the darkness is.
Yep, but it's the hula hoop, like a disc.
Yeah, but could that just be representing the limits on the surface of the thing that you're looking at?
Yeah, it's the limits. You can only see so far looking out to the horizontal, all the molecules in the air and all that.
I'm saying if possible, that is also just defining the limits that you can see, or at least the sun is reaching, the sunlight is reaching, at that specific time, because it looks like the sun in this image is setting, right? Like it's horizontal to the surface below where they are. So it's like basically setting right there.
You talking about the one from the ISS?
Yeah, the one from the ISS. It looks like the sun's setting for the.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, but look, if you give that to a kid, right, and say, "Hey, does that look like a circle or a ball?" They could say it looks like a ball, or they could say it looks like a circle of light. Get what I'm saying now?
No, I understand what you're saying, but to me, this is it's only evidence of the sun setting, which means that there should be a portion of this picture where the sun is set, and there's a portion of the picture where the sun is set, and if that is the case, if I'm going off that paradigm, then it should appear like that, because then it should be that the sun is setting around a curved Earth, which is going to give you a curved appearance, right?
Unfortunately
Not
for me, Rayleigh
necessarily.
scattering is great evidence of the shape of the Earth.
Rayleigh scattering it's great evidence that light will appear as a circle over the Earth.
No, well, it works both ways. So it doesn't just work from light coming in; it also works from light coming out. So
sure,
when we look at sky glow, lights from cities, that's the brightness of that is a product of Rayleigh scattering. I've just put up the proofing. That's why I know about Rayleigh scattering, Don, because one, I like John William Strutt. I think he's a fucking awesome scientist. And he was the third Lord of Rayleigh, which is why it's called Rayleigh scattering. And secondly, it's actually been used as a really good argument for the shape of the Earth. I don't know if you're aware of that.
That's perfectly fine. Would you say this right here, this photo right here, is due to Rayleigh scattering?
No.
Not just the ice crystals that you guys say it is? No, that's not scattering at all.
Yeah, I mean, yes, there is scattering going on because you've got the blue sky, so some of that is being diffused, which is why if you go further up, you can actually see the scattering percentage of direct light by its frequency. That was the chart that I put up a little bit earlier. So yeah, some of that is being scattered, but the reason that we get that glowing circle is because of the ice crystals and the projection outward of the light. So we're getting that effect, but the blue background, the scattering of those shorter wavelengths, shorter wavelengths or longer waves. I can always get two mixed up. Sorry. The increased percentage of one end of that spectrum being scattered is why we get the blue effect, particularly in the sky. Whether that's directly due to Rayleigh scattering, I'm not actually going to say. I'm not going to say I'm sure, but there might be some product in there that's doing it. But without the ice crystals, we wouldn't see that effect.
Right. So the ice crystals, you say they have a circumference as well as the light right there. Yeah.
I think it's due to perspective, like your position, isn't it?
Which, it'd still be there.
Yeah, no, it'd still be there, but it'd be if I were looking at it and somebody on the other side of town were looking at it and there's somebody somewhere else, it wouldn't appear to be.
Well, yeah, you'll be looking through a different density gradient of air.
Well, we're looking at a different path of light
because you're in a different angle.
Well, no, I mean, if the sun's a long way away, and you're on one side of the city, I'm on the other side of the city, and we're looking up towards the same object in the sky, then we're looking through the same amount of density, aren't we?
It's slightly dependent on if he's Kosho's like say 33 degrees looking up over at it and it's above the horizontal. He's looking through a much more dense medium.
But it's going to be looking at the sun at the same time from a fairly local position, isn't it?
Not from this picture right here. If he was looking at it where it was 33 degrees above the horizon, no, it wouldn't be.
No. What I'm saying is that if we're both looking at the sun, and I'm 10 miles north, he's 10 miles south of me. From a point in the middle, we're going to be looking at the sun at the same angle, aren't we?
Yeah, it might be similar. It probably won't change as much then. You'll probably both see it. But the point is, isn't this a circle, a circumference of light right here around this sun?
Well, it's a circle. It's not a circumference of light. It's a circle of light. I don't know why you want to keep sort of.
Wait, you don't know what a circumference is?
Yes, it's just easier to say a circle.
Why, yeah.
Because a circumference is a measurement. So what's the measurement of that circle, Don, if you've got the circumference of it?
A circle's a measurement as well.
No, a circle is a shape.
So is the circumference. That's a shape too.
No.
It's not?
No.
Let's look that up.
It's a measurement.
I thought like a property of a circle or something.
It's property of a circle, yeah. But it's specifically it's a measurement. Wonder why chemo ran away as soon as I came in. That was strange.
So it says the length of the circle's outline is called its circumference, so it is a shape. By the way.
What? You just said it said the length of its outline.
Yep.
What's a length?
It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, sometimes, especially,
It doesn't matter. It's quibbling, isn't it?
we don't gotta get caught up on these things. But regardless, I know you've been working on this argument for a while, Don. This circumference of light thing. Are you sure that it has any merit?
100%.
Fair enough. It's just because when I think about it, like I told you, there's a few things that you can glean from this circumference of light, as you call it. So, well, first thing is that we do know that about 50%, a little bit more than 50% of the Earth is illuminated at any given time, which will tell you at least one thing about that circumference of light. That means that circumference of light is covering half the Earth at any given time. So if it's close and local, I guess it could do that if we're circling it perfect. Yeah, I don't know though.
Hey, you see that image right there at the top right? What appears to be a globe or a ball? It's just like a high altitude balloon.
No, that doesn't appear to be a ball or a globe.
It appears to be a ball. I can show that to a kid, and they will think that's a ball.
Okay.
Okay, so is there more sunlight that is there, but we just don't see it? Only allow the maximum to be able to enter into the camera due to the lens distorting and warping that?
No, I think the camera, as long as the camera's, it's capable to be in the direct line of something else. The entire range, both ends of its frame, all the light that can enter it, it's not going to be shy, and it'll capture all of it.
Yeah, it won't get all of it. I've noticed with rocket footage, right? When they're going over the so-called Earth curve, right? There's still more light on the other side.
Uh-huh.
You get what I mean now?
No, yeah, there is, yeah.
So when we're taking images of the supposed globe, is that all of the light we're seeing?
It depends on what direction you're looking. I mean, you'd have to kind of be more specific. You mean the direction you're taking the image? Like you're saying, is there possibly light in a different direction than?
Yep. Is there more light on the other side of the globe?
Behind you, maybe, yeah.
Because that would give you that sharp cutoff, right? If there's more light, see that right there? There's more light on the other side. Just for argument's sake, I would say this is a globe, right? There would be more light on the other side of that hurricane. Straight ahead in the y-axis. The one in the chat.
I know another one.
One in the chat right there. There would be. That's why you get that hard cutoff, is because there's more light.
Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about the one with three on them. Oh, is that you're saying the hard cutoff is because there's more light?
Now look at this one right here. That's coming in.
I don't I don't really. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying because there's more light on the other side of that horizon, there's a hard cutoff. Okay.
Now you look at this image onto the left, right there. There's more light dissipating onto that angle. It's just due to the camera lens. It cuts it off sharply.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you see how you see the circle of light right there on the right.
No, I see. But this was kind of similar to the picture you brought up earlier. So yeah, you're right. One of them, the light is no longer seen because the surface is no longer seen because the horizon is there, and the top one and the bottom one, that picture is being taken at sunset, either right around it or right as it's ending or something, which tells you that if the sun's setting in that location, then the part that's just beyond that, the sun has already set. So it makes sense the light is not reaching there anymore.
Now, if they use a better camera lens, you would get this more often.
Get what more often?
That right there, that image. That's Mexico.
No, I mean, I'm not sure you would, because I'm pretty sure that the only reason you have stark cutoffs like that is because of the horizon versus, just the light not reaching at different rates or whatever.
Sure, but it's the angle of the camera that they have positioned. I've noticed too that the camera angle is usually, in most cases, the same.
It is quiet right now, right?
I'm sorry, I'm doing laundry.
Oh, no, don't be sorry. I just want to make sure it's quiet and I'm not cutting somebody off. I just want to say real quickly, if you don't mind, off subject, I know. Last night I came in and asked for prayers for my best friend's grandmother who had a really bad injury for quite a while since April 1st and was bleeding on the brain. She did have her surgery and she recuperated beautifully. She's still in the hospital, can't come home yet, but she's doing much, much better for 82 years old. It's a blessing. I'm telling you right now, they were worried, even the doctor. So shout out to, please, everybody who prayed for her. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, Rakia, too. And I just want to let you know, Rakia, as well, that she's doing wonderful. So thank you so much, and God is good.
Well, you're welcome for that, and I'm glad. That's amazing. Always good when there's some good news.
Absolutely. I'm seeing that a lot lately. A lot of people are struggling, but, like Rakia said last night, whether you believe in prayer or not, there's something with mind over matter. And when 2 people or 3 people come together or whatnot, and that frequency, it changes a lot of things. And I've seen it happen over and over. This woman was not doing well. I mean, at all. And she's now back to almost herself again. It's going to be a minute before that happens because you have that much pressure on your brain and blood. Since April 1st, this has been going on and we didn't know it. It's a blessing, and it's, we're lucky that she's still here, especially for 82 years old or anyone that has something like that happen. And the gratitude that I have, I'm so grateful that people can go outside themselves and care about someone else. So I appreciate it so much.
It's not easy to do, but every once in a while.
You said every once in a while. I used to be that way. And I just try to do it on a daily basis because I started realizing you give back no matter what, it comes back tenfold. Like it just does. You don't have to want the reward, ask for the reward. It just happens. So quit looking for, I never do anything because I want something out of it, a reward. I do it because I've been through the struggle. I know that it's real and I don't want someone to do it for me. So the more you start living that kind of life and compassion and caring, the anger and debates that we have on here and the frustration with human beings in society that we don't agree with, whether you agree or not, doesn't matter. It's more about, are you a good human being at the end of the day? That's where it lies.
You know what though, Stacy? I help out so much, like other people. Like just sometimes people that doesn't even matter to help. But I help people so much that I actually end up it gets me in trouble often. Yeah.
Yes, self-preservation is key. You have to start realizing when it's time to help someone, when they need to help themselves. Because sometimes if you give back too much, you're actually enabling someone or hurting someone, and you're not trying to. And sometimes you hurt yourself along the way because you have faith in human beings to be different than what you're doing. Yeah, you start really doing internal and realizing when I need to give my energy and when I don't. Yeah, it's difficult, especially if you care about people. So I'm kind of thankful for all the hate, to be honest. All that shit I went through because show on Jim Panda server. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm grateful for it. That's why I said the other day on my show, I was like, thank you, Jim. Thank you for letting me learn lessons along the way that I needed to in that moment. And now I realize it now in the last year, going back and stepping away from Discord and really focusing on my life. I'm thankful. I know it sounds crazy that I went through the journey of losing my brother. I'm thankful for his life, though. And all those things that we want to play victim sometimes in, I'm grateful for because I learned a massive lesson out of it. And I wouldn't have been the same woman that I am right now. And I know that all I'm caring about in life right this second because of all that is just giving love back and being a good human being, bettering myself every single day. And if we all did that, this world would be a better place. It really
That's
would.
beautiful. That's beautiful.
Well said.
I'm glad you heard it, Ricky. I hope you did hear about my best friend's grandmother, too. She's doing really well. Thank you so much for your prayers, love.
No problem. Had a good prayer this morning with the group, and definitely prayed for her. I'm with another lady right now. You would pray too, wouldn't you?
Well, yes.
You pray too, right?
Yes.
Prayer is good. God is good.
God is so good. Whether you want to believe it in a book, what it is a higher power, and that higher power is amazing and loving.
What you don't know is what you don't know. Praying always helps.
That's right.
You have to be
We all
smart
pray,
enough to
whether.
know.
Sorry,
Oh,
Sparrow.
you're good.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I said we all pray. I know people say that they don't, but when you reach that bottom, and like I was going through my struggle recently, I burnt forth in my body. You reach out, saying, "Please." You maybe you may not know what you're praying to, but you're praying for a better outcome. Like, I don't want this. Please, something else. That in itself is you're calling out to someone. What is that? I think a lot of people in the world who think that they live on a ball or they come from nothing actually realize deep down within that that's not really the case. There is something.
Yeah, I just prayed to find my house key, and lo and behold, it was with my my shampoo for some reason.
You found your shampoo?
Yeah, I don't know why I was over there, but I looked over there and there it was. But praying is important, no matter how you do it. Everybody does it, even people who don't realize they're doing it.
Mm-hmm. Something within us that makes that happen. Absolutely. People just aren't aware. I don't think people understand themselves anymore. That's why I said, we could debate all damn day long, go and talk to people and say, about other subjects too, not just the shape of the earth. But if you're not doing that internal work, you're not even going to be aware of what the hell is happening. I can look in the mirror now and love who I am and appreciate the battles because the battles make me blessed. They do. You should have seen me then when I came back from England. I was like, yeah, I was full force on things we can't talk about over here. And then I had to step into a house that was full of all these women, and one was working at a hospital, and I think I was two, and her grandma, and we all got sick, and they were literally making me I had nowhere else to go though. I just came back with one suitcase, wear a mask inside the house if I came out of a room, and I was like, are you freaking for real? But I respected them because it's their home and all that. I barely came out of that damn room unless I went outside, and I'm like, I'm outside now, fresh air. But yeah, I understand why people do things, and I understand respect value. But those people, in the meantime, I was there for a month. I saw them change. Just being a good human being, being respectful of what they wanted as well. But I had those conversations that like I said, we can't talk about here. And by the time I left, I'm sitting there watching them watch TV. I'm watching them watch something else, and literally, I'm seeing them go, "Well, this is bullshit. We're being manipulated. We're being controlled." And I'm like, all you gotta do is just be a good human being and talk some real genuine stuff, and they listen. They start seeing patterns. So I got something out of it, even though I had to wear a mask in their house for a second. Guess what? Now they're questioning a lot of different things. It's pretty brilliant. I don't need to go around screaming it. I don't need to do any of that anymore. But boy, did I have fun in England. I did, even though I had a lot of destruction happen there. A lot of good came out of it. I think that's life. Like, you see all this destruction happen, and we keep focusing on the pain, and then you don't even realize you're gaining so much the whole time because we're focusing on the wrong thing. Yeah, a lot of bad shit happens in your life. But in about a few months, maybe a couple of days, or even a couple of years, you sit back and go, I understand now. If you really pay attention. Life is a crazy thing. Really is, but it's a beautiful thing at the same time. I'm blessed to know every single one of you. I'm blessed for all the arguments. In fact, if Matrix Media just stepped in, oh, that's beautiful. You know why? Because there was one moment that we had a dispute back and forth, and the other day it hit my heart and soul, and I didn't say it because it was too crazy on the server. But I just want to stop and say I'm sorry to him. I was in a different mindset. I'm sure he was too. We get really passionate about our beliefs or what we feel. And there was one day that we had a back and forth, and he may not have liked it or whatever. It doesn't matter. But my own accountability matters. And I just want to say to you, if you're listening, Jay, that I apologize for that day, maybe a year ago or so, but it matters still to me. I think about it. I don't like to argue with people. I don't want to hurt anyone. So if I offended you or hurt you or anyone on this server, I just want to say I'm sorry. And I mean that sincerely from my heart. And if you ever want to talk it out, please do.
We good, Stacy. Don't worry about it. It's all bullshit. Don't worry about it.
That's right, honey. Thank you. Yeah, you all bring value to my life. Even the ones that don't like me, even an enemy, I learned something from y'all. So I think we need to remember that every single person here does bring some kind of value. Even Rumpus. God bless his soul. Boy, does he drive me a little crazy, though. But I appreciate Rumpus for what Rumpus is. Whatever that persona is, it still made me learn a lot. Do people still go to Gym Server and all those places, other places? I don't even know. Don't really hear about Gym anymore, which is okay and not. Oh, speaking of something really cool though, I've been at work at my job for a while. Like I said, I was gone for a month and a half because of an injury, and I just came back and there's new people in my department because they had to fill my spot. They filled it with 3 people. That's what's so funny. But they're young little girls. They're probably 18, I think 19. And then the 20-year-old boy that I work with, no names to even mention, I've been talking to him for quite a while about what I, believe in, think, and all those things. And we vibe on a lot of different topics except the shape of the earth. And he thinks I'm absolutely bonkers, but we laugh about it and he doesn't care. But I brought it up yesterday at work to the new girls, and he's like, yeah, she believes the earth is flat, man. Isn't that crazy? And the 2 girls spoke up and said, well, it is flat. And I was freaking blown away. I'm like, are you guys being serious right now? They go, yeah. And they started arguing with him, not argue, but, going back and forth about how it can't be anything else but flat. And I'm like, well, an 18 and 19-year-olds talking this way. So there are people out there in this new generation that actually does believe this stuff, not just what we think that the world doesn't get it. You'd be surprised how many people do.
And the world is definitely starting to wake up. Like, people are definitely starting to get it.
I know, and it's wonderful that generation is. And then they were sitting there talking about their own generation, how shitty it is. I'm like, wow. And then they were worried because they go, what about our life? Because the generation, that's now coming out for them. They go, we don't want to deal with that. I know. I feel for them. We ain't going to be here when all that shit goes down. Oh, man. This new norm, new society has been created in our school systems is within the children. It's pretty sad. You can take out the shape of the earth all you want, but what's going down in the schools and within our children's hearts is really heartbreaking for me. The majority of them are needing guidance in so many ways, and the hate that's out there, the bullying, the virtual shit is just taken over. But like Jay just said too, that's a good thing as well in many ways, because we are seeing a change within some of those people. It's happening. Without talking about, look how many doctors and nurses now that we have on our side. We didn't have that before. Not until this whole thing happened did we actually get that. So like I said, I'm always trying to look for the positive and even all the bull crap. I ask God, why? Why all this crap the last 2 years? It's just, why let it happen? It's insanity. And then I see the outcome from a different perspective now. We're going to need those people for sure coming up. What's that, Bevo? Hi, Earth is Live. Thank you for your prayers too, sweetheart. She's doing wonderful. So thank you. I did see that comment yesterday. Okay, I will be right back. I'll let you guys, gentlemen, and maybe even a woman. There was someone in here earlier. I think there was one. This is because Blaze was in here earlier. But yeah, everybody have a good afternoon, please, from me to your families as well too, and be thinking about you guys. But I'm gonna put on some good vibe kind of music and zone out and clean my house for a little bit. And I will see you guys in just a little while. But I really, really hope that you guys have a blessed day.
I wonder, any direct measurements of curvature yet? Or is that still...
Go ahead. I was trying to clear the room for you so you can speak.
Actually, I was wondering if there were any measurements of curvature, man. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, light.
I've been waiting since 5th grade, bro. What up, Don?
What's up, Cuddles?
Crushing the lives and the heads of the heathens. Like, that's funny though.
Man, oh man, oh man. Hey, yo, Jeremy. You remember you were getting you were always trying to find that new lucrative business, the new all the cash cow stuff, right? Well, that's fine then. It's not for everybody, man.
Yeah, what do you got? I don't have a lot of time every day. I mean, I work, got the kids. What do you got?
What if I told you that the kids could even help you? They're help. Okay. No, I just I have this new business model that I've transformed my girlfriend's company so that it's now focusing on this. Remember, I was talking about those foreclosure overages, like when there was foreclosures, you get overages. Well, there's a different process to getting like there's state fund overages, state fund surplus overages, and those can exist in any. They can exist. They don't just have to be foreclosures. Those could be fucking almost anything. Okay, and so I'll just give you an example. I found a way of pulling 2,000 people so far out of the database here in Texas, and one of these people, once I finally get the correct phone number for them, it looks like they're owed $200,000. And if I can,
What do you call the state comptroller?
yeah, something like, depends on the state, and it depends on the process in the state. But you can do it for any state. You just have to learn about that state and what the process is for that state. But yeah. But if like this person, if I get a hold of them, and my girlfriend already has LLC, I have LLC, but she's got an attorney for hers, and you don't need one in Texas, at least. For the foreclosure ones, you do. You need an attorney to make a contract, but for these ones, there's a generic contract that already goes to them, and it just says that you can't get more than 10%. And so this person, that they're owed like $210,000. If I get them to agree, if I let them know I'm going to help them get this and get them to agree to allow me to help them get it, which shouldn't be an issue. Then I'll just have to turn the paperwork into the government, and I'll get $20,000.
Yeah, it's banging.
Yeah, you're making a public claim for equity that was left behind that people were cheated out of.
Yeah, they're holding it for them.
And no, they got cheated out of it. But again, they don't know how to claim their own equity. They don't know how to do anything with mortgage contracts. They don't teach negotiable instruments in public schools. So what do you expect?
I expect to take advantage of it. That's what I'm going to do. Because I have programming skills, and so some states, they can give you a list. Like California, they give you a list, just for asking for it. And then you get a license just for signing up. And so almost anybody who does this sort of stuff, they focus on states like California. And there's a huge demand. There's a huge like pool of competition. Whereas Texas is the exact opposite. It's complicated to get all that stuff and complicated to get the license. So people like this $210,000 whale, basically, it's been sitting here for 2 years.
Yeah. After 3 years, the company that signed the mortgage does a 1099-A, claims the equity in the background, and then writes it all off. And you get stuck paying double.
Yeah, for foreclosure ones, there's different policies, different states and stuff. But here in Texas, they hold it for a certain amount of time, but they also hold it like you can claim it at any point. So if they're still holding it, there's someone here from 1989, $11,000. If they're still holding it and you claim it, then it's good to go.
Yeah, they have to square the books. That means somebody filed the 1099-A under false pretenses, which means they get audited. I know how this game works.
Well, in this case, it's not the one I'm looking at now. This is just a mutual fund shares. So I think it's just shares for some. Looks like some. What is this? I'm not sure. Probably some investing company.
Yeah, I know. They bundle and monetize the mortgages as bonds.
Well, no, these aren't all mortgages. What I'm saying, there's mortgages overages here too, but a lot of these are just different unclaimed properties. Like some of them are savings accounts. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I know contract issues that are out there in the American public. I understand.
You're fine.
There's lost equity in every transaction that's done in America. Car notes, loans of any kind, anything. There's always lost equity and stolen money. I had a buddy trying to get me into this. Exactly what you're talking about. The thing is you could claim more than that, and it doesn't require licensing. but I'm not trying to take people's equity.
You said you're not Chinese? You might cut out. Well, for what it's worth, I'm not Chinese either. What's up? You cut out, or you broke out.
Is this any better?
I don't think so. Wait, who was that? I only said I don't think so because I thought it was Jeremy talking before, but then, oh, Dicelo. You sound fine though, Dicelo. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying hi.
What's going on, Mr. Dicelo? Yeah.
Another day.
Done, man. Hollow Earth. People got their mics off, but no one's talking.
What do you want to talk about?
Say again.
What do you want to talk about?
Is that how this starts? It's like, well, like Don was chatting something about Hollow Earth. I thought that was quite fresh.
Is Hollow Earth the same as Concave Earth?
No, I think it's everything's normal, and then you've got some poles at the North and South Pole that goes into an Earth. There's an interesting movie called Iron Sky, and it was like everything was on the outside and they destroyed everything, and then they kind of made something inside and then destroyed that and went back on the outside again, and something like that. Something to do with the moon.
Mm. You seen that new movie Moonfall? Okay, it's not that new, but 2020 movie.
Was that a superhero Marvel comic thing? No.
No,
No.
it's got Halle Berry.
I haven't watched it. I think once you've seen her tits, mate, then it's like, it's game over, isn't it? No. That sounds really interesting, but almost slightly familiar. I'm not too sure. Is it the same subject as we talk about, or is it something completely different?
Something about the moon falling into Earth.
Yeah, interesting. Did you watch it?
No.
Okay, I think I'll have to watch it. It's like cool. I'll look out for that. I wonder what the moon's. I guess we'll. What is the moon made out of? They always say things like, got a core of this and a bit of that and a bit of that. Yeah.
Well, you don't
What's
agree with?
electricity mean?
Huh?
Well, I mean, what's the moon made out of? Heck, what's electricity made out of?
What do you think
What's
it's made out of?
luminescence made out of?
What do you think
Oh,
luminescence
I love
is
it. I love it. Yeah, luminescence. Apparently, in the atmosphere is luminescence, and oh, fucking hell, I've got it.
Luminescence, just like bioluminescence, is a glow.
What is that
Luminescence is
globe made of?
called cold. It's called cold light, not because it's actually cold, but because there's no heat involved.
Yes, and radium glows, fluorescence, exposed to UV light. That's how they can sort of pinpoint it amongst the uranium rock.
Right, but that's refraction, reflection.
But does it
You're
absorb
using
UV
light
light?
to find light. Luminescence is the source of the light that you're seeing, like
So what's
Yeah, like
a
electricity made
lightning
of?
bug. Like a lightning bug. Lightning bugs luminesce. They discharge capacitance.
Mm-hmm. And UV light can make gold leaves. You know, gold leaf experiments in jars can make them separate. So there's something different about UV light compared to everything else.
Yo, what's luminescence made of, Carlos?
Luminescence is, well, let's see. You have glow, which is an effect, and energy can't be created or destroyed, so it has to be using energy to expend energy. So I'd say energy is the cause.
Luminescence is made of energy.
Luminescence is glow. That's all it is. It's just putting off of light. Like the bioluminescent fish at the bottom of the pool or the ocean. They glow, just like
Yeah.
lightning bugs. There's other things that make light that actually illuminate.
So what is luminescence made of? Just energy?
It's light. It's energy being exhausted in the form of light glow.
Isn't that what all radiation is?
Perhaps. But then to say radiation poisoning, it's just a form of light. But then what's light made of? Electricity? So
Yeah,
then
maybe.
it's not light
Light-
poisoning, it's electricity
Light made
poisoning.
of electricity?
What about
Is it not?
fluorescence? Fluorescence is like fluorine, isn't it? Halogens, lumen, something else. So chemiluminescence, photoluminescence, phosphorescence, chromescence, I think is another one. All essence, no? All e-science, some might say.
Fluorescence has nothing to do with fluoride. So Cuddles, light is made of electricity?
It seems to be the common denominator.
Oh my.
Show me light without electricity. I gotta see this.
But what do you mean light is made of electricity? So all light is just electricity.
Well, it would appear as though it is, because, I mean, come on, show me light without electricity.
Like, how is light generated? Like, well, let's talk about electricity. How do you get electricity? Like, how would you go about creating electricity?
If I were making an apparatus, I'd probably stick to a handful of the things that they have here, like controllers that switch the polarity back and forth and forth and back and back and forth and forth and back and back and forth. And you could do something like that across a long line and I could probably run it with an 18650 or two, just to do the ping.
Simple puddles. Keep it very simple. How do you make electricity? Like,
I don't make it. That's the thing. Energy and matter can't be created or destroyed, so I'm only using what already exists.
When we see a lightning bolt in the sky, how is that made?
Dude, what already exists is being used.
But
thing
how
that you see the effect of.
Induction. Induction causes light in the sky, maybe.
It'd be a transmutation, wouldn't it? Or an exhaustion of energy? I mean, either you're transforming energy into something that, i.e., visible light, culminating in a particular area, or something else.
If you induce argon gases, neon gases, then you can create light just by induction. But I guess you're using electricity, but in an inducive way.
Yeah, but the moon. Where does the moon get its light from? I mean, of course, people say, "Oh, hey, it's getting light from the sun," but all the high altitude weather balloons, the videos suggest otherwise.
Yo, pistol shrimp. Pistol shrimp makes light without electricity.
Right. Wait, pistol shrimp. What?
So
Pistol
electricity
makes light without electricity.
You're talking voltage that they probably don't read for, bro. I don't think they have the machinery for that type of low voltage.
You know what sonoluminescence is?
Not off the top of my head. Is it sound?
It's light without electricity. That's what it is.
Anyways, I just wanted to correct something earlier said that fluorescence has a lot to do actually with fluoride or fluorite, the mineral that fluoride comes from.
What do you mean?
Well,
yeah, I think uranium can decay into.
Let him speak, bro. Let him talk. Damn.
Yeah. So to fluoresce means you shine when ultraviolet light is shined into you. So if you take a black light, shine it on the crystal fluorite, it glows purple or green. And so
but, I mean, it's not just fluoride. This happens to, though. This happens to a lot of things. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but
if you shine like an X-ray or a UV ray, something with a very high frequency, short wavelength, then this thing will emit light at a longer wavelength, but it's not because of fluoride.
Yeah, it's just named after it.
Is it named after it?
Yes.
You sure?
Mm-hmm. Okay. It says here the fluorescence phenomenon was named after fluorite in 1852, being one of the first fluorescent minerals to ever be studied.
Okay, interesting. And I was wrong, yeah. So the name has everything to do with fluoride. Cool.
And fluoride comes from the crystal fluorite, so that would be the tie-in then.
All right.
It's funny though. You bring up the shrimp. I wonder what type of equipment you would use to measure the discharge. I'd wager.
It happens when you move faster than the speed of sound in a liquid liquid. Water. Move faster than the speed of sound in water, you got sonoluminescence.
Yeah.
Now, do you think we give off electricity when we move? Huh?
Yeah. We're manipulating it when we move too.
Tell him. Jeremy, these guys think that light is electricity.
I know, but with sonoluminescence, there's no electricity. It's just moving faster than the speed of sound in water.
Exactly.
In in friction. How do we make electricity? Alternators, friction.
I don't think it's all light. All electricity is light, according to Coles. These are the dudes on your side, Jeremy. I don't know, man.
Bruh.
Yeah, well, don't worry, man. We got Democ. Don't worry.
I didn't say everything was that. I'm just coming down conclusion alley. Now, if you want to try and pigeonhole me with something I didn't say, then by all means, go right on ahead.
Say that, Cuddles. You said all light is electricity. Those words.
It seems to me as though it is.
Okay, so why
I
are
mean,
you
he's
denying
still talking friction, which induces current, and light, which is discharge of current.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy says you wrong though, so I don't know, man. You gotta talk to Jeremy.
I don't
That's
know.
why
I'm just saying with sonoluminescence, it's just moving faster than the speed of sound and water. If you want to say that gives off electricity and there's the light, I mean, whatever. I don't know how you would know that.
The shrimp itself would be the capacitor, wouldn't it? The thing that the charge flows through to be able to discharge through.
Yeah, I don't know. Shrimp are some tasty capacitors, though. I'll tell you that.
I understand that. No, I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm just saying look at it. Slow down and look at it, because that's all I'm doing is slowing down.
All right, Jeremy's wrong. That's cool.
Yeah,
I
don't try
mean,
to do what I do, Nate. You can't do what I do.
just slow down, bro. It seems as though, even though the shrimp is moving, the water that he's in is a great conductor, and it's well, it's a pretty big amount of water, isn't it? So any conduction through friction, the entire body that organism is in is going to be the feed line.
I mean, yeah, if you want to say any movement is creates electricity, then whatever. I guess all light is electricity. I don't know.
Not necessarily causes it, but all movement comes from. I mean, we're moving around in an electric world. We use electricity to move.
Was all light electricity? Like, what's going on?
Well, if you could see on all spectrums at will of light, what you would see is that there's no such thing as a dark place.
No way.
Okay, so I put you in a dark room and I board up all the windows and stuff, and I change the frequency of light that you're able to see on to one that you couldn't see on previously. If the room illuminates on that new frequency, where's this non-light at?
Yo, Jeremy, are you co-signing this?
I wasn't listening to what he said.
It's a super deep question.
Super deep.
And I'm waiting. I'm waiting for his answer. He's trying to pass the buck.
Bro,
he's trying to do what I do.
I don't know. I don't know
nice.
none of this. I'm learning from you two.
I'm just spitballing, but I'm taking my sweet time and I'm going slow.
Spitballing. You and Jeremy are teaching me the nature of light. So
he
far,
said he's about to slow that shit down like conceited.
Hey, praise, give all thanks to the Creator, not to me. I'm just the capacitor that discharges what energy does flow. Doth flow.
Yeah, keep discharging, buddy. So you and Jeremy are teaching me what the nature of light is. So far,
I'm absolutely not doing that.
Yes, you are, bro.
That is not what I'm doing. I'm trying
That's
to
exactly
say
what's
that you don't need
happening.
electricity.
It's okay.
No, all I said was you don't always need electricity for light because with sonoluminescence, you
Is Jeremy
just
breaking up? Or is it me?
need
Yeah,
movement.
robot.
If you want
Robot.
to say movement is electricity, that's not my thing.
Well,
Well,
to test
no.
that theory, you would have to touch that light and see if you get shocks.
Yeah.
Or
Or will
So
measure the voltage coming from it or current, if you will.
that's what I asked
so
earlier
who's
though.
wrong? Who's right?
What
Cuddle says all light
device
is
would
electricity.
It's not about being
Jeremy
wrong or who's
says
right. It's about what's
Jeremy
true.
says, that's some bullshit. All right, so who has
bro
the truth? Is it Jeremy or Cuddles?
bro
Jeremy says
okay,
Cuddles is talking
man of
smack.
consciousness. Hold on.
I'm so
Grab the
confused.
reins. Slow your ponies down, my friend. Slow the
Okay.
carriage down.
They slow.
I want to ask Man of Conscience a question. Although
Jeremy, robot.
Yeah, Cuddles.
Robot brother.
Go ahead.
That
So
was
all light
that was
is.
me.
Oh. What's up?
I wanted to ask you a question. So you probably know a little bit of how like a analog camera works. Like the light literally has to react to the chemical. You know what I mean? And it's the chemicals that get struck by the light and respond, and on the film, right? It's like very it's very light sensitive, and it'll almost sort of like burn it or it'll cause like a chemical reaction when the light hits the chemicals on the film.
So I've been told, yeah.
Right. That's not too important to understand, but we don't use film anymore for taking, your phone doesn't, or a digital camera doesn't, DSLR, whatever, right? So what you understand, that's an electric, it's an electronic, it's an electric device. And, obviously there's like a sensor at the back of it, right? And this sensor doesn't have some sort of chemical reaction in order to capture the image, right? This device works on electricity, and the mastery of our understanding of how to utilize that understanding, right? And so this sensor, what do you think it's reading? What do you think it's detecting? It's got when the light hits it, yeah, it's gonna be operating in an electric manner. So whether light's electric or not, it can trigger an electric response all on its own in this sort of sensor. So if it's not electricity itself, it's maybe like its cousin or something very related, its sister or its brother. If not, I wouldn't call light electricity, and I won't go into explaining. I don't have the battery life of my phone right now to actually give you my full understanding of light, but they're definitely, I wouldn't say two sides of the same coin, but something like that, right?
Something like that. I mean, dude, slowing it way down. We use energy. We convert raw materials into electricity, chemical process to make electricity, to run, to jump, to play basketball, to go bicycling, to go swimming. These things in turn chemical changes. It uses energy. It's always electrical.
But Cuddles, it sounded like he was saying you was wrong, bro. Like he's saying light and electricity are cousins. They're not the same thing.
You're not even close to going slow because you're trying to right and wrong. We could all be right. The difference would be the frequency in which we're seeing the subject matter. Just like my example with you in a boarded up room, if I change the frequency of light that you see from what you normally see to one of the invisible spectrums, the room will most likely illuminate. You'll be able to see everything in the room perfectly fine without having sunlight or a light bulb or an LED or anything else.
Have you ever seen like a 3D, like a sine wave representation of light? Man of consciousness.
Oh, you asking me? Yeah.
Yeah. So have you ever seen how it's like two. It's like one vertical sine wave, which they say is like a wave in the electric field, and then it has another sine wave turned 90 degrees intersecting it that runs along with it along the
field. Yeah.
Yeah, and how it takes both of these perturbations in both of these fields simultaneously to, that's how we describe light traveling, and
that's how we describe the electromagnetic spectrum. Yeah.
Right, and so part of that is, a ripple, a wave, whatever you want to call it, in the electric field. That's part of it. Now it has another aspect to it, and so that's why I'm saying, like, electricity, I wouldn't say is either of these things. Or I'm sorry, I wouldn't say electricity is one or the other of these things. Like, electricity isn't a ripple in the electric field. I think there's lots of like misnomers going on, even in the way that they're going to describe it with these terms, because I don't think if you really look into it, you get a satisfying answer of what they're calling the magnetic field or the electric field in relation to this graph where there's like these sine waves going on. I think at the end of the day, they're really lost, because they also at the same time want to talk about little packets called photons, right? Which, how does that relate to a sine wave at all? Or two?
You're talking frequency. You're talking vibrational frequency now. Like,
they're all. You've heard Einstein talk